now the center of community.
Most importantly, have to be based.
We have to act now.
Digital transformation.
Find joy.
This is the year that everything changed.
Changing the way of doing things.
Now is the time to stop making excuses.
Get your vision and your dreams out there.
Start making a difference.
To think really outside the box.
Creativity to the world.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
Fashion is now means for me that the time is now to go change the world.
The industry has to recognize that change is already here.
It requires things instantly.
Is now the center of community. It is the center of connectivity. It is the center of sustainability.
Sustainability, more inclusive and diverse representation beyond just the casting process.
But it also means building a company and everything that we design within it for the future. For the future of our planet, for the future of the humans, the animals, the plants, all of the parts.
Now is the time to see the change that you've been talking about.
Is that we have to act now. I mean, the times to look as if nothing's happening are over.
Moreover, I appreciate more and more the importance of authenticity.
I think the biggest change has been all about digitalization of the whole industry. And in some ways, companies going through a forced digital transformation, understanding what it means to use digital tools and finding new ways of engaging digitally with their customers.
I feel like so much has changed. Everything has changed. This is the year that everything changed forever.
Really being honest with myself about what I'm good at, what I love, and how I can make the greatest impact.
And seeing who people are at their core helped me be successful. And if we think of now as present moment, now, what is this moment right now? Not the future, not the past, but where are we right now? How can we make differences in people's lives right now? Then we can change the entire industry.
It's us, it's our responsibility to change. It's us that are polluting, buying, throwing things away, wasting resources, dumping plastics into the seas and into the oceans. It's every single person living in this planet who must start changing the way of doing things.
My biggest learned lesson was to stop devaluing my knowledge.
Is to understand the traditional way of doing things, but very much focus on the new methodologies and technologies.
Send us on retirement because you are much better than us.
Be able to adapt and pivot and change.
Look at a generation like Gen Z, which is coming of age at this time, and hasn't waited for permission to start making a difference in the moment that we find ourselves in.
A lot of dreaming, there's a lot of fantasy, there's a lot of creativity.
True care for the collective.
I'd say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to put out your ideas out there.
I would like to encourage localization of the fashion process.
To now, right? And the only way to navigate uncertainty is to be open to the fact that uncertainty will happen.
I would change the way we make product. We need really to go further step into the eco-design process.
More sustainable practices.
Because if they don't, they can't survive today and they won't be able to innovate and thrive tomorrow.
I guess that's what I would ask for now, is for us to feel into the collective so that we can act accordingly and save ourselves.
We need for people to understand that there are accessible clothing.
I think we have to redefine our business model and create one which lives in balance with the planet's health and our current and future needs.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
now the center of community.
Most importantly, have to be based.
We have to act now.
Digital transformation.
Find joy.
This is the year that everything changed.
Changing the way of doing things.
Now is the time to stop making excuses.
Get your vision and your dreams out there.
Start making a difference.
To think really outside the box.
Creativity to the world.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
Fashion is now means for me that the time is now to go change the world.
The industry has to recognize that change is already here.
Require things instantly.
Is now the center of community. It is the center of connectivity. It is the center of sustainability.
Sustainability, more inclusive and diverse representation beyond just the casting process.
But it also means building a company and everything that we design within it for the future. For the future of our planet, for the future of the humans, the animals, the plants, all of the parts.
Now is the time to see the change that you've been talking about.
Is that we have to act now. I mean, the times to look as if nothing's happening are over.
Moreover, I appreciate more and more the importance of authenticity.
I think the biggest change has been all about digitalization of the whole industry. And in some ways, companies going through a forced digital transformation, understanding what it means to use digital tools and finding new ways of engaging digitally with their customers.
I feel like so much has changed. Everything has changed. This is the year that everything changed forever.
Really being honest with myself about what I'm good at, what I love, and how I can make the greatest impact.
And seeing who people are at their core helped me be successful. And if we think of now as present moment, now, what is this moment right now? Not the future, not the past, but where are we right now? How can we make differences in people's lives right now? Then we can change the entire industry.
It's us, it's our responsibility to change. It's us that are polluting, buying, throwing things away, wasting resources, dumping plastics into the seas and into the oceans. It's every single person living in this planet who must start changing the way of doing things.
My biggest learned lesson was to stop devaluing my knowledge.
Is to understand the traditional way of doing things, but very much focus on the new methodologies and technologies.
Send us on retirement because you are much better than us.
Be able to adapt and pivot and change.
Look at a generation like Gen Z, which is coming of age at this time, and hasn't waited for permission to.
A lot of dreaming, there's a lot of fantasy, there's a lot of creativity.
True care for the collective.
I'd say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to put out your ideas out there.
I would like to encourage localization of the fashion process.
To now, right? And the only way to navigate uncertainty is to be open to the fact that uncertainty will happen.
I would change the way we make products. We need really to go further step into the eco-design process.
More sustainable practices.
Because if they don't, they can't survive today and they won't be able to innovate and thrive tomorrow.
I guess that's what I would ask for now, is for us to feel into the collective so that we can act accordingly and save ourselves.
We need for people to understand that there are accessible clothing.
I think we have to redefine our business model and create one which lives in balance with the planet's health and our current and future needs.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
now the center of community.
Most importantly, have to be based.
We have to act now.
Digital transformation.
Find joy.
This is the year that everything changed.
Changing the way of doing things.
Now is the time to stop making excuses.
Get your vision and your dreams out there.
Start making a difference.
To think really outside the box.
Creativity to the world.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
Fashion is now means for me that the time is now to go change the
The
world.
industry has to recognize that change is already here.
I require things instantly.
Is now the center of community. It is the center of connectivity. It is the center of sustainability.
Sustainability, more inclusive and diverse representation beyond just the casting process.
But it also means building a company and everything that we design within it for the future. For the future of our planet, for the future of the humans, the animals, the plants, all of the parts.
Now is the time to see the change that you've been talking about.
Is that we have to act now. I mean, the times to look as if nothing is happening are over.
Moreover, I appreciate more and more the importance of authenticity.
I think the biggest change has been all about digitalization of the whole industry. And in some ways, companies going through a forced digital transformation, understanding what it means to use digital tools and finding new ways of engaging digitally with their customers.
I feel like so much has changed. Everything has changed. This is the year that everything changed forever.
Really being honest with myself about what I'm good at, what I love, and how I can make the greatest impact.
And seeing who people are at their core helped me be successful. And if we think of now as present moment, now, what is this moment right now? Not the future, not the past, but where are we right now? How can we make differences in people's lives right now? Then we can change the entire industry.
It's us, it's our responsibility to change. It's us that are polluting, buying, throwing things away, wasting resources, dumping plastics into the seas and into the oceans. It's every single person living in this planet who must start changing the way of doing things.
My biggest learned lesson was to stop devaluing my knowledge.
Is to understand the traditional way of doing things, but very much focus on the new methodologies and technologies.
Send us on retirement because you are much better than us.
Be able to adapt and pivot and change.
Look at a generation like Gen Z, which is coming of age at this time and hasn't waited for permission to start making a difference in the moment that we find ourselves in.
There's a lot of dreaming, there's a lot of fantasy, there's a lot of creativity.
True care for the collective.
I'd say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to put out your ideas out there.
I would like to encourage localization of the fashion process.
To now, right? And the only way to navigate uncertainty is to be open to the fact that uncertainty will happen.
Oh, hi everybody. How are you? Thank you so much for joining us again in this 4th Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talk series that we're just so excited about.
Yeah, so excited to one more Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talks. And we are now this year changing our message. Last year we was using fashions to love. And now our concept for this year is fashion is now.
The importance of the now is more important than ever. It's time to act. It's no longer time to contemplate on what is the next normal bring, but the next normal we're living today. So with that, we're going to be announcing today some amazing speakers, and we hope that you enjoy, and we hope that you come out of this inspired and full of knowledge.
We'd love to invite to do the open remarks our institutional supporter, United Nations Office for Partnerships.
Where we're going to have right now with us Anne-Marie Hu, who's the Executive Director, AI UN Office for Partnerships. Hi, Anne-Marie. Welcome to the stage, and thank you so much for being here with us today. The support that you guys provide to us, we can't thank you enough for it. And with that, we'll let you take the stage.
Hello, and thank you, Jordana, for your kind introduction. It's an absolute pleasure to be joining you here today for the 4th Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talks. This year marks the 2nd year of the Decade of Action to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. These 17 urgent calls to action serve as our shared roadmap for creating a more sustainable future for people and for the planet. In support of the Decade of Action, the United Nations Office for Partnerships serves as your global gateway for catalyzing and co-creating collaborative initiatives to advance the global goals. I would like to really recognize and thank Fashion Innovation for bringing the fashion ecosystem together to really showcase innovative, sustainable practices that are transforming the industry. As expressed by the Secretary General of the United Nations, global priorities for 2021 must include accelerated climate action and a sustainable recovery from the pandemic. The Secretary General has called on all countries and all businesses to join the global coalition to net zero carbon by 2050. As a contributor to more than 10% of the world's greenhouse gas emissions and severely disrupted by COVID-19, the fashion industry is very closely connected to the achievement of these priorities. This year, we're going to have a couple of opportunities to come together, albeit virtually, to support our sustainable recovery. At the 2021 World Ocean Summit in March, the International Transport Forum in May, the Food Systems Summit in September, and the UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, which is otherwise known as COP26, which is set to take place this November. These opportunities will bring together key stakeholders for accelerated action toward climate change and sustainable, resilient recovery. In the last year, we've seen extraordinary alliances, innovations, and achievements as the world united to tackle some of our most unparalleled challenges, including COVID-19. Some of the initiatives that have demonstrated the power of solidarity include the COVAX Alliance to ensure equitable access to vaccinations, Women Rise for All initiative of the UN Deputy Secretary General to highlight the power of women leadership, the UN Secretary General's Unite by 2030 to End Violence Against Women campaign. We are very happy to work with you to connect you to these opportunities and more. Another very important initiative has been the recently launched Conscious Fashion and Lifestyle Network. The network is part of the UN's Global Registry of Voluntary Commitments and multi-stakeholder partnerships, all contributing to the advancement of the goals. This action-oriented network is open and it's free to all, and it's designed to showcase how fashion and lifestyle industries are contributing to the Sustainable Development Goals. The discussions here today will help remind us and help us reimagine the future and ignite transformational change to address our global fragilities. Crisis gives rise for change. And as much as we need global voices, action sparks and takes hold in communities, cities, and in countries. That's why I am so excited to introduce Hindu Umaru Ibrahim, one of the Secretary General's Sustainable Development Goals advocates. Hindu is a force for nature. She is advancing ambitious action for Indigenous rights and environmental protection. And Hindu, you have the floor.
Hi, you hearing me? Super, thank you so much. I am so happy to join the Fashion Innovator Worldwide Talks today. And I really agree with what my friend Anne-Marie said. The fashion industry can play an important role in the decade of the SDGs action. You know, for indigenous people, nature is the basic of our economy. It is our supermarket because we collect food there. It is our pharmacy where we can have all our medicine. And nature is also our spiritual place where we are connecting as church or mosque or whatever. And of course, nature provides shelters and clothes. And if we want to achieve the SDGs, we need to connect with the nature. That will provide us a solution for climate change, for biodiversity restoration, and for protecting our oceans and animals that can save us from all the disease. But you know, I come from the countries who is in the core of the fashion industry. Why? Of course, because we have designers, but also because we are producing the most important materials, who is the cotton. Maybe many people in the industrialized countries do not remember that. The t-shirt, the dresses, all coming from trees, the coats coming from the ships. And it is basic truths, but we need all to remember nature is everything for our fashion today. But you know, to produce a cotton, this is the materials who is very essential for the fashions. We all know we need a big quantity of water. And this is what become a very rare in the region where I come from, the Sahel regions. In my lifetime, when I'm growing up, the Lake Chad, who shrink to 90% of his water, from 25,000 kilometers squares to now about only 2,000 kilometers squares. And many people living and depending from it for them agriculture, for them survival. So this is why the world needs to change. And I am so excited to be here today because I know the emerging awareness of the sector of the impact of the water, biodiversity, climate change, livelihood, in the elevated enthusiasm of the commitment of fashion sectors mean we have the opportunity to change. But we can change only if we act together. But what is acting together? The fashion industry has its tremendous potential to communicate the value of nature, to influence peoples. Like every industry, you can contribute by reducing the footprint of environment. But you are also the storytellers, because all the fashions that we are wearing, it can show us we are coming from where, how we are using it. So that can use a big communication to achieve the sustainable development goals for all of us. In this context, you can bring all the leaders to show them the solutions are there. You can make sure that the raw materials you use come from a sustainable agriculture, respect the human right base of the peoples, of the indigenous peoples. What is the point of changing of genes every 2 months if your action lead to destroy the water? So we can communicate around all this. And you can also move toward a circular economy using the plastic waste to produce our clothes, to make our dress, and to say we did it to save our ocean. And that can be a very sustainable way to show fashions can be more than only wearing a nice thing, but protect our environment from all what we are having. It is very important for all of us to come together. And that's why today I'm so happy. Even I'm coming from indigenous communities, being with fashion peoples, and show that, of course, from my traditional dress to all the jeans we are wearing, we can change the world and make a big place for sustainability. Thank you so much again, and have really a very good day.
Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, that was incredible. And you're incredible, both of you. And again, the support that you guys have given us throughout the last events And once again, I'm obsessed with your outfit, Hindu. You look amazing. And I couldn't agree with you more. This is the time for us really to unite. In unity, we can make change. And nature is the most important thing in the world. There's nothing more important than that if we want to keep this earth alive for many, many decades to come. So thank you so much, both of you. We're thrilled to have you opening up the day with us. And we hope to continue work with you guys to really make a change and really make a difference.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So that was incredible. And that message was so important to the entire fashion industry globally. And now we're super excited because we're going to go on to our first keynote talk of the day, opening up the day for us all with Dana Thomas, who's a journalist and New York Times bestselling author. And she's going to be speaking on Fashion is Fashionopolis, the price of fast fashion and the future of clothes. But I know everybody's super excited to hear from you, and we're thrilled. So I really appreciate the support, and I'll let you take the floor.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. It's really, really wonderful. 1 second now. All right. So, fashion innovation, fashionnovation, is Fashionopolis. Now, what does this mean? Well, let me first explain what Fashionopolis is. It's a word I made up for the title of my most recent book, the third I've written after Deluxe, How Luxury Lost Its Luster, and Gods and Kings, The Rise and Fall of Alexander McQueen and John Galliano. The idea is that the world is in fact a fashionopolis, a place where everywhere you turn, fashion is somehow happening. It could be a farmer growing cotton, or a seamstress sewing in a couture atelier, or a model on a runway, or a sales clerk ringing up the clothes you want to buy. 1 out of 6 people somehow work in the fashion industry, making it the most labor-intensive industry out there, more than agriculture, more than defense. But the fashion industry is also extremely damaging to the planet and to humanity. And it has been since day one, when an English wig maker and entrepreneur named Richard Arkwright pulled together some of these newfangled machines and opened the world's first water-powered textile mill in Derbyshire, England. With that, Arkwright kicked off the Industrial Revolution, the transition from handmade to machine-made, giving rise to the factory system that we still rely on today. He also gave us a polluting, miserable hell, one that Frederick Engels documented in detail in his landmark book, The Condition of the Working Class in England in 1845. This hell that inspired Charles Dickens to write Oliver Twist, that drove German expressionist filmmaker Fritz Lang to make the beautiful yet devastating silent picture Metropolis in 1927, and a hell that still plagues the industry today. Only 2% of the labor force in factories earn a living wage. Most of these workers are working in sweatshops, which are shoddy and dangerous, as we learned with the collapse of the Rana Plaza factory in Bangladesh in 2013, killing more than 1,000 workers and injuring more than 2,500. According to the World Bank, fashion is responsible for nearly 20% of all industrial water pollution annually. And it reportedly releases 10% of the carbon emissions in our air. 1 kilogram of cloth generates 23 kilograms of greenhouse gases. Synthetic fabrics release microfibers into water when washed, both at mills and at home, And up to 40% of those microfibers enter our rivers, lakes, and oceans, are ingested by fish and mollusks, and worm their way up the food chain to humans. Of the more than 100 billion items of clothing produced each year, 20% go unsold. Leftovers are usually buried, shredded, or incinerated. In the last 20 years, the volume of clothes Americans throw away has doubled from 7 million to 14 million tons. That equals 80 pounds per person per year. In the United Kingdom, 9,500 garments are dumped every 5 minutes. Textiles are the country's fastest growing waste stream. Most clothing contains synthetics, and most synthetics are not biodegradable. It all sounds terribly grim, I know, but there is hope. And that's where innovation in fashion, or fashionovation, comes into play. Through the Herculean efforts of brave advocates, creators, entrepreneurs, innovators, investors, and retailers, and the unfeigned demands of the rising generation of conscientious consumers, the apparel industry is being forced to veer towards a more principled value system. Visionaries throughout the world are recasting the business model with technological advances that will completely change how apparel is made today, and the total rapid rethinking of how we buy what we wear. Take Bold Threads, the Bay Area biotech firm that produces lab-grown silk. Traditionally, raw silk is spun in cocoons by silkworms. And to recover the thread undamaged, cocoons are submerged in boiling water, killing the larva. It's filthy, nasty work that gives pro-animal designers like Stella McCartney pause. For Bolt's lab silk, geneticists and microbiologists designed a DNA sequence to create the silk protein, where it is introduced to yeast and programmed to produce silk. Some days, the laboratories at Bold Threads on the San Francisco Bay smell like a bakery. The DNA-infused yeast is fed dextrose, sugar, and water, and taken through the fermentation cycle. The silk grows, the cell broth is filtered and centrifuged, and what remains is pure silk. It looks shiny, like champagne-colored taffy. Very Willy Wonka. Stella McCartney made the first Bolt silk garment, a sexy gold knit cocktail dress, for an exhibition at the Modern Museum of Art in New York in 2017. She's now folding this fabric material, this fiber, into her collection. Bolt is also working on a faux leather made of mycelium, an underground root structure of mushrooms. McCartney, a leather-free designer, will be using Milo, as this lab-grown material is called, for her handbags and accessories and collections very soon. There is Gina Logia of Valencia, Spain, which invented a greener way to distress denim on a mass level. Distressed whiskered jeans continue to drive the global market. The fashion industry produces 6 billion pairs of jeans each year. Traditionally, finishing a pair of jeans, meaning washing, distressing them until they're broken in and soft, requires an average of 70 liters of water, 1.5 kilowatts of energy, and 150 grams of chemicals. In total, that equals an astonishing 350 million cubic liters of water, 7.5 billion kilowatts of energy, enough to power the city of Munich for a year, and 750,000 tons of chemicals each year just to distress our jeans. Denim industry consultants Jose Vidal and his nephew Enrique Silla created the three-step system to combat that. Lasers, which replace sandblasting and hand sanding and bleaching, ozone, which fades fabric without chemicals, and E-Flow, a washing system that uses microscopic nanobubbles and cuts water usage by 90%. The Gina Logia system can decrease energy consumption by 33%, chemicals by 67%, and if implemented most efficiently, water usage by 71%, or as the company proudly boasts, 1 glass of water per pair of jeans. Like there's fashion industry veteran Stacy Flynn of Evernew, the Seattle-based company that produces molecularly regenerated fiber made of 100% post-consumer cotton garment waste. What does that mean? Your old t-shirts, your old underwear, your old jeans. Evernew consumes 98% less water than virgin cotton, produces 80% less greenhouse gas emissions than polyester, viscose, or elastane, meaning like lycra and spandex, emits 0 plastic microfibers, causes 0 deforestation, and requires 0 farmland. There's Cindy Rhodes, an American expat in London who founded Worn Again Technologies, a company that has developed a patent process that separates, decontaminates, and extracts polyester and cellulose from cotton. Takes them apart. When you have a blended polyester cotton shirt, takes them apart and converts the polymers into virgin quality polyester, like Stacy Flynn does with virgin cotton. They do the same with their separated cotton as well. This is the circular way of recycling, reusing fabrics at a basic level. Circular is the future, Rhodes told me. It brings fashion head on with reality. Now, though their efforts are born out of concern for humanity and the planet, they also prove that sustainable practices are better for the bottom line. Which brings us back to the title of my book, Fashionopolis. How did I come up with it? Well, I sat on my sofa in Paris, meditating on all of this, about how fashion is everywhere we turn, that we know somebody somehow involved with the business, that we wear it, we see it, we shop it. It's everywhere, right? I had recently read Aristotle's book, Politics, because, we think we're living in a new modern life, but in fact, nothing really changes. And I was reminded this reading Aristotle. In the book, he spoke of the Greek philosopher Plato and the polis, which in ancient Greek means city. As Plato put forth in the Socratic dialogue, The Republic, an ideal polis should embody 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, moderation, and justice. And if all come together harmoniously, the polis will attain perfect equality. It will be a just city. I thought of the unjust cities, such as Manchester in the 19th century when Richard Arkwright started those factories, and Manchester was known as Cottonopolis. I thought of Fritz Lang's movie Metropolis, with the workers slaving underground in these factories to make the wealthy in shiny towers live a beautiful, wonderful, stress-free life. I thought of Rana Plaza, all those people crushed by the rubble of the factory collapsing on them, and all those brands that said, we did not know that we were producing there, not our problem. I thought of the pollution, all the pollution. And then I thought of those wonderful change makers who are using innovation to improve the industry, from field to form, from dirt to dress. Their goals do indeed embody Plato's 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, courage, moderation, and justice. We must all do what we can to support their efforts as consumers, as investors, as cheerleaders. Because honestly, don't we all want to live in a just world? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. That was incredible. I read your book, Fashionopolis. I couldn't put it down. And actually, I actually shipped a few to Colombia, to Saudi Arabia from Amazon, because I was just so enthralled with everything that you wrote. And I think it's so genius, just your work in general. So I appreciate so much you having been here with us today. And I can't wait to collaborate further and speak more as we progress towards this, wave that we're seeing in the fashion industry. So thank you so much.
My pleasure, and thanks for having me.
Of course.
It's a wonderful, wonderful event that you all have put
Thank
together.
you so much. It means a lot. I'll speak soon. Bye. So without further ado, we're running a few minutes behind because it happens when you use technology as much as we speak of innovation. I'd like to introduce the next panel being moderated by Sofia Galati. Fashion is building bridges between East and West.
It stops looking at yourself. I don't like it.
I know, I'm trying to make it seem, there you go.
Hello, everybody. Hi, this is Sofia Galati. I am the founder of Mill World, a platform for Arab youth and a creative agency. And I'm very, very honored today to start this conference with a region that is often misunderstood, if not disregarded, that is the Middle East, on the topic of fashion East meets West. So before we get into it and before I introduce our beautiful speakers today, I just wanted to give you a little overview on our market, and then we can start the conversation. So the Middle Eastern fashion market, according to McKinsey, the 2020 report on the status of fashion, amounts to $50 billion in sales, and that's only the GCC, which are the Gulf countries, not counting the Levant, Lebanon, Egypt, and North Africa, places like Morocco or Algeria. And despite the difference in market size, the average consumer in the UAE and Saudi Arabia spends 6 times more than the Chinese customer, and spends 2 times as much and spends 2 times as much time on e-commerce. So it's set to grow in our region for around 40% a year over the next 5 years. So definitely a very important market for fashion, but slowly but surely the Middle Eastern is starting to shift from being a historical importer of fashion to a nation exporter, following the success of Lebanese designers that you might know, like Elisab, Rabia Kairouz, or Zuhair Murad, on the international stage. But whether to fit, a local demand for modest clothing, or because the Arab consumer, a bit like the other emerging markets, is very interested right now in supporting regional brands and being proud of their origins and shopping locally and responsibly, which we will be talking about as well, the demand of regional brands is increasing. And this is why today we are very honored to have the co-founder of Fashion Trust Arabia, which is, a non-for-profit organization that is focusing on providing infrastructure, access, and nurture regional brands to one day step into the international stage. The FTA was founded in 2010 by Tanya Faris, here present, and Sheikh Al Mayasa from Qatar. The FTA's mission is to help young designers build stronger businesses via cash prize, partnership with retailers, and mentoring. So it's my honor today to introduce you to our panel. So alongside Tanya Faris, so co-founder of FTA, we have the honor of having Andrea Wazen, who is an excellent shoe designer and winner of the Fashion Trust Arabia's 2020 Accessories Prize. We also have Hassan Pierre, who is the founder of Maison de Mode, a global platform for sustainable fashion, connecting creators, curators, and consumers, and this year's FTA mentoring partner. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I would like to start with Tanya, so that our audience could know a little bit better about the FTA. Why did you decide to create the FTA, Tanya? What was the impetus behind this decision?
First, I just want to thank you, Sophia, for this very kind introduction. Hello, everyone. Thank you, Fashion Innovation, for having us today. My name is Tanya Faris, and I co-founded the Fashion Trust with the British Fashion Council in the UK. And based on its success, I co-founded FTA alongside Her Excellency Sheikha Al-Mayasa bint Hamad Al Thani and our amazing honorary chair, Her Royal Highness Sheikha Moza bint Nasser. And this initiative would absolutely not be possible without their support. So, you know, I launched a book called London Uprising, published by Phaidon. And I was on a book tour in Jordan where I met an unbelievable group of talented Jordanian designers. And they told me they wished that something like the Fashion Trust existed in the region. And this is really when the idea of FTA came to me. I realized how much talent there is in the region, but the lack of support for the MENA fashion designers. This is also when Her Highness Sheikha Moza, who had a vision to support fashion designers in the region, and it is because of her dedication to growing the region that FTA was made possible. So that's how it all started.
That's amazing.
And that's how the decision was made.
So what are you looking for, you know, because you decided to nurture Arab designers. Of course, unfortunately, we don't have the same access to education. We don't have the same access to infrastructure. But with the FTA, you're really creating a program to launch their careers. But FTA is also a prize, and there are voting process, etc. But how do you choose a winner? What kind of attributes are you looking for when selecting an FTA winner?
So what we look for, I mean, designers who have, of course, creativity, who have sustainability as part of their business practice, who also have a good business model and have consistency as well as vision and, of course, identity. So, for instance, this year we received over 800 applications and have a very, very prestigious advisory board. We have 23 advisory board members who gave their support and time, which we are so grateful for. We've been so lucky this year to have you, Sophia, as one of the advisory board, Hamish Bowles, Nina Garcia, Jefferson Hack, Lau Rose, just to name a few, who are the ones who selected the 24 finalists. So this is how it works. You get the applications, you send them to the, you know, the advisory board, and they get us to the 24 finalists. And we just announced our finalists on our newly relaunched platform, Fashion Trust Arabia, which also has a new enhanced section called FTA Pulse. So you can, you know, and the winners will be announced this year, later in the year, due to COVID and the uncertain times. So on the website, fashiontrustarabia.com. So that's how the process goes.
Amazing. I have to say, for the people who don't know, it's really the highlight of the fashion calendar in the Middle East. Tanya and Her Excellency Sheikha Mayasa have been putting a lot of effort in bringing together the best of the Middle Eastern fashion industry and the Arab world in general, and the best of the world's fashion industry. So with names like Hamish Bowles, Tom Brown, you name it, Pier Paolo Piccioli, they were all here to celebrate this reunion of East and West under the umbrella of celebrating talent and fashion for a region that, again, is very, very important in the business of fashion today, but unfortunately is not exporting enough. And thanks to you and all the team, it's possible for the winners, at least. What is your vision, Tanya, for the future of the Middle Eastern industry? How do you wish it would, advance?
I mean, my personal vision, and of course that of FTA is one and the same, is that we will always support the fashion industry in the region through giving the designers financial support and mentoring support, such as Maison de Mode. Of course, Hassan is here with us today. He mentored the winners on sustainability. We have we have Value Retail, Bister Village, who also are mentoring the designers, and as well as retail partnership like MatchesFashion.com, who not only mentor the designers but also carry the collections and the winners. And what we're trying to do for the region is help grow the fashion industry to become more international by bringing more international buyers, retailers, and journalists to come to Doha and see the designers, the finalists, the winners, so that they are internationally recognized and more people become aware of them, and also to spotlight and raise the profile of the fashion in the MENA region. This includes both young and, of course, more established designers.
Amazing. We have, for a little bit of history, an Arab designer like Azdin Alaya would not have made it, unfortunately, by staying in his country of birth, which is Tunisia, and had to go to Paris to become the famous Azdin Alaya. Thanks to the efforts of Fashion Trust and thanks to the effort of all the designers who are proud to be where they come from, now it is accessible to them to stay within their region and shine internationally, and that's thanks to internet, but also, thanks to programs like yours. Thank you so much, Tanya. I know you don't like talking, so I'm going to leave you alone for a bit.
Here to you, Andrea.
Well, actually, we're going to jump to Hassan for a little bit. We're going to save beauty and wits for last, Andrea. Hassan.
Thank you.
Hassan, you started this Maison de Mode with the idea of, really again helping young designers reach their highest potential, and really as a way of paying it forward, mentoring them and sharing your resources and knowledge with them, which is again very commendable, and thank you so much for doing that. But I'm very curious to know, as a mentor, so many brands come to you with the same challenges. I would like to know what kind of recurring challenge comes your way when it comes to mentoring young brands.
Yeah, then thank you so much, Sophia, and everybody for having me today. I think the number one challenge that most of these emerging designers face it's two parts. It's one, scale. How do we scale our business? How do we grow our business? And two, how do we make our business more visible? Whether that be in the media or in the social media landscape. I think those are the two biggest challenges that these emerging designers face. A lot of them are so creative and have such beautiful and amazing products and brand stories, but they just don't know how to communicate them. And that's one challenge that we try and help, anytime we mentor a designer through, a media, training or perspective, and also, not just from our retail platform, but we share a lot of retail relationships as well, and can help brands point them in the right direction. A brand might not be right for our platform, but they might be great for Matches or a smaller store like the Web Store or or Bergdorf Goodman in New York. So we're always happy to help brands as best as we can.
Well, any of these would be fantastic for any designer. But what can you share for our audience today, maybe as a little nugget? How do you feel people should, approach the communication today in a pandemic? In the middle of a pandemic with social media, etc. What is your advice for young brands to reach new customers and expand?
I think I would tell them to focus more on a micro community instead of having this idea of such a macro, millions of followers. I think especially now there's so much noise on the internet because we're all on the internet, but we're all using it at the same rate and speed, some faster than others. But at the same time, it's probably one of the best ways to connect with people all over the world at any time. So I think for a young designer who's looking to sort of break the noise, I think it's staying truly authentic to your vision and your aesthetic, and also just feeding to the community that's already there and growing through that channel instead of looking at it from, a much broader perspective. I think brands eventually get to that point, but I think a lot of emerging designers want to go from A to Z without, doing the middle part. And I think now more than ever, especially from not just a visibility standpoint, but from a sales standpoint, connecting with a micro community, who's engaged in a very engaged audience with your brand, you can really use that from a direct to consumer standpoint, which a lot of these brands, like I said, another pain point is, scaling the business and looking at wholesalers, but there's a lot of opportunity through social to then make, some sales directly to your community.
Very insightful. You also, through the FTA, but also in general, you also carry on Maison de Mode, Middle Eastern designers. Can you pinpoint a little bit what kind of roadblocks, especially people from the Middle East, face today?
I think one thing we noticed is that the Middle Eastern designers have amazing production techniques and amazing craft. And I think so often they overlook that part of their collections and their brands, which are so strong, especially from a storytelling point of view, but also from a consumer point of view. I think most consumers now want things that are very well made and of great quality and are unique. And that is something that most of these Middle Eastern designers can do and have, and while they produce in the region. And I think it's something that we try and help them promote or speak to. A lot of them are inherently sustainable just in the way that they operate their business.
Yeah. Is it me or?
No,
Sorry, Hassan, we lost you for a minute. Can you repeat the last sentence? Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying that most of them, I feel like, focus on the aesthetic story instead of the whole story that they're telling that aesthetic story on the aesthetic story instead of, what we're looking and hope they do is start really understanding that they are creating some of the most luxurious, beautiful products and using that as their sort of unique presence to compete with other designers across the world.
Absolutely. And this ties into using arts and crafts. When you come from a culture that has such beautiful weaving techniques, and that's not only for the Middle East, that's for everywhere around the world. And having, this is true luxury, as opposed to having, someone in Italy manufacture your bag, you have an artisan doing your bag. And this storytelling is not told enough. And I think that young designers from all around the world, especially emerging markets, should take, advantage of this beautiful luxury and chic, way of making luxurious products. I wanted also to pick up your brain on when this is over, as we say in the Middle East, inshallah, when this will be over, the pandemic. How do you see the pandemic affecting customer behavior or storytelling or, brands coming up? What kind of brands are wishing for the future post-pandemic?
It's a very interesting question because it's something that we've been looking at from a sustainability point of view, looking at the mass consumer and when the general shift was going to happen, which we were seeing somewhere around 3 to 5 years, where the pandemic has really accelerated that, I think, overnight. So I think that any brand, or designer that wants to work in the next 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, really has to look at sustainability from a holistic point of view, not just from obviously a marketing and very tangible point of view, but resources in the future, serving a larger population. So all of those things I think brands have to take into consideration if they want to still be in business. And then I think the consumer now is very well aware about their power in the industry, meaning that the power is in the wallet, and they can make or break a brand very quickly and easily. And so brands need to really understand that they need to resonate with the consumer's emotions as well, which before wasn't necessarily the case, where I think now if a consumer is not happy with the brand, they can go directly to them on Instagram and they can gather a community who might feel all the same way, positive or negative. So I think that dialogue between brands and the consumer now is super, there for us. And I think that that's where the position of shopping is going to go, and the way that consumers sort of interact with the fashion space.
How do you make sustainability became such a keyword right now? So we have keywords in fashion that are diversity, sustainability, very important values. However, with everything, when a keyword is around the zeitgeist too much, you have a lot of fakery, quote unquote. How us as consumers would you advise us to open our eyes to what is real sustainability as opposed to a marketing scheme?
So just to be clear, we define sustainability as anything that has a social, environmental, or an economic impact that's greater than their aesthetic value. So I always say to people who are looking to shop sustainably, or
we lost him again. Hassan, come back.
Or understand what that means. What are your values? The planet and animals. Is waste important to you? Are organic materials, or artisan, production, or the hands that make your clothes important? So I think once you identify the touch points in your own life that you find are important, then you can look to brands to resonate with that as well. Is a brand speaking to the causes that you resonate with? And if they aren't and you support them, maybe have a discussion with them. And if they listen, which I think most of them will now because they want to keep you as a customer, that's really how it goes. So I think the consumer no longer has to rely on the brands just telling them that they're sustainable. You can do the work yourself. And if you really want to know, you can just slide into their DM or leave a message, and they will get back to you, because I think the transparency is so key now, as most brands understand, and that the consumer really has all of the power. And that's just how I think, is the easiest way for somebody to identify what's real and what's fake.
Absolutely. Silver lining of the pandemic, authenticity is the name of the game. And if you want to subconsciously, you have to be authentic with yourself and go do the work and make changes with your wallet. Another way to shop responsibly is to shop locally and support young designers. And I feel like, Andrea, you are the epitome of that, based in Beirut. Your brand, your eponymous brand, is the recipient of the 2020 Accessories Prize for Fashion Trust Arabia. I would like to piggyback off of what Hassan was saying. How is sustainability important to your brand today?
Of course, first of all, hi Sophia, hi everyone. Thank you so much, Fashionovation, for having me. This year has definitely been life-changing due to having received the Fashion Trust Arabia Award, and I'm so humbled to be here. Discussing sustainability, actually, and I'm really happy that we're bringing this subject out, because what Hassan was saying is so important, is that sustainability comes in different forms. It's not necessarily only about how you get your product, or it's not only about this, it's also about the social idea behind the brand and the effect that social values have on your environment, your space, and all that. And when I had first started, when I wanted to launch my own brand, fashion was at the time, and gladly it is moving from this, but there is a system that exists in the fashion world where if you want to be a shoe designer, you have to go to Italy, produce in Italy, and then you have to go to Paris, and it's like a guide that you have to follow, and that's the only way for you to succeed. And I struggled so much with this because, first of all, I was in Beirut. Obviously, I studied abroad because that's the only way I could learn more about fashion. I had to go live in Paris. I had to go live in London. I had to work so much on what I had, where although I was from a country where designers were succeeding, where the arts and tailoring and couture was very much present, but we had no schools to teach us. We had no support. We don't have a fashion week. There was nothing that existed in that way. So I had to make that move. And when I was there and I was wondering, I don't understand why, and every time I discuss with a buyer, they'd be like, yeah, you have to produce in Italy or else your product won't be a good product. And that's when I wasn't understanding things. Like, I would go to Italy and they'll tell me, yeah, you have to produce of each style 150 pairs of shoes. And I'm like, what? What am I going to do with 150 pairs of shoes? This is pure waste. There's no way that the first year of me launching my brand that a client's going to come and be like, I want your brand. I want 150 pairs of this color. It just does not exist. And this is what I found very interesting about the pandemic, is that it is, and like you said, authenticity is one of the biggest factors in the pandemic. And I think that as Arab designers and Middle Eastern designers, we're very lucky in that sense, because it's kind of shedding a light on talent, on story, on realness, on artisans, on things like that, that back maybe 4 years ago, this was not existent. It wouldn't happen. And I think this is what's interesting. So definitely, I think sustainability is so important. I think that what we try to do with the footwear brand is we try to produce locally as much as we can. We try to support the economy as much as we can. As you know, Beirut is going through so much turmoil at the moment. So we are trying to stick to our values, stick to being authentic to who we are, to producing with Lebanese artisans, with local artisans as much as we can, Arab or from anywhere that's in the region, just to be able to produce a product that we can show off to the world and be like, yes, we did this and we're able to do it. So come produce here. So yeah, this is basically how I think sustainability works for me.
That's amazing. Your passion shows, and in the times of authenticity, I think you're proving that you are an authentic designer with a purpose.
You.
Thank you. Did you find any silver lining, or any good points in being a Middle Eastern designer, and how do you reflect that in your brand?
So yeah, honestly, as I was saying before, I always, being a Middle Eastern designer was never a key point for me. I just thought I was a designer that's from the Middle East, but now I understand that I'm a Middle Eastern designer. And I think that it is a very important point. I'm not only from there, I am that person. And I am that person that comes from a country that has heritage, that's been through so much, that has seen so many eras. I mean, it is so important to go back. And that's what was so interesting about Fashion Trust, is that when we had to present our video and all this, it was the only time in my career where I was able to take a step back and look at my brand from another point of view, just to be able to show like the judges and the advisory board who we are. And I think this was so interesting because I was like, you know what? Yeah, this is actually really cool. Like, we're able to do so many great things from where we are. And I think that it's so important. And I'm definitely today very proud. And every day that goes by, I'm even more proud of my heritage, of where I'm from. And I just think that it's so important to stay looking at the goal of succeeding with that heritage. And I think that that's the secret. And like you said, you were speaking about Azzeddine Alaïa, who for me is one of the greatest designers of all time. And he had to make that switch. And I think that I would like my children, if ever they would like to do anything, that they don't have to make that move, that they can do it from where they're from. And that's the idea behind it.
Absolutely, and this goes for every single country around the world, of course, not only for the. We have a question from the audience, everyone. As it's been so lovely. It went too fast. We're almost over. We have 2 minutes to go. Question for the audience from Erica Loeb. From Brazil? What is the best way that the rest of the world can support designers in the Middle East? By Middle Eastern designers. What do you think, Andrea?
That's a form,
So honestly, I think that it's obviously the purchasing power is very important, definitely. And I also think that social media is so important today. And I think that even if you don't want to flaunt that you're buying from a designer, you can support it. You can follow the brand. You can speak about it. You can share about it. And I think that this is, it has become like a currency today, social media, whether you like it or not, as designers, how many followers you have, how much you're engaging with your customers and all that. So I think it is important. So you can definitely like just research about great designers, discover new brands. If ever you know someone wants to do something for their wedding or shoe, or just promote it. I mean, it means a lot. Trust me, the person behind the phone that's looking at your comments and looking at your likes and you're really making their day. So yeah, I think that's maybe one great way.
For sure. Another question maybe for you, Tanya. What's the best way to find these talented designers? I know that you guys launched Pulse. Maybe you can give us a bit more info about it.
Yes, I mean, we just launched Pulse, which is again also a nonprofit, and it's writing about the emerging designer, highlighting the region and on sustainability, on creativity. So yeah, you can find out more of what's happening in the region on FTA Pulse, which we launched 2 weeks ago. So it's really doing videos, interacting with the finalists, with the winners, and not just the winners, everybody. Like, we're very inclusive. We want to include everybody. And so we're highlighting jewelers, photographers in the region, and, Arabs living abroad. So, creating a platform where everyone has a voice, and highlighting everybody, and encouraging everyone to be part of it.
Amazing. The moderator is telling me that we have 1 minute to go. So unfortunately, it has been a pleasure to speak to you all. Do you have any last words that you would like to contribute to this session?
I just would like to say very quickly that, I really feel that the industry in the MENA region has generally been underrepresented. It receives very little attention from the rest of the world. So we really hope that, this will change, and, people will be more interested in our region and support more and be part of it. We're at a very pivot moment in the fashion industry, not just in the Middle East, of course, due to the pandemic. Now that the world is changing, more people want to discover and learn more about the designers in the MENA region and our culture and our history and the talent that we have, which is why I think this is the perfect time to really bridge the gap between the East and the West. So,
Thank you. Amen. And you can also shop amazing Middle Eastern designers on Maison de Mode. Please keep supporting your local businesses. I think that is the whole point of sustainability, authenticity, and being proud of, decentralizing fashion, and for once welcoming the West into the East on our own, the East into the West on our own turf. Thank you so much, everybody. Have a very good fashion innovation. Thank you for having us.
I wanted to quickly thank all of you, and I also wanted to share, this is something a lot of people may not know, but my ancestors are Tunisian Lebanese, and my parents were born in Alexandria, Egypt. So wow. I actually I have, obviously, I we do it all. So yeah, huge supporter and fan as always, but we would love to give you guys more time. I want to do an off event with you guys where we can really highlight the designers and the work and do something, with you guys even bigger, because this was definitely not enough time for how amazing this conversation was. So I thank you guys very much, and I'm looking forward to continuing.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
So that was incredible, and like I said, it just brought me back to my my ancestry and where I'm from. So I love that. We're now gonna quickly take a 2-second break because I want to talk to you guys about a swimwear brand called Edith. It's a swimwear brand from Rio de Janeiro. The brand promotes body positivity and circular fashion with a unique concept of editable swimwear. So I hope you guys enjoy the video.
Edit is a swimwear brand with a unique concept of being editable, which means that our fabric is a one-size-fits-all, and thanks to a smart system that we created, you can join your pieces together and attach, for example, bottom with the top, and transform your swimwear in so many different styles. We aim to be a sustainable brand, and during the cutting process we only have one size to cut, which reduces a lot of waste. It was really important to have a brand 100% made in Brazil, from the manufacturing of the fabric till the confection of the pieces and the production of the packaging. Everything is made here, so we know that we help and provide local communities through the work that we offer. Since our fabric is more durable, we encourage people to keep their original pieces, since you can use it much longer, and add new colors which will come in the future to recreate and to reuse your original pieces and really give new life to your swimwear. Our swimwear is very versatile, so you can really be creative and reuse it as much as you want. Brand's mission is really to promote body positivity through a one-size-fits-all swimwear. And we want every woman who uses our brand to feel as unique as the brand is. So this is really the most important thing for us.
Thank you guys so much. So with that, I am super excited to announce our next conversation with being moderated by Liana Sattenstein from Vogue. Fashion is a way to talk about your passion without having to speak.
I guess we are live. My name is Liana Satenstein. I'm a senior fashion writer at Vogue, and I have the pleasure today of speaking with Azel Trudel. She is a e-commerce boutique maven in Moscow. She opened up the boutique Azel in 2002 and has since transformed as well into an e-commerce platform. And I am so thrilled to be here today to re-meet you because we we met in Moscow about 6 years ago.
Exactly.
So it's great to see you again. You haven't changed. So
good to see you too. You haven't changed as well. That's exactly what I said to my team. So good to see you, Liana. Thank you, Fashion Innovation, for inviting me. It's a pleasure.
Well, thank you as well. This is a great, this is really fun. It's for me, so I'm thrilled. I guess we should just kick it off. I mean, I have some questions. I received some questions from people too, but I wanted to know because, Russia is a very particular industry. And I wanted to understand sort of what sort of gap did you see in the early 2000s, late 90s that led you to create Azel?
It was very simple. As I've traveled, and I told you I went to New York with the exchange of the students, I visited a lot of different cities in US, in Europe, and I realized that we don't even have one multi-brand store in Moscow. And when I've seen all the American designers, and I'm talking about the time when Forenza, Marc Jacobs, Oscar, Derek Lam, Pierre Somme, and millions of American designers was not even presented in Russia. Nobody heard about them. And the idea was that I would introduce something completely different, completely new to my people, to my clients, and I would show them that there's existing other brands that you can mix and match. And I think that was one of the most desirable things for me to do, to meet all these designers and to introduce them to the Russian market. Over the years, we started to work with the European designers, and we brought a lot of designers to Moscow back in the 90s. And 7 years after I decided to open online, we was the first online platform in Russia who was selling ready-to-wear jewelry, beauty products. It never existed before in our segment. And we started to get a lot of requests from the cities in Russia because we were only in Moscow, and there's different cities calling us, please, can you do the store here? Can you do the store here? Can you ship us? So it was a bit impossible. And we said that, okay, we knew that Net-a-Porter was a great project. I know Natalie very well. We were doing buying many, many times together at the same showrooms and sitting in the same, row on the fashion shows. And I've seen she's a truly amazing person, and what she's done for online. She started the online. For me, she introduced and she broke this invisible wall that existed before to sell, clothes without trying them online. So it took me a while as well to break that wall because it didn't exist in Russia before. And of course, the rejection was in the beginning quite strong. They couldn't believe how they can buy clothes without trying, and what's going to happen with the returns and etc. So yes, it was not easy, but thank God we did it, because what we were able to achieve, we opened up so many doors for so many cities in Russia. We're delivering to 17,500 cities in Russia. And that's quite impressive because the geography is tremendous. So
it's a big country.
Yeah. So it's a big country. Yeah. Yeah. It's a big country.
What were some of the first designers that you brought over?
As I said, with American designers, Marc Jacobs. I love Marc. We even opened a store afterwards. Oscar he did my wedding gown, and we were very close with him, and we were the one who brought them to Russia as well. Forenza's cooler. I remember their loft in a downtown 15 years ago. They were very small designers that few stores in the world would pick them up. But, I always wanted to support a young designer. That's what I do today with the Russian designers. Back then, they didn't have so many Russian designers. So my focus was on the international designers to bring them to Russia and to open up for them the market, which I did. We brought Stella McCartney to Russia. We brought Alaya to Russia. Jimmy Choo in those days. There's millions of designers that we were working over the years, and we still do. We still try to find a young designers, a talented designers to support them and to open, because it's a huge market. As you said, it's a big country, an opportunity for them. And the thing it works over the years, I think we gained the reputation that if people see our stores, in our store, a certain designers, they believe that this designer has a potential. Because what we do, we try to develop the relationship, we're trying to push them in terms of the marketing, we try to support them. And even today, we receive a lot of requests from different brands, small brands, some big brands as well, trying to do the co-marketing together. We did a lot of projects with Chanel online, which doesn't happen a lot. We did a lot of projects similar with the jewelry brands like Bulgari, like Cartier. And they were very successful because online is very tricky. You have to make sure that, you respect the guidelines of the brand and many other things, because online is quite sensible. So you do not make mistakes. It's an immediate reaction. Your consumer's right there. It's easy to check. So you really have to respect the guidelines of the brand. But working with the stores like us, with the pop-ups or with the project, special project that we do, they can soft for temporary project, they can solve their guidelines. And basically through us, they can test the new generation, the new potential customers, and we can speak for them, for the new customers, for the new generation customers in their language, which big brands still cannot do. Some of them can, but big brands, the classic brands, they cannot do. You know what I'm saying, right? So I think it's interesting. It's so much motivation when you see the results, when you give them the package that they want and the visibility that they want. So it's interesting. Digital and online give you a lot of opportunities, to speak to your customer, to understand what they want, to predict their desires, to analyze their buys, to target them accordingly, and to save their time. I think this is very important, to save our customer time and to make sure when they come back. Of course, it's great if they buy, but even if they don't buy, I always want to make sure that they're coming back. So this is how we work.
Interesting. I love that. You seem to have like a very personal, almost personal connection with your customers, which is great. Which leads me to my second question, because of course, this is the pandemic, and I was very interested to know what have you seen shift for your business during this time?
It was a bit of a shock at the beginning when they shut down everything. Thank God we had an online channel that we could continue our conversation and do our sales, because we all have the collections that we bought and ideally we need to sell. It was shock because a lot of people, not everybody had a store. So we started to have a lot of requests from the partners, because we also a marketplace platform in Moscow. So we could help a lot of designers. We could help a lot of customers, our partners who have stores but doesn't have online shop, to distribute their product through our platform. And I'm happy that we helped a lot of people with that, because their stores were closed, didn't have any other possibilities rather than to be on a marketplace with us. And so we kept our studio open, and I'm grateful for the people who supported us during the pandemic, my staff in a studio, the content managers, everybody who is responsible for making the beautiful photo online, and IT team. So they were risking their life at some point, because we had a right as an online shop to come to the office. Of course, we were keeping the mask and the gloves, but we had to make it keep going. But it helped a lot of people to save their collections, to save their business. And in that crisis, because it was a crisis, and it still is, the desire was to help people. That's why we did the Russian Fashion Week online, and I gave them my platform, because it takes time to create a platform. It takes time to put it all together. And with the pandemic, of course, when you stay at home, it was almost impossible to do it as fast. So I was happy to share our platform with the Russian Fashion Week, because as I said, a lot of designers work on their collections. They had to show it somehow. And thank God we had an opportunity to help them. So they didn't lose their wholesale customers. They didn't lose their final customers. And it also helped them. So I'm grateful to God that we had this opportunity, and we had created online store 10 years ago. That over the years, we're trying to, make it better every day. We're still learning, but at least it's a working machine that's giving us a good result.
Wow. Okay. That's amazing that you gave them, because your platform, everyone knows your platform. So that's pretty fantastic for, people who are struggling during this time to have an outlet, which is different. Yeah. That's amazing. I love hearing that. Also, another thing that I find interesting is, we have like our sustainability trends, not trends, but like our focus on sustainability in the US. But what is it like in Russia, and how is Azel shifting with that?
Sustainability is an interesting question for me. Because I think that personally, sustainability, it not only has to be in fashion, it has to be, around us, around our lifestyle. And as you may know, it was created in 1970s. It's coming from Norway, this world. And she was, let's remember her name, Brundtland. She was the Minister of Ecology in Norway in those days. And she was the one who created it. And then she was invited to European Union to work and to be responsible for this organization inside. If you're talking about fashion, we're still at the very raw stage with the sustainability in Russia. It's not a part of the lifestyle. There is some designers that doing the product sustainable. But if you're talking about the mass production, I think we are still at a very early stage. Maybe there is some element that's happening, but as I said in the beginning, I think it's very important to look at the sustainability, not just through the fashion, but around our life, around the poverty, around the climate changes. There's many things around it that should be efficient in the end, because if we talk about just sustainability in a fashion and creating the special lines, we were working with, I think it's important what's happening. It's important that people are talking about that. I think we should do more thing in Russia to motivate people to be responsible for the environment, because that's what it is, right? And we're working on it locally with the team, because we were thinking to start doing the podcast, to start it to motivate younger generation. Because for the older generation, it's difficult for us here to convince them that is as important, because they have so many other problems, that they have to deal with. But through the younger generation, I hope we will be able to get this, this involvement, and to make it stronger and to make it efficient. As I know that US is trying hard to push it and to make people to be more involved.
Cool. Okay, I love that. I mean, yeah, I feel appealing to the younger generation is always a good idea, because it can be difficult. I think when people grow up a certain way, and then, it's the consumption of media might be more difficult, but the younger generation, that's really...
Media doesn't talk a lot about sustainability in Russia. Very few elements. That's why I think we should talk about it more, encourage designers, if it's possible, to be more sustainable with their collections, and to support them with that.
Cool.
To support them with that.
I love that. Nice. And also, I mean, you do sell things. You do have a major store and an e-commerce site. So I want to know, what is the most important thing when you're thinking about the consumer?
I think it's the satisfaction that they need to get. I think that we need to provide them with a quality, with a speed. And as I said before, it's the most important thing that they're coming back. Mm-hmm. And the only reason if they're coming back is because they had a right emotional feeling about that, because it's all about the feeling, your emotional, the way you treat it, how quickly they responded, how quickly you get your delivery, if the size is not good. So it's millions of elements that make you happy or not happy with the one or the other store. So it's all about service in the end. And I think there's millions of layers how you can improve daily your relationship with your customers. And I think that we have to come to the point when we should be able to listen how they, to hear how they breathe in terms of they predict their expectations. I think that's very important for the e-com.
Mm-hmm. Is there certain trends that you see within buying over the past years with consumers?
Yes, I think that, for example, in general, with the pandemic, we had to change the structure of the buying in general. So we were looking more at the home, and easy wear clothing, less evening gowns, more comfortable, and not, I think that the whole world is still in such shock because there were so many losses, there's so many job losses. And obviously people lost and keep losing their jobs or losing their income. Even some of the governments are supporting them. It's still a big problem. So I was not expecting all our customers, to keep shopping 24/7, just to kind of, to make yourself more comfortable and to bring you back this comfort in this pandemic. We did have sales, and we still do have sales. And this year was much better than any other years before because they're not traveling as much as they used to. But answering your question, the structure of the buy is changed. The basket of the buy is changed. And I think that they more care with what they buy than before. That is for sure.
Wow. Makes sense. Interesting. And one question, another one is, what are some smaller designers that you're supporting within Azel?
There's a lot of designers, that we've been supporting since the beginning. They obviously grew over the last 5 years. And with a big pride, I can say that there's a lot of good designers in Russia today that we're representing physically in the store and online.
Mm-hmm.
And with some designers, we're doing it at the short base, sometimes with the longer base, because unfortunately the store has limits. Mm-hmm. Online doesn't, so it gives us more opportunity to support. And at some point we had, before pandemic, over 200 Russian designers. And we created a Russian fund for Russian designers. And we're working to give them benefits, to give them marketing benefits, marketing support. We're trying to acquire for them some sponsors who would give them support to start, because it's always a question, where do you get the first money for the first collection? How do you sell your first collection? What do you do if you don't sell the first collection? So as we're working with all the showrooms in the world, as I personally know almost every single buyer, from the big department store rather to the multi-brand store, I always talk to them. I always ask my friends and my partners, please have a look. It is my dream to do the same thing that I've done 20 years ago, bringing international designers to Russia. I want today bring Russian designers internationally. I want to show the world that we really have a special guys here who are a great talent and that the world should see them. And that is my goal for the next couple of years. I really want to push Russian designers and the Russian fashion to be able to introduce it internationally, because I believe that that's a great opportunity that we can build the bridges between our countries in this specific way. Fashion has no borders, and I hope you have the same feeling when you travel to Russia. That, and it was funny, during the Olympics, I have a small restaurant on a Red Square with my partners. So I brought Le Duret, the French brand, maybe macaron, to Russia. And during the Olympics, I was working as a steward, as a waitress for 3 days in the restaurant, because I was serving all the clients 3 days, all day long. And the reason I was doing that because I wanted to see what people think about coming to Moscow. Are they feeling safe? Are they feeling comfortable? Do they like the city? Because Moscow over the years become, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful cities in the world. The way it's lighted, the building, really, it's beautiful. It's on fire. And a lot of people told me that they couldn't expect even a 15% what they've seen in Moscow during the Olympics. That they couldn't. It was totally a shock for them when they've seen Moscow the way Moscow is in the reality. Mm-hmm. And I hope that after the pandemic, I know that the government is working on the simplifying the visa situation. So we want to open the doors. We want the tourists to come. I want the tourists to come. I want to become one of those stores, like, you know, when we go to Paris, we go to Colette. When we go to Milan, we go to Corso Como. It's a beautiful stores, but they're historic. I want the people to travel internationally to Russia and come to our stores, you know, see our designers. So I hope this pandemic will over at some point and people will be back to normal life and we could be able to travel. So we could share more with you guys.
I love that. I mean, I have to say, I've been to the store before. It's great. I recommend everyone to go once to Moscow. Also, we have a very interesting question from Maria Serrato in Italy, which this is great because we know Azel today as you are now, but can you tell us a bit about your younger self? Is this type of work something that was innate in you from your earlier days?
You know, I was at the university. And unfortunately, my father died quite early, so I had to become more independent and I had to pay for my university and for the university of my father. But when I was working before at a company, it was a company that also was partly in fashion. They're representing a couple of brands. And when I went to Paris, I visited a boutique called Colette. And when I see Colette, I said to myself, I have to do something like that in Moscow. Because it was such a culture shock for me, the way everything was organized, the way everything was merchandised. And I think Sarah and Colette herself done such an incredible job. And I think that fashion without Colette wouldn't be the same. I tell you why. Because a lot of young designers had to start off being in Colette. They had a great push off. Me personally, I was looking at the designers that they had in the store 15 years ago. And I was looking and learning as well how you do the merchandising. So we picked a lot of things from them. And yes, I was traveling worldwide for my work. And I had that desire always to make that kind of store a beautiful multi-brand store that could represent international world to Russia. And today I'm trying to mix it with my own designers. So it was a dream since a very early age.
Wow.
I hope I answered this lady's question.
I think you did. I like hearing this too. I don't know, a word of advice for people who want to, you know, there's ups and downs when you create things always. So what is something that you tell yourself, you know, to make yourself keep going?
I don't want to sound very, banal. I don't want to sound very simple, but I never give up. Mm-hmm. Never. And I never had a fear. I think what stops people in general, and I'm talking mostly specifically about the women, because a couple of years ago we started a project, I'm a Woman I Can, to support Russian women with their initiatives, with their business, desires. And what I see and when I hear mostly with every single woman, that at the moment that she had a fear when she was starting her career or she was starting her business, she was fighting the fear. Because if you give it away, you can do things. Even if you fail, you just get stronger. I know many people say it already, and I'm not the only one who's saying that, but that is so true.
I know, I guess it's just getting, stepping forward and just sort of keep going.
Moving,
and not looking back. That's amazing though. I love that piece of advice. Listen, it's simple, but it's true. I feel like you just have to get over that hump of fear and anxiety, and then you can do really whatever you want. Are there any sort of big movements or predictions that you can predict within the industry that will happen over the next several years? Like, where do you see the industry going?
Well, if we're talking about online, I think that the brands will be trying, the ones who didn't do it yet, create their own online stores. So not just to be represented with the stores like us or Net or the others. They will be, building in and operating them and building their own their team for that, to be able to have this conversation, the one you asked me before, with the final consumers, and to combine the offline chain with offline, because this is a very important combination. I don't think that one can work without the other one, because the retail experience is still very important. With the pandemic, it was off, but I think it's still important. And I just think that, what we've done over this year is that it was a huge cost saving of not traveling. Personally, me and my team finding it much more comfortable and convenient to do buying online. It's always great to travel, always good to see good designers and to speak with them and to, to be in a showroom. But it's so many people you have. I think buyers will understand me, I hope. That's at least how we feel. And after 20 years, if you know what you want and you're working with this or that designers for a long time, it's quite easy to understand what you want to buy. So give us more time to think, trying to lessen less mistakes. I think that could change as well. I think less people will travel in the future for the buying. I think that it might help the brands to speed up the production, because they will be receiving the orders and the capacity earlier. And on the bigger pictures, I think that pop-ups will be one of the key elements as well. It's quite sustainable as well, because you have less construction, less furniture. Yeah, it's more easy to do pop-up, less expectation in terms of the look. You can be more crazy in a good way, like more fun. And I think that, I'm sure that more changes will come. We're doing some nice projects this year as well with the pop-up in the different cities of Russia. I'm not allowed to name, but we're also doing with the big brands a couple of more projects this year, great brands. I think that, we will adjust ourselves as we did with this pandemic. And I think that something nice will come out of all of it.
I like your perspective.
I hope so.
No, I like your perspective. You have a very positive perspective and way of thinking, which is something that I think has propelled you all these years to build what you have built. I find interesting about the buying online, how you said it's easier, because usually I feel like people were very frantic in the beginning, not being able to see collections in person. So I find that a very interesting detail that you noted.
Yeah, but over the years, we started to shoot better, to do the videos, to make them feel the product without touching it. So it's easier for them. Before we didn't have videos, then we started to have videos. Before we have one quality on the photos, without models and on a model. So, we're trying to improve every day. We're thinking what to do, the description, the measurements. So it's an endless project. You can keep improving yourself every single day. And that's what we're trying to do. And sometimes you have mistakes with the sizes, but that the returns have to be very comfortable. They don't have to be difficult, and you just have to make their life easier. And I think it's a lot of time consuming that you gain a lot of time when you don't go to the banks. If you know what you want, it's easy. Online is much easier. Today people started to buy in Russia online, food online. Oh. And now we're working on something very big with one of our partners, which will be hopefully allowed to announce in March, early March. So Russia has ambitious and has aims to build one of the biggest and largest in Russia, and hopefully in Europe, the marketplace platform as well. So we're working on that together with one of our partners. So there's a lot of things happening. I think that COVID destroyed the fact that we lost a lot of people, and a lot of people were heavily sick. My mom was sick. My best friend's father died. On the other hand, it gives us a lot of different perspectives to look at the things differently and to start to respect time differently. I've never spent so much time with my kids for the last 12 years that I've spent them this year. So maybe some of the things, I tried to be positive about that, because otherwise it's very difficult. We have to stay positive.
It's important words to live by, which has, yeah, you're building an empire. I love it. I look forward to hearing more about these projects that you're working on and your announcement in March. And yeah, I think it'll be lovely.
Thank you.
Hi, ladies. I just want to, I wanted to first thank you both. I actually made a ton of notes, Aizal, because I always knew your company, of course, but getting to know you and just listening to you speak today, I'm uber inspired. I loved what you said about the desire to help people with the collaborations and that fashion has no borders. I'm a true believer that's how we all can really connect. Never give up, have no fear. I'm going to write that in my mirror and live by that mantra. But I just think you're such an inspiration, and I thank you so much for being on our stage today. And I would love to continue to build things with you and find a way to continue, help you bring Russian designers international, whatever we can do together. Fashion Innovation is on board. You guys are incredible. And Liana, you are so amazing. And the way that you just kept everything organic, and just the way that you, just both of you really you guys have this energy that people just were drawn to listening to this conversation. And we got a tremendous amount of inquiries, which we'll have to email because of the time, because we're delayed a little bit. But I want to thank you both so much for being here and being a part of this platform. It meant a lot to us.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you. It was a pleasure. It was great to see you, Liana. You didn't change. You look as beautiful as 6 years ago.
Likewise. This was really fun. Thank you for having me as well. This was great.
Thank you so much. It was lovely to see you. I hope we can do what we want to do with helping Russian designers come to international abroad and to build something with you guys. We should talk separately about that.
100%.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much.
Ladies, have a great day.
Thank
you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye. It's good to see you.
So that was incredible. And now we're going to play a little video for you guys. So Poshmark is a leading social marketplace for new and secondhand style for women, men, kids, home, and more. By combining the human connection of physical shopping with the scale, ease, and selection benefits of e-commerce, Poshmark makes buying and selling simple, social, and fun. Its community of more than 70 million registered users across the US and Canada is driving the future of commerce while promoting more sustainable consumption. Here's a little video. So we're back, and now we're going to have our next conversation. Fashion is global inclusivity via personal experience, being led by Aisha Barenblatt of Remake.
9, 10. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our panel this morning or this afternoon, depending on where you're calling in from. The panel of discussion that we are going to have is Fashion is Global Inclusivity. My name is Aisha Berenblatt. I am the founder and CEO of Remake. We are an advocacy organization that's focused on bringing justice and equity to garment makers, the millions of women who bring our fashion to life. And I am your moderator. I'm so excited for the lineup that we have today. Our wonderful lineup, we were talking about this earlier, essentially touches all parts of the fashion system. And so rather than reading a boring bio, I thought we'd do something more fun here, which is ask each of our panelists to, under 1 minute, I will hold you to it, explain who you are to the world, or what you want the audience to know about you, and tell us, what does global inclusivity in fashion mean to you? So we'll start with you, Elle.
So my name is Elbima Betov, and I am a modest fashion designer. And I started my career 10 years ago in the fashion industry. And now, not only being a Muslim designer, but a Black designer and a female designer, I am always pushing for inclusivity and having our voice be heard and represented in as many ways as possible in the industry.
Amazing. And yes, that was under a minute. We'll go to you, Jordan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jordan Emanuel. I entered the industry actually as a model, and I still am. I also co-founded a nonprofit called Women with Voices. It's a women's empowerment nonprofit based in Brooklyn, New York. And now I'm pivoting into the fashion world on the other side as a designer. I have a swim line called 844 Swim, which will be launching in the summertime. So be on the lookout for that. And for me, inclusivity means representation. Obviously, as a Black model and fashion designer at this point, there is a lack of representation in terms of patterns, textures, colors, even how we're represented in the media. So I think driving that forward is significantly important to me.
Wonderful. Thank you, Jordan. Sydney?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sydney Maisel from Commonwealth Packaging Company. We are a third generation family business, actually started by my grandparents in the 1950s. And we create custom retail packaging for brand and sustainably conscious companies and really serve as a one-stop shop for all retailers, all their packaging needs. And for us as packaging suppliers, inclusivity means partnering with all types of customers, whether that is a startup to a global omni-channel retailer, to achieve their packaging goals and their branding goals, and really being conscious and cognizant of the needs of brands and retailers that we work with, and partnering with them to identify packaging solutions that are within their budget and are meeting them where they are at that time in their business ideation.
And what does inclusivity mean to you personally in fashion?
Inclusivity means, understanding that retail looks very different now, and fashion looks very different now. And, I think a lot of people look at packaging just as a vessel to, bring their garments home in, whether that's in the mail or leaving a store. But what it really is a messaging opportunity and a marketing opportunity to share what a brand's goals and missions are, where they stand, what their ethos are. And our goal is to partner with brands of all shapes and sizes to accomplish that.
Wonderful. This is why I was so excited as our panel came together, because we represent all of fashion, right? From the production side, design, the marketing and selling of fashion, to the actual packaging. So, Elle, I wanted to start with you. I was just so excited as a Muslim woman myself to look at your incredible line of vibrant, beautiful colors. There's so little when it comes to modest dressing from a creativity and innovation standpoint. So tell us, what has been the reaction to your collection, and how do you plan to continue to serve this mostly underserved market?
Yeah, thank you so much. I think for me, when I converted to Islam, you're exactly right. I was looking for something that was for me. I typically, my husband says I look like a peacock usually because I have like just a lot of color going on. And I wanted to dress modestly, but I couldn't find something that existed for me. So in moving into modest fashion, I wanted to still have vibrancy and color. And I'm really fortunate because, now I'm a Farfetch partner, and Farfetch has been really great in inclusivity and allowing me to still have my same voice. They haven't said, okay, let's tone down the color a bit, for the products and things like that. They've been, very supportive and saying, okay, how can we even introduce this into other markets? So it's been, a really great experience. And now I'm also going to be launching my first modest swimwear collection during Ramadan this year. So I'm just really excited. I think that there's something missing in this part of the market. And there is a way to dress modestly, but we're not dead. We still love color and we still love vibrancy and ruffles. And there's just so many different things that we can do with garments. So it's been a really exciting experience.
And what's been the reaction with customers? I know you have a store in LA and just people walking in and saying, oh my gosh, this is completely flipping the script when it comes to modest dressing.
Yeah, no, they love it. And it's interesting because I didn't know who would like my fashion. I wanted to do something that was inclusive for everyone, not just Muslims, but also is fine for us as well. And so I have a lot of customers who aren't Muslim at all, but they just love the styles. And it's been a really great reaction. And I even have like a hijab on one of my mannequins in the store. And that's fun too. So
that's wonderful. I just love to see disruption because so often in the fashion world, it's like, does everything look the same? We need different types of ways to serve different audiences. Jordan, I wanted to turn to you because one of the things that I absolutely love is you have this platform, right? As a model, as someone who's now an entrepreneur, and you have always talked about bringing your whole self to your platform, thinking about the multi-dimensions as a woman, as a Black woman in the fashion industry. And you talk about mental health and you talk about sensuality. And those are not necessarily things that are connected out in the public domain. So I'm just curious, what has been the response to your advocacy efforts? If there are particular responses that you'd like to share with the audience.
I think generally the response has been a positive one, but like in any instance, when you're changing something up or something's moving in a way that people aren't used to, it's going to cause conversation. Sometimes it's going to cause conflict, and I think from an international standpoint, as a person in general, you don't see, or women haven't been empowered, historically speaking, to activate multiple sides of themselves. We've been told that we're, pretty straight and narrow, and this is our place, and this is
the product, right? That's your job.
And so as we continue to branch out in any interest that we have, whether that's business or whatever it is, it's going to cause a little discomfort, especially for our male counterparts, unfortunately. And it's something that they're going to have to get used to. And while that trial period is going on, the conversations are happening. But I think that's what's important is for me, especially, to represent what it is I want to see and help other women and empower other women to feel like they can, activate whatever it is that they want to do, whether that's a male-dominated space or not. I think I get that. For my mom, she was a biomedical engineer. Women, you don't usually see women in engineering, let alone a Black engineer. So for me, I think that's where that came from and sparked that.
As far as to say, I'm out there, but I wonder for our audience if you could share, what have been some of the positive responses to you advocating in this way, and if you want to share a troll story or two, we're up for that too.
So on the positive front, I've gotten a lot of messages from other women and even men, surprisingly for me, have told me how, my openness with struggles I've had or openness with being vulnerable about going through something. For example, I have alopecia, so my hair loss, or my modeling career, and how that has inspired them to, either go see a dermatologist or open up about the struggle that they're having, or go to that shoot, or go to that casting, or reach out to that modeling agency. I've gotten a lot of those messages, which quite frankly, I wasn't expecting. So that was a pleasant surprise that I found on my journey. Negatively speaking, I think because I have been open with, nudity and sexuality and women's empowerment through being comfortable with our skin. A lot of men have been troubled with that when they see it paired with me having an opinion and being an advocate for women. Specifically, when I'm talking about, women with voices and the nonprofit aspect, they like to challenge me as if I don't have a mind because I'm comfortable with my body. So oftentimes I'll get into those little spats in my DMs because I am open to conversation, because the goal is to, enlighten them, right? And you don't do that by just pouring them.
I can be a complex being and a sensual, beautiful being, but my sexuality is for me.
Absolutely. And I think that mostly with insecure people makes them uncomfortable. And so they'll usually be like, okay, well, I like seeing you like this, so bye. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not the page for you. I'm sorry.
I love that. Sydney, when we were having a lovely chat pre-panel prep, you talked a lot about how your company has this family values and ethos. Of course, when it comes to shipping sustainable goods, that world has changed so much from 3 generations ago. So tell me, what trends have you been seeing when it comes to packaging, be it more in terms of inclusivity or sustainability? Because that whole world, when your grandparents dreamed up this company, is very different from where we are today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one of the trends that we're seeing, and this makes sense, right? Because we are a part of the fashion industry. We are the end of the supply chain, but we are a part of the fashion industry, is transparency. Brands are being transparent about where their goods are manufactured. They're being transparent about what components make up their garments. And that extends to the vessel that they are leaving a store with or that they're receiving in the mail. Packaging many years ago in 1955 did not include e-commerce, right? And it was really just a bag with a stamp on it. And now we are very conscious and partner with everyone that we work with to educate what is really going into your packaging. Is it actually recyclable, right? You hear all these buzzwords. You hear compostability, you hear biodegradable.
So many buzzwords. And it's not regulated in any way. So suddenly everything is sustainable. Like this plastic is not sustainable. Yeah.
Right. And it's like, it's ideological sustainability, right? Like that's how our goal is, to educate people on what is actually real and what isn't when it comes to their packaging. And I think that retailers have really ambitious goals to incorporate sustainable packaging into their programs. But back to your question, the trend is being truly transparent and honest, and communicating that often on your packaging. So, if you're receiving a poly mailer, there's technology now to make a poly mailer home compostable, right? And it's our job to work with our brands to communicate that on their packaging so their consumers know exactly what to do with it so as not to further harm the environment. Transparency from manufacturing to end of life for the packaging goods.
Amen. So, you guys think you're done, but I'm actually getting to the hard questions now. So here's a question that plagues me. And that is this, that how is it that the fashion industry worth, $2.6 trillion? And as we've seen with this esteemed all women panel, is that we know that fashion is predominantly designed, made, marketed by, and kept profitable by women's wear. And yet, as we start to look at the C-suite of fashion houses, it continues to be run by men. And so I would love your thoughts on how do you see each of your roles in disrupting this system where fashion continues to mostly be controlled by men? I mean, it's going to get harder. Yeah, go ahead, Elle.
I mean, I think for me at the very beginning of my career, I almost put these blinders on, right? Because I started my career in London, and so I'm already a fish out of water because you can tell by my accent immediately I'm American. And, you know, I was one of the only Black designers at the time even showing at London Fashion Week. And I feel like as a woman and as a Black woman, there were always so many hurdles just from the very beginning. And so I kind of almost put these blinders on that would just allow me to press forward regardless. And, you know, of course you do have, you know, these men who have kind of like this chauvinistic mentality. But I just felt like, you know what, you're not the right partner for me, and just continue to push forward. So I think in my career, just having a little bit of those blinders and just being able to kind of compartmentalize and say, okay, I'm just going to put you over here just because you're not the right partner for me, has been helpful just for me personally in my career to kind of continue to be able to push forward and disrupt the, you know, ripple, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. So picking the right partners is really key. Sydney, I'd come to you because, you know, I was very struck by the story you had shared with me of the packaging company was your grandmother's idea, but then it was the men in your family that built it and started to run with it. And then here you are, you know, some generations later that are going to take the reins of this company. So I'd wonder if you can share a little bit more of your own personal journey towards, you know, owning your place in the fashion industry.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know, as you mentioned, my grandmother was a driving force in the company being started in 1955, let's say. My father can correct me on that exact date, but in the 1950s. But she was raising a family at the time, 1955, raising two kids, and 2 or 3 kids. And my grandfather was out knocking on doors, selling paper bags as the face of the company. But behind the scenes, she was controlling everything, right? Like bookkeeper, finding new clients, connecting the business with where they need to go. And some years later, she started a retail paper goods store in the actually in the warehouse of our headquarters in central Pennsylvania. So, you know, she was the puppet master behind the scenes. And I think that we're seeing now, you know, I just joined this business about 1.5 years ago as the third generation. And we are, you know, 50% men, 50% women. We have people that have worked with us for 25 years, and we are encourage and welcome people from all different backgrounds, professional backgrounds to come work with us, because I think it's really important to have those unique perspectives, those female perspectives, join an industry that, you know, as you said, is often controlled by men. And then from a production standpoint, we talked about this last evening on the phone. Some of the manufacturers that we've been partnering with for decades are run by women, and those are our most productive, fruitful, and longstanding relationships. Are these manufacturers overseas that are run and successfully run by women, and we're proud to be part of that.
Amazing. And Jordan, I think in some ways you've already answered the question, you know, saying I use my platform to bring my whole self. Here I am. So I'm going to pivot a little bit and put you on the spot here, Jordan, in terms of, you know, for me personally, I've been fighting for the rights, dignity, living wages for garment workers for 2 decades. And, you know, one of the things I'm often struck by is how that part of the fashion supply chain is mostly Black and brown women who are forgotten in the fashion conversation. And as I think about a lot of the racial, social justice conversations in fashion, they often feel very performative. And so in your own platform, where have you seen inroads when it comes to racial justice? And where do you see us having a lot more work to do?
I mean, I think we can all agree that this last 7-8 months has really shined a light on some of the gaps with racial inequality as a whole. And I think, to your point, we saw so many performative actions and posts and a lot of it.
Yeah, there was the little black squares, and I'm like, but there's no black people in your executive board, and you don't pay living wages to the factory workers. So why have you put this Instagram square?
Even the ones who publicly have said, hey, we're going to start working with more black influencers and black models, I've followed up. I have kept tabs on every person and brand that has said that, to be like, oh, that's funny, because I'm pretty sure you just tried to get me to post this for free without compensating me, while still saying that you were going to start paying people equally or paying them at all. So I think improvement there, for starters. Black models don't make the same amount of money. Women in general aren't making the same amount of money. So that's something that can improve. The imagery itself needs room for improvement. Obviously, I wear my hair straight. It's just easiest for me to maintain. It's my prerogative. Often I'm asked to wear my afro or my curls because they're projecting this image of what they see needs to be a black or brown woman and what they need to look like, versus the authentic representation of people who wear their hair blown out like me. So those things, those gaps really have a lot of room to be closed. Makeup artists, the beauty aspect of
hair and makeup. It's something I hear from a lot. I was talking to the Black Model Alliance. It's like, it's not there. You want more cover shots of us. You've got to have the right resources. And
absolutely. The lighting, I mean, the post editing, all of it has been off. In a lot of instances, we shouldn't have to be mixing foundations and this, that, and the third for ourselves. We shouldn't have to be bringing our own foundations to set. We shouldn't have to be like, look, you have me washed out looking like Casper in this post editing situation, So all of those things, better representation for us, and more makeup artists and people who represent our culture and people of color, photographers. There's so much talent out there that hasn't been touched on, that really needs to be highlighted.
And I love that you bring it to, this is opportunity that's currently not being met. So I could talk to you lovely ladies all day, but I'm told that, with a few minutes to go, we're going to move to audience questions. And so we have a question here from France, which says, all you ladies have lovely self-confidence that really shines through. Why, thank you. And they absolutely, the person loved our stories and journey and was wondering if what we do today has always been on mission and purpose, or did this sort of awakening come later in life? So I'll start maybe with you, Elle, knowing that, you launched your line after converting to Islam, this sort of ethos of thinking about inclusivity. Was it always there, or was there a pivotal moment in your life where you had that awakening?
I always wanted to own my own business from when I was 7 years old. I put my first business plan together. So I think I always had a business mind. When I first actually launched my brand in London, it was difficult because I felt the pressure to not create a brand that looked like baby fat. So there was this pressure of making sure I had a brand that it was like almost someone didn't know it was owned by a Black person. And so going from that pressure to now converting to Islam and being at the forefront of my brand, before I was very behind the scenes, like most people didn't even know who the designer even was of my brand, even though I was showing at London Fashion Week. So I think having more of a voice now and being more the face of my brand, and also speaking more and being an advocate, not only for women, but, prison reform and, all the different things that I hold dear now, I try to focus more on that inclusivity and have it more as the forefront. I think it's not that it was in the back of my mind before, but I myself was kind of pushed to the back, if that makes any sense, by the industry.
Yeah, it makes so much sense. And I just so appreciate your honesty to say, look, this confidence, this ability to advocate for myself doesn't just happen immediately, because I think we're fed this culture of, 30 under 30, somehow you have to figure it all out as a young person. And the fact that this was a journey, much like you, for me, I have spent decades advocating for garment workers' rights, but my board said, girl, you've got to get out there. And, to an extent, I was like, really? Me? Immigrant me? Can I do it? So I think especially as women of color, we do have some of that self-doubt, imposter syndrome, and so just coming into that power being a journey, I think is really important to share with the world. Mm-hmm. So as we wrap up, which is obviously like the time has just flown by, and I really do hope that we can keep in touch and keep these conversations going. I know that for a lot of people, lockdown and COVID, we were talking about this, when we were in the waiting room, there's the sense of hopelessness. And so I wonder, given the many ways you're running businesses, we're in a global pandemic, as we move forward, what is the one thing that makes you really hopeful that we are indeed moving towards a more inclusive fashion system? And Sydney, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, I can't even tell you how many brands and retailers we've connected with that have started companies in the last year, right? The time you think you should not be starting a company is the time that people have, just had a tremendous amount of strength and bravery and courage to launch something, a dream of theirs. And as I mentioned in the beginning, we don't just work with global omnichannel retailers. We're working with startups and one-woman shows. I'm really inspired by the fact that people from all different backgrounds are starting companies, that they're reaching out to us to partner with them to really serve as an extension of their marketing teams if they don't have their own marketing team. And it's just really inspiring to see a tremendous amount of creativity and innovation come out of the last year. And we feel really fortunate to be like at the end of that supply chain, as I mentioned previously, but that we still get to partner with really cool brands and people on achieving their dreams.
Amazing. So you're seeing a lot of innovation. I know you're too polite to plug, your wonderful family-owned, inclusive, sustainable packaging company, but for the audience, tell them where to find y'all.
Sure. So we're Commonwealth Packaging. You can find us at commonwealthpackaging.com or on Instagram, Commonwealth Pack Co, or on LinkedIn, and reach out and we'd love to chat with you.
Wonderful. Jordan, I'm going to turn to you next. We were talking about your shuttling back and forth from Florida to New York. This work is hard. But as you think about, okay, I am hopeful and we're getting towards the type of fashion industry you want, what's the one thing that keeps you hopeful?
Honestly, conversations like these, the conversations, the thoughts, they're happening. And I think that's progress in itself, because at some point it wasn't. And so I think there's hope in that we're all acknowledging, we're all taking the time to think about it, and we're all taking the actions to put behind it. So that definitely keeps me hopeful.
And where would people find you, especially if they want to have a real conversation with an incredible model and entrepreneur?
You can follow me on Instagram. It's Jordy_Jor. My swim line is 844swim. And you can find me online on my website. It's jordanemanuel.me.
Wonderful. And Elle, what keeps you hopeful?
I just am such a dreamer, to be honest. So I think even though it's COVID, like Sydney said, I'm actually getting ready to open my second store in 3 months, which is so crazy and weird. And I don't know, it's been this really weird ride, because even though it's during COVID, I'm such a dreamer. And I think that as long as we just keep dreaming and pushing towards our dreams, we can feel hopeful for the future. And it's exciting.
Amazing. And so your stores are in LA, but if more people were to want to look at your collection, where should they find it?
So you can go online to www.lbmombet.com. You can see on my Instagram, which is @LBZhou, and that's ELLEBZHOU.
Wonderful. Well, I hope the audience, I imagine we can't see you, but imagine we're cheering you on. I'm Aisha. You can find us at Remake Our World if you care about equity and justice for garment workers. But please join me in thanking our wonderful panelists. And Jordana, over to you.
I wanted to thank you ladies so much. This was a panel that I was really looking forward to, and I see just like the passion and the truth behind each of you. I love how transparent you all were, and I hope that we can all continue conversation with all of you, with all the wonderful work that you guys are doing. And I just have to finish with asking you this, Aisha, because everybody said what keeps them hopeful. What keeps you hopeful?
You know, what keeps me hopeful is really the solidarity that I've seen with retail workers, with models using their platform to currently fight for garment workers. You know, the humanitarian crisis and the pandemic has really deepened. And while we've all had our own lives implode, our campaign, Pay Up, went viral. We were able to unlock so many wages for garment workers around the world, $22 billion in unlocked, unclaimed orders. And that's what keeps me hopeful, that the advocacy, the campaigning, we across the fashion system are coming to build this equitable, just system. And that's what, you know, the Pay Up campaign is what keeps me hopeful.
Amazing. Well, thank you guys so much. Honestly, I know this inspired the audience, and I cannot wait to continue with all of you. So have a lovely day, stay safe, and continue inspiring and doing wonderfulness that you guys are always doing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So we're now going to go to a video that I want to play by Abby Calzados, who's one of our institutional partners for this event. And it's an institution supporting and promoting Brazilian footwear, and also a B2B platform that connects international buyers to Brazilian brands. Here we go. I'm thrilled now to introduce the next conversation, Fashion is Action, being led by Fiona Sinclair Scott of CNN Style.
Thanks for joining. My name is Fiona Sinclair Scott. I'm the global editor of CNN Style based in London. And I'm joined today by Francois Marion, who's the co-founder of the well-known eco-friendly shoewear brand Veja. And we're going to do a deep dive into the Veja brand and hopefully get loads of insights from Francois from the 15 years that he spent building this brand with his partner. Thanks, Francois, so much for joining. And to kick off, I think we want to start from the beginning. So, you know, I would love to rewind the tape and to go back to that first kind of concept stage. Where did you come up with the idea for Veja, and how did it bring you to the Brazilian Amazon?
Hi. Well, first, thank you for having me. I'm very happy to be with Fashion Innovation today. Yeah, to go back to the first moment, it all started with a bottle of vodka. Maybe it's not very politically correct to say that, but it's true. And so one night in New York City, it started actually in New York City, me and Sebastian, so he's one of my close friends and now my business partner, we bought a bottle of vodka and we decided to go up on a roof and to start drinking it and dreaming about how our life would be. We were 23 years old at the time, and we were working in investment banks. It was like our first jobs after college. And it is to say that we were really not happy with our lives, and that we could not see ourselves living this life. And we had the impression that we were living in the skyscrapers in New York, and that the real people, the real world was living on the streets and in the world. And so we decided that it was time to go down to the world, and we decided to spend 1 year on the ground studying sustainable development projects. So at the time we didn't have the Veja idea, but we had the idea to go on the ground, and we studied 56 sustainability projects carried out by companies all around the world. So it was 1 year travel, studying all these different projects. It was mining in South Africa, it was cattle in Brazil, it was agroforestry in Brazil, it was also factories, garment factories in China. So we discovered the real world, how things are made, how the world works. And at the time we had an idea to make, not to make a shoe, but to make, we wanted to create a consulting firm and to help companies improve their sustainability. It was really new at the time, you know. And actually after what we've seen, we decided it was time for us to really do it, and not only advise people on how to do it, but to take a product and try to do it as much as possible. And so when we came back from the whole trip, we decided that we wanted to act to really do it, instead of just advising people to do it. And so we chose a product that we love. Because for us, it's important to be engaged in something that we actually care. And so we are crazy about shoes, about sneakers, since we were teenagers, and we share this passion with Sebastian. So it was very obvious that we chose this product. And also we thought that it was kind of a symbolic product to look at, because in a way, sneakers, they're a symbol of exploitation from the south by the north. It was one of the first industries to go to cheap labor countries to be made. So we thought it was interesting to work on that particular product. And so the idea was, and still is, how to make sneakers creating a positive impact all along the supply chain.
And so two questions. One, this global road trip that you went on initially. So all of that was kind of self-funded. You guys just decided that you were going to go out and do this. How, you know, because I think the question for young people who are maybe considering taking that enormous leap of faith and doing something for their own is, you know, the first question is, okay, how do I fund this
No,
huge
actually
risk?
it was funded by the companies that we studied. So it was a kind of a study project, like study or consulting project, you can name it either one or another. And for the companies, it was reasonably cheap. I mean, we covered 10,000 euros. We asked them 10,000 euros to study like one of their supply chains. And for us, it was really like the occasion to go down, you know, to stop looking at presentations and going to the factories, going to the stores, and realizing that the only way to change things, like to have a positive impact, is actually to change the way the products are made, and not only byproducts. So, for example, one example that was interesting, we went to China and went to a supermarket from Carrefour, the big supermarket chain in China. And they were so proud to show us what they were doing. Like they were collecting money for the panda in China and saving the panda through a money collection at the cash register. And we said, it's great, but it's just not what we believe the future of sustainability is, when 50 kilometers from your store, we know that there are some local organic producers that are producing fruits and vegetables. And for us, the real sustainability is try to start working with these producers and include them in your product range instead of selling the regular thing and then try to save the panda. So I think this is an example that we realized that, and this is also why we didn't enter the sustainability area with a consulting firm, because we realized the clients, the companies, they had been built on with another software, let's say, that was still this software where you do your business as usual, and then you try to correct, or you have some nice projects where you try to do good. And for us, the idea was, no, we think about a product, and since the beginning, we think about the materials that we're going to use, where are we going to produce, and all the ingredients and all the suppliers, and try to have the less negative impact, and if possible, try to have a positive impact.
Mm-hmm. So you decided that you wanted to work on a sneaker. You knew that you wanted to have a lot of control over the products you were using, how it was made. If I can tell the story correctly, and I'm sure you'll tell me if I get this wrong, you were thinking about the base of a shoe, and typically, that often is made with plastic, which is obviously very bad. You looked at the Converse, the sort of vintage Converse sneaker, and that took you to rubber. And that sort of started your journey towards Brazil, right? So tell us about that first kind of your first trip to Brazil, and sort of what you did from there, I guess.
I think we fell in love with Brazil even before we decided to do Veja, because during that study, during that world tour, we studied a supply chain, a fair trade supply chain in the Amazon forest, which was not rubber. It was the palm hearts for a small fair trade company in France, and we visited their project. And that was really what inspired us, because there we saw a direct commercial relationship between a small company in France and a small cooperative right in the middle of the Amazon. And they had a tremendous positive impact on the economy, because the product of the forest was valorized through this business, and the direct consequence was the preservation of the forest. And when we saw that, we were like, okay, this is what we want to do, to use business as a tool for forest preservation, for the environment, and so when we came back and we decided to do shoes, we had the Amazon forest in the back of our minds, and we already knew that rubber is the best material to make soles, and still a lot of shoes are made with rubber soles, the best ones. But most of the rubber that is used is a petrol-based rubber, which is not real rubber; it's synthetic, or sometimes it comes from plantations, mostly in Asia. But in Brazil, we found out that there is still the wild rubber, the rubber that was there, that is still there, and that nobody planted. So it's a bit more tricky to collect, because the trees are scattered in the forest, in the Amazon forest. But the beauty of it, if you collect the rubber in the trees, or let's say, in order to collect the rubber in the trees, you need to maintain the whole forest, because if you cut down trees around the rubber trees die. So that is to say, when we work with the rubber tappers, their activity in the forest maintains the whole forest around them. So that's how it started. That's really, I think, the heart of Veja is in each sole, it is the rubber, and it is really what we believe is a game changer. Fair trade is a game changer on that aspect, because through trade you can really make a difference. And it's a partnership with people. It's through the economy. It's not like, okay, we want to preserve the earth, we want to preserve the trees, we love the trees. In order to do that, you need to work with people that live there.
So maybe it would be helpful for people if you just did a very quick, gave us a quick description of all of the places in Brazil that you're currently working with, whether it's from sourcing materials or the factories. Just draw us a little bit of a map of where your operations are in Brazil and kind of what's involved there, and just run us through the kind of core materials.
We got to keep it simple, because if I go through all
we got to go top line, and people can Google afterwards.
But yeah, so the heart, the Amazon forest, on each fashion shoe you have a sole, and the sole is made out of a rubber, a wild rubber from the Amazon forest. So now it's about 900 families that work directly with us. So that means that we have a fair trade contract with the cooperative, and so when they go and collect the rubber, they already know what price they're going to get for that rubber, which is pretty different than the regular market, because the regular market depends on the market price. So when each day it can vary. For all of our materials that we buy, we respect the fair trade principle. So they know in advance how much they're going to get. And as for the rubber, we pay a fair price for the rubber, and then if they maintain the forest around them, we pay a premium. And actually today, the premium, which is a service, we like to call it service for forest preservation. It's the same price as the rubber itself, because we believe that their service there in the forest is as important as the product that they are actually selling to us. So this is kind of a new experiment that we started two years ago with them. So that's for the rubber, and that's in the Amazon forest. It started in the Acre state, really at the border with Peru, and now it's going also to Amazonas. So we are expanding in new territories. Each time it's the same system. We don't work with the families directly. We work with associations or cooperatives.
Mm-hmm.
And for the cotton, so the upper of the shoe, or the laces, so many parts of the shoe are made using organic cotton. So all of the cotton that we use is organic certified, and half of it comes from Brazil, half of it comes from Peru. And in Brazil, the story started really like the first year with kind of the same story. We traveled and we visited an NGO based in Fortaleza called Esplar, which is also a name of our model, a very popular model. And this NGO has reintroduced the culture of cotton in the Northeast, which is a very dry area and a poor area of Brazil. And they have introduced the cotton in agroecological systems. That means that it's not like monoculture cotton alone. It's cotton and then corn and then beans, so that the family has a plantation that guarantees food security and revenue. And so in our contract with the cooperatives, the cotton cooperatives, it's written that the families that work with us, they need to have at least 3 crops planted, not only cotton. Right. That is kind of peculiar, but it's really to care about their financial security. And the years that cotton is not good because the rain is not steady, they still have their food on the table. Mm-hmm. And we have more than 1,000 families now working with us. So it's also, you can imagine it's not like a regular shoe brand that just buys the product from the factory. We have actually teams. So we have a team in the Amazon. We have an office in the Amazon forest in Rio Branco, and we have a small team of 2 people in the Northeast. So where they can travel to the local communities and visit them and take care about the certification, organic and fair trade and all this. So that's kind of we continue with this kind of adventurous, I think, journey. Mm-hmm. We love to be in contact with the people, with the families. It's part of our brand.
Mm-hmm. And as you were kind of building this ecosystem of different locations where you're sourcing and working with different groups of people, what were some of the challenges in the early days that you came up against? You're 2 French guys. Initially you don't speak the language. you know, you're in a completely different country with a completely different culture, doing something, you know, taking this huge risk. What were some of the things that really scared you as you were kind of initially trying to set up, you know, your basic operation, I guess?
You know, the first years have been really great, and really, it's I think we can say that we have not lived through any struggle. And I think I mean, it's the opposite. We met amazing people, and actually, our project was just to connect these amazing projects together, because we did not create this energy neither in the Amazon forest or in the Northeast. I mean, these projects were existing, but we just arrived, I think, at the right time, at the right place, because we had a demand for these products, and we had a product that could give value to these products. So I mean, of course, we had a little struggle in the beginning because our quantities were low. So, you know, in the cotton, you need to reach a certain quantity in order to make, to have the industrial part set up. But, you know, we were young, and in Brazil, we found really like amazing people that helped us, factory owners that said, okay, we'll give it a shot. We like the project, we like the idea. And I think really it was also a time in Brazil where we had, it was really like a happy time these years. Like when we arrived in Brazil, Lula just got elected, and there was that like a lot of energy towards alternatives and you know, social, ecological alternatives. So I think we arrived and we were taken by this movement, and for us it was actually quite easy.
And of course, you know, and as you said to me in a conversation we had before this, you know, you set up the business in a very different Brazil to the Brazil that we look at now, and I'm sure that's come with some challenges. Tell me a little bit about that. Tell me about what it's like to run a business, you know, out of Brazil now. I mean, I know you're in France too, but you know,
our headquarters are in France, and so in the beginning we were mostly only selling in France and producing in Brazil. And then actually I moved to Brazil, and I created the brand there. So we now also sell in Brazil, and we have a team there. We have 50 people now in Brazil. So I think we have really like a double nationality in terms of company, and we love that because you know, it's so different, the French and the Brazilian mentality. It's like, you know, if we make it very simple, but it's like the Cartesian, very positivist and very pragmatic side, and on the other side, the Brazilian soul. I mean, this great energy. And so it's still an amazing pleasure to work in Brazil, but of course, it's not the same political scenario, of course, and as we are very, I mean, on the day-to-day, we work in the Amazon forest, the scenario has changed. And as I mentioned before, 2 years ago, we needed to change our approach on the rubber, because we realized that if we didn't change anything in the way we were dealing with the people in the forest would be gone, because, you know, there is a huge pressure on the people living in the forest for them to go into forest destruction. And it's not evil. It's not because these people are evil and they want to destroy it because they want the end of the world or anything like that. It's just economic pressure. The people that work with us, they see other opportunities that can be cattle raising or planting soy. For them, it's a dream because they can be rich, and, you know, they live with these dreams. And the difference is that before, the political situation, the political scenario was that the politics was on our side, let's say, to try to prevent this from happening. And now it has changed. The political has shifted, and now they are more there's an incentive for this agribusiness to invade the forest. So it has been a resistance before, because I mean, we are still, even before Bolsonaro was elected, the agribusiness was already very strong and trying to invade all of this area. But I think now the resistance is even bigger. At least now we know what is in front of us. So we know the big force of these companies that want to buy cattle or soy, and we have to work more. We have to convince people, we have to pay them more. But it's not only about the money, it's also about really like spending time explaining them why it is better to do so. And
so how are you doing that? I mean, how are you practically going about sort of communicating? And because it's a little bit of almost campaigning that you have to do, right? To sort of show people that, okay, don't take the fast money, trust us, you know, do it this way. But how are you?
Yeah, it's
how are you actually doing that?
But we actually, and you know, we created a whole program, and we kind of scheduled lots of meetings and lots of workshops in the forest in different regions. And then the pandemic came, so we had to cancel lots of things. And then we said, okay, how do people communicate in the forest? They use a lot of radio communication. And so we did a little campaigning on radio, local radio stations, to tell them that we would continue buying the rubber, because there were already some people saying, no, but Veja is going to stop buying because of the pandemic. So you should cut down the trees and start planting whatever. And so we made a campaign to tell them, no, we keep the prices high, we keep buying, we're here. And we also made some indications on how to protect the families with the COVID and stuff like that. So, I mean, we invent, but I think the main thing is to stay close with them. So so it was through radio, but now that we can travel again, I mean, our team went there and we organized some meetings and yeah, it's really like, you know, one-to-one communication, and we believe it is necessary. We are not dealing with materials as commodities. We are dealing with products that are each kilo of rubber has a family behind, has a story behind, and we try to give value to that, because we believe if you give value to that, the people feel it, and they feel that what they're doing is important. So I think I like to compare it with the wine industry. I think it's one of the industries that respects most, the terroir, the place, the people that are behind. You know, it's not just a commodity. You cannot take any grape and change the label and sell it. No, it has a different story. And to us, it is the same for the rubber, for the cotton, and now we also are working a lot on the leather supply chain that was a bit forgotten for us during all these years, and we are doing this one-to-one visit to the farmers, and we try to understand their life, their problems, their product, and it's amazing, because then you really enter a new world.
Mm-hmm. Okay, last question, I think, before we have to start wrapping up, and I think we then go to maybe Q&A from the audience, but I'll just wait for someone to confirm that. But the last question is, and we could talk for another hour, I think, about all of this. It's so complicated and fascinating. But, you know, I think everyone is always curious to hear how different fashion businesses have weathered the pandemic storm. You guys have had a challenging year, of course, but you've also managed to, you know, keep selling your product and keep growing. What is it, do you think, about the sneaker and the sort of eco-conscious sneaker that still holds a relevancy now, and that people still seem willing to sort of invest their loyalty with and spend money on? What is it about Veja that you think has made it sort of easier maybe than other brands and products during this climate?
Yeah, I really don't know what happened during this pandemic, but it seems that people are, I think that the consciousness of consumers, maybe because they had time to think during all these lockdowns and stuff, but it seems to me that it grew, and we can see that from the questions we receive through our Instagram or our email. People are very curious. They are asking questions, and especially on the leather, it's something that has raised a lot our attention these last 2 years, and one of the year was during the pandemic. So I think, we've seen our sales continue growing during this time. So maybe it is an explanation. Of course, we have tremendous problems to cope with. Shops closing, shops opening, so we have to dance accordingly and stop the deliveries. And then now we have a lot of shoes that we cannot deliver to the UK or to Germany because it's closed. So I'm not saying it's like an easy game, but I think two things that helped us is to have people on the ground to talk as we control the whole supply chain. We didn't get so much impacted because we control all the key steps, and so we know where the things are, we know how the supply is going, and so we really master that part. And the second part is that the company, as a company, we are a private company and we don't have investors, and we're not like focused on growth like mad people. And so if we had last year 20% less sales than expected, but it's not the end of the world. We're not going to fire anybody for that because we have a bit of reserve, and I think kind of old school management on that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Well, look, I think our time is up, unfortunately, and we've also run out of time for Q&A, sadly, although it sounds like we're going to maybe do some follow-up Q&A separately. But thank you.
I'll be happy.
Thank you so much. It was really great to speak with you.
I just wanted to jump in here, and I want to thank both of you. And honestly, this conversation from the beginning with a bottle of vodka to comparing it to the wine industry, you had me at hello and goodbye. But on a serious note, I do have to say we're huge fans of the brand, as the world is. And I loved what you said about taking business as a tool for forest preservation. Funny enough, we started off with the UN this morning, and Hindu Abraham, she talked about how the importance of nature when it comes to the fashion industry. And I think that you guys are an exemplary example of that. And so I just really want to thank you, Francois. It was incredible and super insightful. And I know I, like everybody else, is super inspired. And Fiona, you always have a way to just bring organic to the conversation. And I just really admire your work as well. So I appreciate both of you so much. And there it is.
Thank you, Rosanna.
But thank you so much. And I am from Brazil, so I love that you spoke so
Mais
much.
uma brasileira.
Mais uma brasileira aqui. But thank you both so much for your time. I really appreciated it, as everybody else did.
Ciao, ciao. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Thank you. So that was amazing. And technical difficulties in the back here. I had this up. I don't know what happened to my screen, but it happens with technology, right? Which we're all learning these days more and more. But with that, we are going to go to our next panel, which is Fashion Startup to Unicorn. And it's being led by Dominic Maduri at Business Insider.
Okay. Hi, my name is Dominic Midori Davis, and I'm a reporter at Business Insider. I'm here with my lovely panelists today, Veronica Chow, Laith Murad, Rowan Kapoor, Gary Wasner, and Brian Rainey. Today, we're going to be discussing fashion startups and ways to help them become more sustainable. But before we dive in, I'm going to give the panelists a few more moments to introduce themselves. Veronica, would you like to go first?
Hi, everyone. My name is Veronica. I'm the founder of Everybody and Everyone, which is an eco-innovative, size-inclusive women's wear brand. And we do clothing that are all sustainable, ranging from US size 00 all the way to US size 24. I'm also on the side an investor in fashion and and tech, which are all mainly with a focus in sustainability and innovation.
Brian, maybe?
Fantastic, thanks. Brian Rainey, I'm the CEO of Gooten. Gooten operates a smart supply chain for brands and retailers looking to reshape their e-commerce businesses. Our technology platform provides an unparalleled experience for enterprises interested in leveraging on-demand manufacturing and mass customization as part of their business model.
And Laith?
Hey, my name's Laith Murad. Thank you for having me on here. I am heading up the marketing for a company called Fanvestor, which is really innovative in democratizing investing and bringing capital to talent brands and their fans and allowing them to connect with one another.
And Rohan?
Thanks. Yeah, I manage investor relationships at Gorgias. So I work with consumer-focused VCs and private equity firms. Gorgias itself is a help desk for e-commerce companies that sit on Shopify, Magento, and BigCommerce. And we work with about 5,300 companies at this point.
And last but not least, Gary.
Gary Wassner. I'm the CEO of Hilden Corporation and the chairman of Interlux Holdings. We finance, factor, advise, work with 450, 500 brands, and I invest through Interlux in various fashion brands.
And so now we will begin. Okay, so Veronica, you run a fashion startup company. How do we make it easier for startups to become more sustainable? Isn't it kind of expensive to use sustainable materials?
Yeah, so it's actually not always the easiest, but for our brand, for example, we really are eco down to our buttons, but also our packaging, our hang tags, our labels, of course, our materials. And we also consider where our raw materials are, where we make our fabric, where we make our final garment. And we have to make all those considerations. On average, I'd say at the minimum, 10% more expensive for something that is sustainable, sometimes up to 20, even 30%. And like me, if you want to use innovation, sometimes people expect you to pay R&D as well, R&D investments as well. And it can get really expensive, but I think it's important to me to make sure that every step of the way is sustainable. But I also think that now it's also important for the customers to see that things are sustainable. So therefore, it's something that we have to do. And if there's a will, there's a way. I think 6 years ago, when I wanted to first start a brand, there was maybe one brand out there that had recycled plastic bottles for their leggings. And now I think it's much more easily accessible. There's a lot more people doing it. And the more we ask for it as small brands, as big brands, as medium-sized brands, as consumers, the more suppliers would have to innovate and the more suppliers would have to provide such options. So I think we're definitely moving towards the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, like, and kind of on like the cost, it seems that even though there is kind of like a little bit of a higher cost associated with it, it seems that startup companies and the new companies that we have now are kind of have an advantage over some legacy and heritage brands when it comes to sustainability. What are the startups and new businesses doing now that these legacy and heritage brands just aren't doing?
Yeah, I think startup brands, sometimes it's easier to say no to suppliers which are not sustainable enough. And for brands that have long-term relationships, they need to go back and negotiate with them or help them make change. And sometimes steering a big ship, as we call it, is a little bit more difficult. So that's definitely the challenge. But I think there's more and more people trying to make these changes these days.
And this is kind of a question for everyone. Does everybody think that it's as challenging as ever to start a business now, or is it easier than it's ever been before?
And, let me speak to that if everybody doesn't mind. Since I've financed so many startup businesses and so many mid-low and all different stages, in many respects, it's easier today. There are different challenges, put it that way. But in terms of everybody competing for digital space, it's pretty much a blank slate. I mean, you can go out there on Instagram and you look the same as any other brand out there. So if you put together a reasonable and realistic statement about who you are and what your brand values are, and you film it well and shoot it well, you have as good a chance of gaining market share as anybody else today. So in many respects, it's an easier environment since everybody's digital today. Very, very little very little brick and mortar. And we see that in the growth of direct-to-consumer sales across the board for everybody, regardless of size.
Yeah, to Veronica's point, the legacy brands have a real problem with embedded relationships and long-term contracts that are much more difficult to change over time, where you have a very real ability as a startup to kind of take those best practices and, to Veronica's point, really establish what do you want your brand to be about from a sustainability point. I think her point around thinking down to the buttons, Veronica, I really like that quote. You really have to think about it not just in how what the fabric or what the makeup of the underlying item is. You have to think about its life cycle. Who's producing it, right, is as important from a sustainability standpoint as what's being produced and how long it takes to get to the end consumer and how much you're producing, right? If you make a 100% sustainable item and ship it halfway around the world and it sits in a warehouse and never gets sold and ends up in a landfill, you're really not sustainable in an industry right now that is struggling to define what sustainability means, which is where that concept of greenwashing is really used as a cudgel against the industry, in an industry that I believe is truly making strides or attempting to make strides at improving its image from a sustainability standpoint.
You made some really good points, Brian. I think the challenge for brands today is to get the consumer to buy into this, for it to really matter to the consumer. And that's also separate from what a brand can do on its own. I'm working with a group of major retailers now and trying to eliminate plastic hangers and poly bags. Now everything is shipped in a poly bag with a plastic hanger, switched off the plastic hanger onto something else for them to put out on the selling floor. Where do you think those plastic hangers go? Into the trash. And it's terrible because it's plastic. So we can do things internally as well as a brand direct to your consumer. But the challenge still is getting the consumer to buy into the value of a sustainable product. They don't get it in many cases. They just don't get it. But I think after this pandemic, they're going to start to understand how victimized we can be by things out of our control.
You know, if I can add, I think there's another thing that's happening in the industry, which is, you know, the whole idea of access to capital is more accessible than ever before, right? Crowdfunding with the Jobs Act that went into effect under the Obama administration, went into effect in 2016, allows people, to Gary's point, if you've got an amazing, wonderful story to tell, great photos, you can go onto Instagram, you get a big fan base, you actually can build, you know, through your own fan base, you can get access to capital unlike you have ever before. And those fans become your biggest advocates. They are your champions. So it's not only your best chance to stay true to who you are as a brand, because, you know, they love you for who you are and what you want to be and the sustainability and the innovation that you're producing, but then they're telling all their friends because they are actually become invested in it. And so it's your best marketing channel. And I think that's really critical as you think through, you know, launching your brand, changing your brand, you know, the sustainable story, tell it well, you know, tell it often, and make sure you get your fans to really become, have a vested interest in your brand, and then you'll grow.
I think as important to that, also underlying manufacturing capabilities and techniques have significantly changed so that you don't have to have long-term 25-year relationships into a very long supply chain to be able to launch something with a minimum order of 50,000 or 100,000 pieces. The underlying consumer market itself and the attention span is fractured as well. So short run, high quality, not fast fashion by any means, but really right sizing that ability to test a product out and to Leif's point, get that, establish that connection with your audience. Manufacturing capabilities, logistics capabilities, and the distribution kind of changes that we've seen have all sort of advanced to be able to allow individual designers to find their audience and have the supply chain capabilities to be able to deliver against that opportunity.
Yeah. And to that point, we're working, at Fanvestor, we're working with a group out of Israel called Creator, who is really doing beauty products, sustainable products, for celebrities, wellness, home health, wellness products, and they're doing it production on demand. And, so your demand isn't, hey, I'm going to sell 1,000 units. It is, how big are your fans, and are they really fans? Are they truly going to buy into what your story is? And if they do, your supply chain, to Brian's point, is critical, and the technology allows you to actually move and pivot very quickly.
I think one of the challenges we have today is, and maybe somebody here can address it, maybe you, Veronica, how do we get logistics to align with retail? There's a step removed, the brand's in between. So if the brand isn't telling the logistics, warehousing, shipping, and packaging what to do and how to do it, they're going to do it according to the manual, and it's not going to get to the retailer any differently for one brand over another. So the retailers dictate how they want to receive merchandise, and that's, again, back to the polybags and all of this waste, this horrible waste. And yet they dictate it to the brand, and the brand then tells third party. So as a logistics company, how do we coordinate? How do we get them directly and aligned with sustainability at retail?
Gary, you hit on a major point. We sit in that. That's exactly where we sit. We sit between brands and production partners in that delivery. And those retail needs have not changed, right? I need to have everything polybagged individually. I need to have all of these items. What we're coming up with is sustainable, flexible solutions that meets the underlying requirements, while also effectively saying, look, you can put plastic in, but we're going to start charging a differentiated price for something that is one-time use. If we create an opportunity where there is a substantially similar delivery method by which you can ingest these items, get them on the shelves, right, distribute them, get them into your inventory system, but we do it in a more sustainable way, are you willing to accept effectively the substantially similar method here? But to your point, Gary, it absolutely must be driven by the brand. As Veronica brought up, the brand has to be the one that owns not just that makeup of the underlying item. They have to really own that entire piece and dictate that through the supply chain. And the best way to do that is to connect with the audience, is to say, my consumers demand this, and we can't kind of deviate in one step because it's so much more difficult, or because that's the way that we can sort of quickly get a piece of the sustainability out while ignoring other parts.
And unfortunately, the cost of this goes to the brand, not the retailer. So you may impose surcharges.
I tackle it also from the selling side. Of course, from the manufacturing side, making product side, we tackle it in terms of sustainability. But I'm an advisor to a company that has 3D fit technology, because returns is a big problem, where consumers would buy something, it might go on the website in September, they don't buy it till November, it takes another 2 months, a month and a half before it gets returned, and then it doesn't really get back, and that actually becomes waste. So there's 3D avatar companies where you can see what size fits you better, instead of consumers buying 2 or 3 items, buying it and then returning it. And the company I'm an advisor to is called Perfectly, and they're launching with one of the big retailers in America. And I think some technologies like that would help in terms of reducing waste and reducing shipping.
And we already have questions. Sorry, we already have questions coming in from the audience. So I'm gonna there's one in for Brian. Why do you feel the fashion industry hasn't yet adopted the model of manufacturing pieces on demand?
Legacy, I mean, it's the same reason that we talked about around inertia, if you will, right? There's long-term legacy relationships that are absolutely there. There's a large gap that you could see today with existing technology of moving towards a more sustainable, more direct kind of opportunity that just needs to get pushed through. We're seeing that adoption curve, especially from about April of last year, when supply chains really got tested. You're starting to see people really move towards that. It really is a knowledge-based thing. Is how is the industry pushing this forward? How are we letting brands know this is a complementary service, or this is a complementary manufacturing opportunity that can also sustainably extend your supply chain capabilities and extend the amount that you can connect with your customers. So it's one of education in a lot of ways, but I think also just the rate and pace of change of the underlying capability has been so fast over the past 5 to 10 years that it really does take almost a full-time partner within the industry to be bringing best-in-class services and best-in-class hardware and best-in-class operating procedures to be able to get there. I'd be really interested to hear. Veronica is running the actual brand itself. I'm sure that concept, that sort of on-demand concept or small batch concept has been there. How did you weigh that decision versus obviously the economies of scale that can come in when you're producing 10,000, 50,000 pieces of an individual item?
Yeah, it's really, the economies of scale versus like smaller units. But there's a lot of technologies out there that are making made to order, made on demand much easier. And, tech is going to change that.
And just to jump on the investor side of things, because, Veronica, you're an investor and also Rohan works with investors. What does moving away from fast fashion mean from an investor standpoint?
That's a tough question to answer. Moving away from it, all changes are difficult for investors, put it that way, because you have to look at the cost of it and what's it going to do to the bottom line, which is what an investor is ultimately concerned about. Top line growth, bottom line. So it's a big unknown. It depends how much it's going to cost the brand. And if it is going to pay itself back, we know it's going to pay itself back by virtue of sustainability. But again, get the consumer to buy into that so your top line grows parallel with the expense growth. So it's a challenge. You have to look at each brand and how they manage their supply chain and how they manage their expenses and what their priorities are, what their margin is. All of it matters to an investor.
This was an audience question for Veronica. What do you look at when deciding the type of startups you want to invest in?
For me, I really clear. If it's not sustainability, that's where I draw the line. I don't even look at it. So that's the first thing. But after that, it's really, I think a big part is the team. Of course, there needs to be a business plan. How big is the market? How good is the product market fit? There's so many aspects to look into. And these days, marketing is so important. Some people are scientists and they come up with something and they don't know how to run a business. So unfortunately, that might be a bit tough. So it's there's lots of different aspects. But also back to your first question, I think investors across the board, from the big guys like BlackRock or the people who are buying stocks and big banks, everyone are talking about more ESG focused, sustainably focused investing, and then definitely purpose driven. And so that's definitely where all the money is heading towards in the near future.
I would definitely agree with that point. Obviously in my role at Gorgias, exclusively I'm responsible for taking companies in our portfolio. We have about 5,300 at this point. And within that, we have a ton of fashion and apparel companies that are looking to raise capital. So sometimes, to be quite transparent, it's interesting, Veronica, you say that about the sustainability line, because sometimes I'll pitch fashion and apparel companies and investors might not want to look at it just because of the competitive nature of the space. But I think increasingly they're looking more towards sustainability and are these brands ethical? Do they have some sort of philanthropic component to them? And I think the pandemic has had a big effect on that, because brands have increasingly moved online during the course of the pandemic and looked at how they can make things more sustainable throughout the course of their business operations. And investors that typically wouldn't have looked at those fashion and apparel brands before, I think are now. And I think they will into the foreseeable future due to what's happened over the last 11, 12 months.
Rohan, when push comes to shove though, right, returns matter, right? And so Gary's point of it costs money to be sustainable and there's margin, compression there, while at the same time, even with the democratization of the underlying sales channel and going much more direct to consumer, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Google is taking a larger and larger and larger share of that kind of transaction kind of wallet. How do you balance if it comes to environmental sustainability and margin and kind of that ability to get out, how do you spend one more incremental dollar on acquiring revenue versus being sustainable? How do you see that marriage? You can absolutely get the door open, right? Veronica will not talk to you if you are not sustainable, but then how do you balance that with the need to really show, returns?
Yeah, sorry. It's I think I froze for a second there. It's a very good question. It's all about finding that balance of what's going to make sense for the consumer, especially from a price standpoint. So what is important to the consumer when you're developing new sustainable fashion as opposed to fast fashion, right? So, a company that I used to work with, Pasco, given what's happened throughout the course of the pandemic and, struggling workers and communities, economically struggling to survive and from a health perspective as well, what they did is they took a lot of their manufacturing, they moved it from Asia into the US. And what they did is they employed and empowered, displaced garment workers to embrace the consumer's desire for sustainability, because that's who their core demographic is. So I think, to your point, it ties into how do you research the customer? How well do you know your customer for that matter? And are they willing to pay for what you're doing based on how sustainable you are in that process?
Yeah, and just to talk a little bit about the consumer, this is a question I kind of have for everybody. So what happens if, the consumer just doesn't want to pay for things that are more sustainable or eco-friendly? Like, even if, we make sure, or because as we were all talking about it does cost money to even make sure that, the workers in the factories are getting paid, fairly. What if consumers just don't care? Like, what if they still want fast fashion? Do we have to, find technology to make fast fashion more sustainable or lessen its impact? What do we do there? Because it looks like probably going to have to be coexisting in some ways.
Yeah, we have to do a few different things, frankly. We have to make the consumer understand how vital this is. That's bigger than us. That's a bigger concept than us. But at the same time, we have to bring the costs down to making this a profitable venture as well. Scale, it's going to be doing it more, doing it better. People have to learn how to handle these things, and unfortunately, we don't yet know how to do that. It's going to take time. It's a whole change for an industry. We went through this with organic product. How many of you remember the phase that we went through? And I hate to say it was a phase, but it was, where everybody was trying to sell organic to the consumer. Consumer just didn't get it at all. And the costs were higher for organic cotton and so on. And the consumer just didn't get it. And it was about 1.5 years, 2 years of attempting to convince the consumer that organic product was better and more sustainable. And it just didn't work. So we moved on. And we don't want to see that happen here, because this is too critical to all of us. So it's education.
Yeah,
I think through COVID, go ahead.
I was just going to add on to that. I think, that goes back to the storytelling, and, as a kind of student of history across industries, I think you can also look at electric cars, right? The Prius, half the people, when it came out, it was cool. It had a cool factor. Celebrities were driving it, but nobody really liked the design. It wasn't until Tesla broke the model, made a sexy car, fun, and then decided to put it inside shopping malls so that the consumers could see it, as opposed to getting to a dealership. And I think fashion is going through the same kind of transition as you see, look, I love the brand Allbirds. I love Tom's, but I like the brands, but I don't like the design. So when it becomes and it starts to marry with the two, and things Veronica is doing, where you're looking at the details, the buttons and everything else, and the story gets told and the product is the brand, I think people will embrace that premium. But if you don't tell it well and you don't have a product that fits the market with what the market demands, just because it's sustainable will never finish the story. You need it all to come together, from the supply chain to the fabrics to the design. You need to make it the sexiest product out there, as opposed to, it's nice, but it's sustainable.
Yeah. And I think through COVID, I've definitely seen that consumers are more aware and more wanting to buy sustainable products. But also as as a consumer myself, as a regular person, I think it's also just send an email to a brand and say, hey, is there sustainable options? I get all these questions all the time through my brand, but let's go ask the big brands, the multi-billion-dollar brands that have been there for a long time. Let's go talk to governments and let's push our government to do more and make change more in policy. It can be as simple as one email that makes a whole chain of action that happens. And some of the bigger companies that has been around for a long time, they're the ones who have the money that can be put into research and development. And then hopefully they would then share it with more people. So all the cost comes down in the future.
Gary brought up a point also about that idea of the agency problem, right? So Gary, your point around shipping an item in a more sustainable way, that cost right now is borne by the brand. It's not borne by the retailer, right? And so how do we also start to fix that idea of who is actually paying for and absorbing that cost of increasing the underlying sustainability? And to that end, how are you truly costing something that is single use versus something that can be recycled or upcycled or reused? How can you truly show that something that is reusable has a longer life, where the person who's paying for it is the one who's also either feeling the pain of that one-time use cost or creating the benefit of being able to reuse that? I think that's another very, very difficult problem that, to Leif's point around Tesla partially broke the distribution model. They cut out the dealer, which meant that they could pour all of the money they would otherwise share from a distribution channel dislocation back into research and development, back into design, back into increasing the sort of quality of their underlying item.
Yeah, and I guess kind of taking all of this into consideration, so how do startups really manage all of these complex business structures, these ideas, consumer expectations, to and protecting themselves to become, a unicorn company?
Well, for young brands, it's easier. For startups, it's actually easier. You begin the process thinking about sustainability. So your costing initially includes the cost of being sustainable. It may make you less competitive, but you start off with that message as well. So it's easier than converting from a margin all of a sudden being eroded by virtue of trying to become sustainable. So in many cases, it's easier for a startup to do it from the beginning. And I see more and more doing it. Sustainability is part of their ethic right away. And I think that's a great thing to see.
Veronica also made the point of the concept of economies of scale as research and development find more economical ways to upcycle recycled plastics and to provide that, right? And it's the same idea. I don't want to keep going back to the Tesla example, but the underlying broader supply chain of infrastructure has to start to be there, because at the beginning it is going to be more expensive. It's going to be more expensive to utilize recycled polyesters back into the ecosystem, because there's just not as many processing centers. So There's also that idea of how do you start to band together? How do you create the economies of scale where hundreds of direct consumer brands now have one or two primary places that they can go to economically get sustainable products? And I think that's another problem the industry faces itself, is there's really no definition on sustainability. Right? You have what is truly sustainable, because there's a wild difference between organic cotton and recycled plastic, upcycled plastic and recycled polyester, right? Some will ultimately biodegrade, some will never biodegrade. So regardless of how many times they're used, where is that? And I think that's another kind of issue, is there's not a real consumer knowledge right now around what does that truly mean beyond kind of broad terms like recycling and fair trade and a few other items.
Yeah, and I'm just going to jump to some audience questions, because we actually have a lot coming in. Here's one. With keeping production low to avoid excess production, the costs are so high, especially when producing in New York City. How can a company keep things small and sustainable but still make a profit?
That's a very difficult question to answer. Everybody's been trying to do this for a long time. Those who manufacture still in New York or in LA, they see the costs of manufacturing, the labor costs and so on. It's very hard to just produce, even if you're not sustainable, and be competitive. So I don't think there's a quick and easy answer to that question. But there are a lot of efficiencies you can bring to your cutting room. I mean, zero waste product is just one thing to apply to the way you design and cut. Don't leave 30% on the cutting room floor, when you're cutting fabric. So be more intelligent, and you can be more efficient and cost effective. And you can do that as a small company.
To that point, though, also, we really need to think about, New York is the greater New York region, right? And if you think about the broad country in 8 shipping zones, right? Can you have a 1 or 2 zone production capability that gets to New York in 1 or 2 days? I mean, this is about educating the consumer. Are you willing to wait 1 extra day from getting that item, tomorrow versus in 2 days? If so, I can open a technologically advanced factory in an economic opportunity zone, which brings jobs and has the ability to service the New York or LA market on a 2-day standard shipping, rate. Now, that is a redesign of a supply chain that 30 years ago moved from those centers, internationally. And so bringing that back online, and again, supplementing that, these are not either ors in a lot of cases. This is how you create a multi-channel sustainable supply chain that also meets that concept of underlying sustainability when you think about production, when you think about shipping and logistics, when you think about the entire carbon footprint of an item, from the sort of mill for the underlying cloth all the way through the cutting floor to ultimately the delivery to the end consumer.
I'm an investor in a factory that we just opened in May in St. Louis, and it's a high-tech knitting factory, one of the first new knitting factories in this country. St. Louis used to be the second largest apparel manufacturing city in the country a long time ago. And it has 0 manufacturing basically now until we reopen this. It's called Evolution St. Louis. And it's high-tech knitting. It's as competitive as anything done overseas now. And yet your supply chain is so much clearer. You know where it's being made, how it's being made, what's being used. Your time to get it to market is cut so significantly by virtue of it being domestic and right in the center of the country. So yes, as you were saying, Brian, there are multiple opportunities today in regional areas to rebuild manufacturing and make it more cost effective to produce here. And for startups too, because you don't have these huge minimums that you have overseas. And you can be much more in control of your supply chain. So it's certainly possible. We proved it here.
And my last question, or I think we have time for one more. I'm going to throw it to Laith real quick, because since we spoke a lot about the consumer and educating them, someone wants to know, do you feel the crowdfunding investing will be something that grows as we progress toward the future of the industry to have the consumer feel more connected?
Definitely. Look, they just upped for regular crowdfunding, Reg CF, they upped it from up to $1 million to $5 million. So they see that the importance of allowing fans to, your fans, your advocates to invest is critical. It also allows a brand to stay true to who they are, where, private equity, we heard from Gary, investors are looking for top line, bottom line, revenue, profits. You can focus on revenue, you can focus on adoption, you can focus on scaling and acceleration with a little bit less of a concern on some of the underlying true principles of investing that a VC/PE firm would expect from you. And then when you get that momentum and you need to take it to the next level, they'll rate, individuals who are major investors will rate you on, okay, how's your revenue growth? Are you 50%? Are you 150%, 250%? Oh my gosh, the adoption is great. Now let's bring you the economies, the scale that you're allowed to do, and leverage all of our relationships, supply chain to distribution to everything. You don't have to rely on Instagram, who's taking a piece, even though you built your fan base. You've actually, they let you distribute to 5% of their fans, and then they tell you to, pay for the rest of the 95%, even though you built them. So having that direct relationship's really critical, and then it will help you future as you go to scale to the next level. And, you know, people like Brian, Gary will, you know, at that point come in and really take you to the next level.
Yeah, and we have like 1 minute left. Does anybody have anything to add before they quickly? If not, I guess we can end it here. So thank you all for hopping on. This was like a really cool panel. I loved all the topics we spoke about. And I mean, the audience seemed to love it with all the questions that came in. I'm sorry we couldn't get to them all, but thank you all for joining me. And thanks everyone for watching.
I want to thank you all first off. And funny enough, Brian, you don't remember this, I'm sure, but 2016, I was at an event in New York City, and I met you and your team when you guys just started Guten. And it's so crazy how the world is full circle, and you're here today, and you've grown so much. So that's a really cool little thing I wanted to share.
I do remember that. What's nice is 4 years later, what I said in 2016, thankfully, most of it came true, because when I was saying it in 2016, it was much more aspirational at that point. So no, it has been a crazy 5 years since then, certainly.
Yeah, you guys are amazing. And yeah, I remember that clearly because I was like, this is so cool. So awesome to have you here. And I wanted to thank this conversation because you guys brought so much light and so much information to so many startups and scale ups that are trying to figure out like what's going on, where do I go next? And I just felt like this was super dynamic. So thank you all for being here. And Dominic, you did an amazing job as always, coordinating everything. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna end this panel, and thank you all again so much. Gary, Veronica, and Rohan, you guys stay on stage with me for the next panel. But thank you all again so much, and I hope to work with all of you guys again. Bye, have a great day.
Thank you.
Bye,
have a good one.
Thanks.
Bye. So we're gonna stay on stage, and we're gonna bring in the other two judges. And then the 5 pitches are going to come in. So I'm going to actually stay and moderate this with you guys because it's a lot of people.
Startups really
make sure we get this done correctly. I have everybody here. So I have Rohan. Call your name. You guys are going to come on stage, do your pitch. Thank you, judges, for being here and being a part of this. And so let's get started. So first we have, let me just pull this up. Okay, first we have Wilson Griffin with Recurate. So here we go.
Awesome. Thanks, Jordana. Are we good? Did I just go from here? Awesome. Great. Well, thank you for having me. Really excited about this. Jordana and Marcelo, thank you for organizing. It's awesome to meet all the other entrepreneurs and the judges. Rohan, nice to see you again. So I'm just going to riff here for 7 minutes on Recurate and what we built and what we're trying to do. So Recurate is a software integration. And we work with e-commerce sites to power peer-to-peer resale directly on their site. So our long-term vision is to create the next generation of re-commerce, of secondhand sales for customers, peer-to-peer sales. And the way that we aim to do that is to really improve on the existing experience for all 3 of our stakeholders, and those are buyers, sellers, and brands. And really, the customer behavior of resale is well established at this point. People are buying and selling every day on eBay, Poshmark, Depop, Grailed, you name it. But my background is in brands, and what we see as the missing piece in that is the brand. You know, brands are doing amazing work, creating unbelievable product and attracting customers and garnering loyalty. And then for that secondhand sale, they're essentially passing their customers over to third-party marketplaces. And what we want to do is make it really easy for brands to actually have resale on their own site, use it as a customer engagement tool, use it as a traffic driver, increase their revenue, and really sort of have the brand inspire that confidence for buyers and sellers. So that's what we've set out to do. And the way that actually looks with our product is that we're an integration that works with brands. So we have access to their customer information, their product information. So we can really sort of change the system where it's always been the responsibility of a seller to decide what they want to sell, when they want to sell it, where they want to sell it. And instead, you can imagine a scenario where brands are actually tracking their customers. They know what they have in their closet, and those brands are reaching out to customers and inviting them to sell. And once they do that, again, because we're working directly with the brands, we can make it a much easier, what we call frictionless seller experience for customers. And what that means is we already know what that customer has in their closet, what they paid for it, when they bought it, what size it is, what color it is, etc. So compared to an eBay or Poshmark where someone is creating a listing from scratch, we can actually bring all of that information in on behalf of our sellers and make it really easy for our sellers to share a couple of images on what that product looks like today, a condition level. We work with them to recommend a price, and then any other sort of pertinent information about that product. Once the seller completes that listing, the brand will have the opportunity to review it and approve it. And if they do approve it, that item is then available for sale on the brand site in a separate collection of secondhand products. On the buyer side, we're using a combination of the seller information and the brand information, so we can create a really nice, consistent experience. For anyone out there that's purchased on eBay or Poshmark, there's no consistency with photography. There's no consistency with product titles. And again, because we're working directly with our brands, we can create really consistent product pages and use a combination of that brand information that we know to be true. It's accurate. It's always been a part of that product. And then also include that seller information, current state, what it looks like today, what the condition is. And then on the actual operational side, what we do for our brand partners is we generate a shipping transaction directly from that seller to the buyer. So it's a peer-to-peer transaction. We don't take physical possession of the item. Our brands don't take physical possession of the item. What that means is we can be super cost efficient, super environmentally efficient. There's only one leg of shipping involved in these transactions directly from seller to buyer. We can keep as much value in that product, both financially and from a sustainability perspective as possible, and really create a nice on-brand experience for buyers and sellers. I'm getting a time warning here, so I just want to make sure I touch on a couple things. We have over a dozen brands that are using our product today. They're seeing great seller engagement. We had one brand that had 100 seller listings within the first 24 hours of launch. We're seeing a sell-through rate that's really high, and usually most of our products sell within a couple of weeks. That's always our goal, to move a product within a couple of weeks so nothing goes stale on the site. And then we also have contracts signed with another 8 brands that will be launching in the next few months with us. From a category perspective, we have high-end fashion, traditional apparel, footwear, outdoor equipment, premium camera gear, and we're working on a few other verticals as well. And we really see the opportunity on anything that's being resold today between customers on third-party platforms are sort of in scope for us. And really what we're trying to do is take that existing established customer behavior of buying and selling secondhand and just do so in a way where our brands can benefit and where we can make it easier for sellers, bring more people in, and really improve on that experience for buyers. I hope I touched on everything that was relevant. That seemed really quick. Appreciate the time, appreciate the opportunity. And yeah, I'll sit back and watch my colleagues from their other startups pitch as well. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you so much, Wilson. I appreciate it. Okay, next we're going to have Valentine Aseo with Matador Meggings.
Hi, everyone. I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen? Beautiful. Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be here today and talk about Matador Meggings. My name is Valentine, and I have 15 years of experience in several multinational companies. My last role was SVP of product at Benzintown, and prior to that, I spent 8 years working at Facebook in Ireland, India, and the US, spanning different roles. And prior to that, I was at Colgate and Palmolive and IBM. I'm also a certified yoga teacher and a Meggings aficionado. Meggings? Say what? Matador Meggings has re-engineered men's leggings for the male anatomy and the needs of the modern man. We make world's most comfortable, functional, and stylish high-performance workout leggings that you can sport from Ironman to Burning Man. Shouldn't be a surprise to anyone that leggings are the highest growth product in this millennium in the fashion and apparel industry. Especially like, if you remember 15 years ago, they used to be called yoga pants because women would wear them strictly to yoga or gym classes. Now they wear them 24/7 from running errands to Sunday brunch. And men are finally catching up with this trend, embracing this garment in and out of the gym. That being said, there are so many issues with the current offerings on the market. First, they're not designed for the male anatomy. Due to the nature of spandex, all leggings on the market expose too much of your goodies and leave nothing to imagination, or they will give you a flat groin, which is far from flattering for any man. Second, they lack functionality. Most guys don't carry purses, so we need pockets, we need functional garment so that it's also can be worn as daily wear. And lastly, lack of selection and colors and prints. When you look at mega brands like Lululemon, Nike, Under Armour, you just have a handful of options. 90% of the time, you'll see black, black, and more black with an occasional gray. And I have an issue with that. Why am I being forced to look boring and very tame in my workout apparel? And this, my friends, is my contribution to humanity, men's leggings on steroids. I call them the Swiss Army knife of meggings. They're super functional with many features, such as an open pocket for your phone, a zipper pocket for your valuables, a non-slip waistband to avoid crack accidents, and an inner drawstring for extra security. Two things to call out here is there's insane amount of technology that goes to the groin department of this garment. There's a soft molded crotch cup concealing the visible penis line. It's a scientific term, actually. So this very thin layer of modesty pad gives you a perfectly rounded superhero crotch. No matter what shape or size your junk is, you're safe. Secondly, the innovation at the back, the t-shirt and towel loop. It comes very handy when you go for a run and you take your shirt off, and you don't have to hold onto your shirt for the entire 5-mile run, or you can secure your gym towel so that you don't lose it when you're switching stations at the gym. We have dozens and dozens of bold colors and unique prints. This is just 1/4 of our current collection. So of course we have the blacks and grays, but in addition to that, we are known for very vibrant colors and prints and patterns so that you can wear them to festivals as well, like Coachella and Burning Man, in addition to high intensity workouts. The global leggings market was close to $30 billion last year, and only 3%, guys, only 3% of it was men's leggings, which should speak volumes to the opportunity to grow in this market as a brand and as the product category. We target gym goers, we target festival freaks, we target, of course, the LGBT members who are the pioneer in this category, or pretty much we target anyone and everyone who would like to be comfortable, feel confident, get the benefits of compression pants when you work out. This is just a quick screenshot from our community called Bulls of Matador Meggings. Of course, there's a lot of competition. There are mega brands like 2XU, Under Armour, Nike, Lululemon, but They are premium, sure, but they have low variety. It's just like blacks and grays and very little print. If you want prints and patterns, then you can go to Amazon to have large selection, but it's very low and cheap quality. Like the leggings feel like plastic nylon mix, which gives your skin a rash. One considerable player in this domain is Kapow Meggings. Yes, they have large selection, but I couldn't really consider them as like super premium. Also, they haven't figured out the crotch situation. So if you wear those, you will get moose knuckles, which is the male version of camel toe. So you will have to wear shorts over them like millions of guys that are doing right now. So they don't have that innovation and technology piece that we offer. Also, they don't have the pockets and the drawstring and all those other added functionalities. 2020 was an amazing year for us. We did close to $400,000 in sale. I launched this brand literally 20 minutes before the pandemic hit. We had a great start in January and February, and then March happened. And of course, as a brand who's been around for only 2 months, we had really tough time for a couple of months, but we were able to pick back up. And then as of June, July, we picked up sales. We broke even in August. And this is a miracle because average fashion apparel brand takes 1.5 to 2 years to break even and to become profitable. And we've been profitable only after a couple of months. Since September, we've been profitable. In November, we hit over $100,000 in sales, which translates to thousands of men's leggings. December was great with 60,000. January this year was 70,000, and February now we're on target to hit $90,000. So, and then after that, we're aiming to grow 20 to 30% month over month. Average e-com return rate, you may be familiar, it's 30%. Our return rate is around 1%, which should tell you how satisfied our customers are, because when they buy from us, they don't want to return. In fact, 40% of the time, they come back to us immediately after the first purchase to buy their second. Our overall rating is 4.9 stars based on hundreds of reviews. Our vision is to become an all things spandex brand. We're not going to be just a meggings brand forever. We're introducing short meggings in the next couple of months, then bike shorts, spandex bike shorts, wrestling singlets, swimwear, underwear. So basically anything and everything below the belt using the power of spandex. We're also a fitness and wellness brand. We're growing our community of Bulls of Matador Meggings while investing in our media channel, which is Matador Magazine. It's a men's athletic wear, athleisure, lifestyle, fitness, and nutrition magazine. This is our team. We have 12 departments in the company and 1 single employee, me, myself, and I. This slide is not to brag about myself, but to show you the power of caffeine and what you can achieve with it. As soon as I get some investor money, I know what I'm going to do with it. I'm going to hire my first employee because you're probably seeing the bags under my eyes. I am incredibly humbled to be recognized as #1 men's leggings brand in the world by all these amazing, reputable media sources. And even though we've just been around for a couple of months. Thank you so much, everyone. It was such a pleasure to talk about Matador Meggings. As I always say, unleash your superhero. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Valentine. And I do have to just say one more thing. You are fully sustainable. That's one thing you didn't mention, which I think is super cool. So with that, we'll go to the next one. Thank you. So now we're excited to have David Friedrichs at Circular.
Hi, everyone. How are you? So I'm calling from Australia at the moment. I'm David Friedrichs, the co-founder and CEO of Circular.com. A big thanks to Jordana and Marcelo for fashion innovation generally, but also for this incredible event, because it's not only timely, but it's also a ring on the bell to remind us that time is of the essence. The way I step into this event today is actually not as a pitch. It's to band together with actually every other person on the panel presenting, because every single innovation is something that Circular encompasses as part of our mission, which is accessibility. And accessibility is what I'm going to talk about today because it's the biggest success factor, but it's also the current biggest hindrance or inhibitor to scaling sustainability at scale. So what's Circular? In a nutshell, we're the next generation multi-seller marketplace platform for sustainable, eco-emerging and eco-luxury brands. The way we launched this came out of a place of a necessity, actually. So prior to launching this, my wife, who's also my co-founder, we were living in Hong Kong up until August last year, diverting our time between the US and Hong Kong. And having spent 7 years in Asia, we saw firsthand the effects of unsustainable consumerism on the day-to-day lives, including us. There were some days where we couldn't even go hiking because we would feel the pollution on our faces. So the light bulb moment was, we need to change something. We're going to try and do whatever we can, and we're going to start shopping sustainably. We were working crazy busy jobs, so we thought the best and easiest way is to jump right in and buy whatever we could sustainably online, only to find out that it's almost impossible. So I'm going to ask all of you on the panel today, what do you love about Amazon? What do you love about Poshmark? What do you love about shopping online? It comes down to one thing, which is at your fingertips accessibility. That's the number one draw card. On the flip side, if you try to replicate that for everything that's good, and I'm not saying the brands who you feel sorry for, I'm saying the super cool, emerging cool brands that are doing the right thing, but no one knows about. So it could be the great brand that we just heard about. It could be the next brand that's coming around. It could be all the beautiful brands that already are on Circular. But unfortunately, they're not being able to reach you directly or easily. So we gave up our search on shopping online and we reverted back to our old ways, which was shopping on conventional marketplace platforms. So we thought, if it's this hard for buyers to shop sustainably online, it must be equally as hard, if not harder, for all the brands out there to find us. And so we launched Circular after doing tons of research. And it just blew our minds that sustainable is growing 5.6 times faster than conventional products. In the US alone, FMCG sustainable products will reach $150 billion. By 2030, it will be the single biggest market sector with about $12 trillion. Already, the sustainable/circular market makes up a quarter of the global economy, so about roughly 25 trillion. And yet, despite all this, the single problem about connecting sustainability is that we are all living isolated. You've got supply chains in one part of the world, you've got brands in another part of the world, and you've got manufacturing hubs in other parts of the world, but there's nothing connecting everyone and everything together. And as a result, we don't have a fair chance to compete. So all the beautiful brands out there who are not only on Circular, but who will become on Circular, they will have a platform where they can shine, where they're not competing against unconventional low-cost products, where they're not competing against price-conscious customers who only want the lowest price. And they're not selling on platforms that are only prioritizing the lowest price regardless. So Circular encompasses absolutely everything that we wanted as a buyer and all the things that sellers want, but also in a much broader context, in the sense that we are building a proprietary blockchain AI system that will connect all parts of the ecosystem within the sustainability, so that ultimately, whether you are a seller or whether you are a buyer, you will have absolutely everything at your fingertips in a central place. So that means for buyers, it means one place to shop, one place to check out, one place to receive your shipments. And the secret to our success so far, because we're scaling super, super fast, is partnerships with Sendle. We are the world's first integrated platform with 100% carbon neutral shipping. We are a Stripe Connect partner, so that regardless of how many brands you check out with, you have one payment and the sellers get paid in real time instantly. But the biggest and most beautiful thing that we have seen is that every brand who comes on board is our promotional arm. If you check out Instagram, if you check out LinkedIn, we are absolutely blessed that every single brand who joins, they're part of us in our mission. And our mission is to unite all sustainable brands, both those emerging and current, and get them out in the place where they can shine reinvest their funds in a productive and profitable way to keep on doing what they do best. And ultimately, we see access as the single biggest success factor that can actually solve climate change, as well as help businesses flourish. So that's what Circular is. We are a connecting force. We call ourselves a multi-seller marketplace, but ultimately we are a solution to the climate change problem on a business level.
Thank you so much, David. I think it's great what you're doing. So I appreciate you being here, and we're going to go to the next one.
Thank you. So come on board, everyone. Absolutely.
So next we have Alex Ciorapsio from Auto Retouch.
Right. Jordana, thank you very much for the opportunity to present here. Thanks very much for reaching out on LinkedIn and connecting there with me. We're great. Here we are. Let's do something productive, fun, and creative at the same time today. So what I'll be talking about is product images. As anyone that has ever sold fashion online, and you see these beautiful images here, like on Saks or at Breuninger, the company I used to work for here in southern Germany, you know, that is not reality. This is not how an image looks like when you snapped a photo in the photo studio, right? So how does it look like? Let's see. It looks something like this. Yeah, it's messy, right? That's reality. That's what happens every day in photo studios around the world. So what happens then? Well, you send it off to post-production somewhere and people work on it, and people work on millions of images like that all year round, and they work under pressure and they are not paid well and the working conditions are pretty bad, and it's got absolutely nothing to do with creativity anymore. So what are we building? Well, we solved a big, hairy problem, and that is how to auto-retouch an image. And what we've built here is a tool and service in one, where you can define your own workflow, what you want your images to look like, define it once, and then process hundreds and thousands of images momentarily. So let's do that, right? You have an input image and an output image. And in between, you have these components up here. And these components are smart components that do a certain operation of image editing. So let's say I would like to align this to the left. I can align it to the left. And let's say I am a brand that features a model like this on my own shop, but I would like to sell it on a different shop or a different marketplace. Let's say Saks or Breuninger, right? So if you look at how they have their images, well, it's a half-faced shot, right? So in order to be able to sell there, you need to adapt this image. Is that creative? No, it's not. How can you solve that? Drag and drop the crop face component in here. It will automatically recognize the head, where to put the cutting line, and you have yourself a crop-faced image. Now, what you do now, you don't work on just one image. You save the workflow, click Run Workflow, and then you take a bunch of these files. Let's take how much we can grab in here, throw them into Auto Retouch, and Auto Retouch will get to work immediately. See, the files are being uploaded here. And while we're speaking,
I think we're stuck on the screen. I don't think we followed. It just got stuck on the screen with the lady.
Yep, it got stuck in the screen. So let's try again. All right. I started my screen share, but it's not coming through. Well, Auto Retouch already finished processing all of these files. Let's try one more time.
Technology, it's okay.
I think somebody needs to give me permission to share the screen.
You have the permission. Let me see.
Well, then we're going to do it without, right? The best part of that is you can all try it for yourself. You can go to autoretouch.com and try it with your own images right away. First 10 images are free. And after that, we are at an incredible price of only 10 cents per image editing. And the beauty about the way we approached it is we are taking the really heavy lifting when it comes to image editing. We do the remove the background, we do the skin retouching, the crop facing, all these tedious works that nobody really wants to do, but you got to do it to be able to sell on the different platforms online. We do it in a very professional way. We do it in a very fast way, and we do it in a very cheap way. And our ambition is actually to give back time and resources to the fashion industry to do what they've been always doing, be creative. And that's what I feel got lost along the way. I've worked at Bräuninger. That's a high-end fashion retailer from the south of Germany. I was the head of the data science department. And I went into the photo studio on one of my first days and had a look what had changed in the past 15 years since I was teaching these workflows in the photo studio. And frankly, nothing had changed. Only the amount of images being shot and processed had changed, and people were more under pressure than ever. And the one thing that got lost was any kind of creativity or styling or ambition to really differentiate your brand from all of the others. And that's why we have a massive opportunity through AI to get back, to really excel at what we humans are really good at. And that's being creative and having fun. Thank you very much, everybody.
That was great. And technical difficulties happen, but I will say huge pain point, and you're really assisting it well. So I hope all of you judges can go in and play around with it since we had that happen. But thank you so much, Alex.
Very welcome.
So next we have Simone Lewis, who's the founder of Bare Elastics.
Hello. Hi, Jordana. Nice to see. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Okay. So let me share my screen. Okay. I guess we'll do this one. Okay. So fashion represents identity. What we wear is a reflection of who we are. And there have been many fads that have come and gone. Some have returned, many have not. But in a world of fads, there's been one constant, and that's been the off-the-shoulder look. For centuries, this has been a look that represents glamour, power, sophistication, and luxury, and from Marie Antoinette all the way to Michelle Obama. This is a look that's iconic and that is uniquely feminine. But we also have a centuries-old problem with off-the-shoulder fashions, and that is that they don't stay off the shoulder. Now, I want to just give you a sense of what it's like for a woman who likes to rock this look. Okay, so you get ready and you take that last look in the mirror and you say, "You look amazing, girl." But then you go to the car door and the shoulder sleeve rises up. It's like, okay, fine, you pull it down. But then at dinner, you reach for your glass and it pops up again. And now you're like, did anybody notice? How do I pull this down discreetly? So it's, taking a selfie, hugging goodbye, fixing your hair. It happens again and again and again. And if there's dancing involved, T-Pain better not ask you to put your hands up, okay? It is called an off-the-shoulder top. So why do we spend half our night keeping it there? So introducing Shoulder Bare. We are a beauty fashion brand helping women exude confidence in their off-the-shoulder fashions. Our first product is patented Bare Elastics. It is a discreet accessory that keeps your off-the-shoulder fashions off the shoulder, so you can have freedom of movement in your off the shoulder fashions. Bare Elastics helps you, helps keep your beauty looking effortless and feeling comfortable. It's easy. Wear it off the shoulder, keep it off the shoulder. Simply attach, adjust, and slay, knowing that what you saw in the mirror inside your house is the same as what everyone is going to see outside of the house. Shoulder Bare represents being confidently feminine. We stand for power, integrity, body positivity, and sustainability. So the future is confidently feminine. Here in the United States, we just elected our first woman vice president. And Vice President Harris said, she may be the first, but she will not be the last. And we are a brand that celebrates women in leadership positions, you know, the focus on sustainable materials, and the supportive brands that care about environmental causes, and the representation of different body types on screens. And we unlock multiple growing industries. So we access the 954 billion women's global apparel industry, as well as the global accessories industry that is estimated to increase by 12% for 5 years. So we're right there in the middle, and we are looking to expand first with Bare Elastics, but then move into our own off-the-shoulder clothing line with, you know, tops and all kinds of apparel, and then evolve into our beauty and skincare line, and truly be a lifestyle brand. So our road to millions is, our billions actually, is to have, you know, 67 million women buy at least one pair of Bare Elastics. You only need one pair that you can transfer between all your off-the-shoulder fashions. But we want women to buy just one pair. And our first year is what we're going to do is we're going to be in kind of niche subscription boxes, and then grow on the next year, you know, changing our variants and moving into, you know, the online platforms and be available that way, like on the Amazons, and then also go into retail distribution in the third year. And the Shoulder Bare, we have a clear market need, okay? In our testing, research has shown that 63% of the women struggle with this issue, but that's not counting the women who just don't buy the product anymore because they don't want to struggle with the issue. But then particularly in the age group of 18 to 24, you have women who have multiple tops in their fashion, you know, in their closets that they're not wearing because the sleeves, you know, the shoulder sleeves keep popping up. So this is important, and this is amazing because we help women feel like they matter, and that's what they told us. That's not what we told them. So we are the future. Being confidently feminine is the future. We are women-owned, Black-owned, and we ask that if you agree with our mission, that you join our team so that we can scale Bare Elastics to be a true lifestyle brand. And our ask is 3 million. That creates a platform to scale the Shoulder Bare Limited lifestyle brand. The future is confidently feminine. And my question is to you is, do you want to be on board for the future? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I would welcome all of the founders at Pitch to turn your cameras on. And we are going to have the judges. Each judge is going to give a consensus type feedback to each of you. And then at the end of the day, we're going to have a winner announced at the event and to everybody. But let's hear from the judges now. And we can start with Dana Burns, please, from Bold Metrics.
Hello, everybody. Thank you for your pitches. I really enjoyed listening to everyone's amazing concepts and the companies you're building. So I'm giving feedback today. This is consensus feedback, by the way. For those that don't know, we've been this whole time texting to each other over WhatsApp and sharing feedback on each other's companies. And so I'm giving you a consensus feedback for Recurate right now. So this is to Wilson. Let me just move my screen over so I can see your face and my notes at the same time. Okay. All right. So actually, your company is really interesting. I think there's a lot of promise in the space. Obviously, consumers today are becoming more and more concerned around, are they shopping sustainable brands? And but also, is there ways to create new business models to help make things more sustainable? And I think repurposing apparel and finding new ways to capture that marketplace is really interesting. So that's great. I think it's also like an added benefit, and I'd be curious to know if you've thought about some of your estimates on how this impacts the brand's customer LTV, because it's really creating this long-term relationship with their customers. So when they shop on the site, they can then know that they can resell later, which I think would have a pretty meaningful impact on LTV. So I really like that storyline of it. And then actually it occurred to me, because you had mentioned, I think you had mentioned cameras or premium camera products. But so it occurred to me, actually, this is a really promising opportunity for other marketplaces beyond just apparel. So I can see promise there in like furniture, electronics, and others. So I think that's pretty cool. It opens up your total addressable market, which is also always very interesting, and especially for obtaining investment. Of course, there's emerging competitors in the space. So I could, we talked a little bit about one of your competitors, and there's another one I was familiar with as well. So there are emerging companies that are in this space. However, no clear market winner yet. So I think that's still ripe for the taking. And then just so you know, some other questions people had, they were wondering how your pricing model works, and how you access a brand's customer data. And questions around how you certify product authenticity. So maybe in future pitches you can touch on that. So thank you so much, Wilson. That was great.
Thank you, Dana. And I'm very excited to have. Thank you. We're excited to have you at the next panel. So we'll see you again, but stay here for now. And then we're also now having Rohan at Gorgias. He's going to speak to Circular.
Perfect. Thank you. David, yeah, great presentation. Really enjoyed it. I think it's super impressive that sustainable fashion is growing at 5.6 times the rate of conventional products. So that was a great fact to share, and that it makes up about a quarter of the global economy. I think it's really important that you create a marketplace for sustainable fashion. Like you said, I think for myself personally, I know a few brands in my network that are in sustainability, and that's very good, but it is tough to find them a lot of the time, to your point. So I think this centralized platform is really good for a lot of people, especially the consumers that care about something like this. I know a lot of consumers care a little bit more about fast fashion, and they just want to get things as quick as possible. But for others in your category, this is definitely needed, and really enjoyed the goal to drive product emissions down to zero, and really help to drive change in the climate change problem. A couple of the questions that the panel had in the group chat. So number one was, how do you qualify the brands? What are the baseline standards for being sustainable, and how do you qualify them for actually being on your platform? And then the second question was, what is the defensibility around this? So if an Amazon, for example, or some other large retailers were to put a filter on that allows consumers to search specifically for sustainable type brands, how does that make your brand and your marketplace defensible compared to what they're doing based on the size and nature of their businesses?
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we have Zornitsa Stefanova from Bispicay, and she's going to be giving feedback on Matador Meggings.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here, and it was great to hear your presentation, Alex. Apologies, I'm trying to switch to my headphones for some reason. It's connected. First of all, I'd like to say congratulations on getting the company off the ground. It's really impressive. And the things that stood out in terms of your pitch were the very great, clear, focused presentation. Immediately obvious, what's the product, who's the customer, why. which I think are really important questions to answer at the early stage of a startup. It also looked very aligned with the mission of the times: sustainability, innovation, inclusivity, and also certainly including also your background aligned with the path of distribution, which going forward increasingly for everyone will be digital and e-commerce, not only retail. And so that very clear point of view was super great. I guess some of the questions in the panelists revolve around defensibility. And obviously this type of business is heavily dependent on social media uptake. And so therefore the story differentiation and the curation will be really key to success. This is sort of my personal take, but you reminded me very much of Chubbies, which was another super successful brand for men's shorts. And I recall listening to a podcast with the founder, and it was truly inspiring how their story allowed them to succeed. So, and also the other thing that came up in the panel in terms of the positive comment is your incredibly low return rate. And it will be interesting, of course, to know whether that, as you grow, whether that persists, as you get competition, whether that persists. And so the quality of the product and story, again, will probably be a great differentiator for you. So yeah, I think that was kind of the takeaway. Some challenges, certainly around growth and distribution and defensibility, but overall, great positioning. Nice job.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So now we have Veronica Chow, the founder of Everybody and Everyone, speaking on auto retouch.
Hi everyone, and hi Alex. Thank you for your presentation. It's a little bit bummer that there was technical difficulties, because I was quite hoping to see some of the end results, but I think you also turned that around to your advantage in terms of your pitching and told us to go try it out ourselves, and that's something I definitely would do. As an investor in brands and a founder of small young brands, I think what you do is definitely brings a lot to the table and definitely very helpful. So that's very exciting to see. As the panelists here, we were also curious, who else is the customer, what's the buyer, and what's the business model? Is it SaaS? And also what the sales team look like, because part of it is acquiring customers and speaking to them and convincing big and small companies to sign on board. I think it's very clear for a small to medium-sized business, there's a lot of benefit, but how does it work for an enterprise kind of client, and how that'll be? And I think another question is when someone has to use it, how easy is it, or how difficult it is to set up all these the first time use, how easy or difficult it is to set up. And we also are curious about the pricing, so that might be something you can include for future pitches. But overall, I think it's a great use of technology that can help people make life a little bit easier. So we enjoyed it very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Alex, you there?
Yep.
Good. Okay, perfect. So next, and last but not least, we have Gary Wasner at Hilton speaking on Bare Elastics.
Hi, Simone. It was great to see your presentation. Honestly, I look at consumer products day in and day out, finance hundreds of brands, and invest in many. I think you've identified something in the market that has been lacking, that's been a problem, and which is really something I always enjoy seeing in an entrepreneur, that they've really focused on a category that nobody has thought about before. And you've created a product that solves the problem. So I admire that. I think your plans are incredibly ambitious. I'd like to really speak with you offline and understand how you create your margin, what your costs of production are, whether you've thought about wholesale models here, what your distribution channels you anticipate to be. You're beginning a path, starting on a path of providing something people need and they didn't even know they needed, which is always the best kind of product to develop. But you've got to start off on the right footing in terms of margin, in terms of production, sourcing, sustainability, all of this. That's incredibly important to today's market. So there's a lot I'd like to learn, a lot more, but I really admire that you've identified this white space in a market. And it's not easy to do. It is not easy to do, and to also turn it into a real product. So I'm grateful that you've expressed this to us today. And I'd like to have further conversations.
I look forward to it.
Regardless. That's really all I have to say right now. I mean, there's so many more questions I do have, but they're questions which shouldn't be asked during this kind of a synopsis.
Thank you guys all so much. And this is the first time that we had so many pitches and so many judges, and that's why I was kind of going with the time. But I thought you were all brilliant. I thought all the presentations were brilliant. And I love, Gary, what you said in the panel before about now the opportunity being greater because there is a lot of digital opportunity. And I thought that was really optimistic and a great thing for people to hear. So I really appreciated that comment, and I just appreciate all of you. And I hope at the end of the day, we're going to say who the winner is at the end of the talk, and we're going to send out a post release tomorrow with that information as well. But again, I thank you all so much for being here and participating at Fashion Innovation, and I truly hope that this is the beginning of much more that we can all do together, because in unity we walk along. How does it go? In unity we walk longer. I don't know. In Portuguese, I know how to say it, but anyhow, so with that, I'll let you guys go. But thank you all so much again, and I'll talk to you all soon.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks, Jordana.
Thank you. All right, so next we're going to have a really exciting talk titled Fashion is Moving into the Future Through Supply Chain Partnerships and Transparency, be led by Carrie Bennigan, the founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign.
New Year's Eve. 6, 5, 4. What do we start though? Don't they turn it on?
Hello, I'm Carrie Bannigan, founder of the Conscious Fashion Campaign. Today, I'm joined by Jill Demain, CEO of Bluesign Technologies, to discuss moving into the future through supply chain partnerships and transparency. Thank you all for joining, and welcome, Jill.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
Thanks for joining us. So to begin, tell us about Bluesign and your journey to CEO.
Oh, I'm happy to. It's been a long road with Bluesign. So we've just celebrated our 20th anniversary, which we're very excited about.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Really pioneering this space. And at the beginning of Bluesign, I actually was a client and learned about them very early on in their journey because I worked for Patagonia, a clothing brand in California, known for their sustainability work. So we were on one of the initial tours Bluesign did to see if their idea had some legs to it and had merit. So at the time, I was managing all the fabric development and technology for the company. And from a sustainability standpoint, we had a lot of things covered, even back then, from fiber procurement, whether it was recycled polyester or organic cotton, and we had this end of life, or now what we call the circular economy program going. But we really were missing this chemical management component and resource management. And that's what Bluesign started saying, we know how to make it cleaner, we know how to make it more efficient, whether it's water or energy or less hazardous chemicals, let's bring this to the industry. And it was music to my ears at the time because we really were missing that slot of the trifecta of bringing in environmentalism, textiles, and chemistry. You could find them independently, but not experts that had all three. So Bluesign was music to my ears. We were one of the early adopters of it. Personally, I was an advocate and ended up recruiting a lot of different competitors to come and listen to BlueSign's message as well. And that was part of the reason BlueSign really grew in the outdoor industry. It proved to be a very good place for them to focus because the textiles are very diverse and very complicated, from 3 to 4 layer coated fabrics to cotton t-shirts and everything in between. So it was a really good proving ground for the company, for the system, the approach, input stream management, to see that it worked in these different kinds of supply chains. And then after 28 years at Patagonia, my predecessor, Peter Weber, was leading the company of BlueSign, and I got recruited to come over to Switzerland. And I decided that sounds like an interesting challenge. So I've just started my 5th year.
Wow, congratulations. And it speaks volumes to go from learning about this to joining as a client to then taking the seat as CEO. So congratulations on all of that. And I think it says a lot for what BlueSign has achieved and what it's got going on with members, which we'll come to later on. Now, historically, supply chains have had the challenges with actually remaining transparent and sustainable. Do you believe that we could be moving away from this? And have you noticed any positive trends with the companies that you partner with?
I don't think industry has a choice to move away from it anymore. And, you know, Las Vegas used to have an advertising slogan, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Now you could say what happens in Vegas goes to Pinterest, to Instagram, to Facebook, to Twitter. Like, we don't live in secret anymore as a society. And I think especially the younger generations that are coming up, they're used to living a transparent life. Like, they've got their life, what they had for dinner and breakfast and, you know, whatever. They're just used to living this transparent life. And I think it's an expectation. I also think, though, that transparency can go too far, to be quite honest. And I've experienced that in my career, where it's not always beneficial to come out when you're in the middle of a big problem, because it can be interpreted so many different ways that sometimes you need a little time behind the scenes to figure out the direction you're going, but then become transparent about it and tell what you're doing, tell where you've been, tell where you're going. And we had this one experience when I was at Patagonia as well that really struck me. We were building a website showing supply chains, and we were proud we could go all the way back to our farms and identify who they were. And we got pushback from some saying, this is where we send our children to school from. I'm not sure I want this address on your website. And it made me really take this step back. Like, do I want my personal address on our website? I'm technically part of the supply chain as well. So it was finding this balance of not just doing it because you could, but doing it because it was going to make something better. And I think that's really where I see transparency landing, is absolutely the more companies are bold enough and brave enough to talk about where the problems are and then their plan to fix them, I think it's really good for the industry. But I really don't think it's much of a choice anymore.
And are you seeing that with the companies that you partner with? And, you know, when you talk about these bold choices, it's really interesting when it comes to the supply chain. Can you talk us more through that a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it looks different for every company. You know, I've been reading a lot about online lately about the regenerative agricultural movement. And though BlueSign doesn't go down to the field level, our scope is higher up in the supply chain, starting with the chemical companies, there's a lot of brands that are talking now about the regenerative agriculture, and the fact that they can go down to the farms, it's really, really good. And they start to know who the people are in their supply chain. And when you look at buying cotton for whatever a pound and how that translates into a t-shirt, and you meet the person growing it, suddenly it has a very different meaning than just buying a bale of cotton from somewhere in the world. So I've been really excited to see a lot of that work that I was, you know, pioneering years ago on how to bring this forward in a meaningful way, that it's teaching the consumers you can't just flip a switch. These supply chains are long and complicated. And if you want to pull something through, there's a lot of pieces that have to be considered and have to be included. And so for me, I think it's a huge benefit for the consumers to understand more what the companies have to do in order to bring these sustainability initiatives further.
And you touch on something there that I think is really important, is the human element. So we are always conditioned, especially in the industry, to talk about the supply chain or overall the value chain. But the reality is it's a human chain of transactions and work and supply and relationships. And I think the more that all of us along that chain understand this is a human chain, that's where we have to seek to do better. And I like that you speak about the importance of that human element, because that is so forgotten. And now what we're seeing, especially with the pandemic, is so much coming to light about what has gone wrong. And in that, it's now time to focus on the human element of things. And speaking of the pandemic, as many of us know, COVID-19 has brought with it significant disruption to the industry supply chains. What impacts have you witnessed? And is this now an opportunity to promote sustainability and transparency as we move towards our recovery as a sector?
I do. And I mean, I have to, I'll give full disclosure. I'm a pretty extreme optimist by nature. So I often can see sort of the pathway out of something that maybe looks disastrous into something else. I also think it's the benefit of all these gray hairs and having done this for nearly 30 years now, where I was talking to some younger people kind of around 30 a few months ago, and they were so depressed about COVID that sustainability was just hitting this tipping point, and now COVID. And I was like, oh my, oh no, this is still really good, you guys. You know, there were all these commitments, all this energy from the governmental level, which you've been working so hard in with the UN SDGs, down to startups and their Kickstarter campaigns or their fundraising campaigns. They all show their supply chains. They all show their sustainability initiatives. And if you look at those, you know, the baby startups, it's almost like if you don't have it, don't bother in a way, all the way up to the large fashion luxury brands making these commitments. And so I think COVID is a bit of an interruption. And somebody described it to me once that in your car, if your carburetor's not working great, you can kind of still sputter along. And that's where sustainability is. You can kind of keep going, but COVID's a flat tire. You're not going anywhere. So you have to fix your flat tire before you worry about your carburetor. But it's not forever. So I think the momentum the industry had leading up to COVID, it's a long blip, feels like now, but I think when we look back in a few years, it's going to feel like a shorter blip. And for me, I've been super encouraged this year by some of the newer brands working on initiatives, still really plowing forward on the sustainability work. And maybe it's all working from home. We don't commute now. We have more time. I don't know. It doesn't feel like we have more time. But I am optimistic about where the industry is still heading. And I don't think COVID will take the sustainability away, but I am hopeful that seeing deeper into the supply chains and coming up, and a lot of stories in the mainstream press of the disruption to the people deep in the supply chain. And I think those are the ones that are often the faceless ones that we don't think about in that way.
Yeah, and thank you, Vlad. It's interesting when you mentioned about the youth, and I think the youth have been given this burden of responsibility that they didn't ask for. They've inherited this mess in a way of other generations before them, and they want to step up, and they've been given a voice, and it's incredible to see what the youth are doing. But to your point, it's like COVID is giving us that moment to now say, how do we play in their part of recovery? Who has the assets? Who has the resources? What can we do? Because we each have our different part that we can do. Is it about redistributing wealth? Because over here, there's financials to back the innovations that you're mentioning, that you're seeing. And I will say the creativity on the side of the innovations for sustainable solutions is incredible, that is starting to be put forward. And actually, even to correct myself there, maybe it's not even starting. Maybe it's just now time that they're being seen and heard, because they're needed more than ever. That disruption for innovation was before the industry was moving along. And now there's that platform for all these great solutions, to join BlueSign and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
Now,
and I mean, our whole lives have been a big disruption for the last year now, right? We're heading to Chinese New Year's again when it all started, or Lunar New Year. So, it's sort of like you realize what we were doing, life can still go on in a different way. And not that anybody wants to sustain this for sure, but I also think sort of what this new normal becomes is, what do we leave behind? There are some pieces, whether it's your personal life or your professional life or our industry, probably thinking, you know what, I don't need to put that back in. And so it's that cliche of take the best and leave the rest. But I really think the industry has that opportunity right now. And to think about, with disrupted supply chains, how do you secure it more going forward? How do you form a tighter bond with your suppliers all the way down the chain? And that was another thing that was really impressive to me about BlueSign and bringing back the human component. When I was a client, not only does BlueSign go to the textile mill, but to the chemical manufacturer. And when I was sitting in the brand chair, I just thought, there's never a chance I could be a big enough company to go all the way back to all my chemical suppliers and ensure that people are being taken care of there, up to the textile mill, the surrounding communities, and really turning this me society into the we society. And it's not just people in China or people in Bangladesh, like there's faces that come with that now. And my hope is that relationships, so consumers and citizens saw it in the newspapers, the industry people saw it daily. So that's my hope, is that, once you see the faces and the people, it's not just a country or a factory, it's humans, and we're all part of the same supply chain.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what do you believe are currently the biggest barriers to getting companies to prioritize sustainability and transparency within the supply chains? And then as we go through that, tell us where it connects to what does BlueSign do to address these?
I mean, for me, I think knowledge is a big one. And on one hand, there's so much information out there today. It's a little bit opposite from where I started, when there was no rule book, there was no guidebook, and we sort of fell in a lot of potholes and pitfalls that we tried to educate people to miss the next time around. But the flip side right now is there's so many things you could do that I also think that can be very overwhelming for somebody starting. Like, where do you start? How do you prioritize? What can you say no to today? So I think really working with companies, and that's one thing we do with brands. We have a product called a brand assessment, which is in essence a whole sustainability review that then we go to our clients with a roadmap, a gap analysis of where they think they are, where we think they are, where we think they could do better, and then a roadmap to get there. And we have very experienced people doing it, industry veterans that have done this for brands themselves. And it's using this knowledge from the expertise and educating them. It's okay to say no or not yet to this. This is really where your hot spot is. This is where you should focus in, because that's a risk for you. And then these other things, they'll come along, but do it step by step to where you can digest what you're biting off, and not trying to take the whole gamut of what you can do in sustainability today, because you won't be able to. Something will come off the table. So I think those are some of in a way, a good difficulty is, how do you choose what makes the most sense for your company?
And I think to that point, can I just ask quickly there, when you talk about the companies, this audience really varies from Fashion Innovation. We have got the entrepreneur that is starting out, to somebody that's been in the game for a couple of years and maybe has got one or two team members, to them much larger C-suite decision makers sitting here watching. Is there barriers here for everybody, and are they the same?
I think they are different, but I have to, there's a story that just popped in my mind when you asked that question, where when I was sort of the evangelist in this part of the industry, going to trade shows saying, can I talk to anybody that'll talk to me about sustainability? And then I would get excuses. We're too big, we're too small, we're public, we're private. Like there was always a reason why it couldn't be done. And my response was just pick one style, then just pick something. So I'm a firm believer that no matter where you are in the supply chain, you can find something to begin. It might be very small, you might feel like it's insignificant, but in your world, it's significant. And that was something that I really tried to encourage and still do companies that are just beginning. And coming from Patagonia, everybody assumes it's sustainability nirvana there. It's pretty good, but I will say we were held to margins and business and money, and it wasn't just a free-for-all NGO as well. I mean, we had to work towards it, and that was something I felt really strongly about, because if we were going to be an example, or any company is going to be an example, it has to make business sense. We're not going to get throughout the whole industry until it makes business sense. So often people say to BlueSign, why aren't you an NGO? I thought you were a nonprofit. It's like, no, actually, we believe in the profitability, because if we can't make it work, we're not going to hit the whole industry. It has to work from an economic standpoint.
That's a really good piece of advice for brands to take as well when looking at their own business. I feel like a lot of brands, especially when they're starting out in sustainability, have that guilt of pricing and margins, but you have to have them in place so that you can actually sustain your business, to sustain everyone in your supply chain the proper way.
And nobody wants to be an environmental or sustainability martyr. Like there's a place and time for it all. And I mean, we need to move quick. The earth is crying for that. But on the other hand, we have to move at a cadence that can be supported, because there's nothing more just disempowering or discouraging to have to go back on something you worked so hard to do because it didn't work for whatever reason. So I'm a huge proponent of as fast as you can, but as much as you can digest as well.
Now, before we move to welcoming audience questions, I'd like to just, from your side, what are some of the next steps that the audience members can do to actually take action?
No, I think that's a great question, because there's a lot that can be done no matter, again, where you sit in the supply chain. And I mean, like I said before, there is so much information out there today. And my biggest advice to companies just beginning is find which environmental or sustainability initiatives meet your company's values. So if you're an outdoor industry making ocean products, clean water, pollution, your customers are going to care about that. Your executives are going to care about that. If you're a fashion company that's selling to the young group, we know youth is looking at this more than ever before. So don't be afraid to talk about your initiatives, however big or small, because we need this collective voice to make it easy for our consumers to choose where to go. And I think some of the actions is starting small. Like at BlueSign, we have access to all of our system partners, all of our clients that are selling BlueSign product. That's free on our website. Anybody can go to bluesign.com, look up all these suppliers, and go and ask them, what are your BlueSign fabrics? Then you know the chemistry at the textile mill, at the chemical manufacturer is taken care of, that the best resources are being used to make that product. And it doesn't cost you anything. If you have a little bit more change in your pocket and you want to take the next step, maybe doing a brand assessment, see where you want to land. What does that look like? And then we have the full service option of a system partnership, and then you have access to the whole organization. And I think a lot of service providers are set up that way, where there can be this sort of tiered approach into the organization, acknowledging that the startups and the younger companies don't have as many resources. But even, I will say, I've spoken to people from very, very large brands, but they don't have support inside to spend the money. So same, start with this reference list at BlueSign. See who you're already buying from. You might already have some of your suppliers on there. And if not, then you have a few hundred to choose from that are making all sorts of textiles.
Thank you so much. I'm starting to see the questions coming in. And before I just move over to that, I want to echo as a point of action. Anne-Marie this morning, who is from the United Nations Office of Partnerships, she mentioned in her opening address that recently the Conscious Fashion and Lifestyle Network has launched, and it is welcoming industry stakeholders to showcase actions, report progress, and share solutions accelerating the SDGs. We will work with the Fashion Innovation team to share this link along with the links to resources that Jill has shared. So here we go. First question is in here. Jill, do you feel the lack in a unified meaning of sustainability is a problem in terms of why we're not moving forward faster in that realm?
That's an interesting question, because I think it's a question that's been asked for a very, very long time. What is sustainability? What is that definition? And as the question says, if you ask 10 people, you'll get 10 different answers on it. I mean, yes and no. Yes, in that if there was a very clear, defined, agreed upon definition, maybe it would be easier. But on the other hand, if it is broad enough to allow people to enter in a way that they feel they can, then it doesn't bother me so much. And I think back to, again, just stories of companies that would come and say, hey, we're using our low impact dyes, we're sustainable. Okay, what do you mean by low impact? Why is it low impact? What is it? And there, so the prodding to go a little bit deeper to understand a bit more, it's all part of the journey, I think, of educating the industry, educating individuals to come to what those actions are. I honestly, I don't think the lack of unified meaning is the biggest problem.
And I think now,
what do you think, though, Carrie?
No, and it is an interesting term. And one of the things in my work with the Conscious Fashion campaign is, sustainability as a definition is vague and yet complex. And we're seeing this from big to small companies and organizations and what's going on. And in my work, it's very focused on how can we maybe use the Sustainable Development Goals as an existing framework to have some unified language to move forward. How can we work off of these 17 goals with 169 targets to frame what is the blueprint to move forward together, cross-sector as well, never mind just within the fashion industry. And that's why we point to the SDGs, again, as this optional framework that does exist and has been adopted by many, many countries and now businesses and leaders and NGOs. But again, it's not that 100% and one definition of what sustainability is. And another question here, do you want to add to that?
Well, I was going to say, I think one thing that the Sustainable Development Goals does really well is take that next layer from the goal. For example, the infrastructure and innovation one. When I read that goal, that's perfect for our industry because we need the infrastructure of our supply chains in order to move forward. And of course, innovation is at the heart. But then you read a little deeper, and infrastructure in theirs is about highways and inter-border transportation and making that simpler. And I thought, wow, that's really interesting, because from my head and my experience, I took it in a really different way. But that then brought me back into the definition, like, okay, let's stick there, because there's going to be a place for what I'm thinking, but it's just not in this one spot.
Yeah, and that's actually very interesting, because I always say to people in the fashion sector, when you look at the Sustainable Development Goals, you can look at the surface level of the 17, but make sure you dive into the targets, because it can help you build your milestones. So just before we wrap up, in a few of your answers, you have touched on the word partnerships. So I would love to ask you, what role do partnerships play in advancing sustainability and transparency in supply chains?
I think they're absolutely critical. And speaking from experience, when I, for 14 years, was in a product development role, if I didn't have my partners in the supply chain, I couldn't have done 75% of my work, because it got to a point where they trusted me, I trusted them, they needed me, I needed them. So it really grew into some of the equal partnerships built on trust and long-term business. And so I could do so much more innovation in my job than I could have if I was changing suppliers on a regular basis or trying to squeeze every last cent out of them. they're not motivated to work for you then. And if you have the ability to build these long-term ones, the financial piece gets made up because it's expensive to change suppliers. You have mistakes. They don't know how to service you as a client. There's a lot of cost involved in moving around. So I think that having trusted partnerships really, I mean, I feel like magic can happen in the industry when you've got that, because then you're firing and all these reasons we all got into this industry. It's fun, it's creative. And I think so often sustainability or responsibility can feel like this weight and this burden instead of this empowerment. Like, not only do you get to do this really, work in this very fun industry with all these creative minds, but now you can do good for the world at the same time. And bringing those two together, once you have it, you can't go back. You're sort of stuck in that mode for the rest of your career, no matter what. But it's a fabulous place to be.
Well, Jill, I cannot thank you enough for this. And I like the words there about trust, empowerment, magic moving forward, and most of all, how we can collaborate and really build upon ensuring the supply chains can be transparent as we aim for a sustainable recovery. Thank you so much for being with us
today.
Carrie. Thank you.
And the Fashion Innovation. Yes, thank you, Jordana.
Thank you guys so much. And I don't know what keeps happening with my screen, tech problems, but but I wanted to just thank you guys. You guys, there it is. Two inspiring women that I really admire so much in a panel together. I knew it was going to be an amazing conversation. And Jill, you just keep inspiring with the work that you guys keep doing at Bluesign. And we're so just honored to have you, for a second time on our platform, because I know our viewers today, there's a lot of questions that came in that I wasn't able to send through. But what I'll do is I'll send it after the event and we'll do a post email after the fact. But thank you so much for the work that you do for the industry. And Carrie, thank you so much for your partnership and support always of the Conscious Fashion campaign. I appreciate both of you.
Thank you. Take care.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
So without further ado, here's our next panel, Fashion is Ethical, Equality, and Empowerment, being led by Shelly Zales, the founder of the Female Quotient.
Hi, everyone. We are so excited to have this conversation all around fashion. We know that fashion can be ethical. We know that fashion can be an equalizer and it can be equal. And we also know that fashion is empowering. So all of these things, really come down to fashion being at the epicenter of everything incredible, for women, for men as well. One of the things we always say, it's not what you look like on the outside, it's how you feel on the inside. Confidence is beautiful. And with that, I am so thrilled to invite incredible women in fashion to this conversation. You are all confident women that are leading the way for so many others to follow. So welcome to this conversation. And thank you, Fashion Novation, for hosting this conversation and including all of us. For everyone tuning in, you can send us your comments, your thoughts, your questions, and we love them. So please tweet them to @Fashion Novation, FASHION with an underscore, and send them our way, and I will integrate them into this incredible conversation. So if each of you, first of all, hello and welcome. So happy to have you here. If you can each tell me who you are, what you do, and let's already get more cozy with one another. Tell me something we might not know about you on your LinkedIn profile. And Let's see, where are we going to start? Well, I see Marcy already smiling with a big smile, ready to go. Marcy, let's start with you. Kick us off.
Hi, I'm Marcy Zaroff. I'm the founder and CEO of Eco Fashion Corp. We are a greenhouse of brands, including MetaWare, which is a B2B sustainable fashion manufacturing platform, including Farm to Home and Seed to Style on QVC. And we have a new digital brand called Yes And. I'm formerly the founder of Under the Canopy, which I started in 1995 after coining and trademarking the term eco fashion when people thought I was crazy. And prior to that, I co-founded a school that's known today as the Institute for Integrative Nutrition, which is the world's largest and leading nutrition school. So I actually started my career in food and connected the dots of the whole conscious, organic, and eco lifestyle from food to fashion. And I'm the author of a book called Eco Renaissance, Co-Creating a Stylish, Sexy, and Sustainable World. And then what do people not know about me? Well, given that I've spent the past 3 decades in sustainable products, from food to beauty to fashion, what most people don't know is I had my first chapter as an investment banker. So I actually have a business degree and spent a few years working in the financial markets prior to embarking. But on a personal level, I was always embracing a sustainable and conscious lifestyle. So.
Well, I love that you like the F's. You went from finance to food to fashion. And I have a t-shirt, my favorite F word is, and for everyone tuning in, it's feminism, but we put the word men in feminism because modern feminism must include men. So I like your alliterations of F's. That is for sure. And I also love the yes and, because I always say as girlfriends, you can call someone and as soon as you pick up the phone, you're going to say yes. And by the way, what is it that you need me to do? So I love yes and. I think that's fantastic. Charlotte, tell us about you.
Hi, so my name is Charlotte O'Sullivan and I'm the Global Marketing and Digital Director at Mulberry, which for those of you who don't know it, it's a leading British sustainable luxury lifestyle brand that we're probably best known for creating beautiful accessories. And I also hold a number of non-executive roles. In those roles, I usually am leading omni-channel business transformation. So my focus is really about trying to achieve a global alignment around brand values, vision, and strategy, as well as developing a customer-centric approach to business culture, and also a focus on leading with purpose and sustainability. Something that you can't find in my LinkedIn profile, but you can probably hear it, is I was born and raised in Australia, but I've lived in the UK for 20 years. I agree, feminism's always got to include men. I'm the mum of twin 6-year-old boys who's just had their birthdays, so definitely my thoughts are always about how do I make them feminists. I'm currently in the countryside of the UK surviving lockdown and homeschooling, but I would love to be paddleboarding right now.
That's awesome. Fantastic. Natalie, hi.
Hi, I'm Natalie Balut. I'm a Swedish-Lebanese sustainable fashion designer. I grew up in Dubai and I now live in London, and I've been here for the past 10 years. So I'm a bit of a cocktail, as you might be able to tell from my accent. I started my sustainable denim fashion brand, which is based mainly on upcycling denim. So I buy job lots of old jeans and I turn them into new luxury items that all tell a story. I'm actually an embroidery specialist, so I'm obsessed with all beading, sequins, everything. And something you don't know about me, actually, no, I have to tell you about Empowerment first, is a platform I just founded, which is a platform that supports women's empowerment through collaboration with local artisans on a global level. And something you don't know about me is that I have started my own fitness plan, home fitness plan. I'm also a trainer.
Wow, that's like an alchemist, because you're mixing and matching all of us. I think that's what I'm hearing in common. Everyone is like a little of this and a little of that and a lot of everything, on top of it. And what's also, I really believe in 0 degrees of separation. People say 6 degrees of separation, but just listening to your intros so far, everyone is connected in very interesting ways, which leads me to Deb, because you brought up Dubai and all of those things. All of a sudden there's this common thread of all of us coming from different places. Deb, let us know who you are, what you do, and something we might not know about you on your LinkedIn profile. Turn your volume up. Is it going to headphone? We can't hear you. If your headphones were in before, Deb, it's going into your headphone.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Well, hi, my name is Deborah Sawaf, and I am the founder and designer for, started as an accessory brand, Tally Blanc. Like Natalie, I'm a bit of a cocktail as well. I was born in India and lived in the Middle East for 14 years before I moved to the United States. I'm half Indian and half British, and my husband's Lebanese. So my kids are the cocktail. I'm a mother of 3. My daughter, who's 18, works with us at Tally Blanc. It's a small business, and I want to say family-owned business because my husband and I run the company, and we're a very small team. The brand was inspired by Audrey Hepburn, and we'll talk about product a little later, or show product a little later, but I came from couture. My specialty as well is embroidery, and I did embroidery for some of the major brands, major Italian brands, and it was Audrey Hepburn that inspired me to go into accessories, and that's how I launched Tally Blanc. What you might not know about me is I love to cook, and that's probably my next project. And like Marcy, I might do something that's fashion and food. Finance is not my thing at all.
Okay, so let's get to it because I just could keep talking about each of you. I find you so fascinating and filled with so many different dimensions. Let's get to, COVID. COVID has been really a unprecedented moment in history. We've all heard that. It's been a moment of self-reflection. It's been a moment of pivoting, because we've all needed to evolve where we've been to where we are today. If you could each talk about the challenges that it brought to you in your business, but also I always love to not just talk about the challenge, but the opportunity. What's been the silver lining? How have you been reimagining and reinventing? And so Natalie, let's start with you.
So for me, I was actually working on quite a big shift in my brand just before COVID hit. And that had to stop because it included traveling around the UK and filming a documentary. So I then decided, okay, let's make this even more confusing and let's make a documentary in Lebanon, where I'm from, which is being postponed at the moment. But it allowed me to sort of have the time to really think outside the box and see, okay, I can't do that right now. I can't focus on this. What can I do? And that's actually how empowerment came about. And I really learned that an online presence is really important. It's also great for the environment that we have had to stop traveling. So that's one of the silver linings I saw from it. And because I'm a sustainable brand and I do care about the environment, that is really important to me. Another silver lining was that, a bit different, but then I actually started my home fitness plan and got a fitness instructor. So I tried to use my time as well as I could and just kept being productive. And just, I think it's really good to take a step back and to reevaluate your business and to see like the changes that need to be made and what you can do. And I think if this didn't happen, I probably wouldn't. I probably would have carried on doing what I was doing, and empowerment might not have come about. So that was my silver lining.
Fantastic. Charlotte, what about you?
So I guess in terms of challenges, I guess the first thing for us was about thinking about team welfare. We have a big team that goes across, many countries, UK, across APAC, across the US. And it was really about, okay, the way that COVID was being experienced was so different in all the different territories. So actually, there's a very strong kind of family spirit across the business. Was really about, okay, so how are we looking after people? On top of that, we then had the very specific challenges of Brexit. And then on top of that, the UK recently abolished a tax-free shopping, which for luxury brands is really, it's problematic and is something, again, that we're having to navigate and is challenging. So I think in that front, just, these were two things that on top of COVID that were not necessarily anywhere in anyone's roadmap, and actually having to juggle all of that, and as well as actually looking after, the team. I think that was something that was very challenging. In terms of silver linings, I think that what came out of it for us was a greater sense of purpose, and actually the focus that we were able to achieve. I think on a community front, we were able to pivot very quickly to actually, our factories were closed. We have 50% of our production is in the UK, but we actually were able to change those and shift them into making PPE. And actually, I think for that, that sort of sense of the teams and keeping that togetherness and actually that connection to community was extremely powerful. Also, I think we found that we had a huge amount of resilience as a business. And also the focus that we previously had around digital and omnichannel. Digital is about 24% pre-COVID of our turnover, which is slightly unusual in the luxury space. And also our focus on sustainability, the focus that we'd had in terms of particularly in leather goods, the sense that actually for the customer now, how relevant that is. I think our focus was really validated. And I think we're really feeling the fruits of that now. So even though the moment is still challenging, I think we have a really clear path and a sense about where we can lead within our industry.
Fantastic. And will that stick when we create the more equitable future? I mean, with your whole digital strategy and, all the de-evolution you've created due to the pandemic?
Yeah, I mean, it's not transitory, if that's your question. This is definitely, I think, if anything, it's cemented even further. There's a lot of work we're doing, particularly looking at our future business model and about, okay, how can we actually make a positive difference to the planet as opposed to just not being so bad? And this idea of this connectivity and that we all have a responsibility and actually, you as an individual, but also as a business, what are we going to be doing? So I think these are really fundamental questions that we posed ourselves during the pandemic. This year is also our 50th anniversary. So there's a lot of moment of reflection and really challenging ourselves, saying, okay, what are people going to celebrate us for in 50 years' time? So I think absolutely our focus and commitment is stronger than it ever was before.
So yes, and Deb, what challenges, what opportunities have you found during this pandemic?
We're a small business, and obviously, as soon as everything came to a standstill, so did we. We closed our retail store, but on the positive side, we were still able to do trunk shows, which kind of kept the business going. It also gave me the opportunity to in a sustainable way, work out of LA. Our handbags are made in Italy. We're 100% Italian accessory brand, but then it gave me the opportunity to work out of LA and launch our ready-to-wear, which is amazing. We have a lot of sustainable denim, great cotton in LA, and in a small way, we were able to launch our lifestyle brand, the ready-to-wear brand, and we did our first collection for Fall 20, which we were actually going to show in New York, and then everything shut down. Although the factories in Italy and in Europe had shut down, it was nice to be able to work from home, and I think that was a big positive for us, and it gave us time to step back and really focus on where we want to be. We'd stopped wholesale for a long time, and even though retail doesn't seem like it's going anywhere, I think this has given us a moment to understand where we want to be on, do we want to be on digital platforms? Do we just want to have our own? And COVID made it very difficult to be a small brand and get a share of the marketplace. It was almost impossible. So getting onto other digital platforms made it, gives us more visibility. And that was one of the positive things. We stepped back from wholesale, so we're kind of getting back on that track right now. Charlotte, by the way, loved Mulberry. I've always been a big fan. And yeah, there's been a lot of positive things. Our new collection, the launch of the new collection that we're showing on Fashion 360 is going to tell you what COVID was like for us, being at work, having to dress up because we're in fashion. So it's had some great positives as well.
It's amazing because you also pointed out this is a moment of self-reflection where sometimes we realize we're better together. And so taking the things that you were doing on your own and now, joining other digital platforms that have audience that can save you having to build that audience, but you can really showcase what you're doing. We're in that moment as well, realizing the power of collaboration. Marcy, what about you?
Just building on what you said, my favorite number is 11 because 1 + 1 = 11. We're stronger together than apart. So the challenge and the opportunity go kind of hand in hand as far as COVID for Eco Fashion Corp. So for one thing, we were built with sustainability in our DNA. It's who we are. It's not something we're trying to be. We're not half pregnant. We were born this way. So of course, what's come out of COVID for many, many people is a reset of priorities of many companies, many individuals. We couldn't go outside, but we could go inside. We could reflect on our values. We could look at, what really matters. And I think, having spent the last 30 years in health and wellness and sustainability, I've been waiting for this moment in time, right? Where there's this whole renewed sense of, consciousness. And, in the spirit of my book, Eco Renaissance, there's a rebirth of humanity that's happening now. The negative side, of course, our factories were shut down. We have an office in India. We have a team on the ground there. Our MetaWare business model is all about, being the Intel inside of sustainable fashion. So we do plug and play manufacturing from farm to finished product. So what's happened is, there were capacity constraints, factory shutdowns, delays on shipping, a lot of kind of the obvious issues that, were born as a result of COVID. But now coming out the other side, or at least, starting to look at, where are we going? MetaWare is getting a lot of attention now from brands and retailers who really recognize that it's not about staying ahead anymore. It's about not being left behind. And how do they incorporate more sustainable, socially and environmentally responsible materials and practices into their own supply chain? So MetaWare has been engaged by a lot of new companies, which is very exciting. And then just to wrap up on, another exciting opportunity that came from this is the Yes And brand had just launched right before COVID. Of course, we were also upended in terms of getting new product in the door because of our factory shutdowns, but we were able to leverage the designs of Yes And to meet with the apparel buyers of QVC. We had just launched the Farm to Home brand, and during COVID, we actually were able to secure a partnership deal with QVC to launch the first and most inclusive sustainable fashion brand ever that I know of, sizes extra, extra small to 3XL, just launched last week on QVC, the Seed to Style brand. So a lot of opportunity has been born as a result of, people recognizing that sustainability is not going away. It's only going to get bigger. And if you're not playing in that world, you're going to be out of the game. So it's very exciting to see the amount of collaboration and connection that's happening in this movement now. And I think we're right at the starting gate, given, relatively speaking, we're at our infancy, but we're on our way.
So, we've all talked about ethical sourcing, sustainability, recycling, purpose. Do consumers know when brands are, socially conscious and creating change, making the world a better place? So do consumers know? Do consumers care? Do they buy more? And do they buy differently? Where do you feel this trend is going? Is it a trend, or is it going to be sticky and the new norm? And just if anyone that has a comment on that to jump in, because I want to get to so many other things that we need to talk about in such a short period of time. Okay, who wants to add to that? Deb, I saw you raise your hand.
I'd love to go. And I talked with Jordana about this, and I heard it on the conversations earlier as well. Something Gary Wasner kept repeating is, sustainability, organic. Do consumers really understand that? Do they know? Do they know why they're paying a higher price? Because us as a brand, we aren't 100% sustainable, but we can try one product. For us, in terms of product, it's one product at a time, or one product line at a time. And, it would be great for something or a conference like this to be open, or to invite consumers in, because consumers really need to understand what they're paying for. They need to understand what sustainability is about, and why there's a high price attached to it, because the average person will just go for the better price point without understanding what they're getting in a sustainable product.
Go ahead, Marcy.
I think the internet has really changed the game, and the fashion revolution movement, where people can ask the questions: who made my clothes, what's in them, where are they being made, how are they being made, kind of being born out of the farm to table movement. Now we have the farm to fashion movement, and they are asking those questions. So I don't think, and this is where the yes and philosophy comes in. It's about yes, style, quality, fit, color, comfort, price, everything you want. You know, it's not the crunchy, frumpy, boxy, beige, boring, made from hemp, can you smoke it after you wear it? You know, the old school stigmas that went with sustainable fashion. Now it's, you know, yes, and oh, by the way, it's also ethically made, certified organic, circular, fair trade, low impact diet. I mean, whatever, all the good stuff, so that it becomes more like a tiebreaker for that customer, that once style and price and quality, they're not giving that up, but it's about no compromise. If they can have values and value, then it's always going to be the sustainable product is going to win. But you cannot compromise on design. You have to lead with great design.
Yeah. So let's go to just another area, because one of the things that, you know, I would love for everyone to see and hear, you know, I think every product has a story. And so if I were to ask you to tell me what one of your favorite fashion items of the moment is, that is near and dear to your heart, if you can show and tell, and also if that product could tell a story, what would it say? What would it be? Who's comfortable? Natalie, do you want to go first?
Sure. So I'm bringing my little empowerment bag to show and tell today. It's my favorite product of the moment, and it is upcycled from old jeans and hand embroidered and actually constructed out of a refugee camp in Beirut, Lebanon. So this is empowerment. And basically, if it could talk, it would talk about, and if it could tell a story about the women that have produced this, the 25 women, and how the struggles that they have been through in their life hasn't defined their story and where they're going. So
fantastic. And what's the retail price on that?
That is, well, the first drop was £75.
Fantastic. That's fantastic. Charlotte.
I mean, I was thinking I'm not really ready for QVC, but I'm going to try. So this is a Mulberry bag, but it's a prototype, and it's basically made from a leather a new leather that we're working on. I'm going to put it down for a second because it's kind of heavy. It's full of stuff. But the reason I think
the next conversation, what's in your bag?
Right. The reason I love this is because actually this bag is a really good manifestation of everything that we have been working on at Mulberry. Our kind of internal motto is about made to last, and a huge amount of our focus is really about how we can create a regenerative supply chain, but really a regenerative business model. And the reason I love this product is because, you know, everything from the leather in terms of where it's sourced from, so actually knowing which farm it came from, the farming practices they're using, the tannery in terms of their energy practices, in terms of their environmental accreditation. It was made in our carbon neutral factories in the UK, and also that this is using recycled threads. All of these initiatives coming together is something that I'm incredibly proud of. I've been with the business for quite some time, so really seeing the journey that it's been on. And I love, Natalie, when you talk about, you know, this idea that you know the 25 women who've touched that bag. For us, we've really got the same ambition, which is every plant, every mineral, every person. We want to be able to tell you who they are and where they've been. So for me, this is sort of, we are on that journey and it's going in a really amazing direction. And I think also for me, just the fact that it's sort of obvious, but it comes everywhere with me. So this idea that it's in my life all of the time, and also that it's actually, the other day, one of my kids somehow managed to get it stuck around the edge of something, and I took it straight off to the repairs center. They repaired it in like 2 weeks, I think, even though they're doing thousands at the whole time. And this idea that it will keep with me and it's made to last. That's why it's a really special part of my life.
Wow, it's a product in your DNA. It's just something that is a part of, you know, who you are. Deb, what about you?
Well, as I said earlier, Talé Blanc was inspired by Audrey Hepburn, and this was one of the first styles we created. And the flap has a scallop, and the scallop is a little architectural detail from her home. I went, as I said, from couture into accessories, and the accessories I picked were handbags. So we've had an evolution with the Audrey, and this is what she now looks like, and it's the Audrey Empire. And we've just used the scallop or the little detail differently. The tanneries, you know, we're a small business, and the tannery I work with is probably third generation. They're all family businesses, and our manufacturers are second. It's the second generation in manufacturing, also a small family-owned manufacturer. I think the important thing is, you know, when COVID happened and things, everything collapsed, you're able to call them, and they would say to you, Deb, if you want to do 20 pieces or you want to do 100 pieces, we're here for you. And that was one of the positive things for us as well. Working, you know, it's loyalty, working with the same people, working with the same factories, and it's helped us through the rough period. But my show and tell is my Audrey.
Fantastic.
Also, Audrey Hepburn, because of who she is as a person, who she was as an icon, but also the DNA of Tally Blanc is we started the brand with philanthropy, and that was really important. So philanthropy is a big part of the brand as well.
Giving back with generosity, always very important. Marcy, what's your show and tell?
So I'm wearing one of my show and tell, which is actually I'm wearing two different caps. One is our thumb hole tee from Seed to Style, and comes in all different colors and prints, like and camo and animal, and I love it because I love thumb hole tees. That's like one of my favorite things. And then building on that, we have the Yes and thumb hole sweatshirt, which I love. And the story behind all of the Yes and Seed to Style product is literally in the name, right? Seed to Style. So I am a huge advocate of the GOTS certification. I was on the team of people that wrote the GOTS standard in the 90s, and have been, you know, promoting and building and advocating for full certification, because I believe that when we have full traceability and full transparency from farm to finished product or seed to style, then, you know, the customer kind of that other stigma. So you've got the stigma of giving up style, which, you know, as I said, we always lead with design, the stigma that you have to pay a lot more, but we are vertically integrated from farm to finished product. We have our own farm project in India called Reset, where we're regenerating the cotton in transition to organic. We're also certified organic in conversion now to biodynamic. And so I'm a soil junkie. So I love to tell the organic and regenerative agriculture story and take agriculture to popular culture through our supply chains, because that third stigma is how does someone really know? And when you have that transparency, which we're now incorporating into blockchain, into a QR code, where we can tell the stories of the farmers and the factory workers, which, you know, to me is my favorite part of my work. It's, you know, when I'm in the farms, it's like water for chocolate for me. You know, it's really where the seed is life, and that energy goes up the supply chain all the way to the finished product with no compromise along the way.
You know, it's really incredible because, you know, we have a whole collection called Talkin', the Talkin' collection, and every item unlocks a story. So every product tells a story. I'm actually wearing our Talkin' tools. These are all tools for advancement. This is a screw. So we have a hammer home your message, an axe, pick leadership, a microphone, speak up, but this is a screw for screw you, I got this. So there you have it. And it unlocks the story of, you know, women around the globe doing remarkable things. You know, visibility matters. We have a lightning round. Let me just do it quickly. You know, one of the things we talk about is the next generation is now the now generation. I think the next generation is leading already. Who do you have your eye on? Who's the next generation or the now generation in fashion? What's a designer that you are watching? With big eyes and, you know, hands that we're going to help push up. Who has someone in mind? Charlotte?
Yeah, I have one. I mean, there's such an amazing pool of talent in London specifically. Just there are so many people doing incredible things, but I think someone who comes to mind immediately is Priya Ahluwalia. She has amazing collections that's always a must-see during London Fashion Week, but her focus particularly around using vintage, around using redundant, you know, materials, the way that she does that so effortlessly, part of her collections, and her focus on a sort of unisex approach. I think she is a really incredible designer and definitely one to watch.
Fantastic. Natalie, even though you're the one we're watching right now, but who's another one on your mind?
I really love and admire Bethany Williams. I think she is incredible. She works with charities, and she also only uses like recycled and organic, and is very focused in on craft and collaboration. And I just love her. I think she spoke actually on the last Fashion Innovation Talks, but check out Bethany Williams. She's amazing.
You've seen it, heard it here, Fashion Innovation. Deb, what about you?
Well, I mentor a lot of young designers, so I have my eye on a few that have actually graduated and kind of just about to transition. So I haven't pinned down my favorite, but I'm sure a couple of them are actually watching, but I will mention them when we're ready.
Okay. Marcy.
So we've been partnering up with a brand called We Are Ha. The designer is Charlene Enster, and she is so talented. She's formerly creative director of some of the biggest brands we know, but she's really taken on sustainability as a passion for her new brand, We Are Ha. And she's super sexy, all of her styles and designs, and I love to join forces with her. And she came with me to India to our project. So we are working on a regenerative in conversion to organic cotton farm project program with her. So
fantastic. So what's very clear, when purpose meets passion, we're all unstoppable. You are unstoppable. And we are so excited to be watching what you do, buying what you sell, and yes, and it's all about the yes, and. So for me, it's yes, and. So here's so many good things to come. And we know that fashion is ethical, fashion is empowering, and fashion is an equalizer. Thank you so much for this incredible conversation.
Just want to hi, thank you so much. So I want to first congratulate all of you on the incredible brands and legacies that you're creating within the fashion industry and being such empowered women. And Shelly, honestly, you made me feel like I was sitting with a group of girlfriends. I just missed a glass of wine in my hand, but it was perfect because it inspired us, but it also made us feel part of the conversation. So you're amazing. And so I just want to thank all of you, and I hope, to continue conversation. And I just made a few notes. I know that I have to go quickly, but love the silver lining moments. That was amazing. Love the fact that Mulberry, even though it's a huge brand, you do have that family feeling behind it. Love just the inspiration behind the Talent Blanc, and Marcy, what you do with the Ascend and bringing individuals to be a part of your collection and always collaborating. And Natalie, obsessed with that bag. And I saw the story behind the refugees in that design. You could see it. So it's just amazing what you all do. So thank you all so much. And the Female Quotient, congratulations on the work you continue to do. And I'm just thrilled to have you all here. So thank you again for being a part of this today.
Thank you for having me.
Dana, thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jordana.
Thank you. Thanks, Jordana.
Thank you. So I'm going to speak about this shoe brand, and just looking at it, you can see that it's beautiful, but it's a brand that is sustainable and it empowers the consumer. It makes the consumer the hero. So here's a video.
Everyone knows the first rule of time travel. Change one little thing and you change the future. Every decision we make today changes tomorrow's story. Your choices have the power to alter the timeline. That's why we created Avrio, to redefine the sustainable shoe by combining beauty and comfort with measurable positive impacts. We designed our shoe to showcase materials innovations from passionate designers and scientists across the industry. Innovators like these inspired us to make products that help alter the timeline, to create a better reality. Our innovative shoe materials help clean and regenerate the environment during construction, provide premium comfort and support during use. And we're actively developing a circular system. So when it's time to retire your Avrios, send them back and we'll grind them up to use in more Avrios. At Avrio, we believe tomorrow is what we make it. So let's make it beautiful.
So without further ado, here's a conversation. Fashion is Disruptive, being led by Alexia Nidzilski, the co-founder of System Magazine.
Je vois pas.
One. Go ahead.
Ah, mais moi, je vois pas Alexia, là.
Tu me vois pas?
Non, ça y est, je te vois.
Hello, Jean-Charles.
Hello.
Welcome to Innovation.
It's a pleasure to see you, Alexia.
It's always a pleasure. We've known each other for quite some time now, and it's been
Oui, quite some time, oui.
it's a real
And we have
honor.
done beautiful things.
We have done very beautiful interviews together more than 10 years ago, and I'm so
Absolutely.
excited today to interview you once again and talking about your very disruptive career. So let's
Disruptive.
talk about the word disruptive.
Absolutely.
I
It's
think
the
you know,
word.
we can tell that you've scored many fashion firsts. So I'd like to tell a little bit the audience about this fashion first, because not everyone knows, because you've been doing
Yes, sir.
so much and you started your brand, you know, more than 50 years ago. And
Bien sûr.
you sent me some of your pictures, which I will be sharing. But I would like to start with this idea of collaboration. You're probably the
Oui.
first person who's done collaboration with all
Yes.
the artists and the contemporaries of your time. So I'm going to start sharing my screen and showing to the audience a little bit of the collaboration. And then, if you can, talk about some of the great stories behind this collaboration.
Okay. With
So-
pleasure.
There we are. So here we are. Oops. No, I'm going to start, sorry, with,
I like it. It's a very disruptive.
so can everybody
Well,
see?
you start with a very symbolic image, you know, because I start to design knitwear for a company that I baptized Iceberg, you know, in the 70s. And I decided I wanted to do a knitwear which will be fitting a new generation of people. And so I start to do like the cartoon knitwear, you know, and I use pop icons on this knit to make them like a new heraldry. And when we came to the idea of doing the advertisement with Olivero Toscani, I decided to choose people who were people I admire, which I want to collaborate. And the first one I choose to represent my work was Andy Warhol. And this is one of these knitwear of 81, you know, and this idea of using contemporary icons was very important in all through my career.
So I just wanted to show you that in your honor, I found in my jumper here in Rio, one of these jumper, the Big Bad Wolf. I don't like to see it, but
It's a great one. It's a mean one. It's a very mean. It's the Big Bad Wolf.
So I will continue showing some of these collaborations.
But you know, when I did this, this one is very special because it's from 1982, and I asked to Luciano Benetton if he will be doing advertising for my brand, and he said, "Why not? You know, it will be good advertising for me too." And it's like irony about what's happening today with influencer, because all of them were big leader, artists, and entrepreneur, and we were playing like this game together. This is a great one. This is Franco Moschino, which is wearing one of my Iceberg knitwear. He was really a wonderful companion in the idea of doing something fresh into fashion based on surrealism and humor.
Sorry, I'm just going to show another one. Hold on a second.
And this is my friend Vivienne Westwood, which was there with a beautiful helmet and all this vision. We are friends for a long time because my best friend was Malcolm, her husband. But this idea of collaboration is also the idea that I never wanted to have my name alone on a brand, you know. I always find more exciting the idea of creativity and industry together. I always find the idea of two artists together was more challenging, more dangerous, you know. Or even like when I did the first campaign of advertising, I asked to Robert Mapplethorpe to do the shooting. And here is a beautiful image of when Keith Haring came to work in my home, because I met Keith because he asked me to give a quote with the teddy bear for Madonna. This is a
before we
really
go
special.
quote, but here exactly in the early 90s, 1990,
Yeah.
you know, you had Keith Haring also design your invitation. So this
But-
fusion of art and fashion and music, this is something that really dates from for you already since the very early on, no? Since
But,
when you started your brand in the 70s.
You know, Alexia, I always have been one side a designer and an artist. So the idea of this fusion without no frontier was like normality for me. There were no limits. Like it was something that I always wanted to show, that art was something moving, that fashion was art, art was fashion. That's Karl Lagerfeld would tell me that. Is it art or is it fashion? Is it art and fashion? And when I did this kind of work in the 80s with several artists, it was like a bit scary for the world of art or the world of fashion. Today, it's become like a normality, you know, collaboration, art and fashion. But what you have to imagine is that a drawing of Keith like this one, which is actually the last one he did 4 days before he died, you can see it's a little radiant baby who has grown up, which is embracing the void, you know. There's this kind of loneliness into this drawing. It was just for an invitation. I never wanted to make a big production on that. So let's say that I was like an anticipation. I was thinking about things in a different way than everybody else, you know, because I wanted to write something resolutely modern, like Arthur Rimbaud will say, you know.
So thank you for this overview, a little bit about some of the collaboration, but we can go into greater details. You have done collaboration with Skyway, Palace, Benetton, Moschino, Lady Gaga, also the Orly Airport. I'm going to show you right now a beautiful frame you've done.
That's my artwork, because I have always, you know, all this panel of interest. You know, I've always been fascinated by the proteiformity. There is no limit. I don't see any limits. And my word is coming true. When I see today, for example, this young generation, or I can say Virgil Abloh, I can say young upcoming talent like Charles de Villemorin, or Borami Viguier, or Grand Pierre. They're all these people now they want to create content, not just fashion. they want to put the fashion into something who describe their universe. And I was totally habituated by the idea of building a new universe, of transversality. This is the biggest airport in Paris, and they asked me to do this huge fresco, and it was, I think, the biggest drawing I ever did, you know.
So, you know,
it was emotional for me because I was raised until 5 years old in Morocco, and this airport was the one that I landed when I was 5 years old.
So we're talking about Jean-Charles the Disruptor, but I also like to talk about Jean-Charles the Dreamer. And, you know, when I look at this fresco, I recognize obviously the chalk drawing that I grew up with all around Paris. And I would love for you to tell me a little bit about, you know, that dreamer side of you, you know, your love for Paris as a city, and for, you know, putting these testimonies all around town. And also how this imagination saved you and allowed you to escape during your childhood, because I know you've used all your experiences as kind of a tremplin, no? A way to step
Oui, bien sûr. It's all the idea of a transformation, you see. It's the idea of building a world of utopia and dreams, in fact. So when I was a little boy, I was for 11 years old in boarding school, I think my biggest shield was primary color. You know, it's a very simple, this was my shield. Yeah, these three colors, you know. And it's like that, I create my world around this three color. Why this three color? Because they were timeless, because they were unique, and they were like a very strong empowerment. They were linked to the rainbow, you know. And step by step, I have grown up and construct this world with a very strong discipline, keeping the same shape, keeping the same color, because it's, you know, using also different icon linked to this discipline. And it's like that a style can go forward and you can still create on your base.
On that note, I'd like to show the audience, you know, the first garment you've ever done, which I think is incredibly modern and relevant for the time we live in. So bear with me, I'm going to share the screen and try to show you better the image this time. Hold on a second. No, we come back to this after, sorry. Not this one. Later.
Voilà.
We don't have much time. We can go. I'm looking for the first jacket you've ever done. Where is it?
Ah, oui.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time finding it now. Where is it?
That's good.
I'm sorry about that. Where it is?
C'est pas là. Je crois pas que c'est là, Alexia. C'est plutôt.
Je l'ai rangé tout à l'heure, mais I cannot find it anymore.
Oui.
Non? Bon.
Je sais pas. Non.
Non.
That's the teddy bear coat. Voilà. This color, you see, this is a picture of 72 and of the 80. What did I say, 72? Because you can see there is Karen Mulder, there is several icons of and this is the work I did for K-Way, you know, and this was really important for me. I invented this color blocking, you know, because everybody was putting harmonious color together, but I love the shock of the color block, and I create the color block around the 80s, bringing this energy, because shocking this color together bring a very strong energy.
Well, I'm sorry, I cannot find this picture, but I will explain it. I mean, maybe you can explain it, but it's.
But I can explain. You know, when I start fashion in the 70s, you know, I don't want to be a designer. I was planned to be first an officer, and then I want to be an artist. So I decide I will not use any material which were created for fashion. So I went to some store, I bought like material to wash the floor, bandage, you know, all this very, very poor recycled material, you know, and they are interesting because they were done with the trash who came out from the textile, you know. So I start my career by the end of the cycle, you know, and it was quite funny. In the winter, I will start to work on the blankets, recycled blanket. And it's made my success in the United States, because when I start to present my collection, immediately a magazine, a store named Bendel, and then Gimbel Sachs decide to import my work and to put them in. This is this jacket. Huh? You can see the very rough and poor material, you know. I was really amazed by the nobility, by the essence of humanity that they were into those material. You know, I was a bit allergic to silk. I was a bit allergic to cashmere. In fact, I was a bit allergic to everything soft. But maybe it's because I was an ex-boarding school boy.
But this garment is obviously like, you know, an upcycled product.
Ah, definitively, because this garment is from 71, you know.
So this was already the foundation of your thinking process and your creative process in 71. And this is very important for the time we're living in, of course, right now. How do you think fashion impact, you know, environments today? And what do we have to do?
But this is extraordinary, Alexia, because I think this time of COVID, it's one side a tragedy, but it's also a signal for a great renaissance, because all this time has recreated for us the duty of a discipline, the duty of sharing, the duty of the responsibility, which is bringing us to a renaissance. You know, I think you cannot create just to create. You know, we are not anymore in a kindergarten. And I think this, very strangely, is really provoking the imagine of a young generation of designer, you know, because it has challenged them. And now with the digital world, with Instagram, with the capacity of doing a little film or whatever, they are almost at the same level than major brand, you know. So imagination is back to the power, you know, because you have to think of sustainability. I can see in Benetton, you know, United Color of Benetton, you think about sustainability, you think about recycling. You know, recently, for example, I realized we have big stock of old coats, and we give them to young designers to recreate, this idea of recreating. And it was always in my mind. I create you know, the down coat, you know, with feather in 73, because I was shocked that by the way they were killing the fox, and I don't want any more fur coats. So I think creation can be really re-challenged by this situation.
Thank you. So there's two more points I'd like to go over. So you just mentioned Benetton. You're now the creative director of Benetton since 2018. And there is something very beautiful that you've done for the first show, which is giving a lot of voice to les couturières, le savoir-faire.
Yeah, sure.
So tell me a little bit about this.
But you know, when I arrived in United Color of Benetton, you know, I realized that it was a Sleeping Beauty, but a beautiful princess, you know, because they were a tradition of craft in Benetton that make the difference. You know, Luciano Benetton was a total amazing, passionate by architecture. And when I visit his company, I realized that they were petites mains, like in a haute couture house. And I say, if we do a show, we have to bring this energy of how we do the clothes, you know. So it was wonderful because we bring all the workers, we put them in the middle of the stage, and they were building clothes during the show. And it was really an emotion moment, you know, so strong emotion moment. You know, Alexia, in 97, I have lived the most amazing experience in my life because I was called.
I was about to conclude
Voilà.
with this, and I thought this would be the perfect way to conclude on a very peaceful
Yes,
note. So let me share the screen to show the audience because it's so beautiful what you've done. So here it is what you've done in 97.
Voilà.
So
In 97, I was asked by the Vatican to design the dress of 500 bishops, 5,000 priests, and 1 million of t-shirts for the kids, and the clothes of the Pope John Paul II, you know. And it was a big pressure. And suddenly, in the night before I met the bishop, I find the idea. It was simple. It was a rainbow. Because in the Bible, the rainbow make the link. You can see the million of the kids there. You know, it make the link between the people and between with the people and God. So I went to the bishop and I said, maybe you will not accept that I do the rainbow because it's also the flag of the homosexual community. And he says to me, Jean-Charles, there is no copyright on the rainbow. So I did this amazing project, you know, 1 million of kids, 5,000 priests, 500 bishops, and the Pope. And all was linked by color. After this amazing event, you know, I was thinking, how can I use my talents in the future to change the world, simply, to change the world, to give people hope, to participate, to help a young generation. And when I arrived in Benetton, I said, wow, it's the same color than the rainbow in the DNA of Benetton. Maybe I find my rainbow machine. And it's like that. I call my collection, it was the rainbow machine, because since 97, I was waiting to find such machine to do cool things for an expensive price with a good philosophy.
Well, thank you so much. I think this was very enlightening, and you know, I'm incredibly honored to see all this work. I mean, more than 50 years of career. You are the ultimate disruptor. You get the credit for a lot of the fashion first, and you know, I'm very excited to think, you know, to know what's going to be the future of fashion. So you're a true mentor, and you named some of the young generation, the designer that you've been supported. I know that you have like, you know, Charles de Villemorin that you've been following for a long time now, that just been named at Rochas. Any more little protégés that you just like to talk about before we leave?
Écoutez, I have in fact a protégé in a different field, or people I look at, you know, like in music, we have very creative, like Salut c'est cool with Flavien Berger. In fashion, in men's fashion, there is a young upcoming guy called Borami Viguier, which is really very interesting because he's working on medieval, on epic, on stories. He's a good storyteller. So many that I look and follow, because I think it's like if I have a following generation, you know, I'm so happy, because creativity is not something that you teach just by marketing. You teach it by, you learn it by resistance. You're learning to be also in your own way. And today it's fascinating for this young designer is that they understand also a new strategy in marketing. You know, they are considering that marketing is part of the creative concept.
Thank you.
And I'm very happy because I'm preparing.
We're going to have to conclude now. So I just wanted to thank you again so much.
Oh, okay.
Creativity is contagious, and I really hope we get to see more of you.
And I just wanted to come in quickly and say thank you so much both for being here. I'm Jordana Jean. We never met formally before. Alexia, I've spoken with you a few times.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. And I just want to say this conversation was so inspiring. I loved what you said about art and fashion. I love that you said that what's happened is a tragedy, but also a great time for a renaissance. And I loved when you showed me the colors because yellow was there. So I felt good about that.
Good.
But you're just an incredible and inspirational being. And I know that so many people were sending us comments and questions that we didn't get to, but people are just super inspired by you and Alexia, the work that you've done as well. You guys were perfect. So thank you so much. Merci beaucoup.
Et Alexia, bravo. Hein.
Merci à toi, Charles. Tu es toujours tellement inspirant. J'espère que très vite et on se parle, en tout cas, en restant en contact.
Avec plaisir.
Je parle français.
C'était vraiment cool de te revoir dans cette circonstance.
Je parle français aussi. Je comprends tout.
Ah, très bien.
Comme ça.
Merci à vous.
À bientôt. Au revoir.
Ciao.
Au revoir, Alexia. À très vite.
Salut Jean-Charles. Merci à toi.
C'était bien, c'était amusant. Hein?
Ouais, c'était top. C'était top.
Ça passe très vite.
Ça passe beaucoup trop vite. Je t'embrasse. Salut.
So that was amazing. I got to speak some of my French. And before I get to this really quickly, go check out, we have a 3D showroom and you'll see it on our website. Just click on showroom. It's a 3D showroom virtual experience you don't want to miss. So check it out during the day today by Big Things, our tech partner that created this incredible showroom. So now we are going on to Fashion is Innovation for the Consumer via Technologies, being led by Fredrik Timor from the Swedish Fashion Council.
So, hi, hello, and welcome to Innovating for Consumer via Technologies. So, which we will discuss for about 30 minutes, and we will start with introducing ourselves. So, my name is Fredrik Timor, and I work for the Swedish Fashion Council as Head of Innovation. And I'm also setting up something called Fashion Innovation Center in Stockholm, where we're looking at new revenue streams and business model within the fashion industry. So, Sandra?
Hi, thank you, Fredrik. Thank you. Thanks, Jordana, for having me. I am Sandra Campos. I have been in retail my entire career and have been leading various brands. And now I actually have pivoted and moved into the tech side, leading a retail technology company with supply chain solutions as well called Project Vert. So that's what I am doing today.
Yeah. And Ganesh?
Yeah, hi. Thanks, Fredrik. This is Ganesh Subramanian, founder and CEO of Stylumia.
We are a deep tech startup based out of Bangalore in India. We are here reducing the guesswork in fashion and lifestyle retail globally and make the planet a lot more sustainable, both economically and environmentally.
And Emma?
Hi, I'm Emma Lee. I've been in the fashion industry my entire career as well. I spent time at Coach, at Guild, American Express. Most recently, I'm at Tmall Global. So I'm the head of fashion for Tmall Global. Tmall Global is part of Alibaba Group, and we focus on B2C solution for the companies.
Yeah. And Nikita?
Hi, everyone, and thanks again for everybody's time today who's tuned in today. My name is Nikita Iyer, and I lead our strategic business development team at Moxtra. Moxtra powers one-stop digital channels as private digital destinations, as an app and a portal for different brands around the world to be able to provide a destination for their customers to engage through all stages of business, whether you're a designer, a buyer, a media company, a distributor, manufacturer, or anything else.
Yeah. And Diana.
Everyone, I'm Dana. I'm the CEO of Bold Metrics. Bold Metrics is an AI technology that accurately predicts body measurements on a consumer, connects it with product data so customers can find the right size, whether they're shopping in store or online. And we curate and generate trends from the purchase and returns information to generate insights for product designers so that they can create better fitting clothes for their customers. And in general, I come from a tech background, and therefore so did a tech company. It's great to be on this panel.
Yeah, and it will be super interesting to start this discussion because with all your backgrounds, I think it will be super interesting. So let's start up with the first question, and it's, will the future fashion customer be a consumer or user according to you? What do you think? It's open for any of you to answer. So do any one of you have any thoughts on that question?
Well, I'll jump in there. This question, when you think of the fashion consumer, will it be consumer or user? And as I thought about it, I really considered it from what we're seeing with the evolution of the physical store. We're seeing a growing number of stores today, particularly seeing that happening before the pandemic. I think it'll continue to happen as we move forward, where stores are moving away from using their physical spaces for stocking inventory and driving purchases of that inventory, and instead creating these showroom experiences for consumers to really experience the brand in an entirely new way, and in turn the brand using these showroom experiences and digital experiences as well within the physical space to create and build a relationship with their customers in a whole new way. So I think it'll just be really interesting to continue to see these experiential fashion trends in store. Also, we're starting to see a lot new digital experiences online, and I think there's a lot of opportunity in the future for that to expand, and I expect to see more of that.
I can jump in there. I read a lot of books, right? And I can relate to this from that perspective that, I own physical books and at the same time own a lot of Kindle ebooks, right? Now, sometimes you get very emotionally attached and you want to hold that book and read, have a bookmark, all of that. If I see that, fashion, huge opportunity, I think there will be a balance, huge opportunity for closing the information gap. Right. Today, brands are having one-time transactions of products with customers, right? How do we continue that? And, when you make that as a service, right, therefore you are tracking the entire life cycle of the product. And, all of us are talking about sustainability because you cannot close the sustainability loop if you don't close the information loop, right? So it's very important for us to have a complete track. And I see that this will be a progression. Some of the companies are already doing it, whether they are sending a box to the customer, they're attached to every transaction of the customer. And a question here is that more and more people join this, we'll be able to have a complete understanding of the wardrobe of the consumer, whether we are making the best use of it, right? And I also see that in the service model that you will have the maximum utilization of resources. Right. In other words, that we can conserve the resources that today that we are deploying. Now, from that perspective, at Stylumia, we enable all brands and retailers globally. We provide the information today which is missing by tracking millions of public data, impressions of consumers to come back and say collectively, what is the true demand in the market? Because what we see today is a huge amount of wastage in fashion because there is a huge gap between supply and demand, right? The more and more you have demand information, the supply can come closer. So we are trying our own bits of how do we bridge this gap by bringing knowledge to brand owners and retailers, right? We look forward to more views on this.
Yeah, it would be interesting to know what Sandra.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to share that, I've been in this industry my entire career. And one of the things that I've seen, regardless of where I've been leading businesses or been a part of a company, it's always that fashion is emotion. There's an emotional element to a consumer buying a fashion product, no matter what it is, right? So especially when you're a woman, and my career has always been with regards to women's businesses. But what I've seen also, one of the reasons I moved into tech is that over the last 12 years that I've been really focusing on and trying to really push more digital acceleration and transformation of brands, is that we as an industry have been behind. We've been behind in really understanding where the consumer was going in terms of understanding like how complete the lifestyle is now with digital and the metrics around that, being able to truly have data that analyzes things. So I think we have to incorporate that thinking as well as the fact that like we are in 2021, the pandemic obviously changed everything and has us much more digitally focused now, but we still have to make sure that we're telling the story. I'm a big believer in brand and brand equity, but that we actually tell the story across multiple channels. So in the case of what I'm doing now in terms of Project Fair, we have the ability to help retailers extend across demand channels. So if you look at that from a user standpoint, yes, it's about users, because if you have one Shopify store, but you want to go onto multiple marketplaces because customer acquisition costs are so high, you need to have more eyeballs, you're looking to scale your business, we can do that for you. But that's again that's thinking about it from a user standpoint. So I kind of see both, and we're definitely at a transition point right now, an inflection point in the industry to say, how do we take something that we know has a very emotional element to it, does have to have branding and storytelling around it, but also think of it in terms of users like every other industry is doing now today, whether it's health and wellness industry, or if we've got, we talked about before in terms of music industry or Netflix and streaming and everything else. So I think there's a bit of a combination, but I definitely believe that we're at that tipping point now where we have to move more so into thinking of it as a user base and the data around that to help inform the decisions as we move forward in terms of product and making sure that we have the right amount of product so we don't have excess and everything else that goes into it.
It would be super interesting to hear what Emma says. That you represent a company that really works with a lot of users, so it would be really interesting to hear your comment.
Right. I think I would definitely echo on Sandra's point earlier. I think fashion is emotional. So I think at Alibaba, we actually believe in retail is entertainment for end consumers. So every business unit within Alibaba Group, we're always thinking about what that users or that consumer's journey is. So I think it's really about sort of when they wake up, we always think about what their daily activity looks like. So as they wake up, how do they find the brand? So it's about discovery for them on our platform. So it's about telling that brand story for them. So whether or not it's to follow their favorite influencers on one of the live streams to learn about the brand or the product story, and all the way to transaction. But what is the transaction happening? So we actually don't really believe in offline versus online. We actually see the future of commerce as new retail. So I think the consumer base in China, they're very digitally savvy, not savvy, they are digitally native. So I think they grow and they grow up in this environment that they don't see brick and mortar versus online. Everything is intertwined. It's the one sort of one experience for them. So I think it also goes back to where's the transaction happening? Is it purchasing online and then they get it delivered to them, or is it purchasing online and then pick up in store, or is it pick up in store and they can do some other services online? So I think there's all this journey that everything that we do, we're always thinking about that experience. What is the brand discovery to the transaction? Also aftercare, what that program looks like.
Yeah. So, Nikita, do you have anything that you want to say, or
Yeah, absolutely. A few points on that. I think, I agree with different points from each person, each panelist thus far. I think most importantly, digital is unavoidable. So I'd like to start with that. Digital isn't going away. We're only becoming more digital as consumers, as users, as customers, as businesses. So that is where the world is going. We can deny it, but I think brands that do that will become increasingly irrelevant. So it's all about how you understand digital as a brand and how you leverage it. Sometimes I think in the industry, it scares people when you hear digital because you think that means detaching completely from an old model. And I think the brands that do it correctly, in my opinion, are the ones that leverage it in a way that lets them transition from one model to the next, which, as Emma said, is intertwined. It's not one or the other. Now, that being said, I think the way we think about it from a Moxtra perspective is if you look at consumers today are users because what they pay for is an experience. There was an article recently in the Wall Street Journal that said today's consumers buy experiences more than they buy products. And that's a large thing to consider when you realize that the way we all live is by opening our phones, clicking a button and expecting food delivery or an Uber to come pick us up. So if you think about that, I always like to bring up the Uber example because they built their entire business model around this idea of convenience and delivering consumer convenience to a user. So similarly, I think when we look at the fashion industry, sometimes it's simplifying the entire model and realizing when consumers wake up in the morning and users, they don't understand the back end systems that you have. All they want to know is, are you giving them an easy, engaging, interactive, and convenient way to engage with your brand? So for a large luxury brand, that might mean holding digital real estate on a customer's device, as well as offering an in-person showroom experience. And so you extend that brand to mobile, right? Because really you're trying to emulate mobile behavior, which is the expectation of anytime, any place engagement. But for some brands, maybe a small brand that doesn't necessarily need to have a brick and mortar store, today's market has opened it up such that mobile's given rise to a new delivery model. You can create your entire brand and in fact create larger brand value with more exposure across larger markets and demographics because of what social media and these types of app-driven models have given us access to. So I think it is finding the balance of both, and depending on which market you're coming from or whether you already have an existing brand or not.
Yeah, and I mean also the consumers of today are used to be users through the other services that we talked about. So I think they also expect what you all are talking about. They just expect that experience. You said. But what I would love to do is connect back to Ganesh, what you said when closing the loop, and go into the next question as well. When you talked about sustainability. So will the need for fashion sustainability drive new business model? So I think that kind of goes hand in hand, that how can we achieve this sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely, Fredrik. When we talk about sustainability, I'm going to take a very, very different direction to the normal discussion on sustainability. We talked about the materials we use, we talk about these recycling, closing the loop. But I really want to talk about one business model where we can make a paradigm shift in the fashion industry globally. So let me give you quick statistics. Right, in 2018, this is a published figure that the world produced 150 billion garments, and 50 billion garments of them sold at discount, and close to 50 billion never sold at all. This is the entire fashion value chain. We're talking about humongous, close to 2/3 of products don't meet the consumer demand in its right form. So let's face it. Now, this is one form of gap that we have between the supply side of fashion seems to be producing a lot more than the real demand is. We looked at this problem in 2015 and asked, why is this happening for decades, right? For it's not that the effort is not being made, and therefore it's a complex problem. For we really need to ask this question. We ask this saying that, how do we get true demand of consumers? If only someone got true demand, that we would have gone closer to it. So we made that effort, and that's just one of the initiatives. The question here is, how do we decode the demand of consumers on an ongoing basis? In other words, can we put consumer at the center of our business model? right? And do everything around it. And we just address one side of it, bringing supply closer to demand, and the lot one can do about it. For, some, case studies there, we're able to improve velocity of products, which is the real reflection of impact of any of these, right? Anywhere between 2 to 4x. If you really looked at information, and of course, with all the human intuition, creativity, if you bring up both combination of this, the real demand velocity increases. It shifts key parameters, be it revenue, be it profit, be it inventory. The wonderful thing in fashion is we can hit two birds with one stone, which is you get economic sustainability and environmental sustainability at one go, right? For the point I'm placing on the table is that I think we really need to find ways of understanding consumer demand on an ongoing basis and bring these two ends of the supply chain closer and closer, right? And both in all dimensions, understanding demand, sensing, and also responding in some way across entire value chain, right from creation to distribution.
Yeah, all the way maybe to the end consumer offer as well. Or...
No, absolutely.
Emma, do you have anything? Sandra.
No, I was just going to say it's such a big challenge, right? Because exactly what you just said, Ganesh, it's from beginning through distribution, through to the consumer. It's all aspects. And I've been saying for years that this is, yes, sustainability has been a new business model and we've all tried to impact it one way or the other, but it's not just about the fabrications. It's not just about the manufacturers and the factories. It also goes into your question is about new businesses, last mile deliveries, how you get your product, inventory, warehousing, micro fulfillments. These are all things that we're doing now too in the company that Project Ferret now. But it's all about trying to think of every single piece of it, because it's great if you're putting all these efforts into new fabrications and new sustainable products. But then if you're actually shipping it from one part of the world to the other in a FedEx box overnight, and the box in and of itself fits inside a really big box, and then that's shipping costs and that's transportation costs, and it's not closer to the customer, it kind of defeats the purpose. So every single piece of it really does need to be changed and disrupted. So right now I'm seeing on the supply chain side, what I'm seeing is at the end of this, from a distribution standpoint, we have a lot of opportunity as well to really focus our efforts on giving our clients, who are the retailers, ultimately, options on packaging solutions that are more sustainable, options in terms of last mile deliveries, options in terms of providing AI tools that give you information on where you should have your inventory, how much of it you should have, where it's closest to the consumer. Obviously, that requires data and that requires information about where, your customer and the demand and all of that. But it really is about trying to also get closer to the customer. So yes, there's going to be definitely even more. There are now more and more businesses that are starting to rise because of this challenge. And on the distribution side, it's going to continue.
So, one way listening to you, one way of saying it is that it's not one business model. It's several business models that needs to be switched.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Do anyone else want to comment on?
Yeah, I'll comment on that. Oh.
No, go ahead.
Okay. Just echoing some of the things that Sandra and Ganesh spoke about, but also with the apparel industry, there's just so many areas of improvement in adapting sustainable practices as an industry. It's one of the biggest offenders of hurting the environment. The way that we think about it at Bold Metrics is the carbon footprint of a brand in the impact of returns. And so for us, how can we reduce returns and the shipping of product? A lot of times brands, when a product is returned, they're not repurposing and reselling, restocking that inventory, and instead it's going to a landfill, for example, which is horrifying to think about. So there's definitely practices that need to be put into place to help retailers and brands become more sustainable, because we're going to see, and we are seeing, that the consumer has that expectation, an increasing expectation for brands to adopt sustainable practices. And from the perspective of new business models that are emerging, really, I see it all. There's just a lot of opportunity of different technology companies that are emerging on the market that have solutions, really viable solutions to help the various aspects that a brand could improve upon within their sustainable efforts. standards. And so I think we'll see a lot more ways that companies emerge and figure out what solutions they can provide to help brands reach those sustainable goals that they have. And it'll create this ecosystem towards a better future for all of us, and also aligned with what the consumer wants to see, that we're all being responsible to the planet that we live on.
By the way, I don't think Generation Z is going to be giving up on this at all. They're the biggest advocates that we have from a generation standpoint.
Absolutely. So, if anything, more than ever, right?
Right. No, I think I just want to echo on all the points earlier. I think as we move to Gen Z, social media is basically giving the power back to the users and consumers. So as fashion industry, as we move forward, it's crucial and critical to always listen to what the users need. And I think traceability, transparency throughout the supply chain is what Gen Z needs to know. And I think going back to earlier on sort of the digitalization of what it means for the fashion industry. I think at Alibaba, we said new retail, it's beyond, it's not just about sort of setting up your digital strategy is to have your online store. That's not it. It's really about digitalizing your entire supply and retail chain. It's from manufacturing to marketing, to payment solution, to logistics, all the way to delivery to the last mile. Every touch point within the retail industry really needs to digitalize so that we can be sort of better and smarter and more efficient, and then create lesser footprint on the environment.
Yeah, and I think actually we started to answer the next question, which is what type of future products and services do you consider relevant for the fashion industry? I mean, in some of what you said, you already came up with a couple of solutions and products and services. But who wants to start talking about that? What types of products and services do you see relevant for the fashion industry going forward?
I can.
Oh no, yeah. You go ahead, Nikita. But the list is long. Go ahead.
I mean, I think obviously I don't know if I'm as well equipped, right, to answer from a pure fashion industry perspective, because my experience comes from the tech industry and working with fashion brands or manufacturing companies from that angle. But from that angle, my experience is, I believe that one of the most important things for brands, for entire companies to leverage, is a digital strategy that creates convenience. And I talked about this in my last point, but I think it is keeping it simple. And I'll give you a great example. Some of our clients at Moxtra, of course, we have designers who actually leverage having their own portal as a destination for their end customers. These could be couture clients, people, celebrities who are working closely with a stylist, right? And privacy and having an ongoing record of those contracts, interactions that almost mimics the way we text and interact on a day-to-day basis, but taking in every single other stage of business we need, in one place. That's important to that consumer. But it's just as important on the back end. It's not just for B2C. If you think about it from a B2B perspective of what the other panelists here were talking about, if you take a brand working with their retailers, one of the most important things for brands nowadays is finding new ways to expand their market exposure through building their retailer network. We just spoke to a brand yesterday. They're a huge fashion company, and they said one of the big things they're aiming for this year is to expand that retailer network, finding different ways and different channels to market their products. So, when they're working with Moxtra, they started off by thinking maybe we'll work with our end consumers. And now they're saying instead it's going to be a destination for us to manage our entire retailer network, vendor network, our manufacturing network. And I think that's one of the biggest things. It's sometimes it's an entire process, an entire chain of people who need that interaction to take place. And that interaction is not just, hey, let me pick up the phone and talk to you as a potential retailer once a month. It's giving you an easy way to reach me. And I think from a technology perspective, I always like to think about this term CRM. It's still to this day, I find it funny that the term CRM has customer in it. Because it's supposed to be about the customer, but the customer never really interacts with the CRM. What it really is technology for the back-end manager to manage his or her staff and keep a record. So what about that customer, that partner, that person you're working with through those business cycles? I think the more connectivity we can provide in an easier and convenient manner that actually supports the journey that the day-to-day person is going on, whether it's looking through a contract, updating inventory, those processes need to be better managed. And I think that's really what it's about as well.
Yeah. Do anyone else want to answer that question? What future products and services? Because one thing that I'm thinking is interesting, or would love to know more about, is a completely new services and completely new products that you can see, and especially both, of course, B2B, but do you see any consumer services, completely new ways of communicating with a consumer or user or whatever we want to call it?
I think there's so many different things that are happening, and it's so exciting. I think we are in a very, very exciting time right now, even though obviously we've had a really challenging year in general, because there are so many new businesses that are starting and there's so many new things that are being developed. And I'm going to give a plug for something that has absolutely nothing to do with me, but because I don't have it, it's copy.ai from a business standpoint, and consumers can use it too, because it's a copywriting tool that actually helps. And I'm going to kind of go back to what Nikita was saying about simplification, right? And everything that we do, we need to simplify all of the different processes and all of the different tools that we have, because there's so much available to us, but we need to be able to simplify what it is, whether you're growing your business. And I'll go back to what Nikita was saying in terms of expanding across demand channels and finding one source and one company that can help you. Or if you're looking for, on the copy.ai example, it's not just about business to business. It's also for a consumer if they want to be able to use it for their social posts, and they want to be able to have more copywriting skills for, if they want to become an entrepreneur. And I think we're seeing that too, right? We're at a time now where also there's going to be more and more entrepreneurs. So people starting their own businesses and trying to navigate through, well, how do we do this? Not only from a manufacturing standpoint, but how do we do this in terms of getting to the customer? How do we actually get those eyeballs? What do we do afterwards? What's actually an order management system? What is a 3PL and how do we get there? I mean, all those different elements. I think that kind of merges between B2C and B2B, because there's so many customers now, especially as we go into Generation Z, that are and have their own businesses. Whether you look at Etsy and what they're doing, or if they're selling on Poshmark, they're really creating their own ecosystem that of all these different tools where they can sell their own products.
Yeah, I can jump in here with, you can call it maybe moonshot. How do we close? A lot of fashion industry challenges comes because of a lead time between inspiration and fulfillment, right? Now, how do you crash that exponentially, right? Imagine that we could create designs and we could fulfill this very close to real time. Now, it might look like a moonshot, but there are now conglomerates working across the industry segment where design generation to fulfillment in few days, right? With global supply chain fulfillment, right? Now, the point is that, how can we, a lot of partnership, I see a future where it's not about one company, one service provider, or one supplier, or one brand who will solve this problem. Coming together, it's a time for partnerships, coming together across intelligent service providers, manufacturers, brand owners, coming together and say, here are consumers, can we build a platform and use the platform to provide services, right? Similar to what's there in technology, you call it open source, right? A lot of what we do is all closed, right? How can we open it up and bring a lot of innovation, collective exponential innovation, and bringing this together? And just maybe on closing, we've done something on the B2B side, which is this is basically a design assistant. You can actually create a new design using one of our solutions called Imagini, where you create a design which is never seen before in the world in few seconds. Right? Now, the idea is not to replace any creativity, just an assistant to augment designers to come out with products very fast. You can test that quickly through digitally, and you can close the creation, fulfillment, or demand signals very fast. Imagine that's available to consumer, right? And a consumer can actually play with it and bring that up straight away to the suppliers, and you have a fast fulfillment, and all of this happening in close to real time. So that's something that my vision of the future of where we can all work together to create that.
I agree. I mean, I think definitely that open source tools, for example, will play a role and need to play a role. I will jump a little bit because there was one question that I want to ask you, and then we have a question from the audience to Sandra as well before we close. But One question I think is super exciting to ask you is that could new fashion players enter the market through existing user and content, do you think? I mean, players like Netflix or EA Games, for example, players that already have a user base, that already have credit cards, all the information, and also have an emotional connection with the audience. Could they be new fashion players? Could they disrupt the fashion industry? What do you think?
I'm going to be the only one jumping here.
First.
I always have enough to say. No, yeah. I think that they already have, and they are, and they're going to become more and more important. And whether it's gaming and G-commerce, which is going to become its own thing, but that's, people have been trying to do this now for years, but it's something that and I just became more familiarized with it as well, because the company that I joined, Project Bear, is also doing this as well, which allows somebody in a game to be able to see a product and actually buy it and check out from the game. So this is going to become more real time. And, if you look at the stats and the amazingly large audience that's on games and female audience that's actually gaming, it's quite incredible. So I think it's absolutely going to continue to go more in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, it's very interesting if one of those players, whoever they are, define themselves as fashion players suddenly. I mean, could it even work?
Well, but then look, I mean, Nike recently came out and called themselves a technology company.
Yeah. I think it could go vice versa. Definitely. Yeah. That's really.
And I can say that we're seeing that at Bold Metrics already, interest from the gaming industry specifically. And using a technology like ours, we can very quickly produce an avatar that's representative of a person's actual body measurements. And so we can create basically their digital avatar, and they can use that within a gaming space. And it's I think, very interesting in the gaming space, how lucrative it is for within game to wear various outfits. So I can certainly see it's not too far of an extension to see that someone would want to actually purchase that outfit, that their digital entity, the digital identification, and have that and actually purchase these assets. So I think we'll see more of that. And I think it'll be really exciting, and we're already seeing interest from that industry and partnering with like some of the work that we're doing. So I think that's definitely an exciting future ahead of us.
It would be interesting to hear Emma's reflection as well, because you actually represent one of those players that could be have that potential of being us.
Right. So I think for our user base, for Singles Day, that's what we're most known for Global Shopping Festival. Gamification has always been a very important tool for any brand to talk to their user base. So I think it's really about sort of that entire journey. And then, like let's say for Pokemon in the past, for a brand, they can basically, design out this process to be, grabbing the coupons or any activities that you need before you purchase the items. Or even for Singles Day at the gala performances, the audience can, shake their phone, and then a coupon or the actual product will populate, and they can purchase everything without actually leaving viewing of the concert. So I think gamification has already been embedded into our app or our user experience for our customer base. So definitely is something that, we are always looking at Alibaba.
Yeah. Now we have a couple of minutes left, and we have a couple of questions from the audience. We have one from Sandra. It's coming in from a large fashion brand CEO role to now the technology side of what's happening in fashion. What's the biggest shock, if any, when it comes to innovation that are not being utilized enough in the fashion industry? That's a good question.
Well, I think there's fear, and I think fear stops a lot of things that we want to do. I think it's also been, where like anything else new, when TVs, first came out and they were so expensive, or when the latest, greatest, et cetera, 4K comes out, it's so expensive and always gets a little bit less expensive over time. You don't realize that there's a lot of things that are actually quite inexpensive right now to be able to run your business and to be able to innovate. So there are tools that exist out there that I think people can just be more open-minded, because it may not be as overwhelming as you might think it is. And listen, coming from the retailer side myself, it certainly was. You have initiatives, you have objectives, you have resources, you have certain amount of capital that you can use. And so, it does become overwhelming when you look at this huge list of, I have to make all these changes just to become a more digital facing brand. But you can take them in bite size. There's a lot of companies that are doing things, again, much less expensively, but will really make pretty instrumental and pretty significant differences to the business. Even, and I go back to what I'm doing now because it's what I know today as it relates to if you want to add demand channels and you're taking your Shopify store or your Demandware platform and you're going to expand into 100 different marketplaces or several within that, it's not that costly. And going with companies that actually will help you grow your business and will just be a partner with you on the upside is much more cost effective than going and building, a huge platform and having long-term commitments and having to have consultants come in and integrate. It's very seamless now to be able to integrate platforms and integrate these tools within a platform. So I think that fear has kind of crippled some people in some cases. And, there's just a lot of open to listen now that I feel like could be enhancing people's businesses if you can kind of look at what's out there and be really open to new business models.
Is it a lack of experience as well? I mean, you haven't worked with innovation that much.
Lack of resources. Listen, you're running a business and you have lack of financial resources. You have a lack of human capital, how many people do you need to be able to take this? You've got IT, you've got e-com, everyone has objectives. You have to hit certain revenues. You've got to hit profitability. I mean, there's just a lot of demands on running a business. And so it's a matter of prioritization. So I don't know that it's about inexperience. It's just about having to reprioritize and finding the champions within an organization who are going to push something through, because ultimately, it's got to be seen through all the way. And having the knowledge and taking the meetings, first of all, creates knowledge, but then you're going to go a little bit deeper each time that you speak with a company or various companies to figure out what those opportunities are. And then when you actually see the case studies and you see the results that you can get, and you can actually find the ones that can actually work with the limited resources that you might have or you might want to put towards something and just test it a little bit. I mean, it exists, it's out there, it can be done. I just think that, it's overwhelming right now how much has to change for this industry.
Yeah, I agree completely. I've moved forward quickly because we only have a couple of minutes and a lot of questions from the audience. Questions for Dana. With your solutions with AI for virtual fitting solutions, seeing a lot of different players coming into that space, how do you feel each differentiates? And if they do, can this become a joint effort in the technology world?
I'm laughing because my cat keeps jumping out.
I was seeing
the challenge of virtual conferences. We have the pets. She's decided she wants attention right now, so I apologize if she comes up again. Thanks for the question, for whoever asked that. And actually wanted to comment on a previous question I didn't speak to, sort of related on new technology that is needed in the fashion industry too. So, what we do at BoldMetrics is predict all the detailed body measurements on a customer by just surveying some basic questions. You don't need a measuring tape. You certainly don't need to take a selfie. So it converts quite well in an in-store or online environment. And so with that information, we then predict all of these detailed body measurements, relate that to the purchase and returns behavior. And we can create all these very interesting insights for product designers to understand how the clothes are actually fitting their customers and create a cyclical process within the product design cycle. So relating to the earlier topic of what's needed in the industry, and maybe even to the question just for Sandra, is their technology not being quite utilized? What I always found was surprising within the apparel industry is the lack of data that goes into the sizing specification design process. So typically there's a lack of data that goes into that, particularly around the data on your consumers' body measurements and who are your consumers from a body shape and size perspective. And so usually it's, identifying a fit model, which is a person they identify as, would be the average body measurements for a size medium for their brand, and then design the size medium to fit that person and create a gradation for the smaller and larger sizes, and use body scanning studies of generic geographical regions to understand fit coverage and how they're performing there. But there's really no kind of like scalable way to close the loop. So you have the product reach the market, but then really no way to understand, is it really fitting my customers? What are my customers in body shape and size and distribution of their body measurements? And so creating this connectivity, and Nikita talked a little bit about connectivity as we move towards digitization, being able to capture scalably and reliably the body measurements of your customers and connect within the organization, within a brand, the product designers with the consumers, and have this digital data-driven approach to product design. And I think that's one thing that differentiates anyways both metrics, but also just a lot of opportunity for various technology companies within the space of product design, digital connectivity, to help better understand and create better products, better inclusivity and sizing for our customers. So there's, I think, a lot of opportunity for future partnership in this area as well. Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the answer. So I'll move very quickly now because we have only a couple of minutes. And Ganesh, from the audience, is retail here to stay with us, seeing digital take such a huge role in the next of fashion?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, a lot generic. But when we consider digital, I see that, normally we think about digital is all about the channel. So in our view, digital is entirety of the sort of value chain, right? And digital increases speed, increases response, increases understanding, transparency. So we see that the end-to-end value chain will get digitalized, right? Now, what that means is that is here to stay. It will only exponentially increase. When that increases, the amount of data is exponentially going to increase. So therefore, the question here is not about going with digital. What do we do with all of what we get out of digital, right? So if you don't know how to use all of this data, take informed decision making, it will completely transform the business. So it's as important, digitalizing is as important as understanding and using that data and taking intelligence out of it. I just want to leave a case study here. Sometime back, 6 months back, one brand came to us and, we were talking and they said, we are an analog distribution brand. We have huge distribution across tiers of towns. Digital intelligence is not relevant for us. 6 months down the line, same brand came back to us and said, we did a research, we lost market share. And when we asked the consumer, where did we lose the market? Who did we lose the market share to? Surprisingly, one of the world's largest online retailers' private brand. They never heard during COVID period, what happened is transformation happened and a lot of people started testing digital offerings, right? In that category, they never thought that a digital brand's retailer's private brand will take their share. Now, what I'm trying to say is we, in the world, which is transparent and competitive, we don't even know who our competition is, right? I think constant watch and keeping a close eye on that and taking information is my key point that I leave the audience with. A great question.
Yeah, and we have 2 minutes. So Emma, what's your take on experiential retail intertwined with e-commerce platforms? Do you see innovations in this space?
Yes, so I think this past year, we definitely see a lot of really interesting case studies happening on our platform. So I think fashion is really needing a lot of technology innovation because I think it's not really about innovation within the industry. I think it's individual brand needs to find their own way of retelling their story or how to tell their story. So I think this past year, we have Cartier launching our platform for a year now. And then during Singles Day, they actually did a live stream for exclusive exhibition to showcase a $29 million necklace. And at the same time, they bring that offline experience. They did this, they relaunched their watch, and then they did this showcase of in the Shanghai exhibition. So I think that's really the sort of bridging between online and also offline. And then we also did something with In-Time. So it's COVID in the beginning of hitting the China market, all the department stores were closed down. So they were actually able to do live stream from the department stores for all the sort of the beauty, counters. Individual sales associate would just bring their iPhone and then doing live stream from their department store when they don't have visitors during the COVID period. So I think it sort of goes back to your question to Sandra earlier. Sometimes it's actually the fear, and also it's about they feel like this innovation or this digitalization is this huge overtaking, but it's actually not. Like you can easily take out your iPhone and you can do live stream from whatever you are to tell your brand story.
Yeah, thank you. We could sit here and talk for another half an hour, but unfortunately we run out of time.
I wanted to just come on here quickly and first thank you, Frederic, for leading this incredible conversation. I remember the last time that you led a conversation at our past event, we also stayed with so many questions coming in. And I think because technology and innovation is something that the fashion industry needs to get on, but like Sandra mentioned, there is the fear, there is the unknown, and you guys did a wonderful job at giving so much insight. I feel like I need to take like a break after so much information to kind of sort through everything, but you guys were all incredible. So I really just appreciate so much all of you participating in Fashion Ovation and yeah, just sharing and inspiring everybody in the audience, because I know there's even more questions I couldn't get to you. So I'll tell everybody where to look all of you guys up after this, and I hope to continue the conversation with all of you. Let this not be the end, and thank you all so much. You've all inspired me, so thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great day, guys.
You as well.
Bye.
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 Yeah, no. Bye.
So now we're going to play a quick video on an amazing platform, Launchmetrics. It provides fashion, luxury, and beauty companies with software and data to help them improve their brand performance. As we all know, brand performance is really important today. And of course, there are a lot of tools to improve business and financial performance, but nothing about the brand. And that's where Launchmetric comes in. So enjoy. So here we go. I'm going to introduce the next conversation. Fashion is comfort that begins underneath, being led by Mary Driscoll at Coresight Research.
Hi, it's Marie Driscoll from Coresight Research here, Managing Director, Luxury and Fashion. It's a delight to be a part of Fashion Innovation today, and joining me rather is Holly Wilson from Soma, a division of Chico's. Just a little bit about Coresight before I introduce Holly some more. Coresight Research sits at the intersection of retail and technology. We publish 50 research reports a month, and our focus is on the consumer, on COVID, on China, new retail. We look at what innovators are doing. Sustainability is a big trend. In our advisory work, we look at China entry, live streaming, growth, and a whole lot more. But without further ado, I'd really like to introduce Holly Wilson, who's here to share with us about Soma. Holly has an incredible career in intimates, and more recently, really for most of her designing lifetime at Soma. Holly, tell us a little bit about you.
Thanks, Marie. So I have been in the fashion industry for 28 years, going on 28 years, and most of that in the intimate apparel market, and really the last 18 years with the Soma brand. So I joined at the very beginning of the concept to start the brand And I think what really drew me into the idea of starting a new intimate apparel brand was really what drew me into the market. It's such a personal product and really such an opportunity to have an impact on women and really make amazing products for them that make them feel beautiful and really complement all of their best features. And there's nothing better than being able to make that kind of impact on women.
I think I read that your design team is all women.
We are, and even since the very beginning, and I'll talk a little bit about that through our innovation team, but I am just so really grateful to be able to work with such an amazing, smart, talented, and very innovative group of women, and they just amaze me every day with all of their ideas. And I think part of what really makes that work is because we're making products for women, we really understand what it's like to wear them. So absolutely, we can empathize with what some of the challenges that women might be having with their foundations or their bras and panties, and we can really bring good ideas to the brand that can really change her experience. So one of the best parts.
Yeah. So, I mean, and Chico's, the parent company, is a fashion company. I think combined you have more than 1,000 stores across 3 brands: Soma, Chico's, White House Black Market. White House Black Market, more a wear to work, wear and occasion wear. And then Chico's is like, started as I'm actually wearing Chico's. So thank you for this. I actually feel very dressed up. I love it. But Chico's has been known for like most amazing customer service, right? Mm-hmm. Most amazing. And certainly that extends to Soma too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was really one of the most amazing ideas about starting an intimates company, because if you look at, trying to address what was at the time a very large gap in the market. And so you think about the Chico's customer at the time, she was a 40+ customer. If she was looking for these types of products, her choices were so limited. You had this very large specialty retailer who was absolutely targeting a much younger customer with an experience that was really focused on sexy, but really sexy more as defined by a man. So I think a lot of women didn't feel like it was the brand for them. And if she wasn't shopping there, she might have been shopping department store, which is a wonderful experience and great for convenience. But if you've been into an intimate apparel department in a department store and you've shopped it, if you don't know exactly what you're looking for, or maybe you're not so sure about your size, it can be a very overwhelming experience. And if she wasn't shopping one of those 2 places, she was probably shopping mass, which was really, about value. Mm-hmm. But maybe those products weren't particularly pretty, or they weren't really doing something for her. So it was very obvious that no one was addressing this customer, and what an amazing opportunity to create a space where she could come and it was not intimidating and she felt comfortable, very differentiated from anything that was in the market. And that we were going to hire, professional trained bra fitters who really knew what they were doing and could match the customer to her perfect solution. And so that was really what started it all. But when you thought about the product also had to be different. And so we started with a point of view on building premium foundations. But if you think about what her experience was like, before that, she goes to her top drawer in the morning to find the perfect thing to wear under. And am I going to choose the pretty one that's maybe not so comfortable, that maybe doesn't really do anything for me? Or am I going to choose the really comfortable one that, I feel great in, but it's not particularly pretty, or doesn't have a solution, doesn't really do much for me, and I hope nobody sees me in it later. And then, or am I going to choose something that's really around a fit or a solution, but maybe it's not so comfortable and maybe not so pretty? And we really set down a a standard to change the customer's expectation of her intimates, that they could be all three of those things. They can be beautiful and fit her great and do something for her and be comfortable. And so that was very different to the experience she'd had previously. So that was really what we set out to do. And, you know, an all-women design team doesn't hurt, because we really understood the experience she was having, and we wanted to change it for ourselves too, not just for our customers. So a very natural transition to what we set out to do.
Right, right. It was like, and to your point, amazing product, non-compromising product, and then the ability to purchase it with people that understand fit, understand what you're looking for in fit and for usage occasions. And like everyone has tried shopping in a department store, and it's sometimes difficult to get the attention you need. And for this category, you need the attention.
I mean, our stores are amazing because our store associates, you know, they're trained bra fitters, but it's really concierge level service, because she's fitting her and talking about her measurements, of course, but it's a starting point, because she has to have that interaction with the woman and be able to listen to her and say, what do you like? You know, what do you like about your favorite bra? What do you dislike about the ones that aren't working for you? And what they do is essentially match the customer to a bra wardrobe that's really going to work for her, that's kind of covers all of her needs depending on her lifestyle. And so you can't get that kind of service everywhere, really anywhere. And that was really what kind of made us iconic.
You know, since you work so closely with the consumer, with your customers, how has that impacted your innovation?
Well, she's an essential part of our design team. She maybe just doesn't know it, right? So we obviously leverage consumer comments. We read all of our product reviews. We talk to her. We're in stores on a regular basis. And, you know, that's just surface level. One of our biggest assets is our store team, because they are connecting with her and having very intimate conversations with her every day. And they funnel those ideas into our team, and we turn them into amazing product solutions. So it's essentially, she's part of our team, and she really makes an impact, because everything we do, there's no reason for doing it if it isn't for her, right? So everything is really targeted at addressing a potential issue or something she said she wished she had. And usually she's not alone. She's usually not the only one asking for it. She may think she's the only one having that experience, but typically she's not. And so it's just validation that what we're working on is really important. And I think when you think about solutions, like when we introduced Vanishing, you know, this would kind of change the trajectory of our brand, because it was so much about that panty and no ride, no roll, you know, no show. And at a time when everyone was talking about panty lines, you think, oh, it's such a funny thing. And will she get the innovation? Will she like it? She was thrilled, and she couldn't have been more excited about it. And we answered this challenge, and, you know, rolling out the bras that were no show and designed to disappear, all of that was just so compelling to her. And it was like, when you get that kind of affirmation from your customer, you're like, okay, what else can we solve? And so we just keep those ideas coming into that innovation pipeline, and from our resources, and even from industries that you wouldn't think we'd get bra ideas from, because that's how we fuel that pipeline and keep it pretty robust.
Can you tell us what have you seen in other industries that you can incorporate into your business?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think that even if you look at Vanishing Edge, I mean, that's a, you know, medical grade silicone, obviously used in a very different way in another industry. We look at other, you know, apparel categories that are not directly connected to bras. We also meet with universities who are doing innovation projects. Our vendor base has a strong connection to industries outside of their own. So we draw from pretty much everything.
That's
anywhere
so
we can get ideas.
That's can you give us like a glimpse as to what's coming in the next year or two in terms of your innovation?
Well, most of that's top secret, but I can assure you that the innovation is not stopping, and we're going to have a big 2021, and we're excited to show what's coming. And as soon as we can, you'll be the first to know.
Great. So talk about 2021. I'm wondering, how has COVID impacted your business?
Well, I think that, we have to be where the customer is. And so when everything shut down, of course, there's this fear, like, how are her shopping habits going to change? What does she need from us? How can we be there for her? And obviously we knew her lifestyle was going to change tremendously, but we didn't know for how long. Just like everybody really felt a lot of uncertainty. And I think it was really a testament to the trust-based relationship we have with our consumers that she converted to online shopping almost overnight. And I think she just kept, looking to us for different solutions. So our comfort solutions were top of mind. And it was so much about cocooning and feeling safe and feeling comfortable, a lot of, work from home looks. So our Embliss collection has absolutely popped to the top of our assortment. She's a go-to. That wireless and that bralette are just such a strong go-to collection for the customer. And the comfort trend wasn't new. It had been happening for a really long time. And so part of that innovation pipeline is we have to be able to address the customer's needs today, but we also have to be looking forward. A really true new innovation can take anywhere from 2 to 3 years to incubate. So we have to be reading the signs, way far out from what could potentially happen, even with something you could never have imagined, like COVID. So when you think about what so much of our storytelling on Embliss was just ultimate comfort, but with support that, most women couldn't get from when bralettes were so big, they were looking for an additional feature. So Embliss really spoke to her. And then if you look at the rest of our assortment, Cool Nights, we have such a strong sleep solution for her. Really the promise of a good night's sleep. It's that beautiful cool hand fabric. We launched Weekend, which was a lounge collection in September, and our Sunday collection has been really strong. And I think it just all really fit with her lifestyle. So we've been very fortunate to not only, be there for the customer during the past 10 months, but also bring a lot of new customers into the brand through customer advocacy. So she's out there, she's
That's
happy.
amazing.
She's telling all her friends, which is, there's no better advertisement for your brand than someone who's actually an advocate talking about you, because you just can't pay for that. That's just so genuine and authentic. And we're really lucky to have customers who love us.
Absolutely. That one thing that has been difficult for successful brands during COVID is customer acquisition. So the fact that you're doing that is like, you're really beating the trend. And I just want to mention what a strong recommendation you have from the public at large, because according to Newsweek, based on the consumer, you're the number, Soma, Chico's, and White House Black Market are top websites for e-commerce in 2020. So that's like an amazing kudos to you.
Yeah. It is amazing. And I have to give a lot of credit. Obviously we work so hard on the product, but I really have to give a lot of credit to our marketing team, because they have just done an amazing job recreating the store experience online when the stores couldn't be there. And they've continued that kind of drive. And so it's just through beautiful photography and recreating the tactile. If you walk in the store, you're touching everything because it's so soft. And then you think, how am I going to recreate that online through photography and storytelling and brand voice? And then also our social team is so impactful with connecting with, influencers and our customer through any really channel that we can. And it's just the combination of all those things that have really made a difference.
So we're getting a lot of questions from the audience. One is, let's see. One is, I love the give back policy at Soma with support the girls and the bra recyclers. How do you choose to partner with and when it comes to not-for-profits?
I think a lot of it has to do with what's the right fit for our brand in terms of giving campaigns. I think it really goes back to who's the best match for us, who have similar points of view or similar goals in mind, and that's really where it all starts. So obviously, broad donation and support the girls are great connections for us.
Another interesting question talks about Chico's and Soma, and the extended period of time that you've been around for more than 25 years. Chico's, Soma more like 15, right? And the question is, what would you say to brands that are scaling? What did you do? What's the one thing that you did to grow your company and grow it right, and to be such a strong brand today?
I think two major things. One was we listened to our customer. And so that was a very important part of, understanding what it is that she was looking for. And the other was to not be afraid to break with a few kind of traditional norms around making assumptions about what she wanted instead of just asking her. And I think, we obviously have a wide customer base, and we address a lot of women kind of 40 plus. And I just think, I always caution my team to not make any assumptions about a woman's age and her sense of style, because we have this opportunity to be really ageless and really have a strong point of view, and also something that makes us truly covetable. So solutions, the idea of making beautiful solutions synonymous with the Soma brand is a great way for us to speak to that customer's needs. And it's unique, right? So it doesn't compete with a lot of other brands in the market. And it really puts us at an advantage because we're doing something other people aren't.
Yeah, customer centricity. That's at the heart. And then, as you said, like the fact that you have women designing for women who know the pain points, it helps.
And we do a lot of wear testing. We use all the women in our office. They test all of our products. So we really don't deliver anything that we haven't solicited a lot of feedback on and really proven and tested.
So we've noticed, we've observed, and one of our trends at CoreSite for this year is inclusivity and diversity. And we see that the consumer values inclusivity and diversity, and employees are increasingly demanding it and shoppers want it from the brands they choose. It seems that the consumer is saying, not only do I want great product, but I also want to shop from brands whose values align with my own personal values. So it seems that like inclusivity and diversity are a natural fit for Soma and Chico's. Can you talk to that?
Yeah, it's certainly an important part of our culture, and we're women-led organizations. So obviously we create a lot of opportunities for women and professionals and talent, and we draw from really all over the world, that talent. I have such an expansive team that has really come from, a multitude of backgrounds, which I'm really proud of, because what they bring is differentiated points of view. So it's so important to not only our culture, but also our design process, because in order for us to deliver, we have to understand what we're making product for and how that experience is different from woman to woman, because they're all so unique. And so that's really part of it. And I think you'll see it kind of most exemplified in our product assortment through our size diversity. So we're upwards of 46 plus sizes. We address skin and cosmetic tones across our foundations assortment, so she can find something that she's comfortable in. We have a lot of diverse influencers and model casting, and we try and shake that up a lot and show a lot of different ethnicities and sizes and age as well. So that's a really important part of our marketing strategy, because we want the customer to view the brand and see herself in it, right? So she needs to be able to relate to that, and it's really important that she feels that way. And then what some people might not also realize is that all of our fitting rooms are gender neutral. So everyone is welcome to come in and have that fit experience.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. So how are you planning 2021?
So, of course, we're really excited. It's so funny because I saw when we were talking about this question, you know, as a designer and innovator, I'm working on 2022 and beyond. So I had to think, oh, what's coming for 2021? So it's going to be an action-packed year for Soma. We have so many amazing, innovative products coming out this year. We're really excited. It's going to be some really amazing storytelling. And so keep an eye out for us. We are working on a whole focus on wellness and self-care. That's our next big push. So you'll see some really beautiful products coming out just in time for Mother's Day around aloe-infused cotton and bamboo and some really beautiful pieces. So I hope you'll stop by and check us out because the photography is just amazing. I saw it today. It almost made me cry. It was so beautiful. So
is there something in the stores right now for Valentine's Day?
Oh my goodness. We are having a tremendous Valentine's Day. I don't know how much of it's left, but there's certainly some beautiful, whether you're looking for kind of more sensual, pretty silk, or our Cool Nights pajamas are so fun. They're great gifts for everyone. So there is a lot to choose from. So definitely worth the trip.
So one question I always like to ask is, and I heard Diane von Furstenberg on a previous episode of Fashion Innovation ask this question. What's your advice to young designers today? Everything's disruptive, everything's so changed. What do you advise them to do?
Well, I think first you have to find something you're passionate about. And I think you really want to differentiate yourself from your peers and have a unique point of view. And I think, whether it's innovation or advocacy or entrepreneurship, something that really you connect with that allows you to address a market that you really feel strongly about, because it's so easy to do what you love every day if it's something that you truly believe in. And I think that's what makes fashion amazing, is that there's so many different avenues that you can take and so many opportunities within the industry, and just focus on what means the most to you.
You mentioned earlier that you actually work with universities in terms of some of your innovation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have a few that, we have a focus on innovation within the team. And so they'll go out and partner with universities in England, in the States, across really the world. And if they're working on things that align with projects we're interested in, we'll meet with them, and if we can support them, we will, or if they can support us, we really enjoy that conversation, and even just the opportunity to hear what people are doing, and why they think it's important and what they think how it's going to be applied. I think sometimes, when somebody's working on something, you see in it something that they might not have seen. So we always enjoy the opportunities to have those kind of conversations with people in the industry and with universities, for sure.
Yeah, like you see the practical, the potential practical end use of things that are really in early stage research, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And I think it's my favorite part of the day when I get to sit down with my team and talk about crazy stuff that we can turn into a bra. So,
oh, how fun! Right.
Who wouldn't want that job, right?
Yeah, exactly. Right. And that's how you have to feel. And that's what makes you so successful. Tell us about the sub-brand Telltale.
Yeah, we introduced Telltale, and she's basically like a little bit more contemporary version of an intimate apparel brand. She's dressing a little bit different market than Soma, and more fashion oriented, a lot of really beautiful storytelling. And, we're happy to have her as part of our family.
Yeah. The whole area has got so much attention in the last 5 years, partly casualization, partly, that big specialty apparel brand losing, and you've seen many innovative new businesses start up. Certainly Aerie has grown. We wrote about this last year in midsummer. We wrote about, the blurring of innerwear and outerwear and the creation of this new category, like intimates lifestyle, a lifestyle intimates or intimates lifestyle. And that certainly is what you experience when you go into Soma with some of the products.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think it's not surprising that you're still seeing startups popping up. I mean, we were a startup before startups were happening every 8 minutes, and I have a lot of respect for anyone who starts, a new company. I was a single mom when we started Soma, so I know what kind of work it takes, and it's not surprising that people are chasing the category because it's just so much about. You think about women's empowerment and kind of shedding a lot of these taboo subjects, and so many people want to be part of the conversation. And I think it's great that we're, women are finally getting the choice that they deserve.
Yeah, that's right. So, you have in your store the most amazing experiences. And can you talk about how that actually has translated online?
Yeah, I think a lot of it's storytelling, and the tactile nature of all of the products, and then also the storytelling of why we created it and how it was created. And so it's just such an opportunity to talk to the customer about what it'll do for her and why it's an important part of her fashion wardrobe. And, building a bra wardrobe is really important to working under just about everything you wear and really understanding how to get your intimates to work harder for you. So I highly recommend if you have the opportunity to either experience online or in store. Our stores do a great job of setting the bar high for what to expect from your intimates.
So what is the basic minimum bra wardrobe?
Oh, I'm going to go 5 or 6 at least. I think there are some key things you need, t-shirt bra, lounge bra, sport bra, strapless, and you should always treat yourself to something pretty.
I love it. Yeah. and really you need multiples of them, but
of course. Of course.
Right. So this has been so delightful. I love a brand that's all about women, that's there to really empower women in a very genuine way. I love the title of our conversation, Fashion is Comfort That Begins Underneath. And with a strong foundation, you feel empowered and beautiful, and you can rock the world, even a COVID world.
Absolutely. I think there's just no stopping a woman who's got the perfect foundations, and we're always innovating. And I hope, you'll keep in touch with us and follow us on Instagram or Facebook and check out our site and really see what Soma is all about if you haven't already. We absolutely invite you in for bra fitting.
I want to thank both of you ladies. I'm Jordana, so I haven't met you, Holly. So nice to meet you. Thank you so much for being a part of our platform today. And Marie, thank you for coming back. We love working with you on Coresight. And I just wanted to say I'm actually wearing White House Black Market. And I am not wearing Soma, though you sold me on going and trying out the bras.
Yeah. We'll go together.
Well, thank you.
I honestly am just in admiration of the entire Soma group and all of the brands that it represents. And so thank you so much, Holly. I know that we had a lot of more questions that came in. We just didn't have the time. But with that, everybody go check them out. Everybody go get a bra fitting and keep going. So again, thank you so much for participating. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you
so much, Marie.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So now we are going to Fashion is Confidence, and it's being led by Alexandra Finkel at Bustle Media Group.
Count to 10 and start.
Good afternoon, all. I am Alex Finkel, the Director of Talent Acquisition and Inclusion at Bustle Digital Group. Thank you so much for having me here today at Fashion Innovation. And I'm so excited to welcome Kirsten Bowen.
Hi, everybody.
Kirsten is the Senior Vice President of Merchandising and Design at White House Black Market. She rejoined the company in September of 2019, previously with the brand from 2005 to 2008, and is a 35-year retail industry veteran. Basically an expert at this point. In her current role, she is responsible for the vision and strategy, tactics of the product assortment and growth of White House Black Market. So Kirsten, thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you for inviting me. It's a privilege to be here. It's exciting.
And so our theme is fashion is confidence. And when I hear the word confidence, it rings so differently now. Nearly a year into COVID, I find that it is really hard to be confident these days. There was so much about the before, which gave us confidence. And I'm wondering on your end, first off, how are you doing?
I feel very lucky, and I get up every day and say that, and really, it's really putting yourself in that frame of mind and how you're going to show up, because it's been a tough year and there's been a lot of challenges, personally, professionally, for so many of us, but you really have to put yourself in the frame of mind that you're going to do your best and you're going to show up every day and you're going to make a positive influence on yourself, on others, and we're going to get through this, and we're going to get through this together.
Absolutely. Were there sort of any moments, throughout the past year that, you reflect on now, it's been a year, that you just look back and, were particularly tough, or that you kind of fought through and kind of worked on your confidence?
Absolutely. I'll just talk about an example here at White House Black Market. And, we had to close all of our stores, and overnight we became a digital company. We had to be transparent with, our associates and keep everyone informed of how we were going to do this transformation. And at times, you weren't quite sure. There was no playbook written for this. And it was really having that team and that confidence and that transparency to pull everybody together and really figure out how we're going to do this and do it quickly and do it together. And, that was exhilarating. It was frightening. But we did it. And you look back and you're like, it's incredible achievements. I'm really proud of everyone for stepping up and showing up and getting out of their comfort zone and, going back to confidence. That's true confidence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even though in the moment it doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, no, so much. I feel like at that point, especially, a year ago in the business world, everybody was second guessing themselves because there was no, like you said, there was no playbook. And I don't think we're very used to being put in that position. For so many of us, it's sort of like the day-to-day, what is expected, what tomorrow is. And this was the first time that you didn't know.
And that is something that I think all of us have more of a comfort with now, is that being okay with the unknown and knowing that, the road ahead it's just not straight and there's going to be curves, but you can get through it. And really, again, it's how you show up and how you look at that instead of, looking at it with fear, and you're ready to embrace it and you're going to do your best and you're just going to give it your all. And there will be challenges, but that's okay. And that's what makes you grow, is doing things that probably scare you a little bit or you're unsure of the result. And, if you think about that in fashion, that's what makes great design too. going to the unknown and inspiring creativity in so many different ways, which is another thing that this pandemic did. It drew out such creativity and from people that really pushed limits that you didn't think you had.
I love one thing that you said, which is, you know, really putting you outside of the comfort zone and doing something that scares you. I feel like you and I are doing that right now. We're doing something that scares us.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And, you know, historically, when we think about it, it is clothes that have often, you know, been tied to confidence, right? Like it's oftentimes clothing and the way that we look that is giving you that confidence. And now we don't really have that too much. And it's sort of interesting to watch confidence come through other ways.
It is, you know, fashion has always had that power to express your mood through clothing. And, you know, it's proven that when you put yourself together and you feel good, psychologically, you can impact things in such a different way. And, you know, regardless, we all got to a point where we stayed home, and that those beginning weeks were like, great, I can stay in my sweats all day. I don't have to get ready. And then you hit that point where it just doesn't feel right anymore. And you need to get back to yourself and feel good. And it's really, you know, I thought about it, and it's really, no matter what the day, it's like you get up, you dress up, and you show up. And I tell myself that, and it changes you when you feel that way. So regardless if you're home, if you're in your house, doing everything on Zoom, you really pull yourself together. And fashion has the ability to do that and really transform you. And it transforms, and it's really your own personal branding, and you can change that.
Yeah, I feel like now we've gone from like clothing being the thing to hair, you know, your hair. But even the moments where, you know, you're putting yourself out there and you are speaking to a large group of people, or, you know, even having a meeting on Zoom, like that is kind of what can instill confidence for the future, I feel like.
Are you asking me that question?
No, I'm just saying, like, that's how I feel. I'm wondering if you kind of agree.
You know, I do. And, you know, Zoom, especially now, we've never knew how to meet this way. And it's just a whole different etiquette and checking in and different ways of communication. And I think we've all realized that this is possible. Like, you ask so many people a year ago if this, you know, if remote working and remote conversations was even going to happen, and we all would say, no, we figured out how to make our businesses work this way. And really looking a year ahead and figuring out how does that now, what parts of this become part of our new reality, which is something we're all assessing right now in our personal life and business.
Absolutely. And one thing I'm curious about is, if you think back to that year, you know, you mentioned that you kind of overnight had to figure out how to move from closing all your stores. What was that, when you sort of first realized that as part of the team, what was that moment like? And how did you kind of feel?
You know, at first we all thought, okay, this is a couple of weeks, we'll, you know, get back open. And then you realized it was longer, and you needed to figure out a plan. So what we did is we really took it in, what do we need to do now, and how do we start to think forward? Because a lot of it was, what now will become relevant to our customer? And we did a lot of pivots, because we have to be there and be relevant in her life. And her life was changing quickly, and her needs for fashion were changing quickly. So we did a lot of pivots in terms of changing what we were delivering her, because White House Black Market we have a big business in social dresses, which overnight wasn't relevant. We weren't going anywhere. So I think we've done a really great job in offering some more, you know, we have great denim now. We've figured out some casual pieces that, you know, will transition with her as she, you know, goes back to a sense of normal life. And, we realized new businesses that we didn't have before. And that was really through the creativity and ideas that we had as a team. And I think some of that we never would have found out. So a little bit frightening. We took it in bite-sized pieces, and we took it from, what do we need to do short term, and then what do we need to do a little bit longer term? And we're still in it. We're still in it. And we're you think about, especially in fashion, it's now you can't really look at your history. You really have to look forward and see where she's going.
Absolutely. One thing you said that you kind of had to pivot in a few different directions. You tried out denim. I'm wondering if there were any changes to your business that you kind of had evolved, over the past year, and things that you tried out. Was there anything that you tried out that maybe it didn't work, and then anything that you tried that ended up really fitting and being a good idea?
White House Black Market was always known for its denim. We just really accelerated and doubled down on it. And there were a lot of things that we did in terms of, not working. I wouldn't say there wasn't a lot that didn't work. It was more about what parts of it could we tweak and take forward. We did a lot with social selling, where we did a lot with Facebook Live. We really figured out different ways to communicate with our customer through a digital lens. We have Style Connect. So if the stylists, she can't come see her stylist, she can do that digitally now too. And in terms of our fashion, we just knew that we had to stay on our DNA. So we couldn't change our product to where it wasn't relatable to our customers. So it's, what are the things she loves, and how do we take those details and put them into something she can wear now and that's relevant for her. And it was just getting into a lot more comfort. You didn't need as many rigid pieces. You wanted more things with stretch, and softer fabrics became really important, and knits and sweaters. And, a lot of that I don't think is going away. We've all become really accustomed to comfort. And, we're even seeing, we used to only sell high heels, and now we have a big business in flats and sneakers and just, more comfortable footwear. And, I don't know how many people are going to go back to heels every single day.
And even when I think about it, I feel like when we go back into the office, it's going to be a little bit more casual all around, no matter where people are working. No, they won't be wearing heels, and who knows, jeans, I'm sure, and your denim line will be, fine too. So that's going to be really interesting to see.
And it was already moving that way. I mean, there was already such a shift to casualization in the workplace. It's probably accelerated it more. And now we're even speaking to our customers, and many of them are not going to go back full time into an office environment. And she'll spend her time in, some days at home and some days out. And we have to, she depends on us for versatility and clothing that just takes her through her busy life. And she wants our customer, the words she uses is, I want to feel beautiful, I want to feel confident, and I want to feel polished. And those are always the things that we ask ourselves when we're designing into a new season.
Mm-hmm. I wonder, when you think about the changes that you made, the merchandise that you changed and you tried out, and then your customer base went from kind of in person to online only. And I'm curious kind of what that looked like. You mentioned your stylist kind of going online to help customers. Were there any other changes that kind of accelerated the digital movement?
Well, we already had a very healthy digital business. We just obviously, without her, our customer is very loyal, and we're very lucky. So she followed us online, but again, we needed to give her an experience that some of our customers were very comfortable just shopping online, while others still wanted that stylist's touch. So we did a few things. We had our Style Connect going before the pandemic, And then many of our, once it was safe to go back in the stores, many of our associates would connect with their customers digitally and then go into the store and pick product for them and show it to them. So there were many things we did to try to make sure that we were able to service her on her terms and when she wanted product. We also increased the frequency in which we were delivering product. So she was able, especially being home, visiting us online much more often. So we adjusted the way we flowed product to her as well. So again, we kept on showing her newness. We took our social media and made sure that we were inspiring her that way as well. She really, she depends on us and she likes to be wardrobe. Our customer loves to be wardrobed head to toe. So it's important for us to show her how to do that and how to put things together.
That's great. I also wanted to ask, you mentioned kind of trying out some new social platforms, doing Facebook Live. Have you all tried or been interested in learning about TikTok yet?
Absolutely. That is so funny that you asked that. Yes, we already, many of our store associates and home office associates, we already post content, personally post content on TikTok, but yes, we are starting now with TikTok as well.
That's awesome. It is so funny to me how much of a commerce business TikTok has become. I would not have thought that at all. And yet so many retailers are finding so much success, especially reaching that demographic. But the truth is at this point that TikTok is reaching many different demographics.
It is, especially at first I think it was early 20s and below, and now it's grown again because and then someone else will come right in and TikTok will age, but you're already seeing that. My sons are all on TikTok. I'm obsessed with TikTok.
We have that in common. So we have a question from the audience, somewhat related to this. So due to us seeing consumers buying timeless pieces rather than only for trends, because they're not purchasing as much as they were before, do you see a rise in your consumer base, more millennials or Gen Z, due to having kind of timeless and trendy pieces in one? So any kind of thoughts on that?
So the question is just if we're doing more timeless pieces versus trendy pieces?
Yeah, that, and also if you found any change in your consumer base, kind of based on these changes over the last year.
We have been very lucky. We've had a double-digit increase of new consumers into the brand during this, which is great. We view ourselves as definitely an updated classic designer inspired. We're not fast fashion and we're not fast trend. That's not who our customer is. So we always make sure the pieces that we deliver are pieces that she can invest in and that will stay in her closet for many years. Mm-hmm. And we do that through, picking quality fabrics. We put a lot of thoughtful details, and our design team has a very rich background, and so many of them come from extremely high-end designer backgrounds. So what they put into the garment really does make it timeless and makes it an investment piece.
And one thing that I am really curious about with White House Black Market, and one thing I'm super passionate about, is diversity and inclusion and sort of the changes surrounding that over the last year. I'm kind of curious, what has White House Black Market done over the course of the year?
So over the course of the year, and probably before, we want to make sure we're relatable to our customer, and we work with a very diverse range. And when we look at our models, we definitely make sure we're working with a diverse range of models, influencers, and really make sure we have various ages, shapes, sizes, ethnicities. And we like to always do that. We look at it every month and make sure that we're changing and we're evolving, and just so we are, it's relatable and it's relevant to her.
And as we look towards the future, I know that this last year has been one for the books and one that I'm sure challenged you and your team in the best way possible. As we look towards the future, what are the things that you're thinking about? What are the conversations that you're having?
Oh, there are so many. It's really the conversation of what's next, because we're in fashion, and that's always what we're thinking is what's next. How do we deliver something that will, we're in the business of theater, and we're in the business of delighting and surprise and delight. And right now we are working on spring 2022. So that's how far we're looking ahead.
Yes. And
you have to put yourself in this time. This is a harder time than any to say, okay, where are we going to be in spring 22? And we do believe there will be this, reemergence of optimism and color and connection. And because we've been through a year of minimalism and comfort and, what follows that. So you look at what happened in history and usually there's always this boom, and we're definitely expecting that. Well, not expecting, but predicting. And we're actually having, it's so funny you ask, because we're having those conversations this week as a team of let's put ourselves in the customer's mind next spring, and what's she going to want, and how are we all going to feel, and how are we going to deliver?
It's so interesting because I think that as much as we will try to predict, who knows what we'll find. And I think to kind of tie it back, which is that now that we have all been through this, we sort of have the confidence in not knowing as much. We have the confidence to move forward, definitely more than we did a year ago.
Absolutely. And you're just seeing so many. You're seeing signs now of hope. We're seeing there's the vaccine that will roll out. People are feeling more comfortable. States will start to open up, and we've all learned so much. And it's probably, we don't even realize how much stronger we've all become and how much more resilient we are. And then also how probably we've supported each other in so many ways to really get through this. So I think we're going to emerge as a much more, connected and optimistic and confident society. I really believe that, but I'm an eternal optimist.
I really do too. I think so too. I mean, I think everyone has been through so much, and I think that we certainly will come out in a much better place. I'm also curious, as you think about the past and not only the past year, but really beyond that, any advice that you have for people kind of in retail and, any sort of advice sort of in the fashion industry that you have?
The fashion industry is definitely, it's changed so much. And I hope if someone is listening who's thinking of getting into this business is, there's still, it's an incredible business to be in. And you really have a chance to make such an impact on people's lives and people's confidence and make them feel better and connected. And so I hope everybody, who is listening, it's a great industry to get into. It's so much fun. And again, you get to change every single season. It's like a new curtains up. So that's exciting. And in terms of confidence, it's really a frame of mind and, how you show up every day and really looking at things as, I get to do this. This is a privilege and I'm lucky to do it instead of I have to do this. And it's really how you approach everything and how you show up. And again, just really, getting up, dressing up, showing up, owning it, and just making sure you're a positive influence on yourself and on others, and just, embracing everyone and sharing and trusting.
I
love
was
a mouthful.
I love what you said about, about it kind of coming from yourself as well. You know, it's showing up, but it is also doing the things that you need for yourself too. And I hope that everybody here, you know, who's watching is sort of taking that time, and hopefully a conference like this is really you doing that, taking that time to learn and grow and give back to yourself, which I think is ever more important right now as well. We used to think so much about like work and moving forward, and maybe not as much about ourselves and to take care of ourselves. And I'm hopeful that that has sort of changed as well.
You know, I hope it has, and I believe it has. And we've all spent more time with our families, and I think that's reset a lot of priorities. And, you know, hopefully with the flexibility in our businesses, we can continue. That won't be a temporary thing, and people can continue to do that. And I agree with you. You have to be balanced and take care of yourself before you can take care of anyone else. And you have to put that as a priority. And I know I personally tell myself that all the time, and I make sure I do. I hope you do too.
I try. It's tough. I think it's tough for everyone to do that when they're balancing so much, but it certainly is in the forefront of my mind, much more than it ever has been.
You have to, otherwise you burn out, and that's tough. That's you. So keep doing it. Do more of it. It's you know, even a few minutes every day. It really helps.
It is like a therapy session talking to you, Kirsten. Thank you. I just want to thank you so much. We are, we're all out of time, but I want to thank you for sharing all of this great advice and insight into the past year, really, for you and your company. And I am, I'm excited now to look forward.
I just wanted to come on here.
Likewise. Thank you.
Thank you to both of you. So Kirsten, I'm Jordana. I think we met at the last event, but Alexandra.
You did.
You guys are just incredible. And actually what you were saying, Alexandra, about it being a therapy session, I feel like we've been here on screen since 8 a.m. today. But the way that you spoke about inspiration and doing what you love and being able to impact through fashion, it just like woke me up for the second part of the day because we're here till 8. But I am wearing White House Black Market, by the way. So you guys can't see the full ensemble. I'm wearing the earrings, the shirt, the pants, the shoes. And I have to say, it makes me feel like such a boss babe. So I definitely feel like that confidence in just putting on the clothes. So I love it. So thank you for being a part of this. And Alexandra, you're always like incredible. I love the way you bring energy and organicness to the conversation, and it just flowed perfectly. So
you're so kind. Thank you, Jordana. Visual.
It's true. But thank you both so much. And I hope we can continue the conversation and work together more and just make the fashion industry just as optimistic and inspirational as both of you. So thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Jordana, you look amazing. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Bye. We'll see you soon.
Yes. So that was amazing. So now we're going to have about 10-14 minutes with me. I have a few things to share with you guys. And I wanted to first hope you guys are all having an amazing time, because this has been content and people that we've brought together to truly bring unison and bring people from all over the world to inspire all of you at home, in your office, wherever it is that you are. And I just want to say again, just a huge thank you for all of the support that we've had from the beginning of Building Fashion Innovation. We're coming in, as you know, to 2021 with the slogan of Fashion is Now, the importance of acting in the now. You've heard in all of the conversations that we've had so far just how important it is to just follow what your dreams are, to make impact in the industry. And I think it's time that we stop focusing on what is the next normal going to look like, because we are living in the next normal. And And so the whole importance of fashion is now we actually created a film. It's about 4 minutes. I'm going to share it with all of you right now. It was actually created by our creative director, Vinicius Monteiro in Brazil, and he did an amazing job. And in this film, we were super fortunate to bring voices and very inspiring and leaders in the space, voices from Mara Hoffman, Nigel Barker, Larry Milstein, Stephanie Benedetto, Stephanie Thomas, Christopher Lacey, Giulio Bonazzi, Javier Goyeneshi, and Jason Naylor. So without further ado, here is the video. I hope you enjoy it.
Fashion is now means for me that the time is now to go change the world.
The industry has to recognize that change is already here.
It requires things instantly.
Is now the center of community. It is the center of connectivity. It is the center of sustainability.
Sustainability, more inclusive and diverse representation beyond just the casting process.
But it also means building a company and everything that we design within it for the future. For the future of our planet, for the future of the humans, the animals, the plants, all of the parts.
Now is the time to see the change that you've been talking about.
Is that we have to act now. I mean, the times to look as if nothing's happening are over.
Moreover, I appreciate more and more the importance of authenticity.
I think the biggest change has been all about digitalization of the whole industry. And in some ways, companies going through a forced digital transformation, understanding what it means to use digital tools and finding new ways of engaging digitally with their customers.
I feel like so much has changed. Everything has changed. This is the year that everything changed forever.
Really being honest with myself about what I'm good at, what I love, and how I can make the greatest impact.
And seeing who people are at their core helped me be successful. And if we think of now as present moment now, what is this moment right now? Not the future, not the past, but where are we right now? How can we make differences in people's lives right now? Then we can change the entire industry.
It's us, it's our responsibility to change. It's us that are polluting, buying, throwing things away, wasting resources, dumping plastics into the seas and into the oceans. It's every single person living in this planet who must start changing the way of doing things.
My biggest learned lesson was to stop devaluing my knowledge.
Is to understand the traditional way of doing things, but very much focus on the new methodologies and technologies.
Send us on retirement because you are much better than us.
Be able to adapt and pivot and change.
Look at a generation like Gen Z, which is coming of age at this time and hasn't waited for permission to start making a difference in the moment that we find ourselves in.
A lot of dreaming, there's a lot of fantasy, there's a lot of creativity.
True care for the collective.
I'd say don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to put out your ideas out there.
I would like to encourage localization of the fashion process.
To now, right? And the only way to navigate uncertainty is to be open to the fact that uncertainty will happen.
I would change the way we make products. We need really to go further step into the eco-design process.
More sustainable practices.
Because if they don't, they can't survive today and they won't be able to innovate and thrive tomorrow.
I guess that's what I would ask for now, is for us to feel into the collective so that we can act accordingly and save ourselves.
We need for people to understand that there are accessible clothing.
I think we have to redefine our business model and create one which lives in balance with the planet's health and our current and future needs.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.
So I hope you all enjoyed that. It was a video, again, just the importance of the now. We also speak a lot about technology and innovations and how is the fashion industry moving forward and how can it continue to evolve via these ways of technology and solution providers. So I actually met the founders of a new tech app company. It's called Nate. And Nate is a digital assistant that automates the checkout of all of your purchases so you can check out anytime, anywhere. Their slogan is, let us do the checkout, life just got easier. So without further ado, here is that video for you to take a look. So I figured since we have some time, why not show you guys some brands that we really admire at the moment at Fashion Ovation. We bring forth, as you see in all of our events and what we have coming up for the rest of the afternoon for you, really big inspirational names that we all adore, we all know. But what about the startups that are really making leadway when it comes to sustainability and doing wonderful things? So with that, I want to show you guys, this is a brand, it's called Volta Atelier. This is a handbag. And the brand is actually 100% hand-stitched, upcycled. They carefully take discarded leather from accessory factories and skilled artisans, and they do one-of-a-kind projects in Brazil. Volta Atelier is definitely a favorite right now. And then I want to congratulate Boxed Water. So we have been working with Boxed Water since we started. And what's super exciting for those of you who are familiar, because a lot of us are, aside from them now being 92% sustainable in their packaging, they actually came out with flavors. So I have here cucumber, I have blueberry, and I cannot wait to try them. I'm going to be truthful. I have not gotten a chance to yet because I've been thirsty drinking the regular Boxed Water, but it's a brand that we simply adore. And last but not least, before we go to our last video, before our next conversation, you may have seen this truck here this entire time that I've been sitting here. It's a UPS truck. UPS really blew us away when we started working with them at our last physical summit, and since then, because they have majority of the presidents of the different divisions within UPS are women of diversity, and they are really working towards sustainable efforts. They create actually a sustainability report every year that I didn't know this about UPS before we started working with them. So between diversity, women empowerment, sustainability, they're definitely doing an amazing job. And so I've kept this here to support. So with all of that being said, it got me a little bit hungry. And I don't want to be cheesy, but this is my favorite, our favorite, I should say, healthy chocolate called Midday Squares. I'm going to actually take a bite because I want to tell you guys kind of like all the feelings that I get when I bite into this amazing chocolate bar. This one happens to be peanut butter that I'm obsessed with. Oh my God. There are no words to describe how delicious this product is, how much protein there is in here, and it's just amazing. So they have different flavors. They're based out of Montreal. I can't stop chewing because it's so good. But they are just incredible. And what's most incredible about it, aside from the chocolate being delicious, is the storytelling. So with that being said, let's play the video, and here we go.
What's up? I'm Les. I'm the co-founder of Midday Squares, along with my husband Nick and my brother Jake. We are a family affair. We started Midday Squares in 2018 in our condo when I was making the squares.
But do not listen to us tell the story, watch it right here.
If that didn't jack you up, then this will. We created the first functional chocolate bar. We took a protein bar, we took a chocolate bar, we took plant-based ingredients, made a baby, and got rid of all the junk. So we hope you guys enjoy the squares. You're gonna see us pop up a lot more in the USA. We're sending you good vibes only. We love you. Let's fucking go!
So without further ado, here we go. Sorry about that. I guess I was muted. Happens with technology. We are now going to be hearing Fashion is More Than a Trend, being led by Jessica Andrews at Bustle.
For this conversation today on the fact that fashion is so much more than a trend. I'm Jessica Andrews, the Deputy Fashion Editor at Bustle, and I'm excited to introduce you to Melanie Burkett, who's the Vice President of Design at Chico's. Thank you for being here, Melanie.
Hi, Jessica. It's so wonderful to be here. Great to see you again.
Yes, great to see you. So I wanted to kick things off and talk about Chico's brand philosophy. I've been such a huge fan of the brand for years, and I really think it's interesting how you guys approach the art of power dressing, making women feel confident and in control and polished when they present themselves to the world. So tell me a little bit about the philosophy behind that.
So our mantra, of course, is the art of chic, which I think is a wonderful sum of the company. And it was founded as an art gallery on the island of Sanibel back in 1983. And it was filled with curated, artfully stylish pieces and really grew from there. So the foundation of the company is really about those wonderful, essential, foundational pieces with curated, globally inspired pieces that go on top.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I'm actually wearing a piece from your sister brand, White House Black Market. And one thing I really love about this look is that it's really perfect for Zoom, right? A lot of us are doing these waist up calls and really thinking about our outfits and our tops and how to really pop on screen. So I'm interested in how you guys have really shifted, to cater to this lifestyle change with us being at home, working from home, our lifestyle really changing with quarantine. How are you reaching your customer in this new phase of her life?
So it's been a different, unprecedented, different time for us all, especially as designers. And so reaching out to our customers and their lifestyles now have very much changed. And the things that we're wearing, us and our customers, is very different from what we were wearing a year ago. So it's a balance, and we've been doing a lot of fabric innovation, trying to find solutions for her lifestyle. Our customer loves to be put together, and so keeping it chic, keeping it coordinated, keeping giving her a sense of self-worth and polish is always front of mind, and really putting her outfits together. And so at this time, it's been a lot of research on really, really excellent quality, comfortable fabrics that you feel comfortable in all day, as we're all spending so much more time at home.
Yes.
That's been at the forefront of design, really, is how can we bring comfort, quality into her life? How can we really give her the softness and basically the beautiful clothes that actually now we have to be on Zoom calls so much more that it's looking and finding things that look fantastic on screen too.
Right. Absolutely.
So we're all thinking more as designers and for our customers about what she's looking like over a Zoom call. I know a lot of people have been sharing cocktail hours with each other over Zoom. And so as you look fantastic today in White House, we always aim to, same thing in Chico's, is to give our customer all those wonderful things. So highlighting the face.
Right. Absolutely. And I'm curious how you're seeing your shoppers' behavior change after quarantine. I always say, you know, I love high heels. I'm always buying shoes, but being that I'm not, you know, really going out as much, I'm not out and about, I'm leaning more towards slippers. I'm leaning more towards sneakers. So I'm curious to see how the shopping behavior of your client has changed since quarantine.
So there's been a definite shift. I think we, us ourselves, the same thing as our customers, there's been a shift in the types of clothes she's been buying. Things that really help make her feel polished at home. So wonderful sets, our Zenergy line, which really caters to that, to that comfort at home, that luxe loungewear. That has been fantastic. They're always sets, fantastic sets that coordinate together, so she always feels pulled together. Those pieces have definitely taken a forefront of the brand, as well as our classic, fantastic no-iron shirts. And we really do think about comfort in our pants. Everything is stretch. We have a great line of very fantastic denim that fits and molds to your body. It's all about comfort waistbands, etc. So there's definitely been a shift into the more relaxed look, but still pulled together.
Right. That's really awesome. And, you know, as we get ready for Fashion Week, I'm also curious to see how, you know, your design process has changed, right? Because none of us really know when quarantine is going to end. And I noticed that even with our readers on Bustle, some are shopping with anticipation of the end of quarantine, and others are being really practical, thinking about, you know, their day-to-day lifestyle needs. So I'm curious to how you are approaching design during this time. And are you thinking of like blending the practical with the comfort? Are you still kind of being imaginative and really like pushing the envelope?
So both. So we have two sides to, I think in the design world, there's always a draw to the new and exciting. But I think with all of the, with celebrations on more of a Zoom platform and an internet platform and social gatherings being more distant, etc., the need for, as you said, heels, the need for really dressed up clothing has gone down in replace with the more kind of comfortable, practical things or things that look fantastic over the screen. And so from a design process, it's been interesting how we've been approaching it recently. We've been looking at a lot of artists' work, etc., over video. And so you really get to see what those are going to look like or project as a shopper on a website or a DCOM. So we choose prints and color that look really effective on screen these days, which is an interesting way that we're moving into the future. And then we are also thinking a lot about when we're choosing fabrics, again, about what we can do to provide solutions for her life in clothing. So a lot of more active clothing and antimicrobial finishes and a lot of stretch, a lot of comfort in fabrics. And things that would really be solution-orientated fabrics, things with, you know, the sunscreen effects to them, etc. So we've been thinking a lot about how the technology in fabrication.
Right. That's so great. And I think going back to our topic about fashion not being a trend, that really speaks to it, because one thing about Chico's is your, design philosophy and aesthetic is so timeless. And that's what I think I've always loved about it. It's been able to like blend that timeless nature with modern trends for like investment pieces that you'll wear again and again. So that's really great to hear. But I want to shift gears too and talk about jewelry a little bit. So we are seeing on Bustle that people are really investing in jewelry and necklaces and earrings, obviously for Zoom, because you can see from the waist up, but for sentimental value too, right? One of the necklaces I have on is actually my grandma's birth year. So it always makes me think about her. And I hear a lot of stories like that from our readers. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the jewelry category for you guys and how you're really leaning into that now.
So jewelry has always been a big, big part of the brand, and it's that final finishing touch, just like the beautiful artisan jackets that we do and the great, great ruanas and scarves and ponchos. So they all add that beautiful layer, that artistic layer to her, outfit. And jewelry is part of that, those things in the collection that we love. The jewelry is a statement piece that you can put on. It's a talking point for her. So especially now over Zoom calls, that's your focus from the head up. So I think those pieces have been a big part of the brand as we go forward on what we're focusing on around her neck and her face. The same as our white shirts, we're looking at how the colors stand, how it frames her face, how the jewelry lies on those fantastic shirts, because that's a big part of her wardrobe. So those artisanal pieces are the fantastic fantasy pieces that, even though we're in this world of comfort and more luxe loungewear, those are the pieces that are the irresistible fashion pieces that you put on top. So those are the parts of the brand that also are signature to Chico's, those artisanal finds that are timeless because they're so unique.
Yeah, that's so cool. I really love that. And I looked at you guys' jewelry selection before this, and there's so many I want to pick out. So we'll talk about that later. But I also wanted to speak to the element of convenience, right? Because even with this dress that I have on, one thing I love about it is that I don't have to iron it. I don't have to worry about prepping it. I can grab it and hop on a Zoom call and like immediately look pulled together. So I wanted to talk about how you guys really make sure that's something you offer to your consumers through your foundational category, and just some of the elements that you have there that make our lives much easier.
So our no iron white shirt, or white and colored shirt collection, really does that. Yeah. The no iron really adds that special layer. There are pieces in the collection that the no iron collection that you can have. They're so timeless. They're fantastic from just a care standpoint, because you can wash, dry, and go. So even though we have more time to iron these days, being at home a little more, the fantastic thing about them is they always come out crisp and sharp. I own several pieces because of that. When you are, our lives are so full of everything every day, our customers' lives too, that just to be able to put that on without having to think and feel pulled together and fantastic. It definitely, those kind of solutions are the things that we're thinking about when we think about our customer and designing for her.
Yeah, I love that, because again, that speaks to being more than a trend, because I feel like that's something that we're going to continue to embrace even once quarantine's over, looking for pieces that make our lives easier, that make us feel good and aren't fussy or complicated, right?
Right.
But speaking of that, I'm curious to know your thoughts on fashion's future, because right now as we go into Fashion Week, and we look to possibly seeing the end of quarantine soon, I want to know, are people going to go back to dressing up? Are we still going to be in our sweats? Like, how are we going to adjust when stay-at-home orders lift? And I'd love to hear your predictions on that.
That's a tough one. I think that we are always going to be creatures of exploration, and we're always going to love the idea of something fabulous in fashion. What I love is the balance. I think that we've all been very much used to in the last year wearing really comfort is top of mind. Comfort, I think, has been something that we now, I don't think we can go back to uncomfortable.
Yeah.
But I think we're like magpies. I think we're so attracted to that finishing piece on top, that fabulous fashion find,
right,
that we'll start building our wardrobes back with great foundational pieces and then adding those fantastic fashion finds on top.
Right. Absolutely. And you know, that really, to me, is the formula for a wardrobe that you can rely on season after season. It's something that I really looked into when forming my wardrobe and my closet, making sure that I'm like thinking beyond like quick trends and pieces that like I can wear again and again. So it's such great advice. And I also want to get your advice on dressing for Zoom, right? The waist up look. I know when we spoke before, you were talking about colors and even prints that like pop. But every woman right now is thinking, how can I look pulled together for Zoom, whether it's a meeting, whether it's a date, whether it's a happy hour with her friends? What advice would you give for women dressing that way?
I think you've done it perfectly today.
Thank you,
Jessica. I love the red lipstick, the pop of color. So even if you're not wearing that pop, to just highlight the face, I think that's fantastic. I think we spoke about the jewelry, which I love. That always adds a fantastic talking point, especially, you know, if it feels special to you. There's a lot of jewelry that we do with fantastic stones that have stories behind them, etc. All that kind of special pieces always feel like great talking points when you're on a screen. They give you highlight. Color too. Color is something that comes across beautifully on screen. And then print does really well too. And again, we are choosing prints that look great on screen because of that these days. So yes, pop a color, wear something smart, make yourself feel great.
Right.
I think is one of the things that we are starting to really understand now after a year of comfortable clothing is like, it feels good again to pop something special on, whether it be a color or a print or just a fantastic crisp shirt. It feels good to be a little more dressed up for it on screen.
Yeah, no, I absolutely agree. And I think that's one big lesson I'm trying to take away from quarantine is just making sure that I feel as good as I look and not really sacrificing comfort or confidence to follow a trend. And to that end, you know, I want to talk a little bit about your approach to loungewear. Was one thing I really loved looking at the website is how you find a way for women to be comfortable and casual, but still polished, right? So they still feel pulled together even if they're in loungewear. So tell me a little bit about your design approach when it comes to sweat.
So our sweats, so to speak, are really they're more than that, right? Yeah. They are polished sets, as I call them. Yeah. So they always have fantastic details on, whether it's a caviar bead trim or a gorgeous hardware or zipper pull. Everything has attention to detail. So well designed and made as a set that's what makes you feel pulled together. It's not just a terry back with a rib trim.
Right.
It's really about the designers really adding those fantastic details, whether it be a satin piping or just the attention of a gorgeous grosgrain pull on the zipper tab. So the designers think of everything that will really pull the outfit together, give it detail, but still, again, the comfort of a terry back fabric or a beautiful sand-washed jersey.
Right, absolutely.
So that's how we approach our loungewear, as it being really something you can feel confident in, that you could walk outside the house in.
Right.
You still feel pulled together.
Yeah, I think that's so important. I think that's that balance is what women are looking for as quarantine ends. So I think that's really important. I want to get an idea too about just when we talked about building your wardrobe. What are some of the staples that you think that women should have in their closet? Because we've mentioned loungewear, we've mentioned jewelry, we've mentioned kind of like a Zoom-worthy top. but what are some pieces that you feel like are worth the investment and really kind of stand the test of time?
I think I would say nowadays, a great pair of leggings, a great pair of good stretch pants that with great stretch and recovery, a great pair of denim. And denim comes in all shapes and sizes now. I know that as we get back into denim, we've been looking at easier leg shapes, lots of stretch, denim that are like leggings as well as, and with high waist, so there's no cutting in waistbands. So those are things that are really essential in your wardrobe. And we talked about the white shirt, again, something that I think is essential for every wardrobe. A great leather jacket, whether it be faux or real, but a fantastic third piece that really adds that finishing layer, I think is great. And I think something very special for yourself is always the addition. That's the piece that is the fantastic cherry on the top.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I want to know too, just looking through the collection on Chico's, if you had any kind of favorite pieces that you could talk us through that you actually wear in your own wardrobe and like how you style them. Because I think that one thing that we're seeing on Bustle is that readers are really looking for styling advice, not just things that they should purchase and invest in, but how they can really make it come alive when they wear it. So are there any pieces that are your favorites, and what styling advice would you give?
Okay, so I have a couple of personal favorites. Actually, the set that I'm wearing right now, which you can't really see, I can give you a glimpse. It's kind of, it's actually a two-piece woven set, and it's got caviar bead trim on the neck. It's got rib knit included on the sleeve. So I've got like an easy dolman sleeve with rib knit. It feels like the smartest, kind of chicest two-piece set.
Love that.
That if I had to run anywhere, I could run in it because it's great stretch crepe fabric. It's got a little racing caviar bead stripe down the leg. I love that two-piece set because it takes me from my home to work without having to really think about it, but I feel really chic and pulled together. I think some of my favorite pieces from Chico's have been our third pieces, the fantastic suede moto jackets that we do, the fantastic suede trenches that we do that always have that artisanal edge to them. Those have been fantastic pieces to really take me from great comfy jeans and a tee into a statement piece as I walk out of the house and come to work every day, which I get to do that. So those have been my favorites. And then our no-iron shirting.
Yes, definitely.
So for the no-iron shirting, from a styling standpoint, really you can wear it any way.
Yeah.
The shirt is so classic, whether it's out over your leggings or tucked into a fantastic pair of high-waist boot cut. These days, boot cut and sneakers, you're just going to always look really well put together.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite shirts. And I think that like one of the things I like the most is that I can dress it down, because sometimes I will do like a loungewear knit pant style with it, or I'll do like a really voluminous skirt if I have like something special to go to, or style it with jeans. So just the versatility there, I think, is just so smart. And then of course, the fact that I don't have to iron, I never feel like ironing. So it's just such a smart, stylish hack to have.
It really is true that you can't beat that no iron white shirt for that kind of high, low, it takes you really anywhere.
It really does. It really does. It's such a great investment. So I have a question from the audience I'd love to ask you. What would you say is the number one secret for the Chico's brand to have been around for decades and continue to maintain relevancy in the industry over and over again? Such a great question. I think really Chico's has endured through so many different trends, right? And so many different periods. So what would you say is the secret that keeps you guys relevant through the years?
So I think the secret sauce has been that the brand is always been authentic to itself. The fact that it was all really started from that special find, a global influenced piece. And I go back to the art of chic, which I think sums up the brand, where the brand has always had the most fantastic foundational pieces, whether it be the perfect black pant, the perfect white shirt, and then had gorgeous global finds that go on top, whether that be a fantastic tweed jacket with chains or an embroidered denim jacket or a fantastic beaded coat. That's been its secret sauce, that it's been able to provide that kind of art of dressing for our customers. Always very relevant and always very authentic. And it feels art inspired. It feels like that it's inspired globally. So I think, again, it reaches out to stand the test of time because it's been authentic and true to itself from its roots.
Right, absolutely. And as I mentioned before, I grew up going to Chico's with my mom, where she would pick out all these outfits for work. And now I'm wearing it for work. And, even my niece, I picked up a couple items for her. So the fact that you've been able to last through generations and appeal to so many different types of women at different stages in their lives is really, really impressive as a brand.
And our mission, of course, is to gain that acquisition as we move through the years.
Yeah, that's really, really great.
To stay relevant, but stay very authentic and true to ourselves.
Yeah. And I think that, your shoppers, that really resonates, right? And it's why people, I think, are so attached to the brand, because they know it's coming from a genuine place. And I think that it really just fits their lifestyle in that way. And I've always loved that about Chico's. So I actually have a personal question to end us off. I am curious about the item that you've been wearing most in quarantine. And for me, I'll start, so you have some time to think about it. But I've been wearing a lot of dresses, believe it or not, just because I think that, the one and done outfit formula is really comfortable. This is actually a dress I have on from White House Black Market, but I've worn like turtleneck dresses, sweater dresses, and it's just really comfortable for me. And it's an item that a lot of people wouldn't think you'd be wearing in quarantine. But for me, it works. So I'm curious if you have a special piece like that you keep going back to during this time.
So in fact, I've been in Florida for the full year of quarantine.
Right.
And so, I'm a New Yorker and by way of the UK, but and so it was a big change in wardrobe style for me. With that kind of seasonless. So funnily enough, my go-to has been dresses also.
Wow. Oh, we're twins.
We were twinning it. So it hasn't been the loungewear. It's actually been the easy dresses. We do fantastic poplin dresses with stretch that are almost like the no iron dress.
Right.
And so I bought a few of those at the beginning of last spring, and I just kept wearing them.
Wow.
And they have been service items in my wardrobe. The other thing that I've been going back to is also my no iron shirts.
Right.
Easy, every day. Back to an easier pant. I always wear an easier pant in general, or an easier denim. So less of the skinny for me, but that has been my wardrobe staples.
No, I love that. I feel like with a no iron shirt, I'm definitely a fan. But yeah, for me, it's been that and dresses. And I think that the exciting thing is that women have had a chance to really assess what pieces they love, what makes them feel good, and then they'll continue to wear that once we're back out there.
Yes, definitely. And I've gone for an easier denim too, something with a little bit more room in the leg shape. That just, every silhouette of denim is really on trend now,
right.
Which is wonderful because we all own all the silhouettes.
Yeah, that's so true. Denim and dresses, everyone. You heard it here first.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Melanie. This was so much fun. I really enjoyed talking to you. And I'm excited to see what Chico's comes up with next.
Yes, me too.
I just wanted to come in here and thank both of you ladies. This conversation was amazing. I love the energy that you both evoke. And I'm wearing actually White House Black Market today also.
I love it. Hello. Yay.
Thank you. And I'm in Florida too. So the yellow and I'm feeling all like bright. And I love I love what you guys said about, wearing something that makes you feel confident in the bright colors. And I totally and also wear triplets because I've been in dresses all of quarantine. And the only difference is I wear them with Havaiana flip-flops being from Brazil, but it's been 1, 2, good, out.
Oh, perfect.
But thank you guys so much. You both are amazing. Melanie, it's the first time we're meeting. So nice to meet you. And thank you so much for being on our platform. And Jessica, thank you for coming back. We love working with you, as you know. And just thank you both. This was an amazing, inspiring, and just lighthearted. And it was a conversation that made everybody feel good. It made me feel good. So I really appreciated you both for this conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Thanks
so much.
Have a good day. Bye.
Bye.
So I want to talk to you guys a little bit, about a minute. But first, before I do, if you have not checked out the 3D showroom in partnership with Big Things, please do go to the tab on our website, click on showroom. It's a 3D showroom. It's incredible. Some incredible brands in there like Helen Couture, Dydy New York. So check it out. It's on our platform. Just click on showroom and you'll be able to go into this immersive 3D experience powered and partnered by Big Things. With that, I'm going to talk to you guys about a marketplace, Shop Your Fit. It's an AI fashion discovery platform that connects local and independent fashion brands with customers based on their body type, style, and values. So here's a video.
Fafa loves online shopping, but sometimes she gets frustrated when she tries to find new brands and returning what doesn't fit and wasting money and time in the process. So she goes back to brands she already knows. Alice is a fashion brand owner who's really busy trying to find new customers, dealing with returns, lost sales, and unsatisfied customers. We're here to help them both. Shop Your Fit is the first discovery platform that helps shoppers find items they love and fits them best, not only by size, but also by style. How it works. With a few clicks, our algorithm determines the user's ideal style and creates a customized homepage. With some basic information, we improve their experience by only showing clothes in their size. For more accuracy, users are redirected to start the body scan and guided through easy steps. A homepage is created based on the user's body shape, showing garments they'll love and will fit them perfectly. Users can filter by the best fit, items on sale, or browse through all the best-fitting items we match them with. Our system pre-selects the size they should buy to reduce returns. Alice started using Shop Your Fit for her fashion brand. Shop Your Fit improved Fafa's shopping experience. Search engine optimized time to find what she likes. The body scan helped with perfect fitting, and there's no need for return. The new sales channel helps Alice increase her sales, increase organic user base, and lower the company's return rates. Happy Fafa, happy Alice. Keep your customers happy with Shop Your Fit.
So without further ado, get ready to be inspired. Here's a conversation titled Fashion is Art, and it's being led by Elizabeth Sagrin at Fast Company.
Hi, Trevor. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Good. Where are we seeing you right now?
I'm just in my basement in my house in British Columbia.
Oh, nice.
And when I actually just came here like in November from LA, and yeah, it's just kind of like I transformed my basement into my workspace. I always like wherever I go, whether it's even like a hotel room or something, like I always transform like a part of it into my like work environment, and it always ends up being kind of colorful and
creative.
Fun. Yeah.
Yeah, actually, that's really awesome because thank you all for joining us today. I'm Liz Segren. I'm a senior staff writer at Fast Company and the author of a new book called The Rocket Years: How Your 20s Launch the Rest of Your Life. And I'm here with Trevor, who is the genius behind Gucci Ghost. And we're going to talk about how fashion is art and art is fashion. And actually, Trevor, you do so many different things simultaneously. And so I really want to dig into that creative process. But before we dig into that, just tell us a little bit about your career, because it's a really interesting one full of twists and turns. So tell us all about it.
Well, I guess it started, I think really everything started for me with skateboarding, like, I feel like skateboarding was like my entry into art, fashion, music, and just, actually seeing the world in a different way and approaching life in a different way. And that led to, I grew up in Nova Scotia on the east coast of Canada in like a little kind of farm town. And when I discovered skateboarding, there was only, my older brother and like 2 other people in my town that skateboarded. And they were all, like 5-10 years older than me. And I just was really lucky at that time to have had those people around me exposing me to like music and, bringing by skateboard videos. And eventually my mom worked at the ski hill down the road. And I started snowboarding because it just made sense. It was like, harsh winters, and she was there. So after school, I'd go out to the hill and try to do what I was learning on my skateboard, on my snowboard, and then I kind of got pretty good at it and started competing like locally and then nationally and internationally, and then, went all the way to the Olympics. And it took me around the world and really exposed me to like so much. It really, even once I turned pro snowboarding, it was like I was developing my own products, designing my own snowboards, my own clothes that I wanted to wear. At that time, it was very, alpine ski influenced. And, I wanted to like look like how I looked when I was going out skateboarding, which was like, me thrifting with my mom for my school clothes and getting like, Dickies and stuff like that and cutting them up and painting on things. I've been doing that like since a really early age. I think my mom like always encouraged just being different and doing, being creative. And so I always tried to, and I think skateboarding encouraged that too, just being yourself and finding yourself. And
I mean, it's interesting because what I think is so cool is that there's 2 things about that story that I think are interesting. One is that it seems like you didn't define yourself by one thing that you were doing, right? Because I think, going to the Olympics for a particular sport, I think a lot of people will feel like that's their identity and that's what they're going to be pursuing for a long time. And first of all, that didn't seem like that happened to you. But then also, where do you feel like you got the confidence to just say, you know what, today I'm going to start making clothes and today I'm going to start making art? So tell us about how that all comes together in your mind.
I mean, I think, I think my mom is really creative, and she just, like I said, she encouraged that, and she was always being creative, whether she was like working with flowers or drawing, and she would just give me big rolls of paper and I would draw and we'd go thrifting together, and I would get really excited about the adventure of discovering something that I thought was cool or something that I thought I could make cool. I mean, it was just kind of out of necessity, I guess. Like that's what I had. And I've always just used what the tools and the materials that are available to me, you know, and it just seemed like just the normal way to be. I mean, for me, and, you know, I think, yeah, like you said, I mean, a lot of people, my path wasn't like, yeah, I went to the Olympics, but that was probably the thing that I'm probably least like in my snowboard career, at least. Like, it wasn't like, that's not my big moment. I think it's the moment that I think a general person who may have never snowboarded or knows nothing about skateboarding or snowboarding or that kind of lifestyle may be able, wow, that's impressive. But to me, there was so many other parts of that journey that were so much more important to me. And I think just like the fearlessness just came from, I guess, like the repetitive, you know, learning how to skate, you fall down, you get back up. It's like there's no immediate, you don't just get you just don't jump on a skateboard and be great at it. You know, it's like it really takes a lot of like trial and error, and it also takes a lot of kind of like creative vision. I don't really think like skateboarding and snowboarding, surfing, I don't really think of those things as like sports. Mm-hmm. They take like a lot of athletic ability, but they're more like martial arts. They're more arts, you know. And I think, you know, as I got older and I was, you know, experimenting with more creative ways to be, like it just was natural to me, because I think the community that I grew up in with skateboarding and snowboarding was very, you know, everybody, you know, filming your video part for the snowboard videos, like you would use your friend's music or your friend, the artist that like would do your graphic. I mean, I was trying to do everything. I wanted to make my own music for my snowboard part. I wanted to design my own clothes and boards and do my own ad graphics and layouts and concepts. And I really just enjoy like experimenting with different ways to express myself. I mean, that's just what I've been doing my whole life. I've been so lucky that at a young age, you know, I turned pro when I was like 16. I left home when I was like 14, 15. You know, I was on my own, and that was my first job, you know, and it was, and that just kind of, that way of living, yeah, it's the only way for me. It's like the idea of doing anything else but being creative. And that's what, I guess, if anything scares me, that probably scares me the most. So I'm constantly like throwing things at the wall and trying different ways to be creative, you know?
Well, then tell us a little bit about then kind of the genesis of the Gucci Ghost project, because it seems like it was just part of like this mix of lots of different things you were doing. So tell us how that originated.
Yeah, I mean, that started, Gucci Ghost started in like 2000, kind of the end of 2012, 13. At that point, I was like, I had kind of started to make my exit out of my snowboard career. I was like really, you know, in 2004, I kind of started I had a couple bad injuries, and I had time to sit out and recover. And I started experimenting with like making music, you know, and started writing songs and so I guess like around 2012, I was in a big transition moment. I was about to have my first kid, and I was like, you know, I was touring around with a band for a couple of years and making music, but nothing was like really enough to like support myself. And just, I loved it, but it was like, damn, like I gotta experiment with some other stuff. And I started shooting videos. I was doing some like videos for like Zoe Kravitz at the time. And that was like the first time I had like made something for somebody else. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think it really started because I went to the Philippines. I took this DJ gig because, like I said, I was just doing whatever, anything creative that I thought was fun, I would take the job. Like, so I got offered to DJ at my friend's opening in the Philippines, and I went the day before I was leaving, I went to the market and I found some like bootleg Gucci fabric, and I was like, oh, this is dope, I'm gonna get this. And I brought it home, and Halloween came around and I didn't have a costume, and I was like, literally, like, I always leave it to the last second. I leave everything to the last second. And I just put some eye holes in it, went out, skated around New York City, and I was fascinated by the fact that just instantly people knew what I was. It was like people would, oh, Gucci Ghost, and I was like, oh, that's rad. Like that and it wasn't like a thing, So from there I started drawing it and using it as a theme. I was really at the time just the first Gucci Ghost project was really an EP that I made. It was the Gucci Ghost EP, and I was really creating visual art for it and injecting that idea, like the Gucci Ghost, as almost like a mascot to whether it was like a film I did for Zoe, I'd have like the Gucci Ghost fly through it, or like the music, it was like the art was Gucci Ghost. And like, and then I started putting the stuff up in the street because I thought it was cool how people responded to it. So I started, putting wheat pastes up and painting it, and like, transforming like trash cans into like Gucci trash cans. And a lot of times it was like discarded things, or it was never really, and I never like was looking at it like I was like a vandal or something. I was always kind of approaching something that was almost like something that was kind of like awful or ugly or just not valued, And then I thought it was rad how it would change somebody's perception, and they would like want to take a photo next to a trash can, or a toilet, like a discarded toilet on the street. Like, so that really inspired me. And then I kind of just further, as I got, I had a studio at the time in Brooklyn, and I transformed it into this kind of like Gucci Ghost universe, where it was like I was playing my films and the whole thing was painted, and we were like, making music in there. And then I started, like, I remember I had to go to South by Southwest to shoot a video for Zoe, and I didn't really have any like nothing to wear. And I was like, and so I just like that day, like painted my whole outfit and like sprayed big G's on it. And like, that was like the first Gucci Ghost outfit. And I remember going down there and like people kind of responding to it. And I was like, I was like, damn, this shit is dope. Like, and then I started doing it more, and people were asking me for it. And then at that point I was kind of, we're getting like the project before Gucci even knew who I was. Like I had been doing it for 3 years. And
how did Gucci feel about it though? Like, I mean, when they got wind of it?
Well, I mean, by the time, like, just rewind a little bit, Halloween 2013, when I first went out, I ran into a friend of mine from my old, like from snowboard days, a photographer by the name of Ari Markopoulos. And we had done some snowboard trips back in the day, actually at like we met at this like really kind of moment of my career changing and like me really like getting to the next level in snowboarding. Ran into him in New York on Halloween. I'm like, hey, it's Trevor. I was under the Gucci Ghost, and we connected. He started coming to my studio over those 3 years up until 2016. He got commissioned by Gucci in 2016, 16 to shoot their lookbook. So when he went there, he showed Alessandro had just gotten his job. And he showed Alessandro.
Alessandro is the creative director of Gucci.
Yeah, exactly. So he had just gotten his gig, and Ari had told him, yo, you got to meet my friend Trevor. He's got this project, this Gucci Ghost thing. Like, I think you'll dig it. And he saw it and was like, immediately like they hit me up like, yo, you should come. But it was crazy because that whole 3 years, everyone's like, oh, Gucci will never talk to you. Like, those guys don't even light their own cigarettes. Like, and it wasn't even like my intention at first to reach Gucci. It was more my intention was to extract some power from the brand, reimagine it, reinterpret the brand, strip it down, make it raw, and use it for my own benefit, just to get some like to people to notice what I was doing creatively. And whether it was with music or with film or whatever, it was like I knew I could see how I was affecting certain things. I could see how I was influencing certain things at the time, but I was basically I was invisible. I was a ghost, you know what I mean? And nobody believed in me. So it was like, I got to figure out a way.
Some of that power for yourself.
Exactly. So,
which is what, I mean, in a way, that's what all luxury brands are doing, right? They're creating these products that we buy so that we can appropriate some of their power, right? I mean, in a way.
Right. Yeah. Flex. Exactly. And, but you know, at that time it was kind of early and people didn't really get it. I always thought it was real. What I knew I was creating was rad. And I was like, this, it would just take the right person to understand it, you know, and like the stars aligned and Alessandro got his gig and he was that right person that could understand it and was, you know, thinking forward and understood my message, understood what I was doing and saw value in it and was like, yo, let's bring this guy on. Let's get with him. So
it's interesting because on the one hand, you know, that's kind of, it was very validating. But on the other hand, it just sounds like throughout your career, you've been sort of a, you know, you've been independent and you sort of value your independence. So what has it been like now, you know, doing this thing, which was kind of like this rogue project and now being like incorporated into like the mother, you know, the mothership, right?
Right. Well, I mean, to be honest, it was really, especially when I first went over and it first started, I was really given total freedom and it didn't feel like all of a sudden I was I was in this corporate setting. It was very much like, you know, going to the Rome offices and going to Milan and like working with the team there. It was like a very tight team and it felt just like the same way that I felt like when I was in the parking lot skateboarding with my friends or on the mountain, like pushing each other. You know, I would bring something in and, you know, Alessandro would like then, you know, step to it and add to it. And we would just like kind of vibe off each other. And it's, you know, now it's like we're 5 years later and we're still have projects in the works. I still have Gucci Ghost stuff in the stores. It's pretty amazing. And I think that even for them as a corporation, I think it's changed their perspective, you know, because I don't think that there's any collaboration that's lasted this long with a brand, with Gucci, especially. I mean, and you know, it was kind of one of the first things that they told me too, after we completed the first collection. It was like, you know, like things never happen twice in fashion. So like trying to kind of let me down easy before it was like, you know, but at the same time, I was like, damn, I've already put so much work into this. There's so many ideas across so many different mediums that, you know, aren't only clothing, aren't only one aesthetic. Like I've really put in a lot of thought and effort into, I kind of obsessed on it for a long time. And so, you know, I kind of like broke that mold, you know, it's
how do you think that Gucci imagines Gucci Ghost as part of its brand? Like, is it that it's kind of, is it sort of signaling that everybody can have ownership of the brand in a way? Do you think that's kind of the messaging, or is there some sort of other symbolism associated with it?
Well, I mean, yeah, I think that for what my intention, I think that it does represent that, like, if you have a vision and you follow through with it and you commit to it, like, you know, it can become real. You know what I mean? It's like, you don't have to wait for somebody. You don't have to go banging on the door and like, or go through the traditional route of like getting the job and like working you can literally, in the times that we're in with, you know, technology and putting ideas out into the world, you can visualize it and make it become real. I mean, Gucci Ghost was really a manifestation project. It was just about, you know, like I could have turned away from it a lot of times. A lot of close people to me were like, yo, you're crazy. This doesn't make any sense. Like, it's, you know, I think it's cool, but like, you should probably move on. But for me at that point, I was like, nah, like, this has got to be like, it's real, but I got to make it real at this point. And I believed in it. And that's why I wrote Real. That was the first thing I did that was the first official Gucci, besides the stuff that I brought to them that they transformed into Gucci and put into the collection. When he brought in the black duffel bag or the tote bag, and that was the first thing I touched, and I was like, I just wrote Real on it, and I was like, it's real now. It's real to everyone else. It was real to me the whole time, but now it's real to everyone else. Now you can believe in it. And obviously it was poking fun at Real and bootleg and all that, but it was really also a bigger statement to me. And I think that from that moment, like, it's kind of been a ripple effect. And I think that the culture has changed. And I think that, there's more collaborations happening with this kind of spirit where it's like, just do it first. Like, if you want to do it, you can reach the brand. And if your vision is strong enough and it's on point, like, you never know what can happen.
Totally. My final question is, as we've talked about in the past, this is just one of many projects you're doing. You have an art show that's happening in China, I believe, right?
In Shanghai.
You're still doing music videos and just doing all kinds of stuff. So I guess my final question is, how do you juggle all of that? And how do you not get creatively drained when you just have so many different projects happening simultaneously?
I think that's like juggling going from one thing to another is like what keeps me inspired and stoked on doing something. I think like you can kind of burn out sometimes if you just like, I don't like to force stuff. If I'm not like, if I go to try to write a song or do, edit something or paint something or whatever, and it's not working in the moment, I like just step off and I do something else that does work, that does feel good. It's just about feeling for me. And like, I think everything that I do is like really from an intention of like loving it. And if you don't feel like you love it in that moment, it's like probably not going to be the greatest results, So like, I just try to.
Like you're not motivated by like necessarily like the success of you're defining a successful project not by some external measure, right? But just by what you're passionate about, right?
Yeah, because I believe that that's what leads to success, is being truly passionate and in the moment and like loving what you're doing and losing track of time, and just that's what leads to success. That's where I feel like I've always been lucky in my life to, fall down paths of, doing things and being able to make a living doing what I love doing, just because I'm loving doing it. It's not because I said, oh, that looks cool and like I need to, like, that could make a lot of money or whatever. It's really just, I truly love everything that I'm doing, from, skateboarding, snowboarding, the music, film, fashion, art. Like, I love creating. That's just what I want to do for the rest of my life, So I work hard and I am determined and I don't give up, but I don't like to, I have enough things going on, like so many pots on the stove that I can like kind of juggle. And, one thing is going to pop off and it's all like, I think great art finds its time, it doesn't have to be exactly when you think it's going to be. Of course, like in the moment you're like, oh man, it would be, but sometimes shit just takes time. I mean, becoming a pro snowboarder, that didn't happen overnight. Nothing that I've done happened overnight, it happened with a lot of days of just enjoying the process. And you got to love the process or you can never get to that end goal,
Totally. And I think, a lot of people are joining this because they're super into the Gucci Ghost concept. And, they have their own ideas about something that's similar. But I think like the important part of your story is that, you know, it's been it took like 3 years of just doing stuff, you know, without Gucci even knowing who you were before it took off. And, you know, it's important to remember that was part of it. And like, you didn't expect this to become what it is. It was just something you really loved doing, right?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's all about the love, you know, it's really with anything, you know, but.
Thank you so much. This has been a great conversation. And I just can't wait to see what you're going to be up to next. I'm psyched about your next art show that hopefully when the pandemic is over, we can all go see it.
Yeah, I mean, we're actually going to be launching the VR version of it pretty shortly. So you'll be able to experience it at least from your living room, you know?
I wanted to quickly jump on here and thank both of you so much. So Elizabeth, thank you for coming back. I just finished your book, by the way, The Rocket Years. Loved it. And Trevor, nice to meet you. I'm Jordana with Fashion Ovation. And I've always been an admirer of your story, but what I think resonates with me most from both your blue carpet that you did and today is your genuinity and your humbleness, and how everything that you do is truly because you want to do it and it makes you feel good and everybody else around you feels it. And I just love that so much. It's just
I appreciate
so
that.
admirable. So thank you so much, really, for inspiring everybody today.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you.
I appreciate the time, and it was nice to talk.
Yes, you too. And I hope we can continue conversation with both of you.
For sure.
Have a great one. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye. Nice to meet you.
Nice
Bye-bye.
to meet you too. Bye. So that was incredible. And I did just finish reading her book, Rocket Years. You guys should all get one. I did a quick little outfit change, but I realized I have a green dress on from a brand in Brazil called Loja Três, which is a store called the number 3 Três, and they are just incredible. They're underway to scale, and they'll eventually come to the US market, but I'm in love with it, but you can't see the color because I realized I have a green room behind me, but that's okay. So we're now going to play a quick little video because we're going to be having a conversation next, and you'll see kind of like the segue here. So ready for magic. Auto Retouch is your one-stop shop for editing fashion product images completely automatically. Turn hundreds of raw model photography or ghost mannequin images into e-commerce ready product images in minutes. Try it free at www.autoretouch.com. And if you guys remember, the founder today, the co-founder, was one of the bitches for the tech startup bitch. And they're just amazing. So here's the video.
Auto Retouch helps you automate your image post-production. Let's take a look. Auto Retouch is based on the principle of workflows. You design a workflow with all operations that you would like for your image. Let's say you would like to have ground shadows underneath the shoes. Simply drag and drop it. And you have remove background, skin retouch, add ground shadows, set on canvas to the according size, and export it as a JPEG. Let's take a quick look. And now it's time to process images. The way you do it is you save your workflow, go into run workflow mode, and now you can drag and drop your images in here. The images are uploaded to Auto Retouch, and Auto Retouch immediately starts processing. Nice, all my images are done. Let's take a quick look. Here's my finished image. The background is removed, the skin is retouched, shadows are underneath the shoes. But what about the ghost mannequin image, you ask? We got you covered. Click on the ghost mannequin, and now you can upload the product image and the inlay image in here. Drag and drop the product image onto the product and the inlay image onto the inlay tile, and Auto Retouch gets to work immediately. Nice, the product image is ready. Let's download a preview. Alright, that's exactly how I wanted it. And that's how easy it is to process all of your fashion product images with Auto Retouch.
So So without further ado, here's the next conversation. It's getting late. The next conversation, Fashion is Ever Changing, being led by Pandora Amaratis at Daily Mail.
Hey, Raisa.
How's it going?
Going good. How are you? I'm so excited to be chatting with you.
Me too. Thank you so much for having me. And I'm also really happy to see your face. We were saying it for years.
I know. So I feel like, I know firsthand just from going on so many amazing trips with you, that Revolve's marketing strategy has always been about travel, going out, getting dressed up, having fun. So how have you guys been able to shift during the pandemic?
Well, as you can imagine, it was really, really tough. I'm sure for everybody, but more for a brand, like you said, is rooted in being with your friends, traveling and living your best life. And so it was definitely a challenge, but I do have to give it up to the team. They did a phenomenal job pivoting and, first starting with our merchandise, making sure that we started to get in more loungewear, activewear, the sweatsuit situation, as you know, so that we can really, let our customers know that we have the product that they will be needing. And then our content changed pretty immediately after. Yeah. We have an ongoing travel campaign that we've had for 8 years at this point called Revolve Around the World. And so we just did a play on it and launched a hashtag called Revolve Around the House, where we really encouraged our network of influencers and our customers to just show what they're doing around the house, whether it's working out or cooking more, making their favorite margaritas, drinking their favorite wine, laying out in their backyard or their front yard, just to, unite everybody and let everybody know that, of course, like you're not alone in this, we're doing it together, and hopefully you can still feel good and look good while doing it safely at home. So yeah, it was a big pivot, but we all made it happen.
Yeah. I feel like you guys had a lot of promotional initiatives. Like, were there, aside from the one that you just spoke of, were there a few others that are your favorites or that were super successful?
Yeah, we did Revolve a virtual Revolve summer, which you went to the one in Bermuda a couple of years ago, and that was so fun. So we activated over 100 influencers across the world to just, again, submit content, and we posted it on various platforms, on IGTV, of course, YouTube, etc., TikTok, to just again, what are you doing this summer? What's the new take on Revolve Summer? We also did a Revolve U, which was short for Revolve University, where we did virtual conferences basically like this, where we had, brands and influencers and just really incredible people come on and just talk about, their careers and kind of everything that they're doing at their brands or companies to continue to pivot and get through, this kind of once in a lifetime situation that we were all in. So there were a lot of great moments throughout the year. Now looking back, that, at the time it was actually really stressful because, again, how do you make all this work? How do you continue to inspire your customers? How do you keep them coming back to the site? And, I think we did a pretty solid job to continue to serve that inspiration, but just in a different way.
Yeah, I totally want to talk more about the influencer marketing later because I feel like nobody does it better than you guys. But first I want to ask you, what were some of the differences in shopping? I feel like everyone was, like the consumer behavior must have been different. What were you noticing?
Yeah, of course. Again, as a business where our number one selling category are dresses.
Clubbing dresses.
Exactly. It was just challenging all across the board. But, again, this is, just a testament to the incredible team that we have across the board, from obviously our merchandisers, our buyers, and our data analysts to let, us know, like, hey, obviously we didn't really need all this data to let us know, but just to say, like, hey, people are not buying dresses. We have to move into other categories that they're caring about. And it was a lot of, again, sweats and loungewear, activewear, and then beauty. Our beauty business is, basically grown triple digits over the last year. And it's presented us with this incredible opportunity across the board, even though it was really hectic, to say the least, to pivot. It gave us an opportunity to not only expand our product offering to our customers, because you wouldn't really maybe before think about going to Revolve for your sweats or your activewear or your beauty, but now you are. And it also allowed us to expand our marketing playbook. Whereas before, all of our content was really centered around all the events and the trips we were doing. Now we were forced to create content that was just like everyday life, using kind of everyday products that people were buying. And so, again, in hindsight, looking back, it was such a pivotal time in Revolve, in the sense of that, I think we were able to really showcase a new side of the brand. As challenging as it was, I think it was really, really worthwhile and impactful in a really positive way to the overall success of the business.
Yeah. So during that time, did you guys pick up a lot of new brands, and did you drop any maybe?
We didn't really drop. I don't have exact numbers. We didn't really drop any brands, but we did pick up a lot of new brands, and we also saw that a lot of the brands that we've carried for years also pivoted very quickly, which was very impressive. They started to make the sweatsuits and activewear, and made sure that customers like Revolve had the merchandise that they were looking for. We definitely picked up more beauty, more skincare than makeup, which I'm sure is a trend across the board. But yeah, it was such a weird but such a special time, I think, for so many companies to just figure it out and buckle down and really kind of look at the business in a different way. And I do think it was positive, as much as hard as it was during the time.
Yeah. I agree. And it was very impressive to see a lot of brands, even swimsuit brands, all of a sudden halting production and making masks. Bridal companies doing that too,
For sure. And that was another kind of funny, fun fact, is we sold a ton of swimsuits during the pandemic. And I really do think it's because people were just wanted to feel like they were gonna travel, even though they're just laying out maybe in their front yard. It was so funny. And so we sold that category really well.
That's crazy.
It is crazy, but and I think a lot of people started doing the mini road trips or staycations, but would rent a house with a pool and stuff like that. So I do think everyone figured out a different way to live, and still kind of live the best possible life they can with the situation we're all given.
Yeah. All right. So, but then on the flip side, there were definitely some brands and retailers that didn't pivot as well. What would you say, or what do you think they did wrong?
I think obviously the pandemic, really escalates everything quicker, but I do think a lot of those companies may not have been in the best place before the pandemic, whether it's obviously not, their balance sheet wasn't great, or they weren't connecting with the consumer already. So I do think that it just kind of, made things faster. And I do see that on the flip side too, where people shopping online, people already are shopping online, but it just made everyone shop online significantly faster, because you couldn't go out. So I don't know if it was just the cause of the pandemic. I'm sure there's obviously a lot to do with it, but I do think, having a ton of brick and mortar stores definitely is is challenging, overall, and not being able to sustain that business, and then maybe not having a very, interactive website, or just having a really great presence online, whether that's social media or your online store. I think that, that is really where we are and where we've been heading. And so I do think those were kind of some of the things that just exacerbated the situation.
Yeah, definitely all about the online presence.
Exactly.
So now, like with the vaccine and with numbers going down, I feel like we're all starting to see like the light at the end of the tunnel. How do you think that Revolve will fare afterwards? And do you think that you guys are kind of like better off for it? As weird as that sounds.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely think we are, again, in hindsight, as challenging as it was for the business, we were able to kind of just buckle down and focus on the basics of making sure, first and foremost, everybody at the company was safe. Like, to be able to ship every single day during the pandemic, like people don't think about that, but that's like a huge, like a thing to be able to accomplish, because we had to literally change the way people worked because of Corona, of COVID, right? And making sure that we continue to ship our customers their packages. So that was just such a big win for us. But just even being able to recalibrate and really listen to our customer and pivot very quickly, I think it really just retrained all of us to make sure that we're always kind of on our toes, and that we do, you have to have a great team to be able to execute all of these things across the board. And so I think that is setting us up for success. Starting again, I always say, like, it kind of starts from home. Like, our team, I think, is super duper solid.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, I am hopeful that when things start to really open up, I mean, we already see, like, for instance, in Australia, it's been pretty open there for like the last couple of, I would say, 2 months. And our business there is doing phenomenal. And people are just going out. They can have indoor events for up to 500 people. And they can have outdoor events for up to 5,000 people. So, they're able to contain the COVID, and now they're paying for it early, in the sense that they are like out there. They're like partying. They're at the beach. They're like wearing dresses. They're like doing all the things, Pandora.
Can't wait.
Yes. And so that's like, that excites us. It excites me to know that, like, wow, like, when this is over, because it's going to be over at one point, there's going to be a different normal, there's going to be different, situation, life. But at the end of the day, we're all going to be able to hopefully get out there again sooner versus later, hopefully. But I do think we're in an incredible position to be able to, obviously serve our customer, but hopefully acquire new ones along the way.
Yeah. Okay. So now back to the influencer marketing. So like I said earlier, you guys really have done it better than anybody else. How has it evolved, and how even now do you still make it work for you?
Yeah. I mean, it's evolved so much from when we started, working with influencers, 11, 12 years ago at this point. To start, there's just so many more influencers, which I do think is really cool and really exciting, because it allows you to narrow down who you want to work with and target certain types of customers and different, geographics based on, where their top cities and top countries are. I think we've gotten more sophisticated, to be honest, in terms of the types of influencers we work with for which type. We work with over 7,500 influencers at any given time. And we've, really built that team, as well as the systems to manage our influencer network from the ground up. So we're really tracking so many different types of metrics to make sure, again, that, they are purposeful. At the end of the day, influencers do just that. They influence people. So we want to make sure that they're influencing the right people and sending the right messages. And, it's been really exciting just to see how much it's changed and blossomed the last decade. And then now with so many different types of platforms, that just gets like even crazier, because, you have, TikTok centric influencers that were kind of just born on TikTok. And then now even within Instagram, there's so many different products that an influencer has to be well versed in, you know, from reels to IGTV to stories to their feed. I mean, I actually feel really bad for influencers. And then of course there's YouTube and, you know, Pinterest. I mean, there's just so many different, and then, you know, now there's a lot of influencers that are doing podcasts. There's just so many types, and I think it can be overwhelming. But for us, I think it's very, very exciting because, again, you're able to work with a significantly wider set of people that can reach, you know, just significantly more people at the same time.
Right. And it's like never ending. It just keeps evolving.
Never ending. It's just, it keeps going, and there's always somebody new, and there's always someone that just kind of explodes on the scene. And it's fantastic because you, again, get this opportunity to just watch someone's career really blossom in front of your eyes and really kind of make literally a name for themselves.
Yeah. So we have a question on the subject, so I'd love to ask you. Do you feel influencers have had to shift their messaging from fashion trends to sharing more of themselves due to the pandemic to connect on a deeper level when it comes to brand marketing?
Absolutely. And I think not just influencers, I think it's brands too. You know, you need to have a sense of purpose, and you need to be able to provide your fans and your consumers with why they need to be shopping with you. And I think that's the same, you know, thought process with influencers. I do think the ones that are able to really connect in a deep way with their fans are the ones who are more open, whatever that means. If they're open about their, you know, their emotional state, if they're going through a breakup, obviously, you know, if they're supportive of a cause or an initiative. But I do think that, you know, it's very, very important to only do that if there's any influencers listening, if you are truly connected with those types of issues or really want to share those types of emotions, you know, because I do think that people can kind of sense an authenticity when you're just kind of doing it for the sake of doing it. And I think that same kind of thought process also applies to companies and brands.
Yeah. So that has to be some heart behind it.
1000%. I think, always, always, always.
Yeah. And do you think that was like kind of a result of the pandemic, or do you think that has been slowly building?
I think it's been slowly building. And again, it kind of very similar to, you know, online shopping. It just made things come so much sooner because we were going through the pandemic. I think, you know, when you look at a platform like TikTok, which is you know, if you think about it, it's the anti-Instagram. It's like you're raw and you're real, and you don't have to have the perfect background or the best lighting or the best outfit. You're just kind of doing your thing. And like, that's so cool, you know, and where Instagram is like, everything is perfect. So I do think that trend of like, it's not even trend, but just a different way of connecting with people has been a long time coming. And the pandemic just made us do that sooner than we all probably wanted to.
Yeah. I mean, that's definitely a silver lining, I think, you know?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. I was just saying earlier, I was in a meeting with that, you know, I think 2020 allowed us to really all slow down and kind of regroup, you know, about everything, whether it's about your business, your personal life, your, you know, yourself. And I do think, as tough as it was, now we're all coming out of it kind of, I hope, like more energized, refreshed, and have a, you know, better sense of feeling about ourselves and what we want to do.
Yeah. And I definitely think that your content has helped do that. You know?
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah. And so I know you recently launched the Revolve mentorship program.
Yes.
So can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, I'm so proud to announce. I mean, we announced it last week, the Revolve mentorship program, and it was really out of this, you know, need to support our Black-owned brands and our Black designers. You know, last year during BLM, you know, Revolve wasn't spared a lot of feedback and criticism from everyone about how we can be doing more. And that was one of the, you know, most important lessons in my career of, you know, you do have a platform and you do have the power to make a difference, as, you know, as cheesy as that sounds. And I think it's hard for me to sometimes think about how big the company has gotten, because I feel like I always feel like I just work there. Like but then it's like, no, you work there and you can help push things forward. And so the mentorship program was one of those things where we didn't want to just do something to just say like, oh, here are a bunch of like, Black owned brands or Black designers. It's like, what can we do to make sure that when we launch and after their launch, that we support them the best way we know how? And that's really with our team, with the data that we have, with the, of basically being like, okay, hey, this is what is working, this is what's not working. And just, making that an option for them to come to us if they need any assistance, between finance, merchandising and planning, brand marketing. And it's been really great just to see how receptive everyone's been, and I can't wait to continue to grow it even more.
That's incredible. That's really incredible. Do you think that we're going to go back to normal, or will there be like a new normal? Like what do you think?
I think it's definitely a new normal. It's really hard to like kind of go back to like the way we were. I mean, it's really hard to just like go out and like not wear a mask or just like touch anything, because you're just like, wait, are we safe? Are we there yet?
Yeah.
I think even just that on like a literal like health like situation, but I think we're all just a little bit more mindful and open, which I think is really amazing. Just as people, of like being able to help each other out and knowing that there is so much more than just like, our world that we live in, the Revolve world. There's so much more that we can do. And that's definitely one of the best things that I've learned and taking away from 2020. And I feel so energized to be able to, lead the brand in a slightly different direction. That's, that I think is really more impactful and positive. And I want to be a part of that. And I really hope that our customers and our fans do too.
Yeah. Just like coming out better on the other side.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So wait, will Revolve Festival be back?
I mean, Pandora back. I want it back. I know. I mean, it's always like dependent, of course, on safety and what's happening. And I know Coachella itself is trying to figure out what they're going to do. So we're kind of just in the waiting game. We do have a ton of things planned for this year. And we're always kind of just, learning from 2020, just trying to see like what we can do, and always kind of just in the, it's a waiting game, right? Like, can we do it or can we not? And we just want to, of course, make sure everyone feels like safe, and that's our number one priority. But we're very eager to get out there and just, I think there's a question too.
As we are at, as we are at this event with the slogan "Fashion is now," what would you define fashion to be today in this moment?
I would say fashion today is really about, literally like living your true self and not feeling like you have to be somebody else, and not like having to do the things that, people did or brands did before. I think that that's what's so exciting, whether you're an entrepreneur that's just starting your own brand. I mean, the access that you have to people is incredible, and the access of information that you have. I mean, you can read books and listen to podcasts and, and just learn from other people. Like, you don't just by going online and going on Instagram or TikTok or whatever. And I think that that's amazing. And then on the fashion side, I mean, I think in terms of content and the way people dress and the brands that they want to be associated with, people have a different sense of purpose when they look at those things. It's like, you don't want to just, you want to support a brand and buy a product or brands that I think that you can really, really relate to, whatever that means for you. And that's been very different before, where brands dictated what you should wear, who should you look like, who should, it's completely different. And I love it.
I agree with that. I think that's also very Gen Z.
Yes.
Yeah.
Totally.
What would you say? What can we expect with trends? Will there be a Roaring 20s on Revolve?
I think so. We've already seen people, our different categories picking back up, and I do think that people are out there a little bit more. Whether it's just again the staycations or whatever, but they are getting dressed up more. I think people are kind of wanting to get out of sweats and feeling better, and so I'm very excited for it. And we're waiting until we can really get out there and travel and have all these amazing events. But in the meantime, we just want to continue to connect with our consumers on social and through content, and of course the website with all of our brands and our products.
Yeah. So when we finally can get out and have a good time, like what will you be wearing? Like what is in your closet right now that you're dying
to take
out?
Oh my gosh, there's so many things. It's so funny. I'm like that, I'm just a consumer in that sense. I love product, and I love, of course, shopping on the site. I have a few dresses and just like more dressier things. I haven't really bought shoes, to be honest, but I am very, very excited to buy shoes and a bag when the time's right.
Yeah.
But I'm excited. I think, again, coming from such a tough year across the board, I feel like I've learned so much, and the team has grown, and the business has blossomed in a really different way. And I'm just really excited to be a part of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. I can't wait for really my passport. My passport wonders where I am.
Seriously. I'm like, wait, what are you going to wear?
Anything. Something dressy for sure. And then last thing, just on like more of a personal note, and I feel like you kind of already touched on this a little bit earlier, but what would you say is the biggest takeaway from the last year personally?
Personally, is that, oh my gosh, my biggest takeaway from last year personally, I would say is that like, you really make the, time for the things that you want to make time for. I know we had a lot of time, but I feel like, you could have been, not working out even, like, cause you're just at home and you're like, no one's going to see me. But if it's something that you really enjoy, like you'll do that, and, just really learning to prioritize. For me, it was like being with my daughter.
Oh my God, she is precious.
Thank you. Yeah, like it was such a, I guess, it was a gift in that way because, she's actually turning 3 next week. And it was my first time since she was born that I was home for this long. Wow. And it's just been such a wonderful experience to be with her and just really watch her grow and blossom. And I think that, and just aligning on like what's really important in your life, and again, making time for the things that you really, really care for. And the people that you love, I think we all kind of, walked away from that of like, man, who are you texting with a lot, or who are you FaceTiming with a lot, or who are you, who's checking in with you, and who are you checking in on, and it kind of summarizes, again, who's most important and who do you want to spend the most time with.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Hi, Jordan.
Hi. I wanted to thank you guys. This conversation, and what I've loved is that there's been a few like this today where I feel like I was like part of like watching two friends just like catch up, and super organic. And I know everybody, that's always really nice because then you just feel like you're part of the conversation. So first off, thank you so much, both of you, for being so transparent and genuine and just like amazing individuals. And I also loved what you said about living your true self. I feel like for the first time, like, and so my daughter just turned 3, so
we have
that but like just being yourself and not unapologetically yourself and just doing things that are good for you. And then obviously the world, like not being bad to anybody, but just taking more care of us. And I love that you guys both touched on that and just everything. So thank you both so much for inspiring and, being a part of this. And Raisa, it was a pleasure to meet you. And Pandora, you're always an amazing person with us, and I just love your support. So thank you both so much.
Of course. Thank you again. Thank you so much, Pandora. That was so fun.
I'll see you on the beach.
I know. Okay, bye.
Come to Florida.
Bye.
Bye.
So next we have a conversation titled The Future of Shopping is Social and Circular, and it's being led by Jordan Holman at Bloomberg.
Hi, Manish.
Hi, Jordan. Great to see you.
Great to see you. Thank you for joining me for this conversation about Poshmark and all the things that you guys have been up to.
It's a pleasure. It's my pleasure. Great to see you again.
Great. So I think most people, I believe, do know what Poshmark is, but I'm going to let you just set the stage and tell me a little bit about your company. I know you guys recently went public, but just set the stage for us a bit.
Yeah, thank you. Poshmark is a social marketplace. We empower anybody to buy and sell everything from fashion, home, decor, beauty, and most recently pets. And it makes it anybody, whether you're a small seller or a brand, to interact in a very social, human way on the platform.
And so I know Poshmark really leans into this idea of the social marketplace, which is, I cover retail, which is a unique phrase to use. So tell me why that's important in building, your company around that social marketplace.
When you think of shopping and you think about how shopping has evolved even over the last 50, 100 years, from the very beginning, shopping has been about people talking to people engaging with it. You go into your neighborhood store, you have a conversation. And really, as we move towards e-commerce and sort of the world of online shopping, a lot of that stuff was dehumanized. And what we are trying to do is to bring back that human connection that you have in shopping, where you can browse the stores as if you're in a mall or a boutique, have the conversations and sort of have that discovery experience, but then bring all the ease, scalability, convenience that e-commerce brings together. So we believe the human connection is not only essential, it is very much part of shopping.
Got it. And so, especially at this time during a pandemic, when we're further apart, I'm sure that calculation becomes even more important, that social element where we can't find it. So just explain some of the growth that your business has seen during the pandemic.
Yeah, so pandemic has been a very interesting journey for us. When it first started, we saw our sales plunge and sort of everything sort of going to the negative, but very quickly it rebounded. And it rebounded for three reasons. One is, as people are staying at home, they see what they have at home and what they can sell, but then also what they can shop for because they need different things. So that sort of whole adjustment period had made Poshmark both a great place for selling, but also shopping. And we make it very easy to sell and ship from home. So it really becomes something very accessible to everyone. Also an alternative form of income. So many people have been impacted by the pandemic in unique ways. So it's become a really great place to both hunt for something which is inexpensive or sustainable, but also sell stuff. And then the third thing is, this is a place where you can ask questions, you can engage. We launched Posh Stories, which is our video product in Q2 of last year. So all of that makes shopping sort of very personal, very human, and very real. So all those three things have been driving the growth. The one thing that, if you think about it, that has been impacted despite all the growth we've seen is our clothes, and the number of clothes we are wearing is lesser. So we actually look forward to the days that we are actually able to engage physically, go to events, because that's something that will need even more fashion and clothing at that time.
I feel like all of us have realized that we could go 3 days wearing the same sweater and not really have an issue with that, which is unthinkable in 2019. So I hear you.
So true.
And so what have you seen around, consumer behavior when it comes to time spent on Poshmark?
Yeah, so we've always had a very deeply engaging experience because we focused on this deep social engagement. So our users on an average spend 27 minutes a day on the platform. 87% of all transactions on Poshmark are preceded by a social engagement. And we have a very engaged and large community, so a little over 30 million active users on the platform. And what you see is that the engagement continues to deepen as people are really realizing that this shift to social online, shift to shopping online is a persistent trend, and you really need to be able to engage. So you see people asking questions. We have something called bundling, where you can actually style each other And then Posh Stories, the feature I talked about, is a beautiful thing where you can actually tell a story about what you're selling, about your closet, about your style, and bring people even closer together. And then one of the engagement points we've had is live virtual shopping parties. And those parties have also taken off in a deeper way. So you start to see almost 4 million items in a single party today.
And this takes a lot of time, and people seem like they have to be really engaged for this. And just given our stay-at-home situation, we do have a lot of options. We could be doing Netflix, reading books, whatnot. Why do you think people are choosing Poshmark to spend time with and try to congregate with others?
A few things. I think it's a unique place where you can really focus on your personal style. One of our company mottos is embrace your weirdness. And we believe that everyone is unique and everyone has unique strengths. And that's really embraced in Poshmark. You can have a specific style. You could be very country forward, or you could be very urban, or you could be something where you're looking at the latest trends. And all of those communities form their own social groups and become part of Poshmark. So that's one thing. We can find your own tribe. Second is, it is very sustainable. I mean, if you think about what is happening today, a big chunk of our user base are Gen Z and millennials. We also have baby boomers and Gen Xers, but that's sort of a big chunk of our population. And everyone's very conscious about our impact on the environment, our footprint of what's happening out there. So Poshmark makes sustainability very much part of your day-to-day life. And instead of throwing things away, you can have them find a new home. And instead of buying stuff directly, you can actually buy from other people. And so that whole cycle is beautiful. Everything I'm wearing is from Poshmark, and it just makes me feel good that it's something that didn't have to go in a landfill and is with me today. And then the third thing which is there is that there is a lot of creativity. So if you think of what's happening, particularly in the last year, but it's a trend we've been seeing for the last few years, is not the birth of just a selling economy, but the birth of a creator economy, where people are taking their talent in different ways and harnessing it, whether you're doing it in creating videos, in creating product, in upcycling product, in doing stuff that is DIY. So we bring all those things together in Poshmark, and that's why people find it a wonderful place to spend time, but also buy and sell.
How do you think that changes once we kind of have to go back to normal life, people start commuting again, things like that?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think we don't know exactly how everything is going to shape up at that time. So we focus on what we can control today. But I do believe that there's multiple trends that are shaping. I think the shift to online is the significance of it. We're going to go back to offline, but it will always be combined with online. So there's been so much, emphasis on that, and people have discovered it. I don't think we'll be going back to the same level of offline shopping. The shift to social online is happening. You see that with not just Poshmark, but even more newer apps like Clubhouse, where people are just spending time in different ways socializing online. So I think that's going to be a trend that continues to happen. Of course, we want to combine it with our offline interactions. For example, we have Posh parties that are both virtual. Prior to COVID, we used to have physical Posh parties. We're all looking to meet each other. In fact, I get hundreds of emails from the community saying, when are we going to meet? What's going to happen? Mm-hmm. And so that stuff I feel will be amazing. And then the third thing is this focus on sustainability. I don't think that's going away. I think whether you see it in adoption of electrical cars, or you think of sort of focus on lower carbon footprint and just focus on sustainability, I think it's going to only accelerate as we realize that we need to coexist with each other and coexist with Mother Earth.
I hear that. And it's so interesting that you mentioned Clubhouse. I'm sure so many, people viewing this right now have recently got on or have been on for some weeks. But as you think about other social medias, how do you see Poshmark interacting with it or drawing the community that you guys have built on some of the other platforms?
Yeah, so for us, thinking about social interactions and how social interactions are happening online and incorporating is very much part of how we think about. So if you think of Posh Stories, story as a format of sharing small short format video that over time dissolves, or you can keep it, is very much part of how we interact and share a moment in our life. So that whole creativity element is something we are supporting on our platform. What we find fascinating about a platform where you are sharing in an ambient audio format is it's almost like a perpetual conversation that's happening. Could be, sort of a hybrid of podcast, but in some ways it's kind of like a little corner, like a coffee machine in the office where you can have conversations, you can talk to interesting people. I'm missing that. I would be able to talk to someone in the company, and today that's not happening. So I think of all of those things are things you want to have even in a shopping thing. You walk into a store, you sometimes have conversation, sometimes not even intending to buy, but you may say, hey Jordan, help me think through, or you may ask me something. That conversation and those sort of informal things are very important to our shopping life as well. So we expect these trends to converge and start to impact each other over time.
Got it. And so you mentioned earlier that you guys have recently gotten into the pet business. I think that new CIS came out this morning. So what has inspired you to launch the pet category, and why do you think it will be profitable for Poshmark?
Two things. I think pets have always been very much part of our life, but in the pandemic in particular, we saw the growth of pets as people have used that as a way to sort of expand their families and also find some solace and comfort. Today, the stat that we hear is 2/3 of people have pets in America, right? So if you think about that, and we announced in our S1 that we have over 70 million users, you can start to estimate how many people are out there who have pets who are already on Poshmark. And our goal has been to really expand to all of the dimension where you express your style. So we started with women, we added men, kids, we added home, and we feel pets as a community and as a social area is very natural. It's a place where people ask each other a lot. Pet owners have very deep connection with each other, with the people that they're nurturing. So we feel it's very much built for a Poshmark-like social marketplace. And we expect that to be a category that we will continue to invest in and grow and evolve.
And when it comes to pets, people can then, what materials are you expecting on the site, like the pet jackets or what?
Yeah. So of course, pet jackets, pet rugs, pet beds, pet leashes. It's amazing. I just was browsing the things and I found waterproof shoes for pets on the site already, which are pretty cool looking. I actually sent it to a friend of mine. And he's already bought a pair for his, or not a pair, but a quadruple for his German Shepherd. So I think there's all different ways in which people engage with pets, which are sometimes even more than how we engage with each other as humans.
Got it. And you mentioned that for your users, you expect them to dip in, but do you expect this pet category to also attract new users to the site?
Yeah, I mean, there is obviously constituencies as we expand categories who come to just engage with that category and then discover other categories. So we do think that as we expand categories, it is great for engaging with new users, but also engaging with existing users and then cross-promoting users who are already active on the site.
Okay. And obviously the secondhand market, specifically when it comes to e-commerce, has competitors in there. And so some critics would say the time it takes on Poshmark to sell, it's just more intensive than some of you guys' other peers. So how do you respond to that criticism, saying like it may take too much work compared to others?
Yeah, so I think there's a couple of things. One is, if you are casually selling, we make it super easy and super simple. So everything is sort of packaged up in the business. Everything from sort of listing all the way to shipping is super simple and easy on Poshmark. That's really, really what makes Poshmark unique. However, as you scale up your business, you go from being sort of an early stage seller to really starting to now turn it into a business. We agree that there is more we have to do there to support the scaling of sellers into business. A lot of sellers who are doing amazing businesses on Poshmark, but yes, they are using sometimes third-party tools, etc. And we are going to be, one of the things we've talked about is investing in those tools. So I think if you think about a casual seller, we're probably not just easy and fast, but also simple. As you scale your business, there's more work and investment we can do, and we'll continue to invest and make it amazing. Because remember, what we are doing here as a social marketplace is reinventing the paradigm. Nobody has ever thought about putting the humanity into commerce. Everyone's focused on just e-commerce. And when you think of social commerce, it's been about social networks slapping commerce or commerce slapping social network. To build it together, we've had to innovate and drive a lot of things, and we'll continue to do that as we look into the future.
And I think other competitors in the e-commerce retail space are trying to infuse these elements of social marketplace now, like working backwards from what you guys have done. So how do you guard against this competition and keep people coming back to Poshmark?
Yeah, I think so. Another area that we think about, which is going back to our core values, number one is embracing your weirdness. So focus on your strength. When we think of competition, We think of competition as inspiration, but ultimately it is about our own journey. So everything you see us doing is very much focused on our own journey and how we can improve our customers. So that's the second thing, which is continue to focus on customer and improve their experience. And then the third thing is, how can we grow both the community, but also our customers' businesses? So when we think about that philosophy, it's about together we grow. We want to support a new person who's joining the platform and their journey, and we want to support someone who's into 6 figures and 7 figures on the platform in terms of sales and their journey. And we want to provide that platform for continuous growth. And that's the key. The key is innovating and continue to focus on your customer to scale the business. That's what we've done for the last 10 years, and that's what we'll be doing for the next 10 years.
I see. And I've always thought Poshmark had an interesting marketing strategy. You know, like when I'm watching TV, and then the commercials that you all have always has the sellers speaking in it. So I wanted to ask you about how the marketing strategy, if at all, has changed during the pandemic, just given the way that we're consuming media definitely has.
For us, the core to our business has been our community, especially our seller community, but our broader community. And everything we do is designed to empower them to take our message forward. So when you think of a lot of our traffic, it comes from our sellers going out and spreading the word, sharing what they're doing on Poshmark on social media, talking to their friends about it, hosting local and speaking at our national events. So when we think of our marketing strategy, whether it's on television or on social, it's really about bringing our sellers to life and having them tell the story of how they're using Poshmark, not just to sell, but also to shop. So that's been the core of our strategy. Some of the things that we've had to adapt to the pandemic, number one is in an area where people are really consuming media from all different formats, how do you sort of look at a multi-channel architecture in a different way? Number two, we used to do a ton of physical events. And in fact, the day that pandemic was happening, we were about to launch a nationwide series on something called Posh and Coffee, where thousands of events would happen across the country. We had to pivot and move them all virtual. We do a national conference every year called Posh Fest. We had to pivot and do it virtually. So a lot of these strategies have been in response to what's happening. And then, of course, the media landscape itself is shifting. You've got TikTok rising as a new force. You've got Clubhouse coming up. Snapchat is having an amazing renaissance. So we continue to look at these platforms and see how we can better integrate, how we can better utilize them in our overall outreach strategy.
And we're starting to get some questions from the audience. And I think that last part you said perfectly leads into this one question we got. So it says, are there any brand collaborations in the near future that you can speak of?
We continue to get interest from brands, but we haven't really announced anything on the brand collaboration front that I can share. But we do feel that when you think of social marketplace and you think of what's happening in the world of fashion and style, there's a natural synergy and partnership there.
Got it. And I had one other question for you before we fully get into the Q&A. I believe the last time we spoke was on the day of you guys' IPO, so back in January. And so now that we're a month in, even though it feels like much longer ago because time. So why was it important to take the company to the public markets? Like, why did you feel like now was the time, and what are you guys able to do that you might have not been able to do before?
So a couple of things. I think number one for us was really continue to create value for everyone in our ecosystem, whether it is our community, our employees, our investors. And we felt that this was the right time to take the company, which had been private for almost 10 years, and turn it into a public company, which shown that we can grow and scale even in these cataclysmic times like COVID out there. We continue to see the acceleration of our broader space. The shift to online, the shift to secondhand, shift to social is only accelerating. And we felt that with all of these things, as we are not just doing stuff in the United States, but going global, being a public company just gave us that more strength and credibility as we walked into this next phase in the next decade.
Okay, so an audience question. We know you as the founder of this incredible platform we all know as Poshmark. However, I'd love to know a bit more about your day one. What clicked inside of you when you had the idea to launch Poshmark?
It's a great question. For me, the notion of Poshmark really started from my previous company, Caboodle. When I started Caboodle, it was really all about social and collaboration, bringing that into shopping. Caboodle at that time resembled what today you would say closely is Pinterest, where people were capturing these images, sharing and collaborating around that. That company got acquired by Hearst Media and became part of the Hearst Group. And in that, I had an idea that really what you want to do is to empower social into a marketplace. However, in 2009, when I first had the idea, I didn't feel the technology of the platform was ready. Taking photos was, for those of you who can even remember that time, it used to be you take a photo, you'd have it in a SD card, you take it out, you put it into your laptop or whatever you had, and then edit it using some really complex tools which you had to license. So it was a very, very hard process. It wasn't like you take a photo, you swipe a couple of filters and you had that. So when iPhone 4 came out in 2010, it became clear that this is the future. And it was about this big, very, very small, but it had the right display, right characteristics. And I saw that and I said, this is the future. And I took 6 months and effectively gave up my laptop and decided that I'm going to see if I can live my entire life on this little phone. It was very hard, very, very hard, but it was doable, even in 2010. So I decided to bet the farm on social and mobile and started Poshmark. The other thing I had to do was to form a great team. And so that was the other dimension that is always critical to starting a company. And from day one, my quest was, what's the right team? I knew I had natural technical partners, but I wanted to get someone who understood fashion, merchandising at a deep level. Met with several people, but ultimately my first investor, Mayfield, introduced me to Tracy Sun, who came on as my co-founder. So with Tracy, Gautam, Chetan, we started Poshmark back in early 2011.
And this question also made me think about your childhood and how that fits into the social marketplace. Can you share a little bit about that, just for the audience who might not know?
Sure. I have to go back to growing up. And when I was growing up in India, I would spend the summers with my grandfather. My grandfather owned a pharmaceutical business, but it was located in an area of Delhi called Chandni Chowk. For those of you who know, it's a very active marketplace, and people are buying and selling, and there's a lot of transactions happening, but in a physical world. And I would go in the morning to that shop with my grandfather and spend the whole day. This is, if you can imagine, I was 9, 10, 11, 12, very young. And I would be exposed to all of these interactions where people are haggling, talking to each other, transporting, etc. And things were relatively safe, so I could walk around. So that whole thing was one of the pivotal points, which in my mind imbued the fact that social is very much part of how we shop. And it's not like about just walking in this very sterile environment.
Yeah, I think everyone kind of has that one like store or experience as a child where they're like, this gets me back to shopping. This is what it should be. So I love that story. I just wanted to have you share that. So another question from the audience. What is the biggest change you see in this new normal of the fashion industry?
I think there's several things. I think the focus on sustainability is not going to go away. I think every brand is reckoning with what it means to be sustainable. People are opening up secondhand sections in their shop. People are really starting to innovate with materials. I'm so happy about that. I was watching a documentary which talks about how so much of clothing goes from America to India, where it gets processed and then get reused and recirculated in various forms to the last scrap. And some of it, by the way, comes in reprocessed form back into America. So it was just delightful to see what's happening out there. I think the second thing is that the expression of individual style is going to be very powerful. So every brand needs to be open to not just creating the product, but also having people innovate on that product. This is something I talked about even a few years back. At that time, it was early trend. Today it's become a torrent. And at that time, what was happening was Lady Gaga had gone to Japan and she'd taken a Chanel bag and taken a black marker and modified it and made it even more beautiful. And think of this garment that I'm wearing as a platform, and how can you create on top of this and create even more things? That's the second thing that's happening that is really powerful. And brands that are open to it will thrive even more. And the third thing is really expanding your palette, building for what used to be a niche, which can now come together as a community. You think of, different ethnicities, different sort of body shapes, different types. I feel like every community can now gather together and create demand that was not possible prior to the sort of online aggregations. If you combine these three trends, I think fashion business is in for some pretty interesting shifts. And the new normal of fashion is really the adaptation to these new trends that are happening out there.
Are you already seeing some of these emerging trends on the platform?
Well, I'll give you one example. We have a whole community that will take denim and modify it and sell it on the platform in various forms. And so that whole thing, we saw it 7-8 years back, but it's become really powerful. You call it upcycling, do you call it DIY, or do you call it modification? It's really powerful. I call it the creator economy. And it's really sort of something that's powerfully happening. Second thing we are seeing on the platform is really the rise of how people are taking the same item and re-merchandising it. That used to, you'd see that a dress would start in Magic and would get merchandised in different boutiques in different way and even sold at different price points. You're starting to see that online in a very dramatic way. So these are all things that I think are accelerating as everyone is feeling more empowered, and online is bringing different communities together in a very useful and productive way.
So you're saying the patches my mom used to put on my jeans, they're back. I need to bring them back.
They are back, and they bet you a top dollar, Jordan.
Okay, I'm gonna call her after this and be like, we were on to something 15 years ago. Awesome. And as we just wrap up, would love to just hear your thoughts on just how big do you think Poshmark can get in the social marketplace?
Well, I think we're just at the very beginning stages of our innovation cycle and what we are doing. We're only in the United States and Canada today. We've just started to tackle certain categories. We have 30 million active users, but just 30 million active users in a very massive scale. So we feel that really the world is our oyster, and we are at the beginning stages of a massive, massive runway ahead of us.
Got it. We'll be curious to see how you guys grow in the different categories and growth areas you see. And I'm currently seeing if the audience has any other questions. If you guys do, you have a few more minutes with Manish to ask him anything as we just wait a little bit. And if not, I think this was a wonderful conversation. I'm so glad that we were able to reconnect.
Thank you so much for taking the time, and thanks Fashion Innovation for having us.
Hi, I just wanted to jump in here quickly and thank both of you for such an incredible conversation. I love the embrace your weirdness. I love that that slogan. And I just love how much just you really humanize everything that you're doing, and you have such, it's so natural to what you're doing and why you're growing. It makes sense listening to you speak because you feel like it's really in you and you do it for the right reasons. So I just loved hearing you, and thank you so much for inspiring the audience and inspiring me tonight. And I'm, we're gonna definitely keep collaboration and conversation going because we'd love to see where you go from here, because the sky is the limit just based on what you've done so far. So congratulations. And Jordan, thank you so much for coming back. You're always really find a way to just make the conversation engaging and organic, and I really appreciate you as well. So thank you both so much, and I hope to continue the conversation with the both of you.
Awesome.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, of course. Bye.
Bye.
So I'm going to talk to you guys quickly before we go on to a big conversation between Donna Karen and Bridget Foley, but I do want to take 1 minute to share with you about a jewelry collection. So Carolyn Stone Jewelry creates affordable, unique, minimalist gemstone jewelry in silver and gold, including hidden gemstones. The customers can select their gemstones with the most suitable properties to fulfill their needs. Truly bespoke, personalized jewelry with unique properties. And I want to show you, which you might not be able to see, but here is a ring where inside the ring, yeah, you definitely can see it on camera, but there are stones that give me a lot of different energies, and I'm all about energy. So here's the video.
vision to support women with the power of gemstones. Back then in 2018, I started to draw designs and to create collections in silver and gold.
So this conversation is one that has been pre-recorded. It's the only pre-recorded conversation of the summit due to time scheduling, but we were able to get an amazing conversation that you'll enjoy very much. So without further ado, here is Fashion is Creation, respecting what's new and respecting the past, present, and future, being led by Bridget Foley.
Hello, everyone. I am so happy to be here today at Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talks, especially to be in conversation with one of my very favorite people, Donna Karan. Donna, our conversation today is about the future in context of past, present, and going forward. So let's start with today. What does fashion mean today?
Fashion is dressing and addressing, probably more importantly now than ever before.
So you say dressing and addressing. Mm-hmm. You have always taken a holistic view to fashion. And you've always taken, a very forward-thinking view to fashion. But explain to our audience what you mean by dressing and addressing.
You know when you go to the hairdresser and all of a sudden you talk about your mother, your father, and all of this kind of stuff? That's what happened.
It's a little bit of a shrink kind of an element.
It was shrink moment. Mm-hmm. The minute I'd walk into a dressing room, I'd hear the real story. And it never became about the clothes. It became about their life.
And you were talking about being in a dressing room with customers.
Yes. It was always, oh my God, I've seen you for so many looks, but you don't really look like that. Well, what do you do? And this is what I do for my face.
All right, now let's talk about that. In what context would Donna Karan be in a dressing room with a customer?
Right now, I'm in a dressing room all the time with my customer because I love the personal contact. Urban Zen for me was that time where I can really connect to the consumer. They're my friends because I was doing it for me and my friends. I see the customer, and that's what I learned from, is when what I'm putting on and what she's putting on, and I figured it all out, and I worked it all out, and now I can explain it to her, what works, what doesn't work, how do you put it all together? And I feel like I'm not still communicating the way I should be communicating, particularly now
what
with
are you
communication. Because I assume that this is what they see, but I know how much more I tell them and show them, because you can send out all these clothes, and until you say, well, this is how you can wear it. Like this is this. So I threw it up this way because my story is you never gain weight on your shoulders. Now, I don't care about the rest of your body.
Okay.
It is the only place. So people say to me, why the shoulders?
I was wondering how long it would take us to get to the cold shoulder. You never skip an opportunity to let me know that when
I forgot about that.
You introduced the famous cold shoulder in 90 something, and I did not review it favorably. And you have never it was a huge success, and you've never let me forget that. So talk about the cold shoulder.
The whole philosophy for me is day to night, working mother. What can I show? What can I show? Accent the positive, delete the negative. I'm very big on that. Like we were just talking about, right? Okay, this is what we got to do. How do we cut the clothes? So when I did the cold shoulder, okay, the woman's going to work. She's in a turtleneck. She's wearing her blazer, wrap and tie skirt over her bodysuit, because yogi. And I said, now she's going out and she doesn't want to be wearing the same thing. So I gave her a little skin. Her neck wasn't still looking so hot. But her shoulder was. I cut out the shoulder. Cold shoulder.
Let's talk about that and go back to 1985 when you launched Donna Karan. And you have been, as I say, a trailblazer in terms of the sort of philanthropic approach to fashion, the citizenship approach to fashion, but also the aesthetic approach, the fashion approach to fashion. You launched with a very pragmatic aesthetic and a very sensual aesthetic. It was about body dressing. It was a very, very alluring fashion and pragmatism-based approach.
I had been doing Anne Klein. And Anne is sick with cancer. Now, were you in Versailles?
No. I wasn't there.
Okay, so it was Versailles. I was her assistant designer in Versailles.
Do you know what? May I say something? Everyone who's watching this conference may not know about Versailles. So why don't you give a little
Isn't that weird?
Donna.
I know. I'm showing my age again.
Let's fill in some blanks. Versailles.
Okay, Palace of Versailles, where the Americans were asked to come, the American designers were asked to come with the French designers.
It was billed as the Battle of Versailles.
The battle, and it was a battle.
And it was a battle.
It was a battle between the French and the Americans. And Anne was chosen as the only woman designer, and I was her assistant. There was no water. There was no heat. It was freezing. We had no backdrop. Jill, Eula, I mean, this can go on and on forever. You must see the story because it is an amazing, amazing story. And we had Kay Thompson and Liza Minnelli.
Amazing.
However, the French had them all. Every set was more extraordinary than the next. And all the models walked out with a piece of paper with a number. We, of
the way
course,
couture used to be shown.
Well, yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hello. That kind of thing with a number. Now the Americans came out and we are downright and doing it. It was, but I had to dress Billy Blair with her arm one on the runway. I was dressing on the other side and then she walked out on the runway this way. Now I am 8.5 months pregnant. Huge. Gabby was 10 pounds, so I was really big. And at that point, the Americans just threw on the clothes, threw off the clothes, threw on the clothes.
It was yourself and Calvin and...
It was Oscar de la Renta, Bill Blass,
Stephen Burrows.
Halston,
Yeah.
Stephen Burrows, and Anne,
His
a
clothes were
woman
so
designer.
fabulous.
Now we're looking at, as of yesterday, we're all together.
The Versailles moment was a moment of arrival on the global stage for American fashion.
No question.
Jump 40 plus years later, and American fashion is severely challenged. Why do you think that is? And what is American fashion's place globally?
You just hit the nail on the head. It's called global. When I opened Donna Karan, I only wanted to sell 2 stores in the United States, Bergdorf's and Neiman's. That was it. Then I sold in London. Then I sold in Asia. And all of a sudden, I saw fashion as a world story, not as just a United States story. And that's why I did luggage when I was designing the clothing, because of course she's on an airplane and she's traveling. It was an internationally based fashion collection.
But you also have to think about the costs of going international.
Thank you. So there comes, when I started the business, I needed more money. And why do you go out and you start licensing and, to bring in large amounts of money? Because your fashion collection wasn't bringing in the money. It was licensing. And I will never forget this moment when my husband said to me, you have to do fragrance. I go, what? He says, we have to make fragrance. I said, Stephen, I don't wear fragrance. I only wear oils. And he says to me, I really don't care. We're making fragrance. And my husband made my bottles. My husband made my fragrance. In our bedroom at night, he poured the fragrance together. And I said, really? If it smells like my husband's neck, a
I
pair
remember you
of
saying that. Mhm.
suede, it has to be Vicuna suede. It has to smell like Vicuna suede, my husband's neck, and a Casablanca lily. And then we'll talk about it. And then they did the fragrance. Stephen did the bottle. It looked like this, black and gold, absolutely beautiful bottle.
What you're saying, I mean, that's amazing, but you're stating a fact that many people in fashion know, that unless you have the beauty business, unless you have the fragrance business, or at least a very, very, very vibrant accessories business, it's
Calvin
almost
Klein
impossible.
underwear.
Right, it's almost impossible
I
to make
did
money at
stocking.
clothes.
People thought I was, everybody would pick up their skirts and say, wearing your hose. The reason I did hose is because my skirts were opening up all the time. So I figured I'd have to
hose the best.
What?
Those black opaques, the
Oh
best.
my God, they were amazing. Yeah. And I was so obsessed with these black opaque hose because they had to go with my bodysuit. And then I had to figure out, okay, how do I get, it was underneath the clothes what was more important than what was on top of the clothes, which today is probably the most important part of fashion.
So where does that leave aspiring designers who want to go into fashion, want to be fashion designers?
I'm very involved in Parsons School of Design. You know, and I went to Parsons and I said, listen, I'm hiring all my kids from London. Why aren't I hiring them here? Because they didn't have a graduate program.
Mm-hmm.
So I started the graduate program at Parsons. Then I said, we've got to teach them differently with a different headset. And at that point, I was traveling in the world and going to other places, Haiti. And we took Parsons School of Design to Haiti. And for me, these things made by the Parsons School of Design kids and the artisans of Haiti.
So they work together in making
Yes.
things.
So I created where instead of sitting in school, get out into the world. Today, I think that's the most important thing you can possibly do. We teach, they teach. We learn from them, they learn from us. All this is made in Haiti. Every single thing here I'm wearing. You go, that's Haiti?
I want to get to Haiti. I want
We
to
will
get
get to
to
Haiti,
get
yeah.
to the social responsibility approach to fashion. Before we do that, I want to talk about Donna Karan International. You did care about the clothes. Talk about what the clothes address. Talk about in that moment of foundation when you were just determining what Donna Karan would be.
It was 7 easy pieces. It started out as a concept of 7 easy pieces. It started out with a bodysuit, my yoga practice. It started out with, what do I wear? A wrap and tie skirt. A piece of fabric was just a scarf, and I think the scarf is the most important thing any woman could have. Covers her up, plays with it, you can do it, and it's gone from a period of time, okay? Then I did a blazer, and the blazer was dedicated to my father because he was a custom tailor, and I love tailoring as well. As the body and the contradiction of black and gold and
Masculine,
body
feminine.
and masculine and feminine, exactly. Then it was the sweater and a leather jacket, suede and leather jacket, and an evening piece, which was the gold sequin wrap and tie skirt. So I took the black jersey into a long skirt, wrapped and tied it, and it went from day to evening. So you could wrap this up in a ball, put it in your bag, go to work, and then go to the Met. And you don't have to go home and change.
And how did this
And with jewelry. That was really, really important. And Robert Lee Morris came into my life. And because I was doing so much black, I needed the gold.
How did that method of dressing and addressing, how did it realize going forward?
No, I want to say how it started, because when the AIDS epidemic broke out, it was just a disaster. And I had this vision that why don't we take all our stuff, because God only knows, when you walk into a design room, there's so much stuff there, you don't know what you're doing with. And they don't all go in the line. Why don't we sell it?
All right, but now we're talking about something different. Now you're talking
That was
about
seventh
that
on
was a
sale.
seventh on sale.
That was conscious consumerism.
Yes, all right.
So that's what led me to what I do today.
Okay, so it was actually the AIDS epidemic, and you really spearheaded the whole 7th on Sale initiative.
I had gone to Perry Ellis and I said, Perry, we've got to do something about the AIDS epidemic. And he said to me, Donna, this is a private discussion and it is not for public discussion. And I'm losing all my friends, as he is, and unfortunately he had AIDS at the time. Perry passes away. Then Anna Winter, who I have to say that the fashion world today has been developed by Anna. And she was the spear leader in all of this. So it was Anna, myself, and Carolyn Rome. And we asked Ralph. God bless Ralph.
I remember you telling me that you wanted to ask Ralph because Ralph really had the retail experience no one else had.
Ralph made that thing happen. Okay, and Calvin and all the designers came, but it was European as well. You know, all the European designers came, and then it was art that was being sold, and it was fashion that was being sold, and it was the most amazing moment in my life.
Now, you know, everyone's talking about in
conscious
the environment,
consumerism.
conscious consumerism, and you know, and sort of, and you know, upcycling and reissuing. People took back stock and back things and sold.
That's
right.
right.
And that was really, and you know, it's funny. I hadn't thought of that moment in the context of now
That's
and how
right.
forward thinking it was.
That's right. These clothes don't ever go out. Yes, there's additions. And sometimes hemlines go up, and sometimes hemlines go down, and sometimes they get bigger, and sometimes they get smaller. But I find that most people say to me that they have been wearing my clothes from the beginning. And I would say that about as Calvin and Ralph as well.
You have always been one to try to bring the industry together. Did you start to see your role as that of, you know, sort of an industry organizer?
I never thought of myself that way. I do everything personally. What I feel from my heart, what I see. Why do I do what I do? It talks to me. I can't explain it, and I'm not getting too woo-woo for you right now, but it's not a thought process. So I see a problem, I see a solution. I see problems, I see solutions.
And on one hand, you saw this, you know, tremendous opportunity for fashion to address the AIDS crisis, and that was, you know, a tragedy that impacted so many people and continues to. But you saw that sort of that was a heart thing.
It was conscious consumerism, that you're buying something with a reason and a purpose.
But then on the other hand, there's a very pragmatic approach to organization. We're delivering too early, we're marking down too early. So it's not just, it wasn't, you know, you sort of had this balance going on.
Well, there were the two issues that I still today stand for. One is conscious consumerism and having a reason to buy something with a purpose and to repurpose however you want to do it. And buy now, wear now. Buy now, wear now was my flame that drove me to who I am today. When I used to go into the stores and see in the summer shearling coats and fur shoes, and then I'd go in January when the snow would come and it's all little silk dresses hanging around, I'm going, and we're all on sale. And I'm going, wait a second, who are we talking to? And then unfortunately, what really got me upset is when we were showing the consumer the fashion shows. So the consumer is buy now, wear now. They see it online, they want to buy it. Guess what? That was a fashion show. Guess what? It's not available for another 6 months. Guess what? All the people are going to come in, knock it off, get it for cheaper, cheap and deep, which is identically, way back in the time, was the white sheet business. And in the white sheet business, nobody would buy sheets at regular price because they would be marked out.
Now you've been on this for almost as long as I've known you. What, 5 years ago, the industry came around to try buy now, wear now. It basically failed. Certainly at the designer and luxury level, it didn't take hold at all.
You know why? Because we're an international world right now. We're not only New York, and buy now, wear now is an American thing. Unfortunately, the European mindset, because what they show on the runway isn't exactly what's in the stores half the time. So what we showed on the runway was what went into the stores.
People are not discussing fashion in the way that they used to. So how do you sort of get across the design element at Urban Zen?
When people see it, they want it. I think it's a feel and touch experience.
Okay, so let me stop you there, because we are talking that, a feel and touch experience. You are talking about a physical retail experience. We are here in this beautiful space, and downstairs you have the Urban Zen store. So you still believe in physical retail?
Absolutely. But I don't believe it about me. I believe it's the we. It's collective groups getting together with a point of view that we can all do this together. And it could be really, really exciting, for crying out loud, that it's not only the name Donna Karan, the name Ralph, or whatever the name. We are a we community in fashion. When I walked into 7th on Sale, when I walked into Super Saturday, because then after 7th on Sale, we created Super Saturday for 20 years for Elizabeth Taveras when she had cancer, and my husband.
And it was benefit for ovarian cancer, correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
And we started that in the Hamptons. It was the most exciting thing because it was everything. The children went to the playground. There was an eating experience. There was a clothing experience. There was a meditation experience. Okay. Why can't we have experiential? And that's what clubs are becoming about, that you don't have to go away to experience it.
So how do
you
translate that weekend-long experience in which it's in the Hamptons and it's beautiful and it's for an amazing cause and everyone's happy and wants to be there? How do you translate that?
Here in the city?
Not only here in the city, but not in a confined weekend.
You know all those empty stores that we're dealing with on Madison Avenue?
Yeah.
You put those stores together and you'll have an experience on Madison Avenue. It needs to be done. There's not even a question in my mind that we have to rethink, re-experience. You're going to go out right now. What are you going to do? Walk into a clothing store? How boring is that?
And you think that the customer can be lured back? You think the customer can be lured back?
So if it's happening, why are people eating outside loving it?
I used to loathe eating outside. I've become such a fan.
Oh,
I love it.
Completely.
But part of it is the human contact.
The tent.
That's the big thing, yeah.
But the tent is great. I mean, I thought about this originally when I took my corner store on Madison Avenue. My dream was to have outdoor dining on the street, which they pushed me up to the second floor, which I wasn't too happy about.
But it was charming up there, though. That was really nice.
Because people were talking, they were drinking there, and what happened in London at Donna Karan? The same thing, DKNY.
You're talking about this collaborative effort on Madison Avenue, which would be a rather large collaborative effort, but then Urban Zen is small and intimate.
No. Urban Zen is very much a part of a collaborative effort. It's sitting down here. When you see my holiday market, I'm bringing in products from designers and artisans all over the world. That's Urban Zen. That experiential part. People come here, they talk, they laugh, and then you can have dinner here. So it's a private club.
Okay, so Urban Zen started obviously with a fashion component.
Fashion was the last thing it really became. This was a space and a place where people would come together to create change. His Holiness the Dalai Lama was here, and we had the 10-day discussion on healthcare. Mm-hmm. Then everybody said, okay, Donna, where are the clothes?
So you were originally intending to get into a whole other area beyond fashion.
Absolutely. It was always the consciousness of what was happening out there in the world. The whole point of the Urban Zen Integrative Therapist, which was a 10-day forum on where is the care in healthcare, today is still actively involved of putting that person that's needed, who is caring for the patient, who is caring for the loved one. It's like a doula. And my husband said to me before he died, Donna, whatever you do, you take care of the nurses. So with that was the Urban Zen Integrative Therapist program.
That is so salient a point, especially now within the picture of COVID. That Stephen said that to you is amazing. Explain briefly what exactly it is.
Urban Zen Integrative Therapist is somebody who is trained in-bed yoga, Reiki, aromatherapy, meditation, nutrition, and end-of-life care. And there are special people that teach all of these people. Rodney Yee and Colleen Sederman started it with me. They were my yoga teachers. And I said, but we need all of this to combine because we have to find restorative practices.
Okay, so where do these people go out to? And
they're in hospitals. So it started out at Beth Israel Hospital. It's not alternative medicine, it's integrated medicine. And that's where we're at today. And the consumer knows that. Okay. They are integrative people today.
All right. How did you circle this back to having clothes at Urban Zen and to fashion?
So then what they said to me, and of course when I went to the hospital, they said, well, Donna, will you redesign the nurses' uniforms and blah, blah, blah. And I said, no. I said, I will redesign the care and healthcare but not the uniforms. And until I do that, will I design the uniforms. Meanwhile, Parsons School of Design does great jobs at doing that.
How much did Stephen's illness impact this whole process and the development of this program?
It was very funny. When Stephen was still alive, that's when the vision came to me. And I came to the studio one day and I said, honey, you think you can find another place to work? I have this idea. He said, could you wait till I leave? I said, no, I really need your space right now. But I mean, the humor that I have with okay, what we're talking about today is everything my husband was speaking of. And I wish, you have to connect the dots. There was a dot, a dot, a dot, a dot, a dot. And out of all these dots, we connect it and create that which is needed. And that's how he worked. And you're a dot, I'm a dot. But if we don't connect, there is nothing. And that's what we're dealing with today, is the connecting of the dots. And I believe the world can be connected as dots.
Let's go now to a more global context. Almost a little more than 4 years ago, we had a conversation. You and Norma Kamali were about to receive special awards from the CFDA. The three of us had a wonderful conversation at your apartment uptown. And one of the things we talked about, it was May 2016, we talked about the upcoming presidential election. But we could not possibly have imagined what these past 4 years would be. And yet the past 4 years have impacted, every aspect of life, business included. Now that President Joe Biden is in office, do you see a shift that will impact fashion, and if so, how?
I can't blame the political issues for what has happened in fashion only. You have to look at the virus, which has definitely hit it.
Fashion was troubled before the virus and before the Trump presidency.
Thank you. Fashion was in trouble. I have to say, I saw that. It wasn't a president who's going to change fashion. That's not going to happen. We, the people, have to be the changers of it. We, the people, have to deliver a product that the consumer wants. We, the people, have to create something in a way of communication that we're going to change the way the customer. And look, at today when they said, and I've seen it before, when you see these virtual things and they take you through the store now and they show you your body in front of a mirror. No, thank you. I don't want to see it that way. But then again, this brings me back, and I have to say it. Stephen, when Donna Karan first opened, he brings in this computer and he brings in all the designers. And he says to me, Donna, I want to show you how easy it's going to be now. How we're going to make stripes, patterns, everything. You're going to put the colors on a computer. You're not going to sit there and color them by yourself. You're not going to do that. And all my designers were there, and we looked at him and he said, what, are you crazy? I mean, he's like, sorry, I love you very much, honey, back to work. And that's when he showed us the computer. Then he said, and let me ask you, when you're photographing your fashion show, why is your camera going this way? And I see all these people in the audience. I see Bridget and everybody sitting there writing their notes. All I want to see is the clothes. Take the camera and turn it north to south.
Makes sense.
He was so smart and so ahead of the time. What is going to happen has been created already. We haven't synced with it yet. We're not aware of it. I don't want to lose the feel and touch and the smell and all of that. You're saying it, how we haven't touched each other. We haven't felt each other. Fabric, what does it feel like? I mean, they show me so many, pardon the expression, fabrics that are the right fabrics to use right now. I wouldn't put it on my body. It doesn't feel good. I mean, there's that point of knowing how we have to put the two together. No question. We have more stuff here than we know what to do with.
Absolutely.
Recycled, no question about it. There's no reason why not to recycle.
So there are people who will buy, 3 different versions or 3 different sizes and then send it back. I mean, there are people who reject physical retail now.
I think you have to know your consumer and you have to know who you're talking to. And I'm not saying that I think there's a time where who are you? What are you addressing? What are you addressing? not thinking that this is the way everybody does it, because everybody was showing then. If you think of Azzedine Alaïa, he was saying, excuse me, I'm doing it my way or the highway. And he chose to do it that way.
I want to go back to one thing. I think 1992, I might be off on the year, you and Peter Lindbergh did this quite wonderful campaign.
In Women We Trust.
With Rosemary McGrath in Women We Trust. Do you...
I sent it to Hillary last year.
Did
you? Saying, okay, I was a little early, but thank God.
Now, was it a little... Did you think, well, maybe, I mean, she didn't win. Did you think maybe I shouldn't have sent it to Hillary?
Nope. Because she was out there. And
just for people who may not know what we're talking about, you did this campaign
Woman running for president.
Right, and being sworn in.
The part of this that I love the most that I don't think people are aware of, yes, I was doing a woman. The night before, I was doing a different ad campaign. And I called Peter Arnell and I said, Peter, oh my God, I got it. It's a woman running for president. This is the night before.
The night before, I didn't know that.
The night before we were ready to shoot this. The night before we were ready to shoot this, the other one, and please help me, it was a long day with Betty Davis saying there, don't mess with me, fellas. Right? Because I was doing a strong woman's dress. It was, don't mess with me, fellas. And I said, no, Peter, it's better than that. I got this idea. She's got to run for president. So he made that happen in one night. He brought it to Florida to bring out that campaign. I don't know how he did it. It was genius.
All right, so now going from there, we talked about, another creative project may be a television project, the Donna Karan story. You would like it to be a documentary as opposed to scripted television.
Absolutely.
Why?
I want it to be truthful. I want it to be honest. I think that you don't have to make it up. Did that really happen? Or did that really happen? You don't have to make it up.
A lot happened.
You don't have to make it up. I mean, I never wanted to be a designer. I wanted to sing like Barbra Streisand and dance like Martha Graham. And here I am.
Minor goals, but look at what you...
That's all I wanted to do.
Can't sing, can't dance, but look at you.
And all I do, and that's where the bodysuit came from, Martha Graham.
All right, let me ask you this though. Let's finish. Do you think about Donna Karan's legacy, or are you too busy thinking about what's next?
There are so many things that I haven't done. There are countries that I haven't seen, people I haven't seen, that just touch my heart and what I can do. I don't want to be in charge of, I want to be the inspiration for. Does that make sense? I want to inspire.
Quite beautiful. That sounds quite beautiful.
I want to be an inspiration to have the manifestations done by the collective conscious.
That sounds like a great place to end, the collective conscious. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoyed our conversation at Fashion Ovation, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Hey everyone, so that was super inspiring and we're so happy to be able to have shared that conversation with you. During the pandemic, beauty regimens have become a big part of our lives. So with that, I want to speak about a brand called Black, founded by Ryan Channing and Andreas Abellana. The Black Group is a young, dynamic, Australian-based beauty company that houses 3 brands that hone in on the skincare spaces of activated charcoal, Australian botanicals, and high hydration skincare, which makes up Black, Generation Skin, and Flight Mode. Here's the video. All right, so here's a conversation. Fashion is progress, being led by Louis Perkins.
Okie dokie. Louis, are you there? Are we all right?
I think we're great, Tani. Nice to see you.
So nice to see you. It is always a huge pleasure to see you. So I think that I'm not the greatest tech person, so I think that I hope we're with everybody. Welcome, everyone. A huge pleasure to be with you once again. We've known each other now for quite a few years.
That's right.
And you, of course, are an extremely important person, being the president of AII, standing for Apparel Impact Institute, impact being the operative word for me. So I'm going to give you a big opportunity to explain how in-depth your program is and how far-reaching it is. But before that, I just wanted to congratulate you on the beginning of the docuseries. I am proud to say that Condé Nast had an exclusive screening of the docuseries, and I think that it was the video, the first one. I'm just going to share my screen. I hope I can do this properly because I just want to show everyone.
Great.
Okay, hold on. Okay, now hold on, everybody. Here we go. Slideshow. Okay, so here we are. This is everybody, and the next slide really is the start of your. It's like introduction poster of it. Absolutely. And the charm of it is that it's so friendly, it's so positive, it's so upbeat, and it does ask a first question for me, which is, what is Generation F? Did I skip a beat, or is this something that is new?
Absolutely, you did not. And it's the term Generation F came from our group of youth innovators, leaders that we tapped into when we set out to create this docuseries. And they were having a conversation around how much generations are being put in boxes. And I think in the last year, we've been sort of like, oh, the boomers this, and the Gen X, Y, Z this, and the millennials are that. And the conversation went to, why do we have to put ourselves in a box? Why can't we just be the future of the planet, the future of fashion? We're fun, we're free, everyone's invited. We're Generation F. And so that's really where the name, and when we heard that, we thought, that's it. That's the name of our docuseries.
Well, it's so appropriate. And the first series is, the positivity of these young people is so refreshing, and it makes you so optimistic. It is really a huge display of the power of positivity, and how much power there really is in that. It's what we need desperately, of course, all the time, but specifically right now. These are just some of the faces that I think are so charming. They are so eloquent. I encourage everyone to really check in on this. It's inspiration, and it's going to be
absolutely
huge success.
Thank you,
really.
Tani. Well, and yeah, thank you, Tani. And as you said, we shared the pilot episode with Condé Nast yesterday. We're in sort of some private screenings at the moment, but it will be available, and we're finding its appropriate home as we get it out, the project out there. So people can go to our website, which I think was on the last slide, genfseries.com. And they can see the trailer, they can sign up, and we'll give them information. They can inquire about having a private screening. So this will become more and more accessible, but thank you for acknowledging it as a project in the world that is really about telling the future of the industry through the voices of the next generation that will be leading change.
Right, and that's vital, completely. All right, let me see if I can, okay, and there they are. I've just, it's kind of relish in the beauty of all these young people. And then I'm going to, Louis, I'm going to go to the next slide, because I think that what it does, we entitled this talk, Fashion is Progress. And progress, of course, is a series of steps. It starts in one place with an ideal that turns into the goal, but it takes a number of different steps to realize that. And I think that the Apparel Impact Institute has done that so effectively. It is so comprehensive. There is so much material that you can share. There are so many people who are getting on board now. That you just announced the partnership with Kering, with Stella McCartney, and with Burberry. I mean, major brands. So having this, graphic in front of us, I'm just going to turn it over to you to do a kind of 101 on what it's all about.
Absolutely. Thank you, Tani. And so, first of all, I love that we led in with Generation F, because we recognize at Apparel Impact Institute that identifying the solutions is going to come from a diverse and new audiences, and that there is no silver bullet to solving for climate or water scarcity or even social and labor issues. This is about creating and finding the best programs out there that we can apply to the industry. So Apparel Impact Institute was founded to do just that. We were founded by Target, Gap, PVH, with funding from HSBC, the Sustainable Trade Initiative. All these groups came together and said, we need to roll out an organization that will be addressing impact in the supply chain. And so on one hand, while the Generation F docuseries is going to illuminate a lot of new innovations and ideas and technologies, the core of our business at AII is to scale proven solutions. So what we're looking at here.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second, because that word
Sure.
scale, that word scale always kind of gets me. When you say scale, does that mean realize? Does that mean implement? Does it mean?
Great point. I think to us, it's very much about reaching measurable targets that the industry is setting. And so scale might mean focusing on the world's largest producers, and scale might be a small subset because they represent the highest volume, or scale may mean in a certain country or region. And so we define scale differently with every project or program, but ultimately the top goal is we need to reach certain key targets. And we're looking at one right now, which is around climate. For those of you who may know, and others may have spoken about this during the talks today and yesterday, is that the industry is signing on for 45% carbon emission reduction by the year 2030. That in order to stay in accord with the Paris Agreement and in accordance with the Paris Agreement and stay under 1.5 degrees Celsius temperature increase, that's the number that the industry is agreeing to. In order to do that, we have to actually change things about the way we're making our clothes. And so scale to us is, what do we need to do to reach that goal? I'll pause for a moment, and then I can talk about what's on this slide.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, but I just want to say that the thing that is so remarkable and wonderful about AII is that there is no competition involved here. This is an open format. This is information that you are encouraging everyone to take advantage of. And in doing so, you are encouraging the others who have innovation that you may not yet have to share that as well. So there's a very, very important give and take that is involved.
I appreciate you bringing that to note, because I think that, I've landed in the role of leading the perfect organization for me, because I am about systems change and it involves everyone. Everyone's invited to this table. We share all information. If you have a program that is going to scale towards one of these goals, we want you in the door, and we're going to help bring funding. We're going to bring brand partnerships. We're going to get you to scale. That's what we're here for. So everyone is sort of at the table with us. And obviously we'll be helping to sort of defragment the multitude of programs and bring them into alignment so the industry can have a real clear playbook. Where do I get started? Who do I work with? How does this work in this country versus that country? And so we're part of the UNFCCC's climate charter for the fashion industry. I believe you all are as well too. And part of that means that we bring all this into transparency. We don't compete. We're doing this in collective action together.
But also there's an important point, is the things that don't work, the trials and the tribulations that do not work are also shared, because you do not learn unless you can learn from mistakes as well as from, success in a project. And I think that's very important to acknowledge, that it's not about sharing and having a competition and who can share the best and who has the most success in everything and they're going to share it. It is a very, very realistic approach to how collectively we get progress in this.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought that up. And that's one of the core principles of design thinking, right? Is to reiterate until you get it right. And it means that every failure is actually a success because it moves you closer towards the destination. When brands have traditionally taken on a lot of these pilot projects or incubated concepts alone, sometimes if it fails, you might not get the funding in the next fiscal budget in order to go back in and try it again. Or you might say, that's okay, we're moving out of that country anyway, we'll just worry about this in the other country. But now, because we're actually all at the table learning together, we're able to bring a lot of the failures and the accomplishments into transparency. As sitting here in the Bay Area today, and I'm looking out my window across at Silicon Valley, I'm highly influenced by a lot of the thinking that comes out of tech. Fail fast, right? And so get back on the horse, take your failures or your best lessons. We're funded by Silicon Valley funders as well. And so we get it. We really want to make sure this industry is thinking smart and sharing this information.
Right. Okay. So now let's get to the number one: maximize material efficiency. So why is this number one?
Yeah. So thank you for that. And I think this slide that everyone's looking at comes directly from a project that we've been working on with the World Resource Institute. They are the ones that have been doing the methodology behind the Science-Based Targets Initiative. That's where the numbers come from. How are we going to get to the 2030 goal? So the research that we've done with them illuminated for us that there are 7, I call them the levers to pull. That's what our friends at WRI call them as well. But these are the focus areas for intervention. And the order, number one, I think, does lead into the materials. But the order is sort of in round. You could almost present this as a circle because you don't have to go in order. You can dual track these initiatives. But what we know is that there are 3 focused on materials and there are 3 focused on the energy used in production. And we can lower carbon across all 6 of those. And at the bottom sits circular models. That's the upcycling, that's the shared economy, vintage, renewal, swapping, all of that, circularity, cradle to cradle thinking, that all fits along with lowering your carbon related to these other 6 levers.
Right. And that seems to be, circular is kind of the buzzword right now, isn't it? It's the easiest problem. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know this for a fact, but it seems as though it might be the easiest way to embrace this right away by, repurposing old
Absolutely.
Clothes and vintage and keeping, because fashion loves vintage. I do. Right. I think fashion does.
Absolutely. Yeah. And it's about creating value.
Yeah, the fact that it's number 7, people need to back into this now. They need to be able to go beyond simply repurposing and upcycling, and that's where you really come in with assistance.
That's right. So what we're working on currently are the boxes in red. That's where we're funded, and we've pulled brands and manufacturers together into cohorts by country. And number 4 is energy efficiency. We have a program called Clean by Design that was created by Dr. Linda Greer when she was at the NRDC. We've aligned it with all the other mill improvement efficiency programs out there, and we work together as a collective to drive energy efficiency best practices in facilities. So we're literally funding the technical engineers to go into the facilities to deliver the best practices, and then the mills will implement those improvements, wrapping pipes, installing meters, lowering the heat use, et cetera. And they can see up to 10% carbon reduction savings there. And it's one of the areas you can see, particularly under the material production, tier 2, 45% of the carbon is happening there. So if you can maximize some of that energy and lower it at the production, you're really helping to achieve your goal. And then we're setting up pilot programs now for diverting from coal burning in the boilers, which happens in the fabric dyeing. It also happens in the laundering at the final stage product assembly, that's tier 1. So we're piloting out those programs right now, looking at Vietnam as a key partnership that we're looking at, as well as scaling to 100% renewable, which sometimes can be on-site renewable energy, but a lot of times it's really looking at a more macro of the industrial park level, the whole country approach to it, and how we can shift the industry to 100% renewable there.
Okay, so renewable to me, and I think to a lot of people, means wind energy, solar energy. Is that what renewable means to you?
It does. Yes, it does. Geothermal is in there as well too. There's other forms of renewable, but it basically means we're not using fossil fuels. We're not burning something. We're not using a rapidly deplenishing resource. We're using a rapidly renewable resource. And so you can define that in a number of ways, but yes, you've named them.
Well, you know what? I just have to say that it's kind of no brainer, with climate change and the sun shining all the time, you would think that there would be a very easy marriage there. And you do see now a lot of companies, the New York Times, which I read cover to cover every day, is reporting a lot on companies that are now really acknowledging this goal and starting to work with it. I think it was General Motors was one of the first to say that, by, I think it was 2035, that they would, have a completely electric fleet. So there's a lot of very positive motion here.
We're winning the renewable energy race. It is happening, and it's going to happen globally too. I think one of the key issues is we were able to build our economy in the US on cheap energy, and a lot of other countries are now catching up and becoming developing nations that want also inexpensive sources of energy. And so as the equation of scaling renewables is actually cheaper and has a longer payback, or has a shorter payback, pardon me, then it becomes more attractive. And obviously the fashion industry has a big role, because they can say, we won't source in this country if this country doesn't embrace a strategy and a plan towards also helping to reach the Paris Agreement and help us reach our carbon strategy. So it's a real opportunity for leadership from the big brand retailers to lean into countries that are making the right decisions. And then how can we help stimulate that and support it and finance it to be an equitable and affordable transition, not one that's punitive to the industry.
Right. Louis, I remember I was there with Linda Greer for, I think it was actually the first Clean by Design. I'm sure we were together on that one. And Linda had this incredible slideshow that, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but she showed a picture. She said that you could tell what the upcoming trend in color would be coming out of China, because it would actually show up on the California coastline.
Absolutely, yeah.
You would actually be to see a evidence of it. And then the other point that she made that was so wonderful was that, in terms of water usage, she pointed out, because I think everybody naturally assumes that to go into these programs is investing money that is not going to come back to you right away, that you have to have a commitment and a little bit of a deep pocket to wait until it comes back to you financially. And that simply is not that true. It comes back much faster as a financial benefit than people assume.
Yeah, it's interesting. Linda and I actually had a call this morning. We were walking through where there was an immediate ROI and when there was a longer return on investment, and we were just talking about that this morning. The number 4, maximize energy efficiency. When a facility can see up to $400,000 in savings in the first year on their energy and water bills by implementing these Clean by Design best practices, and so it's easy to walk in the door and say, hey, we're going to bring this program to you. We have some subsidy to help it. We have 10 brands behind us that want to source from you if you do this work, and you're actually going to make money off of this, and you can reinvest that in a number of ways. And I think with the pandemic, it's even more attractive to think this could be money that could be held aside for workers should we have another shutdown of facilities during a pandemic, a rise in the pandemic. So there's a lot of ways in which this is important.
I mean, the timing thing is very interesting, because I think that what the pandemic has done, at least has worked time very effectively. And I think that people who are, or companies who are gauging their success on how fast they can do something, or, this is a big question in fashion, the turnaround in the different seasons and having to, recreate yourself every season. That's a whole, Louis, we won't talk about that right now. That's a whole nother thing. But I do feel that the pandemic has given us the opportunity to, to reset, to rethink, to invest, with our hearts and our intelligence, rather than simply with a monetary gain being the primary, motivation.
No, I think that's absolutely true. That's certainly themes that we've seen in the interviews and exploration of the Generation F docuseries. But the brands that we work with are telling us the same thing. When the pandemic hit and we thought, wow, we're going to lose some company endorsement, we're going to lose some brand partners, they're just not going to be able to focus on this. And we've seen the opposite. We've seen acceleration into our work. We're bringing in more collective funding to scale these programs this year than last year. And that's happening because there's a...
We just lost you. Can you hear me? We just lost your voice, not you. Let's see.
Slide down perhaps too. I don't know.
Now you're back. You're back. You're back.
Okay, good. Yes, I think what we're seeing is that brands are recognizing that doubling down on sustainability is future-proofing not only their supply chain, the commitments they've made, it's the only way they'll be reached, but also this is what their customers want from them. Mm-hmm. And that was important 12 months ago, but it's even more important after we've all gone into this real deep introspective year around what is meaningful and important.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing is that, important to note is that every dollar is a vote. It is simply a vote. When you spend a dollar with a company, you are endorsing whatever they stand for, how they've done it, so that when you support financially by buying from companies that are part of this program, your vote counts. It makes you count. You really do count in this process.
Absolutely. I get asked often which companies are doing a good job, and I'm hesitant to answer that because an honest company, even one like Stella McCartney or Patagonia, is going to tell you what they're not doing right, what they wish they could, but it's not solved for yet, or they'll admit we're growing. And if we're growing, then our impact is increasing. So we have to go faster with positive impacts. And I think the beautiful thing that I tell people to do is learn about the companies you buy from. They do put this on their websites. They are in the news. Vogue is writing about them. Find out what they're doing, get curious and interested, and then make some choices. No one's perfect yet, but if they're not working on it and they're not being transparent about it, you can find out pretty quickly. And I think that's key right now, is to educate ourselves about where our clothes are being made and what's behind the companies that are making them.
Yeah. We at Vogue, for Vogue.com, we have upcoming a kind of a series that is the editors kind of dissecting spring collections in a way that makes it a little bit more accessible and maybe friendly, not friendlier, but just, you can understand it in a different way. And of course, I am doing the sustainable designers, but it's really wonderful to see how many of them are really embracing this in every different way that they can. And I hope that this, I hope it will be helpful. I hope that people will jump on this bandwagon. It's a great one. It's moving forward.
Absolutely. Yeah, no doubt. And I just want to applaud Vogue because you all have a megaphone and are curators and arbiters of taste, of conversation, of culture. And you all have made a conscious decision to make this an important platform. And I know that that's something that's really well thought through throughout the leadership in the organization.
Well, Condé Nast was, we joined the UN Charter for Sustainable Fashion last year, and we were the first media company to do so. So that's a feather in my cap, saying. Absolutely. Not that I did anything, but I think that it's wonderful that I'm part of a company that really is, out there doing it.
Yeah. Well, we all want to feel proud of the organizations and systems and companies that we buy from or attach to or work for. So thank you for giving me the opportunity today to talk a little bit about the two sides of AII, our docuseries, our work on climate in the supply chain. I really appreciate it, Tani.
Okay, well, I just think I'm really, really going to encourage people to watch the docuseries because it is so friendly And you are very friendly too, Louis. I have to say, I really think you're friendly, but you have so much information at your fingertips. It is a little bit overwhelming. And I commend you. From the moment I met you, I commended you, and I continue to do so. I hope we have more opportunities to be together.
Mutual respect. Thank you.
Thank you both so much. This was super insightful. And I got so many comments from people just saying, wow, they're really diving deep. I'm learning so much. So people were super, super intrigued with this conversation. And I hope that, I feel like this was too short for so much that you can teach everybody, especially when it comes to something that we're all speaking about and want to learn more about. So with that being said, let's please continue the conversation and see how we can really showcase more of what you do on our platform. And thank you so much, Tone, for bringing him on board and for having this conversation and just shedding the light in Generation F. So exciting. So with all of that, I really appreciate both of you so much. And thank you for participating today.
Thank you. I just want to say to Louis that when Jordana approached me, she said, will you be on a panel? I said, no, I will not be on a panel. I will get Louis if he'll do it with me. And that's how we're going to, really have something to say.
Well, yeah, I'm deeply honored. Thank you both. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
For including us. Thank you.
Of course. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye. You too.
Hi, Louis.
So now we're going to just watch a quick video before our final conversation that we're all looking forward to so much. And this video is actually on David Meltzer. And David Meltzer is actually someone that inspires us for many reasons. You'll see why. Here's the video.
My personal mission, not only in life, but here today, is simply to empower you, to empower others, to be happy. Today we have an extraordinary opportunity because we can reach about 1/8 of the world and change the world in one simple day. If I can empower you, or at least 1,000 of you today, in order to empower another 1,000 people, to empower another 1,000 people to be happy, 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 is 1 billion people, about 1/8 of this universe. 1/8 of the world can be empowered to be happy, and there's nothing more important in life than to be happy. And I'm going to teach, through my journey, lessons of happiness. It's really simple, of how to make a lot of money, help a lot of people, and have a lot of fun. My definition of happiness is really simple. It's the enjoyment of the consistent, everyday, persistent, without quit, pursuit of your potential. And there's one thing that I know. Happy people don't have disease. They don't destroy, right? They don't have to, they're amazing. Happy people don't do bad things. Number one, you have to be happy to give it to other people. And if you're not feeling happy, then go ask for help. Ask for help. Ask somebody, can you please help me? This is what I need to be happy.
But today I came with expectation to like feel that energy today, because I just was like, if I could just get here to listen to your story today, that would inspire me. And I just really want to say thank you, That's why I came back, because it was just in me just to come back to at least to say thank you. You might not have been where I'm at right now, but your story still inspired me regardless.
All of you live in the world of more than enough, with me and through me. And so if all of us can live with gratitude, empathy, accountability, and effective communication, if all of us can consistently, every day, persistently, without quit, enjoy the pursuit of that blessing, that potential, that truth, we can manifest everything we desire. And if I can empower you to be happy, to empower others to be happy, that's what makes me happy. Thank you.
Okay, so here we go. With the conversation. Fashion is the hustle to end off the day, and being led by Riza Brunner, staff writer at Time.
Hi, my name is Reza Bruner, and I'm a staff writer with Time Magazine, and I'm so pleased to be here tonight with the one and only Steve Madden for this last event in this week's Fashion Innovation Worldwide Talks. Steve's eponymous shoe brand, which he launched over 30 years ago, is worth over $3 billion today. He is an entrepreneur, an award-winning designer, a philanthropist, and a larger-than-life character, and he's still working with his brand as creative and design chief. Steve, thank you for being here tonight.
Glad to be here.
So the title of this keynote talk is Fashion is the Hustle, and it struck me while reading your memoir, which I have right here, that title could not be a more appropriate description of your path in fashion, in the industry, and in business in general. What does hustle mean to you? I want to start there.
Oh boy. Well, it's meant different things at different times in my life, but I always thought, you know, in the shoe part of my life, you know, it was like there was nothing more important than what I was doing at that moment, you know, just this single-mindedness of purpose, you know, and that was it. That was like hustle to me. There was nothing more important. And I used to say to myself, and I used to, you know, in the formative years of the company, I would say, what could be more important than what I want right now? You know, it's such an awful thing. When I hear myself say that, it sounds so terrible, but that's how I felt, you know. It was just like every shoe and every idea was like that, you know. It's not like that now, but.
So what do you think about fashion and the fashion world in particular makes having that hustle so important? I mean, was it, you know, being in this space of creativity and competition that really required you to dedicate yourself 100% like that? And how did that influence you?
Well, for me, the key to my success was speed to market. So at that time, nobody else was kind of paying attention to that in the shoe business. Me, like, it was like, how do we get this idea that's happening right now on the people's feet as quick as we can? And it was sort of, maybe I caught the industry sleeping, but that was, you know, so for me, that was a big deal. You know.
Do you have any favorite story from those early days when you were developing this strategy that would end up serving you so well, that, you know, stand out as just experiences that really strike you now as you couldn't do it now, but were so important at the start?
Well,
I think I have lost Steve.
He should come back soon, so.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay.
Oh, I think I hear him. He's frozen.
There it is. We're good.
There we go.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. We'll keep going. Welcome to the new world of Zoom and all of its inherent challenges.
There were a lot of things that come to mind, but mostly it was, you know, I like to say teamwork and speed were, you know, things that was what I cared about. And, you know, whether it was, you know, throwing shoes in my car and bringing them to a store, or, you know, if silver shoes were hot, I literally set up a station in my store and I painted every shoe silver right there on the spot in the store. They probably cracked and showed the other color, but that's what we were like.
As I was reading your book,
the essence of what we were about.
Yeah, for people who don't know your journey, we should probably recap a little bit how you started off working in a shoe store and worked for a couple of different small brands in the New York area before you were able to start out on your own, driving around, looking at what women were wearing, paying really close attention to what was hip and trending at that moment. How do you stay connected with those customers? And do you think that that was also an innovative approach at that time to really be connected with the consumer so directly?
Well, maybe it was ahead of its time. I mean, that's what this whole sort of direct to consumer thing is about now. And we were sort of doing that without the equipment. And now we're replicating that with our internet business. But yeah, I mean, I still use just to take this and send it up. I still use the same principles. I mean, the platform doesn't matter to me, whether it's the internet or a store or selling to Nordstrom's. It really doesn't matter. It's all about getting the shoe out. It's all about the hot shoe. That's really what I love to do.
Yeah.
That's about the only thing I love to do, actually. I don't mean in life, but I mean in business. If there's any entrepreneurs listening, I was just focused on making the best shoe I could and still am today. And I leave the other stuff to other people. And it's worked out.
Yeah. Give me a little bit of advice to entrepreneurs who may be watching. I know that you talk a lot in the book about how important it was to build an amazing team from the start, people who are self-starters, and selecting that brain trust is so important. What beyond that do you think has really propelled your brand over the last few decades?
So people always ask me, I'm not sure what you just asked me, but I'm going to answer anyway. People, I've been lucky, number one, but people say, oh, what's the key to your success? How did you do it? And I say, I hired the right people at the right time, period. That's what it was. And I was able to, use the talents that I had to do what I could do. And the other stuff, I had other people. And that's really the success of Steve Madden. I'm quite proud of that. Even today, I'm sort of going off on a tangent, but I think it's important. Like I have people that work for me that I taught the business to, and they're now smarter than me. They really are. And it's hard for me as a teacher to see that the students are smarter than me. It's really not easy. That's a tough thing. It's like at first, because you're holding on to this basket of wisdom that you think you have. Mm-hmm. But, I was in a meeting the other day with someone and I recognized that they actually are smarter than me. And what I did was I actually, instead of being competitive with them, which is what I would ordinarily do, this is turning into a therapy session, but I actually took joy from the fact that I taught this person and now they're better than the teacher. So it's a bit of that. I'm big on that. So, but it's hard to admit that.
Definitely. And especially in fashion, which is, full of people with a lot of egos, it can be difficult to put the business first and your employees first. I'm also curious if you have advice to young people who want to be some of those employees that are selected by entrepreneurs. What stands out to you about someone when they start working with you? What do you seek in an individual?
The ones that seem to do, are we in trouble here with the internet? I don't know. Are we good?
You're back.
The ones that seem to make it are willing to do anything to get ahead. They're willing to work late. They're willing to work on Saturdays. They're willing to go get coffee for somebody. I mean, it sounds terrible. Somebody will probably say something, but you know what I'm trying to say. There's just, being around the teacher as much as you can, being around your mentors in whatever way and getting that information. And, those are the people that seem to make it. I look for that. And I've seen some really talented people, and I get disappointed when I know they're not working as hard as they should. And I recognize that maybe they're not, going to make the whole entrepreneurial ride. They're not going to take that ride with me. And maybe they shouldn't. And maybe they don't want to. It's not for everybody. It isn't for everybody. And, but I've been very lucky like that. I've had a lot of great sort of mentees, I guess. I'm a mentor. I don't know what the reverse is.
We have mentees.
Mentees? Is that it?
Yeah,
I'm not even sure. Right? Doesn't sound right.
So let's see. So much has changed in fashion and retail over the time you've been in business. We already touched on that a little bit, but I'm curious if you have seen changes that have made you rethink your approach to shoes, to design, and to connecting with consumers, or and what stayed the same also about your approach?
Oh God, so much has changed. Where I get in trouble, see, I'm all about the shoe, and so, there are situations where it's not about the shoe, and I'm not, and I want to say that doesn't mean that they're not right. There are other things. There's more.
Lost Steve again.
Lost me. Uh-oh.
Oh,
there you go.
Coming back. Okay, you're back.
I'm back. So for me, it was, so when that sort of equation doesn't hold, when it's not just about, I seem to get in trouble, but that's the great thing about having, people that I work with. They seem to, there's all sorts of, financial considerations and that kind of thing. So I seem to get in trouble with that because I don't get that. But some of my retail partners are, they have different, technology, all that stuff, So, but that's what's great about building a team.
Yeah. And building a team also supports resilience of a business, which has been huge for you both professionally and personally. You've had quite a wild path over the years of building the brand, including investing money you made through Jordan Belfort, who may be better known to people as the Wolf of Wall Street.
Of Wolf of Wall Street, yes.
So, and he gave you the nickname, the Cobbler.
Yes.
So what did some of those more challenging experiences teach you about building a business that's sustainable and also about personal resilience and bouncing back?
Ooh, it was a big question that you asked. I'm not sure what you just asked.
Maybe what did the hard times teach you,
Yeah, the hard times. Patience, perhaps. And I learned how to eat rice and beans, and instead of steak and lobster. But, I learned a lot through, I wish I didn't have to go through it. I have that conversation with myself a lot. Did I need to go through all that? I could have lived without all that, but somehow suffering can build character, perhaps. I sound like Gandhi now, but it's sort of true. It can be true. Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think was there anything specific that looking back now, you think you would have done differently? Or do you think all of these things kind of work together to create the success that you've had now, the good and the bad?
I always say in the round of interviews for the book, I would say, well, I wouldn't, I'm in a good place, and everything I have done has led me to where I am right now. The path, so I wouldn't change, much, but that's not quite true. I would have done some things differently, and I would have tried to, I want to say that I was just so, I suffered from what FOMO, they call it FOMO, fear of missing out.
Yeah,
and,
I'm guilty of that.
Greed and, taking shortcuts and, I would have, I would have probably done well without all that stuff. And, I wish I hadn't have done it, and, but I did, and, we're human beings are complex, and, we can be great and we can be stupid, and all in probably the same hour, but we try to do better,
Yeah.
and I guess I've been so lucky. I've had such an amazing journey, and, been, in prison and, and then gotten out and had this, great team and great business to go back to. And we went to new heights, and just so lucky. And I've got noisy kids in the background. Tell them to quiet down back there.
I had to tell my own family to leave the house for this, so it's okay.
Yeah. Yes.
There's a question from the audience, which I think is a great one. Do you have any advice for fashion students? What's the best way to get started in the industry? So yeah, young people today are dealing with a very different world, especially the retail sector, than even a few years ago. But where do you recommend people start right now?
If you're in the fashion business, go to work in a store. Go to work for Zara. Go to work for Macy's. Go to work for The Gap. Go to work at Steve Madden. There's nothing like that. There is nothing that can prepare you for a career in fashion than working in a retail store. It is like, it's like in the military doing basic training. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked in a store for a few years. It's so elemental. It's part of my foundation. So much of who I am comes from those 3 years working, being abused by women in a shoe store.
Let's see. So speaking of stores, tell me about Steve Madden today. What makes you excited to go to work in the morning? What are you excited about in the year ahead, especially as the pandemic shifts things?
Yeah. I'm still excited about the same things. Less so, unfortunately, about the people, because I don't see anybody that much, so that part of the thing is, and hopefully we'll get back to that. But that for the last year has been out, and so that's a drag. But we're still super amped up about shoes. Actually, more so, because that's really the only thing that we can do. It's really all about. And I have to say that the technology is good for shoes. We can talk about shoes and send it to each other and, talk about it. So that's been pretty cool. And I'm happy to say that the people that work with me are obsessed with shoes, which is great. They have that same sort of obsession that I have,
That seems like a necessary requirement to be part of the Steve Madden brand. How would you define the Steve Madden brand today? What does it stand for? Who is it for? And yeah.
I always like to say it's not, that little thing came up again. It's not too expensive and it's not too cheap. It's one of those. And, we definitely have a view. We definitely want to be in the moment. We're sort of like, which is so hard to do when you're in sort of this sort of young pop business, pop shoes, pop music, and because usually the shelf life is not very long, right? It hasn't been, although it has been for Britney Spears. We were just talking about her. We were just talking about Britney and how she's still a big star. There's all sorts of stuff going on about her, whether she was kidnapped or whatever. But
a new documentary came out.
Yeah, there's the documentary. But I'm like Britney. I'm sort of like Britney,
Yeah, well, it's been a roller coaster ride through the 2000s and the 10s and now the 20s. And so you keep reinventing yourself.
No, I sort of remember making shoes, and Hit Me Baby One More Time was the big song when I was really becoming like a big shoe guy. It was really, and so she's still around. I hope she's okay. I know, but I like her. Anyway, I don't know what your question was, but anyway, it doesn't matter.
Well, I was asking about
much. Which is, in French, we're very much of the moment. I like to work in French when I can, but so part of zeitgeist, and that's who we are. It's not easy, but
yeah. Well, how do you keep your finger on the pulse as part of the zeitgeist today? Is it about connecting with celebrities or having strong focus groups with consumers, or doing more work on social media? What's the tactic that's really allowed you to connect with younger generations still?
I guess, it's easier today than it was maybe 10 years ago because of social media. So you sort of can plug into, I could plug into it, but I could never really viscerally, because of my age, sort of get it, right? Let's be honest, but, I'm surrounded with a great team that does get it. And I have children, that have turned me on to, a whole TikTok experience, which is amazing. And they could just watch TikTok. I have 2 daughters, and they just, young. And so you could sort of plug into that whole bit, it's all there. The power of social media. I don't mean to bore you, and I'm sure you hear about this all the time, but it's powerful. And you could see what it did with the stock market, right? Just recently, that's the first time that, people, they felt the effect of social media, on the stock market. And it was like it turned the world upside down. So same sort of now with fashion.
Do you want to make any predictions about what happens next in your industry, and especially how fashion has changed over the last year because of the pandemic? What influence do you think that is going to have long term?
I think it's going to be like the Roaring 20s.
That sounds good to me.
Whooping it up. I do. I think people, I think people are anxious to get out and get out of their pajamas and get into their high heels. And no, I do think that, actually. And I think that I think we're going to have like a little bit of a Roaring 20s, and then something terrible will happen, and another plague or something, but God forbid.
We'll have to enjoy it while we can, when life comes back in a slightly more normal way and the heels can come out. I know mine are getting dusty on their shelves. I just lost him. Give that a second. See, I seem to have lost Steve again. We'll give that a second.
We'll just join you so you're not alone.
Thanks, Ferdinand.
You're doing a great job, by the way.
Oh, the pleasures of
Hey.
internet.
Yes. So
You're keeping things interesting for us, Steve.
no, I think it's going to be like the Roaring '20s. You know, there's lots of stuff going on. We don't know where this internet world is going to take us. And of course, you see the effect on politics too, right?
Right.
You know, all these stuff going on, you know, conspiracy theories and all sorts of stuff going on. And, you know, it's a crazy time. We don't know what this power gets unleashed.
Mm.
You know,
Mm-hmm.
be an interesting thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm excited to be making shoes in the post-COVID era.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah. I certainly feel like I'm going to want to be buying really exciting new designs and totally revamping my wardrobe. So I see a silver lining at the end of all of this for fashion personally.
Yes.
Let's see. As a leader and a business person over the past year, how has the pandemic changed your approach to your work? Has it shifted in any way the long-term plans for your brand and for yourself as a part of the business?
That question is so deep. I don't even know if I can handle it. I may have to see a therapist after this. It's been a time of reflection for sure. Lots of time at home, lots of time with my children, lots of time in my pajamas, like Hugh Hefner, you know. Anyway, yes, it's, you know, we have to see. I'm interested in developing young talent. You know, that will be a particular, if I can, you know, it's probably harder at this age than it was, you know, at 36.
Yeah. And where are you looking for that kind of young talent? Where do you find that kind of inspiration or those kinds of people out there?
We're going to be doing more recruiting in colleges, and we have a lot of people that come through our stores. So that, you know, that's a place to do it.
Yeah.
And but, you know, hopefully I can do that without people thinking I'm some grumpy old man. Do you know what I mean? Like when I was 36, I was still like, when I was 40, you know, and now I'm in my 60s, you know, so it's different, right? You know, but I think the same principles apply. You know, the platforms changed, not the platform shoes, the platforms. And I'm very excited about the future. I really am.
Yeah. What are you looking forward to most? What is?
Well, I'm just looking for for this, some kind of, you know, just, I think the fashion is going to be so exciting. There's going to be so much newness and so much interesting stuff. And if that's the case, I will be making it.
Mm.
So I'm excited about that.
So we can expect at least 3 more decades of the Steve Madden brand, right? Built to last.
At least through next week. You know.
All right. Well, I think that's about all the time we have. Is there anything else you'd like to add, Steve?
No, I'm happy to do this and happy to reach anybody that wants to get in the industry and, you know, talk to them about it, you know, hopefully shed some light on what I did, if I can.
Yeah.
I mean, most young people don't listen anyway, but that's okay. Some do.
We're trying.
Yes,
I don't know if I can
that's
still
right.
consider myself young, but
You
we're
are.
trying.
I consider you young. Absolutely.
We just wanted to come on here and thank both of you. And Steve, your book is super fascinating, by the way. I haven't finished it because I have 2 toddlers at home, but I'm almost there.
Yeah.
And you did say 2 things here that I wrote down because I thought it was really interesting and inspiring. But the fact that you grew by focusing on what you love, which is making shoes, and then hiring the right people for the rest. I think that's a really great point on entrepreneurship, and I loved it. And then when you said that by suffering, it builds character. So I love that you've gone through things and that you're able to share them, because through our failures, a lot of times is how people get inspired and learn from other people's failures and the same of your own. So I really appreciated this conversation. It's been a long day. And Riza, I have to say, I mean, you're a pleasure, and you're so great at just creating the conversation and keeping it flowing and organic. And we just adore working with you and having you again. But both of you guys, thank you so much for ending the day with such an inspirational talk.
Thank you so much, you guys. Amazing.
Yes.
Thank you all. Thank you so much, Steve.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for doing that.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so
Thank you, guys.
it's been a long day, and I just want to, the first thing I want to say quickly is just, I know everybody's probably exhausted. It's been a 12-hour day, but I want to thank our entire team. This all could not have been done without our team. From Venice, who's our creative director, to Lucy Norris on the blue carpet, to our entire team, head of communications, Anna, Pedro, all of our incredible interns. And there's a lot of people to name, so I'm not going to name everybody, but all of this does not happen without teamwork.
Our institutional supporter, all our sponsor, our speaker, our community that had been supporting us. And it was a long day and always excited. And we are excited now to already start to plan the next Worldwide Talks. That probably will be there in September this year.
Yes. And aside from that, do stay tuned, because we have some exciting new projects that are going to be coming to Fashion Ovation for our attendees and our network and everybody. So stay tuned. Lots to come for 2021, because I don't know if you guys heard, but fashion is now.
This year, fashion is now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Is now the center of community.
Most importantly, have to be based.
We have to act now.
Digital transformation. Find joy.
This is the year that everything changed.
Changing the way of doing things.
Now is the time to stop making excuses.
Get your vision and your dreams out there.
Start making a difference.
To think really outside the box.
Creativity to the world.
Fashion is now. Let's do this.